Okay, we're going to start with the first round of the girls, so please, can you go check in? Rita, anything? Please, can you go by the beach marshal? Thank you. And please, all the free surfer in the lineup, stop paddling out of the takeoff zone. Thank you. And the caddy buoy is not set up yet, so please, everybody paddle out of the zone. I don't want guys staying and moving to the lineup. So everybody move out from the zone and go back to their boat or skis. Thank you, guys. Ok, et petit rappel à tous les capitaines de bateaux là, il y a des bateaux officiels qui sont en train de se mettre en place. Si jamais vous êtes mal placé et qu'on vous demande de vous déplacer, vous vous déplacez. Vous êtes sur des zones qui ne vous sont pas réservées, donc les bateaux qui ne doivent pas être là et les jet skis, vous vous déplacez quand on vous le demande. Merci.
Kind of like. Okay, we're gonna do a light test. Test, so please. First the sound check, is that okay? Can you raise your hand if you hear the horn, please? Can someone raise his hand if you hear the horn? Oui, on va juste tout savoir.
Okay, we're going to start in 5 minutes, so please, everybody move out from the lineup. Thank you. Everybody out of the water. I just want to see the three surfer. Please, everybody out. Thank you.
You're right, good morning. Betty Lou with her mom and Claude Grace getting the ski ready. The Aussie boys already off the free surf, a world champ in Italo, preparing for a big day of competition, and Molly Picklum having a laugh with Ramsey. And Gabriel Medina, the best here at the end of the road in recent years, as Carissa Moore, the wild card, working with Dorian. And Tatiana Weston Webb on the boat. There's a wild card named Vahine. All hands on deck. DeFay getting a nice warm-up in a nice clean glassy tube at Teahupo'o, and Jack Robinson hands-free, showing us the morning conditions, getting puffed out to safety, looking to go back-to-back with his event titles this year.
The end of the road. The surf world narrows its focus.
There's no other wave really like it in the world.
The consequences here really are truly death.
The world's best are here to send it over the ledge and into the history books.
The show continues.
This is the 2024 SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
Yorana, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the end of the road and paradise, taking you from the top of the peak of the Pyramid Mountains here at Teahupo'o and going all the way down, just like the freshwater did, to pave out this beautiful reef pass. One of the most critical, heavy slabs in the world, here for stop number 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier. Flick, you look nice and rested. We've had a couple of days off to anticipate the swell, which did arrive yesterday afternoon, and we're going right into competition today.
It looks so beautiful out there right now. There's literally hardly any wind. It's really groomed. I've seen a couple of really nice rides this morning, and yeah, great day of competition ahead.
So quick call on. I'm just going to skip the commissioner's office and everybody. It's going to be women's opening round, which is going to be great. Men's opening round and women's elimination round, all for Saturday today. And we're anticipating the swell to actually increase throughout the day. So we're in good hands with Mother Nature really helping us out.
Oh, completely. Today, I think, is going to be one of those beautiful, picturesque days that you envision here. And yeah, I think we're going to get to see some amazing rides from the men and the women and a full day of action. So yeah, action all day.
Well,
Lots of barrel riding.
One man that's been up on dark, checking out the conditions out in the channel is our very own Chris Cote. First of all, good morning, Chris. And what have you been seeing so far in the lineup?
Well, good morning. Thank you, team. We got out here before dawn, and the first thing we saw was a perfect set roll through. 4 to 6 feet, plenty consistent. And this isn't exactly the monster that we know this place can be, but let me assure you, this wave will have fangs today. We've seen long tube rides, already seen some pretty spectacular wipeouts. We're in for a great show. Got our first surfers hitting the lineup right now. Anticipation, the key factor. This is going to be epic.
Yes, a lot of great barrel rides. So we saw one from Joanne DeFay and Jack Robinson. Do you think there are going to be some turns in the early morning stages of this swell, Chris, or really just focused on getting barreled?
So far, it's been all barrels. You know, we've seen a couple turns at the end of the waves, but you got plenty of opportunity to get deep, take off in the steepest part of this wave and come flying out into the channel. That's what we all want to see. That's what the judges want to see, and that's what the surfers want to do. So expect plenty of that this.
Thanks so much, Chris. Looking forward to a huge day here on Saturday morning on the beautiful island of Tahiti, the largest island in French Polynesia. And on this island, we're on the side that's called Tahiti Iti, the smaller part of the island. When you look at it on a map, this corner called Teahupo'o, where the road stops, there's a reef pass, and you can get the barrel of your life. First heat already starting. Brisa Hennessy taking on Gabrielle O'Brien and Tatiana Weston Webb. Things are changing now. We've got to get caught up now. What happens with the format post mid-season cut? We've gone down to top 10 full time, working out the final 5. So in the draw, you've got 12 athletes on the women's side. But it's different now. We were used to seeing the top 2 advance on and get reseeded. Now with this post-cut format, it's just the winner that'll advance to the quarterfinals, second and third reseeded in the elimination round.
Yeah, this is super exciting. I mean, the field has definitely narrowed for the women. I mean, there's so few of them right now, but it is so important to get the win here in this opening round. You get if you get the win, you're straight advanced through to the quarterfinals. I mean, one more result after that, a semi or a final, and it's basically going to keep bolstering that campaign to, you know, aid to that being in that final 5 picture at the end of the year and surfing for a world title. So it's super important to get the win here. And yeah, for the women right now, I mean, I mean, for someone like, I look at this heat right now, we've obviously got Brisa and Gabriella, that they're right at the top in the rankings. You know, Brisa number 4, Gabby 5. But Tatiana, you know, sort of had to fight for a position to stay alive in Margaret River. So sort of unfamiliar territory for her. So I know that, you know, especially coming to here, Tahiti, a place where we know she loves to absolutely charge, right? She loves being on her forehand. She loves barrels. I feel like she's probably got something, not necessarily to prove because we know she can do it, but I feel like she's going to be really hungry to put on a great performance.
Brisa Hennessy finaling a couple of years ago, was not in the event last year, was really working on her health and really came back as a different person. She's been releasing just really meaningful quotes in her post-heat interviews. I think she's kind of owning her career more for herself these days. I chatted with her dad, Mike, a couple of events ago, and he was reminding her, hey, this is up to you. Wherever you want to take this in your life, you know, it's not like something you're forced to do. And I think Brisa just took a switch and was owning her career and wants to charge even harder. She's really feeling solid in powerful waves with all of her experience at Cloudbreak. And she's so humble, though. When I ran into her at the opening ceremony, it's like, she'd been here for a while. Any memorable ones yet? And she's like, a lot of lessons learned. Then all of her friends around her said, yeah, she's been getting some crazy ones.
Oh, and I mean, this wave, you will learn a lot of lessons. I mean, we've already spoken about it. It looks like we've got a paddle here. First wave of the day.
First wave of the event as well. Locking in, grabbing the rail. Gabrielle O'Brien with a lot of speed, and she will get her warm-up out of the way. The wave spits underneath her. Just a little point and shoot, and Gabby Bryan is into the channel now, into her 3rd start at this venue at the end of the road. And she's been trying to learn quickly how to get nice and deep and get really barreled. Such a strong competitor mentally. She always backs herself, and definitely one of the hardest working athletes on tour.
Yeah, for sure. I think this wave here, this is an opening ride. Let's just have a look. She's obviously stalled there for a little bit, but just that little bit too wide, but nice to sort of get the ball rolling. And sort of that first wave jitters out the way. Feel what it's like to grab the rail. Obviously things, we've already spoken about it, but that surf has increased overnight compared to yesterday. The last couple of days it's been a little bit on the smaller side. There's still been really fun waves, and the girls and guys have been getting little barrels, but yeah, nice to get the feet in the wax. But yeah, she's worked so hard, and I've been really impressed by her whole campaign this year. I feel like she's brought a different level of intensity that I haven't seen from her yet on tour. I mean, maybe it's always been within her, but for me, there's definitely been a shift. Obviously, she got her first event win this year in Margaret River, the last event, which was incredible. But I just feel like there's a shift in her approach to heats, and her hungriness is way more evident. I just feel it might have always been there, but for me personally watching, I think that intensity's risen, and yeah, it's exciting to watch.
Well, last time we saw everybody on the championship tour, we were back home with you in your hometown of Margaret River for stop 5. Now it's stop 6 of the season. So let's see where we are on this beautiful planet. I mean, you flew from WA, landed at the airport here in Tahiti. Takes about an hour drive. You're just driving right on the ocean. The road literally stops. There's this incredible village with beautiful people that you stay with. As you can see those lines going out through the pass, that's the fresh water showing how this reef was created. And then that aggressive slabbing effect. When that goes from about 150 feet deep of water, the ratio changes, defies all physics, and creates one of the biggest, squarest, below sea level barrels in the world.
Yeah, I think the bathymetry here is the thing that's the most important, and the thing that makes this wave so unique. I mean, in this shot right here, you can just see how shallow it is in the foreground. I mean, it's literally dry right now. And then out the back where that blue buoy is, it's incredibly deep water. So the speed and the energy that these waves move at and then unload on that shallow section of reef is incredible and sort of unmatched to any of the other tour stops that we have. I mean, yeah, it's just, you know, you could potentially be looking at the wave of your life or the wipeout of your life here. It's that such a fine line, and it really, you know, tests the surfers personally, and you get amazing performances.
This just happened just moments ago. A wave just on the inside shelf. It was just showing how hollow this wave is. As you have another angle on it here, Flick.
Yeah, this thing just absolutely super hollow, and perfect little almond-shaped barrel there, and yeah, all that whitewash just flying on out. Perfect little spit there. But yeah, there's so many beautiful waves, and I think what we'll see today too is, I mean, that was a smaller wave. It obviously went through to the inside shelf. I think we're going to see a few of those go through today. I mean, obviously the women want this win, so they're going to be waiting for those bigger waves, because obviously we know, you know, the bigger, the thicker, the meatier the wave, the bigger the score.
Setting this one up is Tatiana Weston-Webb, pulling in and getting spit out to safety. Our first make in the barrel, and that didn't take very long. Only the second ride of the contest. Tatiana, always with a big reputation when it comes to frontside barrel riding. She's put in a lot of time on this reef, even took some strike missions in the past when her husband was competing on the championship tour, and she would be here and be preparing for this event, and she didn't have any idea it was going to be on tour. Next thing you know, she's got some practice behind her, and look at this.
Yeah, this is beautifully done. She takes off up under the lip, and just that wave just stayed perfectly open for her. She just, the positioning on the takeoff here was just super important. I feel like that was what made this barrel and this wave so great. I mean, she took off in the perfect spot, and she dropped straight underneath this lip. You can really see that she put all the weight on her toe side rail just so that she could knife it into that barrel. Super impressive. This shot here is incredible because it just makes you realize how shallow it is. I mean, you look at the foreground there, just dry reef, and Tati just getting absolutely blown out. But, oh, looks like she's just had another wave number 2 on the inside.
What a cool way to just pick up wave number 2 as we are still enjoying her opener. You can see her pop back up there. Incredibly shallow towards the end of the wave as she'll work her way back to the channel. Tatiana Weston-Webb always seems destined to win events like this, events like Pipeline. but she's had some great views inside the pit over the years. Felt like she kind of surfed her way into rhythm this year on tour and got better and better as the year went on, as we see what happened on her last wave.
Yeah, so this one she's obviously picked up on the inside. She's just trying to squeak out there through that little opening section at the end, but just getting clipped on the head. But I kind of like that intention, just trying to back up that first initial wave. So, yeah, Tati.
Tatiana already with a 7.67, and that is her new high score here at the end of the road. Her previous high was a 6.93. So a great feeling for Tati to hear her best number from the loudspeaker, and a quick 1.5 as she fell on her backup. But out in front, great tube riding approach, growing up on the island of Kauai and representing Brazil on tour.
Yeah, this is an awesome opening score. I mean, it's going to feel so good too. I mean, it's near excellent, right? A couple of judges, as you can see the breakdown right now, a couple of judges did go excellent with that score. Obviously, you drop the highest and the lowest and average out the 3, and she ends up with the 7.67. So that's going to feel really good. And you know what? Her knowing that she's now got the best wave that she's got out here at Teahupo'o, I feel like that's just going to raise her confidence, and I feel like we're going to see Tati try and push the envelope a little bit more as well, which is exciting. But back to what you were saying before, Joe, about Tati, is something that I've always admired about her is even when, you know, these sort of wave, Teahupo'o wasn't on tour for the women, she was still hunting waves like this, and it really impressed me because she was always trying to sort of nurture that side of her surfing in waves of consequence and really pushing the boundaries. And I feel like, you know, you can clearly see it. She's got a lot of experience, and yeah, I just really admire that about her, and always wanting to push herself from even such a young age. And like you mentioned, when her husband Jesse Mendel was on tour as well, she'd come here, she'd be amongst the lineup, seeing where the guys were sitting, and you know, okay, learning, like, I might not be getting the best waves, but at least I'm seeing where all these guys are taking off, the takeoff zone, what waves I would go if I had the opportunity. And yeah, I feel like she's also someone that, you know, she's had a couple of good results, a 5th and a 3rd, but in terms of performances out here, I still don't feel like we've seen her at her very best. Just based off, you know, what we've seen in free surfs from her in waves of consequence in the past.
So excited to see where she can go with this one. Tatiana with 4 championship tour wins in her career, and in all different types of waves, from main break Margaret River to the US Open. And she's also finished runner-up in the world back in 2021. It was the talk was maybe a turn away from winning a world title when she fell in a finishing move in a very close decision with Carissa Moore a few years back. Recovered from that, representing Brazil in the Olympic Games once again at this same venue here. So the energy has been through the roof in the lead up to this event. There's been fun waves to warm up on. Not every contest gets that. And so I think everyone is more ready than ever to kick things off today.
Oh, completely. I mean, I've just been watching so many clips on socials. I only got here a few days ago. But yeah, they had great swell here. And some of these people, and men and women, have been here for a long time. I know Carissa, I think, has been here for almost a month now. So it's a lot of time logged in the Pacific, and a lot of different swells, different looks at this wave. And yeah, there's been a lot of fun surf to watch.
A lot to look forward to as we head into the summer. Obviously, one of our favorite events just getting started right now for the world title race. We have a lot of the championship tour surfers that have qualified for Paris 2024. In the heat that's in the water right now, Tati, also Brisa Hennessy representing their countries. Brisa for Costa Rica. Tati had the real emotional story of opening up a spot for Luana Silva. We'll give her some backup for Brazil. Vahina Fierro coming up in the next heat, representing France and French Polynesia. She's with Joanne DeFay for a solid team out here to compete later on in July. Also Tyler Wright, Molly Picklum, a new squad for Team Australia compared to what we had in Tokyo 2020. And USA with 3 spots, Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks, and also Carissa Moore, trying to go back-to-back with her gold medals.
Wow, that's so exciting for me. Someone that I'm excited to see on the Australian team is Molly. I feel like I was so impressed with her performance at Pipe earlier this year, and her skill on her backhand and her ability, she's just so technical, right? And in my eyes, on her backhand, she's probably one of the most technical surfers on the women's tour. And I feel like she's just got this inner, nature of just wanting to go and wanting to charge. And the other day, when we were just talking about the swell that they've all had to warm up on, there's this one photo on her social media. I was like, wow, that is just such a beastie, nuggety wave. And, you know, the story behind it is she waited all day for that. And she waited for that moment. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Molly. Obviously got Vahine in there, local Tahitian, who's just spent so much time out here. And, you know, she's really going to feel like, hey, this is mine to lose. Like, I really want to win this and bring it home. But yeah, there's a great list of women's surfers there. But yeah, I mean, and Carissa trying to back up, go number 2 gold medals. Can you imagine? Wow. I mean, it's so exciting. And there's someone else that's also going to the Olympics, Katie Simmers.
Hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. How cool is that athlete boat?
Probably the best Red Bull Athlete Zone we've seen on tour all year. So unique here, how you have all the boats in the lineup. You know, surfers like Vahine, local wildcard there with Jeremy Flores, picking up her Rashi, getting ready for her heat. But it's just so unique. You know, you have all the boats, the jet skis, really creates just this unique atmosphere. And then you've obviously got the surfing happening only meters away.
How cool is it just to see Jeremy Flores right there, one of the best ever to compete on this wave, a champion, winning this event, winning Pipeline a couple times, and now giving back all of his knowledge. He'll be hanging out with Vahine as she prepares for Tyler Wright and Katie Simmers coming up next. Vahine, one of the most dangerous wild cards, but taking on Tyler, who made some serious improvements in her approach in the last 2 years. Finished in the semifinals last season. And she's looking for a 3rd world title this year. But it's such a cool look at professional surfing when you come to Tahiti. It's like you get out of the cities, the towns, you're on this reef pass. It's really quiet on land. You've got to come prepared with everything you need. Bring it all to the Red Bull Athlete Zone out there. A lot of surfers who come a lot, they hire the same skis or the same boats. They know how to take care of themselves going in and out in between heats.
It is so different to any event we've seen. And obviously, like you've already mentioned, the jet skis and the boats, but a lot of the time these surfers are coming back, and us too, are staying with families year on year, and the same ones, and you just keep continuing to build this relationship with the family that you're with, and it's like a sort of a feeling of, oh, okay, I'm coming home. And yeah, it's very unique here. It's such a unique tour stop, and I just can't wait to dive more into it as we get further into the event.
Very significant score, all ready to kick off a big day of competition. A 7.67 from Tatiana Weston Webb. Weightless on the takeoff, way out in front, leading over Gabby Bryan and Brisa Hennessy.
Et à l'instant, la première vague de Brisa en rouge, et ça démarre derrière, c'était Gabriela Bryan en bleu. First priority white. Second of blue is 0.5. We are waiting for
Let's open up the WSL vault and flash back to the year 2000. Keala Kennelly taking on Serena Brooke in the final. And it was the KK show throughout this entire event. There's Serena Brooke, always stylish. Such an incredible athlete on tour. But KK got to show the world what she loved to do the most.
Yeah, KK has always loved big waves, and we just know that about her. She's been super vocal about it. She's always hunting the barrel, and she's been vocal about, hey, I want the waves to be big. I want them to be gnarly. And she's still charging just as hard today. It's absolutely incredible. And I remember I was such a grom when the women were surfing here back then, and KK is one of my favorite surfers. Just like the intensity that she brings to the lineup. If you've ever surfed with her, you know it. And yeah, it's just, she has really been responsible too for pushing, you know, the boundaries of women's surfing and sort of walking so these girls could run. You know, it's pretty impressive, and I love that we're diving into these vaults because it's women like KK that you know, are inspiring this generation, and sort of the first women like KK, like Rochelle Ballard, who have really pushed, you know, women's surfing here, and yeah, responsible for these women now charging today.
KK, just 21 years of age, back with this win as she had 2 of the highest heat totals of the event, 6 out of the top 7 single wave scores, including 2 10s back in 2000. Watching this now, late takeoff, controlling it, Brisa Hennessy now kicks out of her second wave. Had a look before that during the break, and she is getting warmed up now at about the halfway mark of the opening round. Remember, just first place moves to the quarterfinals. Second and third reseeded into the elimination round. The quarters are the last round that it's reseeded on the women's side. For the men, it'll be the round of 16. This is all post mid-season cut. Top 10 full-time for the women. All focused on making the WSL Final 5. This was Brisa's first wave ridden during the break.
Yeah, wow, this wave looks so good. She tucks up under the lip. Had a lot of size to that wave too, but the barrel was quite short, but really committed here. I mean, this was probably one of the bigger waves. I'd say it's probably slightly bigger than Tati's, but just didn't quite hit the reef the way Tati's did. Tati's obviously, when I compare it to hers, just stood up, was very, very round. And here we have Gabby, oh, just going down on that one, absolutely getting gobbled up. You just see that her heel side rail just got stuck there, and yeah, that one ran off without her. That one actually didn't really stay too open, so she's probably not too much loss there, but this is Gabby's second wave, so backing up her first. Just a quick in and out there, so probably not a major score, but nevertheless a couple of scores on the board here, and she's on the board and getting things rolling.
You can see Gabby just trying to learn the ropes out here, and an absolute charger. It's just a matter of time before she clicks into one. Now in her third start at this event, as she said, back-to-back 9th place finishes, so missing out on the quarters. She's been stuck in that elimination round. Always so goal-driven, so she knows how important it is to get a win, to skip straight into the quarterfinals. But we are coming off a huge moment in her career. Her first victory on the championship tour at Margaret River main break. She's finaled there in the past. Her power surfing just looks so good on that main break right-hander.
Yeah, it does. I think if you think about waves that are suited to Gabby surfing, Margaret River comes to mind instantly. It was so awesome watching her. But I mean, she had quite a big, you know, she needed to, yeah, she had a big job to do, and getting the win there, it's not an easy wave to figure out. It takes a few years. It takes a long time. I mean, I'm from that region, and I still paddle out there, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm still learning. So, I mean, yeah, for her to get the win was super special. And like I mentioned earlier in this heat at the start, I feel like she's just bringing a different sort of intensity this year to the beginning even of her heats. She's just trying to maintain that inside position. She's being more dominant, more assertive. And I'm loving what I'm seeing. She also had a beautiful moment too. I think it was in the final with those dolphins. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. When you get the win, 1, and 2, you probably have one of the most beautiful experiences with wildlife in the heat, with these, you know, 5 to 6 dolphins in the face of the wave as you're doing a carving maneuver. I mean, once that's happened, you're like, okay, I'm winning. I've got the good juju now.
I was having a nice little scroll in the airport, you know, as you do, waiting for your flight, and I saw that image of Gabby Bryan with the dolphins on so many media outlets around the world, and for good reason. It was a magical connection of surfing in competition, but the beautiful harmony you have with Mother Ocean and the dolphins that love to surf. As we look at Gabby's career this season, you can see how she really built from a slower start than she was hoping for in the Hawaiian leg of the tour. When she's grabbing a jersey at Sunset Beach, I'm going, okay, look out. She'll be in a final. And when she was knocked out early, I knew she had some work to do. But 5th in Portugal, 5th at Bells, to a win in Margaret River under pressure. I love to see how dedicated she is to not hang on to those bad results and just motivate herself to improve.
Yeah, it is super impressive when you look at the momentum she's built throughout the year. And I think her going into Margaret River, and there was a bunch of surfers going into Margaret River. Obviously, we've cut some of them, and they're not here right now. And they've got this pressure, and it's incredible to see who deals with that and who rises to the occasion, and who doesn't, and who crumbles under that pressure. And I mean, the performance that she put on was super impressive. And I mean, finals day in Margaret River was amazing. The waves were absolutely pumping. It was about 4 to 6 foot. And yeah, she just absolutely ripped apart those right-handers and just laid into those sections like we know she does. When I think about her strengths, it is, power surfing, it's rail surfing. And I think with a wave, we just know how competitive she is as well. And with a wave like this, I mean, obviously she's been here a couple of times, but or the last year, sorry, but I feel like what it is out here is, even though you're getting the reps on the board and the free surf, I feel like one of the most important things is to keep advancing through heats in competition, right? Because that's when you're going to gain so much experience. You've got the whole lineup to yourself, and if you can keep getting that, it's a valuable time the more you progress. And I heard some of the women talking about that out at Pipeline, earlier in the year, and how some of them, obviously they're coming in there earlier, but their lineup is just so crowded and so packed that it is really hard to get that experience. So the more you keep progressing through heats out here, the more experience you get. And which is just so vital, but we just know how competitive she is. So I feel like, she's going to want to progress through this and just keep getting those reps on the board.
What a great view of our lineup here. The Tahitian Water Patrol on hand to make sure the surfers are safe, and they're also protecting everybody in the channel, all the spectators, all the media boats, the VIP boats, and they are making sure everyone's in the right spot by the buoys at all times, and also focused on the surfers' safety. Do such an incredible job each and every year. Solid team with just beautiful, seamless transitions, getting the surfers back in the lineup, especially with broken boards. Surfers, if they break a board, they have an opportunity to swim if they want to their caddy by the buoy. Caddies can't paddle into the lineup or the impact zone to make that trade. Or if they want to call for the water patrol, they'll take the route through the lagoon to get back to their backup equipment and then into the water once again. As Katie Simmers is in bright yellow, showing the world that she's still world #1. On the right there, Coach Ross Williams, working closely with Tatiana for a few years now. Always asking Ross about his athletes, and he's always saying how impressed he is with Tatiana's work ethic. He said he's actually had to tell her to stay out of the gym for a little bit because she'll just overwork. She's like, okay, what do you need me to do? I'll do it. And he loves her response to even working on technique changes where she'll actually apply it on the fly and improve right in front of his eyes. He really enjoys that relationship as Tati's coach as they're preparing for a very big summer.
Oh, they are. And I think, after the last couple of years for Tati, I feel like and she's been open with this, she hasn't been where she wants to be, right? She hasn't had the finish she wants to be. She was in that final five picture for a while. Obviously, she almost won a world title. We spoke about it earlier, one turn away, basically, from clinching this world title, which is insane. And to watch her try and navigate through that, I feel like the last couple of years she probably hasn't finished on tour where she feels like she deserves to be. So I'm excited that she put in the work, she made the cut, and now she's got some amazing events ahead of her. And I'm excited to see what she can do.
Well, it's fun when you watch that footage in the vault of KK winning back in 2000. And it reminds us that this is still just the 11th event for the women at the end of the road. And it's great to catch up with Brisa Hennessy on her thoughts on surfing Teahupo'o.
It's probably one of the most, magical most dangerous waves in the world, but it's that magic, it's that connection that surfers have to find within that wave that really embodies everything that a surfer is. And I think to showcase Mother Nature doing its thing at its highest level, I mean, the wave is absolutely perfect, and what we all dream of, right, of getting this perfect left barrel. I think it will show the world, you know, what surfing really is all about.
What a legend. Brisa Hennessy, so cool to hang out with. I love her growth in a short period of time on the championship tour. She's been through a lot, and she's been talking about just feeling 100% again. She said she feels better than she's had in a very long time. And now it's going to produce some huge results here. Locking in, late takeoff for Tatiana. And she'll just get a little head dip and lays down a beautiful frontside hack. So crucial getting that section to lay down a big turn, because she was still carrying a 1.5 as a low score.
Yeah, she's just obviously trying to drop that 1.5 because she knows, hey, okay, I'm not safe with that 1.5 as a backup. I mean, Brisa's breathing down my neck. She only needs a 4.35 to take that lead. And with the win here being so important and catapulting you through to the quarterfinals, Tati wants to drop that. And yeah, just getting a little bit of a shampoo here at the end. And she backs it up with a turn because she can see that the wave's going to provide that. So I'd say she's probably going to drop that 1.5, make that situation a bit harder for Brisa. But, you know, I think she's going to want to probably try and do more than that. Has been a little bit sleepy. It's always tends to be that way first heat of the day. I mean, we saw lots of, you know, it's a few waves coming through this morning, and sort of the ocean tends to go to sleep for that first heat of the morning. It's sort of just waking up. And yeah, it's been a little bit slower. But I think hopefully we'll get one more set come through, and both Brisa and Gabby get another roll of the dice here.
As you guys know, if you've been following all the social media on WSL, at WSL or WorldSurfLeague.com, you've been seeing the swell that we've been excited about. Brought to you by Surfline. We will have Schaller Perry join us for more insight on what to expect. Well, first for the rest of today, and also the big days coming next week, especially Wednesday, where people are talking maybe borderline toe sets happening that day. We'll get more from Schaller coming up in this next heat. But that's that excitement, that buzz that's in the air on land. Everyone's talking about what's coming. And if you're a competitor in this competition, especially maybe for the first time, you're just going, what is going to happen? What are you going to expect? You know, and it actually could be a day where, you know, the best surfers in the world are going to be paddling out with fear in their eyes.
Yeah, I think being a surfer, and I mean, our lives are dictated by the surf forecast, right? And we're constantly checking it, we're constantly updating it. But when there's a big swell on the horizon and you know that you're going to be surfing potentially, that, hey, I mean, your heart is in your throat, and, you know, you might forget about it for about, you know, maybe an hour or two, but then you think about it again, you're like, okay, all right, that's what's coming. It's all right, let's just recenter here, take a few deep breaths. And everyone's talking about it on land. Everyone's talking about, hey, what do you think about the swell? Have you seen the swell? How big is it going to be? Is it going to be paddle? Can we paddle it? How thick is it going to be? Are we going to be able to get into it? And, you know, some of these women and men may have never ever seen it that size or surfed it that size. If you're a rookie on tour and this is your first time here, I mean, that's got to be pretty daunting. And with that coming on the forecast, and at the same time as being daunting, it's also very exciting because you know that the boundaries of surfing are going to be pushed because people are going to rise to the occasion. So for me, I get excited. I personally absolutely love it. This is my favorite stop on tour because I really feel that, you know, it pushes people, you know, and their personal boundaries and what they think is possible. And you really see people rise to the occasion and sort of just, you know, there's less thinking and just reacting in the moment. And yeah, that's why I just love this wave.
So last score for Tati, 2.67. That was the wave where she went to that frontside snap, did make the improvement. Brisa second, and Gabby holding priority, trying to avoid the elimination round. Weston Webb under everyone's priority, just taking this wave up and out, nothing changing. Next heat will be Katie Simmers, Tyler Wright, Vahine Fierro, followed by Joanne DeFay, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a matchup with wildcard Carissa Moore. And heat 4, only 4 heats in the opening round post-cut. We'll have Molly Picklum, defending event champ Caroline Marks, and also rookie Sawyer Lindblad. Had the opening Outerknown Dawn Patrol show, and it was hard to pick a favorite heat to watch because it's such a short tour. We're already talking about top 10, and then you just add the heaviest wild card name you could imagine in Carissa, and then a local wild card who's had back-to-back semifinals, Vahine in the mix. Probably the best look at a draw we've had here in Tahiti.
Oh, it's super exciting, and I mean, we did try. Here we go. We see Carissa, husband Luke, and who's on the very back there? It looks like Shane, I think. But yeah, I'm super excited to see all these heats and the way they unfold. And I know that there's been a lot of women putting a lot of work in out here. And obviously, who we just saw on screen, Carissa, I mean, she's been putting in a ton of effort. And she's got the Olympics coming up as well. But this is basically the last opportunity to get valuable competition experience out here in the lineup before that. And yeah, I can't wait to see what she's doing. I saw her out there yesterday, a little warm-up session, looking connected, looking a bit carefree. But we just know she's been pushing it, so I'm excited.
Pretty crazy when you think about Carissa being a 5-time world champ, a gold medalist, and just focusing on this wave for the past few months as we look at Gabby Bryan using priority, caught behind, and she will not be getting the score, and looks like she will be heading to the elimination round. She's trying to stop the streaks of equal ninths that she's had at this event, back-to-back seasons. And Brisa Hennessy will have priority with 5 seconds to go. Brisa's high mark of 4.83, but not close to catching up with the goofy foot. Representing Brazil, Tatiana Weston Webb opening up strong with a victory straight to the quarterfinals, and her best number she's had at Teahupo'o at a 7.67. Coming up next, heat number 2, which features world number 1, Caitlin Simmers, taking on Tyler Wright and wild card Vahine Fierro. We'll be right back.
Okay, for the heat 2, we start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we just had the heat 2 of the ladies for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. In yellow from the United States, Kathleen Simmers. Blue from Australia, Tyler Wright. And white from Tahiti and France, Vahine Fierro. Just remind you, 35 minutes each, 35 minutes. And for the previous heat, just remind you the result: first place in white, Tatiana Weston Webb; second place red, Brisa Hennessy; third place blue, Gabriella Bryan. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la deuxième série de ce round d'ouverture des filles, avec en jaune l'américaine Kathleen Simmers, numéro 1 mondial, opposée à l'australienne Tyler Wright en bleu, et à la polynésienne Vahine Fierro en blanc. Série de 35 minutes.
What a way to kick off the season here in 2024. Katie Simmers proved that she can pack the biggest barrels in the world, a backdoor and pipeline, beating Molly Picklum on one of the most exciting days in pro surfing history. Everything changed in the superheat with Picklum and Betty Lou in the semifinals, and it was all about Katie choosing the right waves at backdoor when it mattered the most, and kicked off the season world number 1.
This day will go down in the history books. It already has. It was such an amazing moment for women's surfing, and for, yeah, the women that really rose to that occasion that day and pushed the boundaries. But I was super impressed to see Katie, so young, get the win, and yeah, really kickstart this campaign that she's absolutely been on a roll.
Yeah, I think her speech was saying that pipe is for girls and for everybody. You know, she showed that after the final that day. She's world number 1 here at Stop 6, 18 years of age, as she takes on Tyler Wright and wildcard Vahine Fierro. What a dangerous heat this is. Tyler making some big improvements in the last 2 events out here at the end of the road. And Vahine competing on her home court. Very experienced competitor as well. She's not just a barrel rider. She's competing full-time on the Challenger Series as well. As we already see the Water Patrol in motion, picking up Tyler. Flick, let's see what happened here on her opening.
Looks like Tyler's taken off on a smaller inside wave and just getting clipped in the head there by the lip. It looks like she's ended up on the inside here. So Red Bull, jet ski, Tahitian Water Patrol on the way. Grabbed her, punching through that inside there. It is so shallow, and she looks to be okay there, so she's paddling back out, which is good.
Yeah, so just a quick start there, and you're already getting a ride from the Water Patrol. And even on those smaller barrels, there's a lot of risk involved there. You're really running out of water quickly, especially on that inside shelf. So Tyler, a .9 start, and Caitlin Simmers and Vahine waiting to set up priority. And always interesting to see what a local will do, where she decides to sit with the most experience in this lineup. As I promised you guys, we'd bring in senior forecaster Shaler Perry to give us some insight on this swell. First of all, great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure to be here, Joe, Flick.
When you have a waiting period like this, especially in Tahiti, like 3 months ago, we're trying to ask you what the waves are going to be like. I mean, how often has your phone been buzzing, even the last few days, trying to get some updates?
It's been buzzing a bit, but not nearly as much as I've been hammering refresh on the charts.
That's what it's all about. First of all, conditions that we have today. How are things starting off for what you predicted, and what can we expect for the rest of the day?
Yeah, a couple of beautiful waves on tap right now. You know, southwest swell coming from pretty far away. There's a storm in the Southern Ocean, but a couple of quality sets coming through so far this morning. Very encouraging for the back half of the day. It looks like we're going to see the sets pick up in consistency just a little bit. See more of that top end size as we move through the back half of the day. Beautiful light offshore conditions this morning. We're going to settle into easterly trades as we move through the day.
Awesome. Well, I love talking over the blobs and the colors on the Surfline maps, but you're here, so do you mind walking us through the forecast?
Yeah, let's have it.
All right, here we go. Courtesy of Surfline and the man right here, Shaler Perry, senior forecaster. Break it down for us.
Yeah, so Southern Ocean storm setting up the southwest swell that tops out today. It will ease a touch tomorrow, but a couple of great waves through the morning. Really nice conditions on tap this morning with easterly trades ramping up as we move through the day into tomorrow. And then if you've been looking at the forecast at all, what everybody's really hoping and waiting for is the southwest swell for next week. Look at like pumping series of swells later Wednesday into Thursday. And as of right now, the conditions outlook looks favorable with easterly flow. So today, 6 to 8 occasional 10-foot faces coming through. Larger sets, very inconsistent right now. We'll see those a little bit more frequently as we move into the afternoon. And then as we move through the next couple of days, you know, we're going to see a nice start on Sunday. Size eases through the day. Smaller Monday and Tuesday, starting to pick up again before sundown on Tuesday, but really ramping up Wednesday into Thursday. Size solidly into the double overhead range. Sets potentially pushing triple overhead as we move later Wednesday into Thursday.
Holy smokes, you nailed that. That was awesome. What a waiting period we have for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. And we already have a heat winner, Tatiana Weston-Webb, going straight to the quarterfinals. She's hanging out on the boat with Chris Cote.
That's right. Well, if you know, you know, and Tatiana knows. You've been here before many times. Before we get to that heat, let's talk about the preparation you had to go through and the mental awareness that you have to set in to start that first heat of the event.
Yeah, I mean, Teahupo'o is a really, intimidating wave, and to be first heat and not know how big it's going to be is, it's hard, you just got to bring every board and kind of get the reports from people and just go with your gut feeling, I think, and Vahine just got a nug, so stoked. But yeah, I'm really just, I feel so blessed to be able to compete here at this beautiful wave. It's a dream.
Well, that first heat of the day looked pretty chill. You seem very relaxed when you come out of the water, getting a 7.67. That's one of the biggest scores you've ever had out here. How does that set you up for the rest of the week?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I feel like my bail riding has consistently gotten better throughout the years, which is a really great feeling. And I just feel like hopefully if the opportunity presents itself, I can do my best and, get some trainers. So yeah, I'm just really, really stoked to be here. And I really quickly want to thank CB Surf and Comitê Olímpico Brasileiro, because all the people, the staff, Paulo Moura, Bezinho, Renata Parra, Thiago, Dr. Thiago, and Marcelo. You know, we have such a good setup at the camp, and we're staying at Tahure's place, which makes us feel super at home. You know, everyone's so lovely, and yeah, I'm rambling on, but it feels so great as an athlete to have such amazing support surrounding us, and obviously I have my coach Ross too, who's always supporting me, you know, so yeah, just really grateful.
Well, I'm sure we'll be talking to you a lot more on this boat. Tatiana Weston-Webb straight to the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much, Chris. And it's really cool that she went on there, because that's a lot of great people that's in your corner. You know, it's not just being by yourself and trying to make heats. She has quite a support team. As we lock in with world number 1, Katie Simmers, still traveling. One more section, a lengthy tube ride from the 18-year-old to kick out to safety on her opening ride of the morning. Absolutely loved that approach. Had a cool angle to it, a nice long tube ride to kick off this heat.
Yeah, that was incredible. There was a couple of different sections there that she really had to navigate through, and you could really see her wrenching her rail, trying to pull it up just to knife it through those different sections. Can't wait to break that one down again. But even the takeoff, that was critical, just how late it was. It was more of a straighter takeoff as opposed to directly down the line. And this is Vahine's opening ride, so this happened while Tati was in the post-heat interview. Beautiful tube there, just a great read and positioning from the takeoff there to set her up. Just not too deep, yeah, not too wide. You can see her pumping her board through that barrel, dragging that back arm a little bit just to get that longevity in the barrel, and finishes off with a carve. So here we go, you can see her. This is where she weaves a couple of times just to gain that speed, and then she wants to slow down, so she drags that back arm, and you can see her back foot just that little bit further forward on the grip, and she lays into a turn here. So nice way for Vahine, but yeah, I mean, Katie, for me, I mean, that was really well done on the backhand. See, so this is that straighter takeoff. She knifes it up under the lip here. She's so deep, has to weave a couple of times. That wave throws again. She gets a second section. So beautiful opening wave here from current world number 1. And you can see her just changing that rail there ever so slightly. She's got her front arm in the wall of the wave too, and that sort of gives you a gauge on speed too, so you can kind of take your hand in and out of the water. But yeah, beautiful opening score.
What a way to start. Katie Simmers, 7.67 on her opener, similar type of rhythm that Tatiana Weston-Webb had in the previous matchup. Simmers went all the way to the final last year with Caroline Marks, and remember, finals day was kind of shredded with wind. It was incredibly challenging, and for Katie, how cool she is. You know, she just wants to get barreled every time she competes. Releasing that movie recently where she was on her forehand and just had everybody wondering where she went in between events to score one of the raddest right-handers in the world. I think Surfline was a part of that strike mission, and Charlotte Perry is going to tell us exactly where that wave is.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen this time. Okay, but what we can talk to you about is forecasting, being a senior forecaster. I know you guys have great archival forecasts as well. You're always comparing, you know, years that we've had in the past. And can we compare that big day coming up next week to anything we've had at this event?
Yeah, you know, I feel like the bar, anytime you see something that's going to be a really solid swell here, is the 2014 event. Like 2014, undoubtedly the best, one of the, if not the best day of competition here. So there's a lot of similarities in this swell to that swell. We're going to come in below it. That swell, we're talking like 10 feet of deep water swell right now. We're just over 7, maybe 7.5 feet on this swell, so about 75%, you know, just not failing the test as you get put up against 2014, but you know, a quality looking swell, no doubt, but not quite that large.
So it's interesting, on the boat on opening day, our commissioner was kind of saying, hey, it might even be too big as we're getting closer to it. Sometimes the forecast can change. Is it looking more reliable for a day where it's really about paddling in?
Yeah, no, 100%. The potential for a tow swell or like a borderline tow paddle swell was definitely there. As we were probably 5-7 days out. As we moved in, the models came into a lot better agreement. we've seen the storm start to develop, and instead of, say, having winds up in the 50 knot range, we're kind of more in the 35 to 45 knot range. We have seas to 30 feet, but a really large storm system taking a great track towards Tahiti. You know, we have the first 2 days of storm activity pretty much under our belts and have a great read on that so far. So everything for Wednesday, especially Wednesday afternoon, appears on track right now. We'll see the storm system re-intensify as we move into tomorrow and set up a reinforcing swell for Thursday. But right now, it just looks like a really nice swell at the top end of the paddle range.
Gosh, that sounds incredible. Can't wait. I love how you compared it to 2014, because that was unbelievable, watching those visions of John and Kelly maybe in the best heat of all time, Gabe beating Kelly in the final, and just blue, glassy perfection. That was incredibly scary on the sets. As we go into live action, Tyler Wright trying to get barreled, got clamped on her first wave. Didn't quite pull in on that last one, but now under her second scoring ride. Simmers with the 7.67 is in second. Vahine out front with a 6.5 and a 1.2. You're thinking how Vahine's chances are always solid here, but then you think how she would turn into even more of a favorite with a forecast like this.
Oh, absolutely. Yesterday afternoon, I was swimming around in the lineup and actually ended up borrowing one of Connor's boards for a bit and bobbing around. And Vahine was out there, so I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to ask her what she reckons, the local girl. And she was saying it's looking amazing, like what you said, Charlotte. It's looking incredible. She said, you know, we did have that swell the week before this event started, that big one. And she said, just a little bit smaller than that, still, you know, a lot of consequence. It's going to be moving fast, but there should be some really, really good waves still. And, you know, it's definitely going to have, you know, your heart's going to be in your throat. There's going to be those moments where, okay, you're going to have to really put your head down and just commit, because you got to sort of meet these waves with that sort of intensity, because otherwise things can seriously go wrong. But she was excited about it, and I think that her chances are probably going to go up, because you got to think about, you know, how many women really in this draw. I mean, I know Carissa's been spending a lot of time, but how many women have surfed it at that size or seen it at that size consistently? And, you know, Vahine is at the top of that. She is, without a doubt.
Charlotte, as we know, this event originally was in May, and then it switched to August for several years. And now back in May. I know you guys take notes on both months for decades, you know, and obviously two great options. May or August, you're probably going to, hopefully score some good waves.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's May into June, the Southern Hemisphere just really comes into full swing. You also have Antarctic sea ice at its yearly minimum during those months, which kind of keeps a little more real estate for making swell, which can make the front end of the season a little bit more consistent. But you are more likely, as you move into the month of August, to see storm systems be able to push a little bit further north. And as those storm systems come a little closer, you get less swell decay, have the potential for very significant surf.
Love that. And also with this high pressure that you notice with that strong storm, setting up for just incredible long period southwest swell for this waiting period this year. At the moment, it is Vahine Fierro out in front with a 6.5 and a 1.2. Katie is 7.67, and Tyler still third. Senior forecaster Charlotte Perry, thanks so much for your time and joining us. Can't wait to have you back on.
Pleasure.
Charlotte Perry, check out all of his forecasts on Surfline. Sign up for a premium membership and you'll score some good waves. More action to come at the end of the road right after this. The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Mophie, stay powerful. Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And Bank of Tahiti, official banking partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Opening day competition here on Saturday morning, just in heat number 2 of the day. And Vahine Fierro, the wild card, with the lead. World number 1 in second. Tyler Wright still in third with over 16 minutes on the clock. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, big wave charger, CT competitor. Just a fan of surfing in general and this beautiful island of Tahiti. As we know, Vahine came from an outer island recently, really set up shop here at Teahupo'o with so much happening for her career with this event that she's been a part of ever since it came back for the women, but also the Olympic Games as well. She's pushed herself. She's openly talked about the fear of this wave, and she said she's been learning a lot from a lot of her good friends and mentors like Jeremy Flores and here at Teahupo'o, showing her all the parts of the reef, pushing her and her barrel riding and her confidence as well.
Yeah, I've spoken to Vahine about this and her relationship with this wave, and it's actually pretty interesting, right? So she surfed for the first time out here when she was 15 years old, and it was a local contest, and she was saying that she was so scared she didn't actually catch a wave. And she didn't return here for another 2 years until she was 17. And then she was like, okay, right, like, let's start putting a little bit of effort. Started getting a few, few waves on the board. And it wasn't until 2019, when she was 19 years old, that she actually won Best Women's Barrel out here. And that's what kind of egged her on to be like, you know what, I'm going to really dedicate my time to this wave and put in a lot of effort and, start changing my relationship that I have with this wave to one of respect. As we see Katie, oh my goodness, just trying no hands underneath the lip there and just getting absolutely smoked. But that was a bigger sized wave today. That was really, really, really heavy.
Wow,
and
big
she's
wipe
under
out
for a while.
Katie Simmers as she's popping up right there, broken board. And she'll have to go under that next wave.
Wow.
What a charger, though. Got a crazy chip into that early, but ended up just not having a lot of room to really pull in. Water Patrol is going to scoop her up and get her out of there. Great work there from the team.
That was a long hole down too. She was, as far as how big it is today, I mean, that was just really keeping her down there for a long time. But yeah, like you said, she got that chip in, so it was interesting because she got in early. She just couldn't quite get up underneath that wave. It was kind of a bit feathery though. It wasn't really open and round and hollow. So she wasn't able to kind of get straight up underneath that. Let's have a look. So this one, like you said, she gets the chip in and she tries to get underneath, but just looks like that board actually the wave actually ended up breaking directly the lip on top of her board and her body. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, it's still in one piece as it's going over, so it must have happened after. And you can just see she tries here, no hands, tries to duck up underneath, and it just clocks her straight in the head. So, oh my goodness, that was so gnarly.
What
and so much water.
A lot of humans probably would have jumped before that, but she still wanted to get barreled, so she chanced it with the lip coming down, but it ended up just shoving her into the impact zone, and one of the biggest wipeouts we've had this morning. But that is Katie Simmers for you. Absolute charger, just 18 years of age, getting another surfboard after the ride with the Tahitian Water Patrol, and now slowly getting herself back into position.
Yeah, that was so radical. I mean, obviously Katie's wearing a helmet right now, and helmets are great out here. I mean, I'm a big advocate for it because it is super shallow, right? And the one thing about a helmet, though, when you do take a lip to the head, or even when you're getting worked underneath the water, it almost feels like she's just checking out her leg there, so maybe she contacted the reef a little bit. But it actually feels like you're getting ripped around a bit more because it's sort of like this buoyancy on top of your head. So as they are amazing and I'm the biggest advocate for it, like I said, but yeah, it almost adds a different sort of intensity to when you do go down in a situation like that. And that lip clocked her straight in the head right then. So, I mean, that was really heavy. It was super committed. And I like to see it because it gives you an idea of just the intention from Katie. And, you know, when it gets big, she's not scared.
You can tell from her post-heat interviews, you know, if she makes a heat, or as she said one event earlier this year, getting compy, you know, just kind of like doing what it takes to win, you know, instead of just riding waves freely. You know, she kind of always wants to go back out there and show the world what she's got. You know, she's here to do her brand of surfing, and I think she should be proud of how she's putting this heat together, the wave she made, but also showing how brave she is to be in such a critical part of one of the heaviest waves on tour.
Yeah, I think just to speak to what you were saying before about her getting compy is really cool for us to see, because we all know that she has an amazing talent, amazing style. She draws different sort of lines than what we're used to seeing on the women's tour. She has a different approach to these waves, but I personally love to see it. And obviously she is competitive. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You wouldn't be on tour if you weren't. So I just like to hear her speaking openly about that, because I feel like if she can button a few things up, like we've seen her do this year, I mean, she's already put away 2 massive results at 2 of the most iconic waves. If you could think about any 2 waves or any 2 World Tour events you want to win, I mean, Pipe and Bells are definitely going to come to mind, right? Bells, you know, probably one of the most, has the most history behind the event, one of the most iconic. And then Pipeline, I mean, who doesn't want to win there? So she's already jacked 2 of the biggest wins you can possibly want and checked those off, you know, the bucket list, which is incredible. But yeah, I just love seeing her get a bit more compy, making those decisions when, you know, maybe she only needs a 2 to get through to a heat. And in the past, she might not have taken off on a wave because necessarily that's not what the surfer wants to do. As we see her taking off here.
Nice look at Katie after the wipeout, pulls in, super solid, wave spits, and she comes flying out. Just showing the incredible ability and the nature of Katie Simmers. After a brutal wipeout, she already had a really significant start with that 7.67 and was in the lead, but she's already putting her head down and going again, and under priority.
It's really cool to see. Exactly what you said, under priority, and just dust it off. Wasn't so bad. Like, let's just get straight back out and into it. And just really impressive just to be able to reframe like that so quickly. I think it's really important, because those sort of moments can be quite rattling. And if you don't kind of dust it off quickly, like, I mean, that's what I would like to do. This perfect underneath priority. I mean, Tyler and Vahine not even looking at this one, this hitting that inside shelf, really bending on the reef there. And yeah, she was able to back up this 7.67 really nicely. I mean, this is going to be a good score. And just, you can just see her technique is so good. And I love that she's using her front arm there to sort of gauge the speed of the wave. You can see it touching the face of the wave here just to slow down. She then takes it off the face of the wave ever so slightly and then digs it in even more here, because she can see it's only going to be a short barrel. She wants to stay in this thing as long as possible. And you can see the board fully getting covered there by that lip of the wave, which means she did end up getting a bit deeper. Beautiful backup wave there, and really well done. But yeah, and really well done under priority too. So that was pretty impressive. And you know what? So last year, Vahine actually went down in the semi-finals to Katie Simmers, right? And Vahine, as we know, local wildcard, she's got 2 semi-final appearances out here and the 2 times she's surfed and competed. But she's going to not want Katie to beat her right now. I mean, as a competitor, you know, this is Vahine's break. She's spent a lot of time here. She's logged a lot of experience. But yeah, she went down to Katie, and Katie in that heat ended up getting a 9-point ride. And for me right now, I just know how competitive Vahine is as well. And I'm excited to see where she can go, and if the set comes, what Vahine is willing to do, because I know she's going to want to get the win.
Well, second and third go to the elimination round, and from Renato Hickel's text this morning on the feed, I mean, he has that planned for this afternoon with the commissioner's office, and there's going to be a big name packing up today. I mean, you can't run away from that. We're down to the top 10 full-time, focusing on the final 5. We're going to be baffled at a few big names potentially packing up and moving on. So 7:25 to go. What a roll for Katie Simmers. And you can speak to this, Flick, with your love for giant waves, where sometimes a wipeout can be the best thing that can happen to you. You know, obviously there's a lot of different ways that can go, But thinking for Katie, willing to just get so worked on that wave previous, but then coming up and going, wow, I'm all right. And then it almost can give you confidence to actually hunt down even bigger waves.
For sure. Kind of looks like a little wave rolling through here. See who's having a look. We'll get back to that. It looks like Vahine.
Vahine now showing that local knowledge. Super deep on this one. Over the foam ball and gets spit out of a cave. That was unbelievable.
She was so deep on that one. That was so good. I can even see her. I can't even see her face right now, but I know she'd be smiling. She's got such a beautiful smile. She'd be super stoked on that one. That thing was mental. And she chased that down the reef. She could see it bending. She could see it was going to stand up. And yeah, that was really impressive. I honestly thought, oh, okay, she a bit too deep here, but that thing was mental.
That was unbelievable. Another look here, Flick.
Yeah, let's have a look. You can see her kicking. She's paddling so fast. She wants that early entry into this one. Knifes it straight down the line. See how deep she was here. She traveled through that one. She had to weave a few times just to make sure she made the exit. This angle right now, I just love to see it. We get to really see how deep she is. You can see she's pumping. She's threading this one down the line. That section broke in front of her. She's on the foam ball, riding out in front of it. As soon as the ball gets stuck on the foam ball, it is so challenging just to navigate it. It's like riding a bucking ball, right? Like, she takes off, she weaves down the line. You can see how shallow and beautiful it is. That section, you see her riding on the foam ball, shoots out in front of it. That was so well done. Just beautiful, beautiful surfing from Vahine. Just so technical. That's probably one of the most technical barrels we've seen all morning.
And the best number that she's received as a wild card out here, a 933. The local absolutely flexing. Waited a long time because she knows this lineup better than anybody. Was ultra deep over the foam ball. How about this angle from the water?
Oh, this thing was just so crazy. So excited to see it. It just, for her to weave through that section, that one broke in front of it. It produced a foam ball. She hit it and she rode out in front of it. Oh, just speaks to, you know, the experience, the technicality of that wave, and yeah, just the level of surfing that she's bringing here. And like I said, if she gets the opportunity, she's not going to want to go down against Katie, because she knows that she went down to Katie with Katie scoring a 9, and now Vahine's just dropped a 9.33 in this heat. She's shot through up into that first position, and that's the advancing position today. Vahine's going to want to take control here and, you know, probably force the hand of Katie, because she knows what Katie's capable of. But wow, I mean, that was absolutely beautiful, and yeah, so pumped to see it. So excited now for the rest of the day. It's going to be really, really jazzed.
Great time for the career of Vahine Fierro, qualifying for Paris 2024, and the venue right here in French Polynesia on the island of Tahiti. This is her home break these days. She's really been focusing on this wave, moving off her outer island, and really spending majority of her time right here, especially when the wave is firing. She's seen it on some big days. She's really been pushing herself, and right there, that just showed the local knowledge. She could identify exactly where she wanted to take off. You can see she was ultra deep, and that's one of my favorite barrels in the last 2 seasons, right there from Vahine, from the entire event, a 933. Last contest, Katie Simmers was the only surfer with an excellent score, and to get one this early just in Heat 2, good signs ahead for this event.
Oh, you just start rubbing your hands together. And when we just had Shola in here talking about the forecast coming up too, you just know how good it's going to be. And I mean, let's have another look here. She's just super deep, weaving down the line, and just, I mean, that wave had a lot of energy too. It was moving super fast on the reef, and she just did so well to hang on. It also speaks to her core strength and just like the strength in the legs to be able to hang on there, because riding a foam ball is not easy at all. So that was super, super impressive.
Vahine up again on the inside, flying away. And the adrenaline she must be feeling, one, after getting incredibly barreled over the foam ball, but getting a 933, one of the best scores she's had in her career as a wild card on the CT. She'll pick off another one with 2:23 to go, riding a Channel Islands Happy Traveler at the moment.
Yeah, another beautiful wave. You can see she just hit the foam ball there at the end of that section, but I mean, she just has it absolutely on lock, doesn't she? And I said it sort of in the morning show, but you know, she's kind of got one hand on this trophy, and it's everyone else is trying to wrench it off her. When you look at the ability here, I mean, she got that wave under priority. She knew exactly where to position on the reef, you know, and I think, you know, obviously Katie and Tyler not really even looking at that one, and it just hit perfectly, and she had such a great read on it. But yes, it just speaks to all the time, all the experience that she's put in here. When she moved here, she told me in 2019, and to this island, just specifically because obviously she wants to dedicate time to this wave, but it also has beach breaks, you know, that are available to her because, as we know, she's on the Challenger Series. She's trying to make it here full time, and yeah, it's just better for her to practice. She's got a couple of beach breaks down the road, better to practice for the Challenger Series. But yeah, just demonstrating right now that if she was full-time on the tour, just knowing the waves that would be on offer, I mean, she'd be deadly. Because she's also got, and this is another thing that we see from her too, that Jessie Mendez spoke to it earlier in the morning show a couple of days ago, is that, you know, you sometimes get these local wildcards who are incredible at this destination because they put so much time in, but maybe lack that sort of strategy, a heat strategy. But Vahine has it all. I mean, she's logged a lot of years on the Challenger Series. She's come incredibly close to qualifying a couple of years in a row, maybe just finishing one spot short of qualifying. So she's right there. She's right there.
Yeah, she's also had wild cards at the CT level in France in the past, and working closely with legends like 88 world champ Barton Lynch for heat strategy. He's been in her corner for a very long time. Always impressed with her work ethic and how much improvement she's made in that competitive arena. But putting on an absolute show here, showing how deep she can go here at Teahupo'o. 9.33. Backing up with a 6.8. Her best combined total she's had as a wild card. Now in her third start here at the end of the road. She will take the jump straight into the quarterfinals. That will send world number 1, Katie Simmers, into the elimination round with Tyler Wright later on today, as the channel is so proud of Vahine, as they're hoping that she will take that number 1 trophy at the end of this event. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. DeFay taking on Betty Lou and wildcard Carissa Moore. We're bringing Kaifu Guerrero and Jessie Mendez for the call.
Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come to activations with them.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae. It doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Coral reef, it creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. It's my life really, because I'm a surfer and I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean, and the ocean always gives to us, and we just have to give back.
Maeva, and welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Opening round for the women's out in the water 4 days into the event window, and we got some dreamy conditions here at the end of the road. Yorana te poi poi. Good morning, I'm Kai Guerrero along with Jesse Mendez. And Jesse, God, we waited for a while. There's been some fun waves, but it's really nice to see what's going on right now, especially coming off that last heat. Vahine Fierro, 9.33.
Oh my gosh, she had a blast. It looked like she was just non-stop in such a good rhythm. Got so many west bows under priority, mostly in the last 5 minutes of the heat. I was jealous I wasn't out there because it looked so fun.
I'm hoping that is some forthcoming for what we have coming on for the rest of the day. Check out this heat in the water. Opening round, heat number 3. Joanne DeFay, currently number 2 in the world, up against Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and can't believe you call her a wild card, but that's right, she is a wild card. 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, Carissa Moore out in the lineup. And this is an interesting setup in this heat, Jesse, in that Carissa was saying her goodbye at Pipeline at the beginning of this season. We were looking for a tremendous goodbye from the 5-time world champ, Carissa Moore, but it was a quick goodbye because Carissa was eliminated in the elimination round by Sakura Johnson as well as Isabella Nichols.
Yes, and they have a lot of history behind. They always have some feisty heat, so it's just awesome to see, and I love to see Carissa. Sorry, excuse me. I love to see Carissa with the low seed because it makes things so interesting.
Doesn't
you know, like
yeah,
all the surfers that are coming into the event, they know Carissa is going to match the high seed, so it makes it mix it up a bit because you used to see her in the yellow jersey or close to it.
Yeah, 100%. We're right now what we're seeing is really kind of the master versus apprentice conversation when we talk about Sakura Johnson and Carissa Moore. Sakura, formerly part of the Sea Stars when she was just a little grommet, a mentoring program that Carissa had, and Sakura has grown into her role on the championship tour. Just 19 years old. 3 years on the CT, currently number 7 coming into this event. Some impressive numbers just for a teenager when we talk about Sakura. And I feel probably one of the favorites out here at the end of the road.
No doubt. She's definitely has proven to us at Pipeline how good she is on tube riding. Also on her backhand, she had an amazing wave at Pipe. And I was actually surfing with her a bunch before the event started, and we had that great week of run of swells with big waves, and she was out every day, and every day she was improving, and every day she was actually telling me, I want a big one, I want a big one, and she kept stepping it up every time, and I saw some amazing rides from Sakura, and she's a fierce competitor, so.
Yeah, this is the first time we're going to see her here. She got injured last year at J-Bay, previous to this event, was unable to compete here at Teahupo'o. But we will see once the first set comes through what she's been saving up. 5'6", regular foot. She's been experimenting with a number of different surfboard brands this year. And we'll see what's under her feet when we get going. Joanne DeFay is a different conversation here in this heat, Jesse, in that Joanne coming into this event, number 2 on the rankings. This has been a great year for Joanne DeFay. 2 finals already in the first 5 events for DeFay. And she's spent a decade now on the championship tour. But when it comes down to Teahupo'o, Joanne has yet to make it through a heat here. So 9th place finishes both times she's shown up here at Teahupo'o.
And it's crazy to think because Joanne is such a all-rounded surfer. If you look at her results, she barely discards 89s. She's usually on the quarterfinals and up. So this could be her downside. Yeah. This could be something that she should improve on. And it's also exciting for a surfer because, you know, it's a challenge for you. So she's coming in here looking at the conditions and know it's going to be good, but she has something to prove yet because she hasn't. So, I mean, the waves is as good as he gets as far as 6-foot faces here at Chopo. So nothing better than start that way.
Yeah, great start. And number 2 in the rankings, mind you, this is the back half of the season. This is the race for the final 5. And this back half of the season, you don't have a luxury of a throwaway. So every single result counts for that race for the final 5, Jesse.
Yeah, and this is, you know, a lot of pressure. The closer you get from your goal, the more it builds up inside of you. And of course, she's seen the opportunity to be in the top 5 and maybe clinch a world title. So it's building inside, you know, you just got to hold it and breathe it through and make the smart decisions on the heat. And let's see how it's going to play right now. She is sitting deeper than everyone, so she wants to start strong.
Yeah, it's interesting as we look at this pullback shot. Carissa Moore, Joanne DeFay kind of shoulder to shoulder there, open priority for this heat, and no exchange as of yet. So the positioning is going to determine who gets priority in this opening priority situation. I'm prioritizing the wave of the day so far. That was a 9.33 for the local girl, Vahine Fierro. She's on the boat with Chris Cote.
It's Vahine's world. We're just living in it. At 9.33 to start the event right in your backyard. Describe how it felt to come shooting out of that barrel into the channel, knowing that you just got a huge score.
Yeah, it's amazing to have like great conditions today. Like it's the first time in this event that I ever get that good of waves, so it's like amazing. And the waves are kind of slow, but when it would come, it's like good waves. And Caitlin started with a good score, and then I kind of like waited for a while, and then I saw this like really west one, and I went, paddled really hard, and it's a brand new board. Thank you, Britt Merrick, Channel Island, because I broke all my boards, like my old boards, and that's a brand new 6-1, and it's magic. Thank you, Britt. And I like the foam ball hit me, and I hit it, and it shoot me out, and I came out with the spit, so it was a great feeling.
And what's it mean to you to represent, like you just did, for Tahiti with the entirety of the surfing world all focused on this piece of reef?
Yeah, it's cool, you know, like it's the only event I have here during my competitive season. So it's so nice to be at home, to feel like everybody's energy, and it's just really special. It's like beautiful, whether it's like raining, sunny, good waves, bad waves, it's always a good place to be at. So I'm stoked to be here.
And I'm sure you have a ton of friends and family riding around on jet skis behind us, but you got a lot watching at home as well. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, we're trying to mimic the Olympics, so it's not really going to be like this, but oh well, I'll take it. Thank you.
Vahine Fierro dropping 9.33 in her opening round. What a way to start.
What a way to start, and hopefully a little bit of a forecast for what we have in store for us opening day here at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Stop number 6 on this championship tour. Quiet start though, however, for opening round, heat number 3, Jesse.
Yes, definitely. And you see the quieter it starts, the heat, the more tension in the water it gets, because the surfer starts to out-position itself and fight for the inside. As you see right here, Carissa already taking the deeper part of the bank. So it gets a little bit more nerve-wracking and exciting for us to watch.
I mean, I feel the nerves too, because a lot of times the result of the heat really a lot of times actually depends upon your start. If you get a keeper starting score, build momentum, it may not be the biggest score in the entirety of the heat, but a lot of times the complexion of the heat is really that starting exchange and who gets that first advantage on that starting exchange. Your experience with that?
Totally, Kaipo, I really agree with you with that position. I think it takes a lot of pressure off your back, and mostly being on the first heat of the event for these competitors, things build up. You know, they've been sitting around for 4 days knowing the forecast is going to be good. So there's a lot on the line, and everyone wants to prove to themselves. So if you start early and start with a good score, you just build on that confidence throughout the heat.
A little hypnotized by that shot there of the land and the beautiful valley that's up there, but also that valley is important in that you got some lineups over there. Do you use or do you coach to use any lineups when we look back at the valley from the reef pass?
100%. You have to, mostly because you're sitting probably about half a mile, I would say, from the shore, maybe a little less. So you kind of need those mountains to line up, and you use a lot of the scaffolding as well. You use the boats and the buoys. I know some people, I'm not going to throw it away their secret because they told me, but they do
share
have
a
some
little
lineups.
secret.
I can't.
Okay,
I can't.
okay.
He was gonna be bummed at me. He specifically told me, "Don't tell anyone." I was like, "Okay, fine." But there's lineups. You try to link up and see how deep you are, how far up the point, and it helps, you know?
Yeah, sure does. Well, Joanne DeFay is sitting patiently out there. She's also featured in a Samsung feature called The Next Wave. Let's take a look, a little sneak preview to that Samsung feature.
Surfing has this allure. It's different to any sport on the planet.
Being in the Olympics, to me, it's such a special thing.
It's an absolute love story between humans and Earth.
It's almost bigger than the Olympics. It's like a celebration of our sport.
As we get back to live action, Sakura Johnson sneaks away from the pack. A little wide one for Sakura. Sakura pulls in. A little pit right there, spin on the back, and that will start the scoring for this heat. We will not have a restart, and things will get going. The priority rotation will get going as well. Joanne DeFay as well as Carissa Moore out there. Joanne on the paddle, on the outside of Carissa Moore. Coming out of that promo for the Samsung Next Wave, featuring Joanne DeFay and also featuring, narrated by 1977 world champ Sean Thompson. Surely something people want to check out. A couple waves coming through here. No takers at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we have someone paddling.
And Sakura is going to get a quick backup here. Pulls in and just jumps off the back of her board. So that will be an inconsequential score. The meaningful score will come from Sakura's first wave to set the situation in this heat.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake right there for Sakura because she started well. Obviously, it's not going to be a big score. It was a critical takeoff, but she was a little bit, she was in the barrel, but she didn't get deep enough as much as the judges like to see. But then she paddled back out straight into a west bow without priority. That looked like even better than her first wave as far as positioning, but she ended up just not grabbing the rail well enough and ended up falling over the handlebars right there, and she could have started very strong the heat.
So 4.5 was the opener for Sakura Johnson, followed up with just a fractional score for her second ride. You see more action on the reef here, and we'll see what eventuates. You talked about the West Bowl. Can you kind of break down for us, Jesse, what the West Bowl is out here at Teahupo'o?
Yeah, so basically the West Bowl, let's see this wave first from her, but as you see, she didn't hold her rail, so she kind of lost balance when she hit when the lip hit her head right there, and she ended up falling. We'll get back to that after Carissa.
Carissa, stop, stall, in the barrel, shoots out of there for the 5-time world champ. And that's going to be a nice start for Carissa Moore. Patient in her approach. Open priority between herself and Joanne DeFay. She was able to sneak away. Here goes JoJo. Off the bottom, falls. She's going to take a trip over the falls on that one. We'll see as she pops up. That was actually Sakura on that last wave that got sucked over. So she'll have a couple of near misses there for Sakura Johnson. She opened up with a 4.5, still waiting for opening ride for Carissa Moore. Still quiet out in the lineup, Joanne DeFay in the red jersey. Replay here. First, Carissa Moore.
Yeah, check this out. So the difference between these two waves from Sakura and Carissa, you see she was backdooring that section. She was much deeper in the banks, and as she took off, she was just holding her line very steady, very solid on her foot. The wave spit a little bit before she pulled in and going over the fumble right there, a second one, and coming out. This is gonna be a great score because she was able to put herself in that most critical part of the barrel, which is behind the fumble, as you see it right here. The wave covers her, she goes through that fumble right there and then comes out. Like, she looks stoked because she knows she was deep enough to get a good score and start the heat very well.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. Here we can see it again, Jesse, in slow motion.
Yeah, look at that arm, that left arm that she has just barely touching the water, just kind of measuring how close she can stay from the wall so she doesn't hit the shoulders or hit their head. So it's just very technical from her and just solid surfing.
Carissa coming out of this. She's here with her husband, Luke, and also her coach, Shane Dorian's in her corner. Take a look here at Sakura and the wipeout.
Man, that's just a very tricky wave to ride, but once again, letting that rail go. And what that does, keep you a little bit more stand up and your center of gravity. Once that there's much energy in the wave, I guess we'll get back after Joanne's wave.
Joanne getting funneled. Nice little cone to start off for JoJo. So she's going to get a meaningful score as well. So this heat building up right now. We're waiting for two important scores. One for Joanne Defay, one for Carissa Moore.
Yeah, beautiful wave selection from her. Just that perfect kind of southwest wave that doesn't grow so much, but just runs down the reef very nicely. She just ran with the barrel in the perfect speed. Could have been a little bit deeper to be more critical, but just to start the heat, that's very well done for Joanne.
Yeah, great technique, great surfing, good patience. Here we go, Carissa Moore, water angle here, cutting to the straight on shot. Another funnel cake for Carissa Moore. A little trip in the tube, back to back for Moore, so she should be going out in front in this heat. We could see Shane Dorian out in the channel with a watchful eye on Carissa Moore, who he is supporting.
It doesn't seem like this time off made her forget how to compete, huh?
No. Very natural. There's Shane Dorian coaching Carissa Moore. Shane Dorian is actually part of the elite club. I call it the Tahiti 10-point club. Shane Dorian scored a perfect 10 out here back in 2001. So we know Shane-o knows how to surf this waves, knows backhand tube riding, and a great guy to be in the corner of Carissa. Here we go. A replay of Joanne Defay.
Yeah, you see that's just a perfect clean wave, and as I mentioned, she was just able to match the speed of the wave. Sometimes you want to be a little bit slower so you can get a bit deeper and look like what Carissa did going through the fumbles. The judges are gonna enjoy that more. As you see right here, the contrast, she's butt dragging right there, so she's using her front leg to slow herself down, as you see right there, even throws water up the air. And that was just very smart surfing for Carissa and very technical. Smaller wave, smaller barrel, but as far as what you could have done on that wave, she did as much as she could and just looks solid, Carissa, right now.
So judges really digesting these morning scores to get back, and Joanne Defay again has to pull up on the rail, pulls on the lip just for a second for her backup. So it'll be busy work in the judges' tower right now to get those scores. And a shot here from above, and all the support squad out there. So opening ride for Carissa, 6.5. Still need another score for Carissa Moore. 5.5 for Joanne Defay. We're still waiting for a follow-up ride score for this ride right here, Jesse.
Yeah, kind of similar idea of the wave before. She did well, but she could have slowed herself down to be a little bit deeper. But that was a tricky wave, had a little bit of lump. The barrel started a bit tight, and then it opened up. And yeah, when it opens up on the west bow, which is the right side closer to the boat side, there's so much energy in that area that it's very hard for you to wipe your speed off. That's why usually backhanders used to use their legs to slow themselves down, because the wave has so much power that just pushes you out of the barrel very quick, and that's what happened to Joanne right there.
You can mind surf through that one there, and we look at the lineup. And talking about the west bowl, is the closest one to the channel?
Yes, so it's going to be on the right side of the screen right there, closer to where those the caddies are sitting right there, those surfers standing on the board. And it almost hits them. It comes up way tall, close to them, but then it swings back out to the bank. So it's kind of an intimidating wave, actually. It grows in size and has way more energy into it, and it's right on that very shallow part of the bank. So it's it's where it gets very critical.
And you know, looking at that surfline forecast, we've been talking about it all morning. We're expecting a large southwest swell with a fair bit of west in the swell. So we're expecting some crazy waves coming through, coming from that channel, hitting the reef from that aspect, from that direction, and that's when those big, thick barrels come into play. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, and that's when you see when it's on the bigger side of things, like you see a guy paddling for a wave that looks like a 6-footer, and all of a sudden the thing turns to a 10-foot. So it just grows in size so much as it hits the bank.
Pickles getting ready. Molly Piglam with her coach Glenn Micro Hall. She's coming up in the next heat up against the defending champ Caroline Marks. And there she is, looking relaxed. As well as Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie. It's going to be his first time we're going to see Sawyer here at Teahupo'o.
And I gotta say, I actually was in the boat a few days ago, and I saw her get a very good wave, very late takeoff into a beautiful barrel. She can do some damage and kind of surprise us as she did a pipeline and backdoor, getting that 7-point right in her first ever heat. And she mentioned she has never got barreled at backdoor before. Yeah. That was her first time. So,
well, yeah, Sawyer's has been an impressive project this year as a rookie year. Came through clutch at event number 5 to survive that mid-season cut. She needed to make the final. She did just that. And that's when you see rookies perform under that kind of pressure, Jesse, you know they got a bright future.
100%. And also how young she is to actually step up under pressure in that situation. Yeah. You know, like, it's her dream to be there, and that dream could be crushed right there, and she was able to just pull through it like a veteran. So that was impressive from her, and now it's almost like more relaxing time for her, so she could be deadly.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The pressure's off. We got a wave coming through here. We'll see if we have any takers. Well, insider funnels through. And it's going to be Sakura slides down, sliding into a nice inside cave there. And Sakura Johnson. We're going to wait for the score for that last of Sakura and the back half of this heat after this quick commercial break.
Like, how do you feel representing France on the world stage?
There's something very powerful about it. Maybe a little bit stressful too. Being on tour again, fighting with the best female surfer on the planet, being in the Olympics, partnering up with some massive brand like Samsung is just amazing. I still love it. Like when I do it and I put my rashi, I still love it, you know. But I think I'm a competitor, so I don't think I'm gonna get tired of it.
Right.
Joanne Defea on the lineup with Dave Proden. You can also see Joanne in a new film from Samsung and the WS. It's called The Next Wave. Scan this QR code to see this Next Wave, narrated by 1977 world champ Sean Thompson. It's a must to check out in the build-up to the Paris Olympics here at Teahupo'o. And Joanne will be representing France in that competition. We're back from break. When we left, there was a wave ridden by Sakura Johnson, and the score comes in at a 5.7. Capybara along with Jesse Mendez. Your thoughts on that last wave and the score for this right here?
Very similar wave selection from her 4.5, but the difference is right there. She gets behind the curtain. She actually uses her front leg to slow herself down and wipe off the speed. So that just puts herself in a more critical position. See her right there? She's going to use it right there. That in front leg gets deeper, just a little bit in front of the foam bow, and gets spit out. So that little touch of difference gave her a 1.2 difference on the score, and now she's sitting in a good spot.
Yeah, watching this another time in slow motion, and she put herself within reach of a lead in the heat.
As you see it right there, just getting behind, very throaty, thick wave right there. Beautiful technique from Sakura, and getting spit out right there. Beautiful wave, and now sitting in third priority. She's going to be able to sit a little wider and maybe sneak one of those west bows that we've been mentioning. But no, it looks like she's actually pretty close to everyone.
Yeah, 5.24 will take her to the lead again. The format following the cut for this back season in this opening round is the first place surfer skips the elimination round for the women, goes straight to the quarterfinals. So really important, and a lot of consequence straight from the opening round in this post-cut format, Jesse.
Yes, and also after the post-cut, you have some people that obviously went back to the Challenger Series, but makes the way more stacked of a second round elimination round. So you're going to see some gnarly heats in round 2 right now, because mostly on the women's side, you're going to have only a very few women's left, and it's going to look very impressive.
Yeah, so elimination round, we're slated to have that women's elimination round this afternoon. We're expecting the swell to grow, and in the elimination round, it will be one-on-one, head-to-head competition for spots in the quarterfinals. That's how we're going to end the day today. We're just at the beginning. Thank you for joining us here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Glad to get things kicked off here, and anticipating a swell to continue to rise throughout the day. Winds forecasted to be from a great direction, and now we're under the 5-minute mark. So time for Carissa Moore with heat control. Jesse, she's got the lead, she's got priority, 5-time world champ. She knows how to close out a heat.
Yes, and in her advantage right now, Sakura and Joanne are actually sitting right by her, and mostly for Sakura being third priority. Usually you have 2 wave sets, not 3. So in my perspective right there, she should almost be on the west bow. As you see right there, like they're sitting where you should sit if you have priority, but sitting in third priority with 4 minutes left, might as well gamble and try that west bow that comes underneath. And you know, like she's only needing a 5.24. It's a mid-range score, and it could be a good opportunity for her.
Yeah. The West Bow is the star of the show, but sometimes the Southwest Peak or even the South Peak, Jesse, is competition-wise is a more dependable wave, because it seems like there's more waves that break there.
Yes, mostly with this swell. The swell is the southwest swell, but it's not like completely more towards the west bow. So you're going to see the best waves coming in there, but you can also find high scoring opportunity a little bit wider underneath. And sometimes not sometimes, but most times you can't even see it. Like once you see it, the wave's like going so wide from you. And once it comes back, it's already too late. So if someone's sitting to the right of the surfers right now, like about 15 foot, they have an advantage to maybe sneak one under, you know?
Wave coming through here. It's going to be Joanne DeFay using her second priority, and she goes down there, so that hands over second priority to Sakura Johnson, puts Sakura in a much better situation. You talked about two-wave sets. Two-wave set that comes through here could change this situation out on the water for Carissa Moore and Sakura Johnson.
100%, and that was maybe a little bit of a mistake from Joanne. That wave looked a bit shouldery. So now Sakura being in a good position. Obviously, you want to be in Carissa's spot right now. 2 minutes left, priority, best score of the heat by almost a point from Sakura. But still, she's in a good spot. If a good set comes, most likely two waves would head her way.
So we talked about the master and the apprentice story in this heat, and that's exactly how it's playing out in the final 2 minutes. Carissa Moore on the inside with priority, with the lead. Sakura Johnson trying to get a sneaky or just hope for a multiple wave set to have a chance of just over a mid-range score to change the entire script out in this heat.
Yes. Hopefully they have like one more shot each, you know, which it could totally happen because this heat was on the slower side, not many big sets, so there should be one approaching at some point soon.
Competition-wise, Carissa just paddled from the inside of Sakura to the outside of Sakura. Explain that move.
I think in my perspective, it just gives you an extra second to decide if you really want to go on the wave or not, because you're basically playing defense right now. And also, if you stay deeper, sometimes your opponent don't even have any interest on the wave. So if you sit under them, it makes them do the decision first for then you to realize, is this a 5.24 or is it not? So it gives you a little bit of an advantage and a little bit more time so you can make a decision.
Yeah, great explanation right there. So basically what happened with that situation with Carissa Moore, who's such a veteran, right? That she went from playing offense at 3-minute mark, right under the 2-minute mark, she moves her position, and now she more has a defensive posture, if you would, in this final few seconds.
100%. She's total on defense. She sits in a good spot of the heat, and also if she decides, okay, this is the wave that I gotta block, and then she'll play offense after that. So
here she goes. Let's see if Sakura forces her hand. She looks over at Betty Lou. It says, go ahead, Grom. And another smart decision. She saw that wave, and to your point, if Sakura was probably sitting a little bit wider, maybe that west bolt came into play.
The problem at that moment, if she was sitting wider, Carissa would be sitting with her, but that wave grew. You could see it on the screen. It was drawing down the line, so that was more of a west wave, so she was sitting way too deep for that wave. That's why Carissa didn't even look at it. Like, I mean, she looked, but she didn't pull the trigger.
Well, Carissa Moore easily into the quarterfinals. We'll see Sakura as well as Joanne DeFay in the elimination round later this afternoon. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with more action from Teahupo'o.
And Joanne DeFay will be in the elimination round. For the next 8, please stay on 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, 8-4 ready to start. We're going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is the start of the last kick of the opening round for the women. Red is from Australia, Molly Pittman. Blue from United States, Caroline Marks, and also from the United States.
Look at that last year at the end of the road where Caroline Marks set herself up in the barrel, set herself up for the win, and set herself up for a world title, Jesse.
Yeah, that was just the beginning of a good roll that she got by the end of the season, and just looking, wave selection on that event for her was clutch. Like, she was always on clean waves. As you see right there, there's a lot of wind going through, but she was able to identify those cleaner waves and, yeah, take advantage of it because she had an impeccable event last year here.
Caroline out in the lineup along with Molly Picklum, who's come into this event number 3 in the rankings, and the rookie out of San Clemente, California, talking about Sawyer Lindblad in this final heat of the women's opening round. What do you think about this heat, Jess?
It's a hard, very hard heat to pick before. You do have probably the best female tube rider at the moment right now, going front side and back side, in my opinion, which is Molly Picklum, and she has proven at Pipeline how good she was both ways. And then you have the defending champ Caroline Marks, and an up-and-coming that I've personally saw getting super drained a few days ago, and she got super drained at backdoor, which is, in my opinion, will be harder task for you to get barreled backdoor backhand than out here at Teahupo'o for her on her front side. So I think whoever makes the smartest decision is going to take this one down.
Yeah. Well, when we look at let's take a look at the analytics for this heat and the heat winning percentage for each of the surfers in this heat, in Tahiti specifically. Well, Sawyer, she automatically has a 0% heat winning percentage because this is her first showing. Molly Picklum, she's also at 0% given that she had a 5th place finish last year, but the elimination round doesn't count. A win in the elimination round doesn't count into your heat winning percentage. So by the book, Molly Picklum, 0% heat winning percentage as well out here in Tahiti. Meanwhile, Caroline Marks, 83% heat winning percentage as we file down through the numbers here. So that's the analytics here. We can see some of the stats on Caroline Marks. Number 6 on the rankings coming into Tahiti, 22 years old, and already a world champ.
100%. If you look at stats, obviously, Caroline taking this one down by a lot, but I don't think Molly's surfing as far as tube riding translated to that. Sometimes it just happens, you know, you like make not the best decisions, but as far as tube riding and her technique mostly on her backhand here, it's pretty unique on the woman's side, and looks like they're fighting a little bit for positioning right there, making things interesting for us.
I like it. Molly Picklum, 21 years old, number 3 on the rankings. You can see her right there, just paddling on the inside of Caroline Marks casually. And says, hey, I'll take the inside if you're not paying attention.
And she went deeper, but then she moved back and got very close to it. Like, that's just like poking it, you know? Like,
love seeing it. You know, and you can speak to the kind of the mental joust that happens out here.
So this is a wave that swinged under them and then went growing into the west bow. Obviously, we didn't see the shot of how it turned out, but could have been a missed opportunity there for them. And that's just what happens in the beginning of the heat when no one has priority and everyone's pushing everyone deep. But they looked at it, but they were too far up.
Hey, a brilliant start for Chris Amore here at the end of the road, Chris.
Yeah, that's right. Carissa, technically, this is supposed to be your time off, but what is it about this wave and this event that had you asking for and grabbing that jersey?
Well, I'm super excited to be here as a wild card and really grateful that I got the spot. I mean, this is one of the most special waves in the whole world, and I think with the Olympics coming up, this is a wave I think that really deserves time and respect. So I've actually been here for like 3 weeks already, and I've been really enjoying it, and I've been learning a lot. I think the progress for me and the process, getting to work with the local coach Tahude and then Shane Dorian for this event has been really, really cool, and really fortunate.
We started off with a couple of really nice barrels. For most of us surfers out there, myself included, what is it like to drop in on a wave out here and see that perfect vision and come out into this channel?
It's both terrifying and amazing at the same time, because when you see that wall of water kind of building in front of you, even if it's like 3 or 4 foot, it's still really intimidating. But when you make that drop, that rush that you get, and then seeing if you make it, that like uncertainty, dancing with that is just like so beautiful. And when you come out, oh my gosh, it's one of the best feelings in the world.
Well, another good feeling too in the post-cut landscape, you're straight into the quarterfinals.
I'm psyched. And I was like, going out today, I was like, you know, regardless, whatever happens, either I get to surf again today or I get to surf again in a few days. So I'm psyched that I have another opportunity and I'm still alive.
Well, I think we can all say the more Carissa, the better in waves like this. Let's go.
Yeah, so Carissa Moore into the quarterfinals. For Carissa, that's been a barrier for her. The last 2 times she's had in competition out here in Tahiti, she did just to take a quarterfinal finish. Interestingly enough, Jesse, is that both of those quarterfinal finishes came at the hands of Vahine Fierro. Vahine taking her down in 2022 and Vahine taking Carissa down in 2023 as well.
Yeah, and that's just show how strong of a competitor and amazing this wave. And sometimes it draws those wild cards that are just a lot of trouble.
And you know, I mean, we talk about the Olympics too. This is the last chance that both our men and women are going to have in Tahiti, in a jersey, before they battle for Olympic gold.
Yeah, and that's, you know, Carissa just being smart and take advantage of that. The more time in the water, out here, mostly on the women's side, they didn't have this event for plenty of years. So most of those surfers have never even surfed or surfed first time last year here in Tahiti. So yeah, time spent in the water on a jersey helps you grow, helps you make smarter decisions. So they're just building up into that, and Carissa doing a great job identifying that and take advantage.
Yeah, and time spent getting comfortable in a wave that can really put some fear into you. Pretty much at any size. As we pull back here, you can see the absolute dry reef on the inside. We can see the channel, the ava, which is the Tahitian word for a channel or a path. The ava of Hawaii that creates the bend in this reef and this miracle of the surf world, really, as you see the flotilla out there just in the channel, a short distance away from square barrels.
It's crazy. It is really a miracle because this wave is so close from being a closeout, and it's just probably the most perfect left-hand barrel you can see it on Earth. So we're stoked to be here, guys.
Yeah, we sure are. You can look at the water right there, see straight through the bottom in the lagoon area as we pan into the waves just reeling on a very, very shallow inside section. Clock down to 26 minutes, 44 seconds. No waves written here. So still this south swell coming from a long distance with a long period. We were expecting with that period for there to be some lulls.
Yes, it's normal. Oh, that was a nice little one going underneath. But it's still pretty consistent. If you look back in the heats, like everyone got opportunities. I think the last heat was a bit on the slow side as far as sets, but they were able to identify good medium-sized waves, and they all got opportunities. So it was just a little difference of positioning that put Carissa a bit deeper than the opponents, and she took down that one. But hopefully it turns on as the day comes in, you know, like the morning sickness wipes off, the offshore winds cleans things up, and we see better waves.
Yeah, I think so. And we're anticipating actually the period to drop a little bit. And a lot of times, hey, that might, like, people think, whoa, that's kind of bad news. But when the swell period drops a little bit and it's a shorter period, it actually helps with the consistency. So there's kind of like a little magic zone between super long period swell, super short period swell, that magic spot right in the middle so that you have enough size, but then you have the consistency. And that's what we're hoping for this afternoon.
Yes, and that happens usually. Swell grows, it's a bit further, so it takes more time. So it's spread more as the swell coming in. And like you mentioned, as the swell starts filling in, starts to drop it a bit, and it just makes it better for the surfers and us to watch.
Yeah. Well, Molly Picklum, she showed us this year that she knows how to perform in heavy waves. She started out the year with a inspiring performance at the Bonsai Pipeline. Jesse, let's take a look back to the beginning of the year.
That was impressive. Look how sketchy that wave was. I watched that live, so much foam, like so hard to engage her rail. She did so well on that wave. That was a very scary wave to go, and that's what I'm saying. Look at that backdoor technique, positioning, how she's able to stay compressed and just use her like front leg to slow herself down. That's second to none right there. That's as good as he gets.
That was a 10-point ride. Look at her back door. Just absolutely charging Molly Picklum. Runner-up to Katie Simmers, and a day that will go down in surf history as a pivotal moment in women's surfing out at the Bonsai Pipeline. Day was February 10th, 2024. Always look back at that, and it was an inspiring day, a pivotal day, and Molly Picklum was a big part of that day.
100%, and mostly her heat with Sakura, for me, that was the best women's heat I've ever watched. The level of surfing was set to another level, and this is amazing for women surfing. You expect the men's to do so well in those conditions, and the woman on that last day really stepped it up.
I'm actually anticipating at this event, given the forecast, that we're going to see more barriers broken by the women. It's setting up for that story, Jesse.
100%, and we've already started with some amazing action. First heat, Tachi had an amazing one, and then Vahine had a few. Caitlin Simmer had a good one, even losing the heat. Carissa, more on the average size, but still amazing technique, and we look forward to an even better forecast just down the line, so it could be amazing.
The waiting game right now for Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, and Sawyer Lindblad. We haven't talked a lot. We talked just a little bit about Sawyer, the rookie, the 18-year-old from San Clemente, last to make that mid-season cut. And you mentioned that, hey, now the pressure's off for Sawyer because she knows she's on tour next year. Now it's just, you know, really, well, ultimately she wants to be in that Final Five and a chance at a world title in a rookie year. But really, right now, she's probably in a more comfortable headspace after surviving that mid-season cut.
100%. Like, you take so much weight off her back and you're able to express yourself better, make smarter decisions. And for her being so young, it would be very unique, in my opinion, for her to come into the tour this year with the goal of winning a world title. Her goal was probably to do very well and grow into the tour and gain experience building into the world title. So very rarely you're gonna have someone that comes in straight into a goal of world title. So for her to break through that barrier of the cut and just having the open canvas to just perform and express herself now, like, she's smiling. Like,
yeah,
she's so happy.
Yeah, it's and a bright big future ahead. Down to 21 minutes and 35 seconds now. At the 20-minute mark, if no waves have been ridden, we can potentially have a restart and a fresh clock. That decision will be made by head judge, whether there were any rideable waves in the first 10 minutes, or 15 minutes, I'm sorry, of this 35-minute heat. So we're about a little over a minute away from that decision, whether the fresh clock comes into play or not.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see, because sometimes us just stuck here on the screen, we don't see too much of those west bows, so maybe they did come, but all of the surfers put themselves too deep in the lineup and they weren't able to get it. But I guess we'll have that answer in 50 seconds.
We've seen that on the men's side, where surfers paddle way up the reef, just jockeying for that inside position, taking themselves out of position, not catching any waves, and the head judge saying, you know what? You guys took yourself out of position. You're not going to get a fresh clock.
I actually was surfing with Gabriel a few days ago on the southeast swell, which changes the lineup completely. You're probably about 150 feet deeper than those surfers and just surfing a completely different wave. And he said, one time I paddled with Kalohi and Dino all the way up here.
Yeah.
And the waves were firing. And I was just like, okay, I'm going to get back there, ride a wave, and just get as fast as I can, because it's too good for me to get stuck in this game right now. And he said as soon as he got back, straight into an 8-point ride or something.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Here's the countdown. And the fact that there is a countdown is telling me that we will get a fresh clock, which we will. Start all over again and waiting for the count in. It's for a fresh 35-minute clock in this heat number 4 of the opening round for the women, and it's back on 35 minutes.
So we just restart the last heat of the opening round for the women. Just remind you, red is moving.
The mentality, the fresh clock, the restart, what goes a lot of times for you as a competitor, what would go through your head when you had to go through that first part of the heat, get the restart, now you get the fresh clock?
I actually think it's it makes yourself feel a little bit more comfortable, because rarely ever you're going to have another slow part, mostly with the swell that is supposed to get a bit more consistent. And when you sit on that situation that you set for so long and the clock's running down, it makes you more tenable to make a little bit mistakes, and the mistakes could cost more because there's less time in the clock, mostly in a 3-woman heat. So right now they're kind of stoked. It's like, oh, restart, you know, most likely we're gonna have waves. And this is just on the smaller side a little bit, like, as you can see, a bit crunchy right there, not as wide as you would hope for. So yeah, I think they're happy right now, and it kind of refreshes you
and comfortable, right?
Comfortable, yeah.
So everyone's still sticking to their guns. Now Caroline Marks, you know, sitting the furthest inside. This is open priority. Let's get a water report from Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Beautiful morning out here, but we have had some lulls. So right now we're going through that kind of a breathing situation where she's just taking a breath, Mother Nature. And, you know, we've got a lot of chop on the face of the waves right now. So what that is all that wind out the back that we've had is just kind of settled down, but the wind outside has pushed all these lumps across, and so you see the lips and the line of the wave kind of a little bit lumpy. We need that wind to pick back up so we can get that offshore blown into the face and open up those tubes for these ladies.
Thanks for the report, Strider. Yeah, you know, real variable wind right now, where it's kind of swirling, but it's pretty still.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back mostly at the lagoon right here, it looks as glassy and dreamy as it gets. But good thing that Strider mentioned that, because I was kind of seeing some lump in it, but you can't really tell from the camera if that's real or not. And you could see the wave get a bit crunchy, not open up so much. And Strider just pointed it down that we need the wind to groom things out again and make that barrel very hollow, and hopefully some waves our way. Eventually it would happen.
Eventually a set will come as well, as we're down to 32 minutes. Yeah, 15 seconds. And I feel also, Jesse, this is a sneaky time that you see the inside position has been shifting between Molly had the inside, then it was Caroline that took the inside, and right now it's the rookie Sawyer Lindblad that slowly drifted to the inside as we look at the 3 surfers here waiting for the first set.
100%, and this is just, and see how you can see from this drone shot right here, Sawyer is actually sitting quite far up, so this could be a problem for her if like a double up comes, because it's so deep and it gets shallow so quick that if you're a little bit off the position, you're way too high on the wave and you can't get under enough, and it's such a hollow wave that you can't just easily airdrop. It's gonna be very taxing if you don't make it, so you just gotta pay attention to it.
Yeah, we can see a shot of that reef and some of the cracks and crevices in that reef. There you go, right there. And you know, talking to some of the guys who surf out here a lot, there's landmarks, but then also when the water is nice and clear like this, you can look down and kind of reference some of the bathymetry through those cracks and stuff in the reef, right, Jesse?
100%, but then that turns to be something that you need a lot of time spent here. Usually locals will have that dialed. You have it a lot in Hawaii as well. You have the buoys, like the bubbles that comes out of the water, and it's just, you need to spend a lot of time in order to figure that one out, because it's hard to notice where you are in the lineup sometimes.
Yeah, that's an advanced course at the end of the road, but trust me, there are guys that have it. I mean, it's been so impressive building up to this, and even the last swell over here, watching the surfers that spend a lot of time out here and how they dominate, even in a big, aggressive, really talented pack of surfers, always being in the right place at the right time.
There is just time spent in the water. It gets natural. It's a reaction to their knowledge. So you're not thinking, you're just reacting to how the wave is coming, how the water is moving, and they just outposition everyone. It tends to happen 9 times out of 10.
But you referenced surfing with Gabe Medina the other day out here. And Gabe, even though he doesn't live here in Tahiti, and it seems like he only comes here for competition, it seems like has it really figured out, because he's one guy who seems like he's always at the right takeoff spot at the right time, taking off here. Caroline Marks is going to get going, and there's going to be no chance of a second restart here. So clock's going to go downward. 29.5-minute heat to start.
Yeah, and back to Gabriel, I think it's just time spent in the water. You know, he's been coming here since 2011, so let's talk 13 years. We had COVID for 1 year, so maybe 12 seasons here. And he surfed every part of this bank, because once you're actually in an event, sometimes you have to surf those southeast conditions. So he knows exactly where he's at on the point.
And it's curious because when we look at his past performances in heat, he's one of the rare surfers that can go way up the reef and still make the wave. It takes a special type of surfer to be able to skip through all those sections. And that's generally why people aren't surfing all the way up deep on the reef for those south and southeast type of swells.
And that's his characteristic right there. You killed it on noticing that, because that's what makes him so special. Usually people will sit either in the west bow or that main peak right there. He is able to, under priority, go very deep, mostly in a day like today, and find those sneaky runners that there's a handful of people that can find it and actually be able to connect all the way into the west bow, because his speed's so fast.
Yeah, I feel like that strategy is still kind of out there. As we're talking strategy, let's shift the conversation to conditions and an Oakberry surf condition update with Chris Cote. Take it away, Chris.
Thank you, Kaipo. Right now we're looking at southwest swell, 6 to 8 feet on the face. The tide is rising slowly up until about 1:35 this afternoon. Water temperature 81, air temperature 81. So it is absolute paradise here in the channel. Over here in the takeoff zone, though, a little bit of a different story. It's suspenseful out in the lineup. Bit of a lull in this heat, but there are sets rolling through. So stay tuned for more barrels.
Thank you for the reporting, Chris Cote. And suspenseful is a great descriptive word for exactly what's going on in this final heat of the women's opening round. The suspense is building as we have, you know, only a fractional score on the board and 27 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, as it's very on the slow side, and also even a bit more of texture I could notice on that last wave that Caroline got, and the last wave that came unridden. You know, those variables, sometimes the land warms up and it comes that slight onshore that it's barely nothing, but it does make a lot of difference on opening up the barrel or not. So it's going to make it very tricky for the surfers right now. They're going to have to really find the honey pot right there and be very tight and high on the barrel in order to make through and drive through the barrel.
We'll see if we have any takers here. And it's going to be Caroline again, wide on this one. Finds a nice barrel, comes through there. And you talked about, you know, those wide westerly ones that paid off just there for Caroline Marks. First meaningful score is going to drop.
Yeah, and it's just about positioning right there.
That was a sick one.
Let's go out to the lineup with Strider Wazalewski on the paddle by.
Yeah, we got Caroline just paddling by, talking about how it was a slow start and maybe thinking about switching up the technique to go on strategy-wise on turns, and then all of a sudden, bang, you're right into the barrel. Here we go, Molly. She's going to grab from the wall, sticks it, driving through this, and she's a little too deep. Don't think she's making that one. Kipes, it's looking beautiful again.
Hey, Strider, I got a question for you. We were talking about lineups and both landmarks as well as some cracks in the reef. Do you have any insight on different lineups, whether it's subterranean or on the land?
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple of landmarks that with the trees and the way that they meet the mountain ridges as they come down, but more distinctively, there's a crack in the reef out there, and that crack actually allows the wave to lay down for a split second for you to get your entry into the wave. And you'll see guys sitting, hovering around that crack, and nobody's really talking about it, nobody's looking down at it, but they know exactly where it is, and that's exactly where you got to be when those sets come.
Thank you, Strider. Molly, quick to get another wave there, and just a pit ride for Picklum. And we're going to be waiting for 3 scores to set the situation in this heat, Jesse.
Yeah, it's a nice start there for Caroline now, and also getting second priority. Even with this little texture on the wave right now, mostly on those west bows, they come with so much energy and they bend so much back in the reef that it doesn't really matter. It's still going to drain, you know, it's still going to be wide open. So it's just about selecting the right wave right now for those women, and Caroline just taking advantage of that third priority and capitalizing on.
Pickles on the paddle. We'll wait for her 2 wave scores. Take a look at a replay. Caroline Marks.
Just a beautiful wave, just behind enough. Could have been a bit deeper. But after all that waiting, you just kind of want to make sure you start off on a strong note and have something to build on. But as you see right here, foot way in front of the wave, which in front of the board, which that's going to give way more stability. If you keep your back foot on top of the fins, it's going to be way more sensitive. So it's going to be harder to ride through all that energy that the barrel has. So just beautiful technique for her right there. And Molly here, just what I was mentioning, just manufacturing that score right there. That wave barely had any potential, but she was able to slow herself down using her body. Beautiful technique, keeping the chest open and high and just going through. It's going to be on this a small score, but as far as how much she could get out of that wave, she did the job.
2.67 for Molly Picklum as coming out that replay of Caroline Marks. That was a 4.67 for Marks. So Marks up in the lead. Picklum in second, needing a 2.88 to take the lead. And Sawyer Lindblad now with priority, and the rookie with 23 minutes on the clock and priority can play the patient game and get a bomb. Because I feel like we're due for a set.
It has to happen, and she knows that, and she kind of sits in the position that she has to really capitalize on a good wave, because you see Caroline Marks, only one makes the heat. So Caroline Marks already has a backup. So if she gives it away, that priority, that probably means like Caroline is going to get a good wave. So she really has to be selective, patient, and pull the trigger at the right time.
I like the difference in the strategy and the way you have to approach this heat, and you explained it, Jesse, in that at the beginning of the season, in the opening round, first and second, avoid the elimination round. Back half right now of the season, only first avoids the elimination round. So it forces surfers to look for very good to excellent scores. You can't kind of be scrappy in this opening round. I feel at the beginning of the season, you can kind of be scrappy, take that second place, get some mid-range scores, whatever you need to do, and then wash it off, and then prepare yourself to head-to-head competition. But right now, only the winner goes.
100%, Kaipo. And they're also looking back into the previous heats. You know, the first heat's the guinea pig. Like, you don't have anything to base on. But then you're going into the fourth heat, you already kind of have an average of what you're looking. Obviously, we're dealing with nature. It varies. It could change like it did in this heat, but you kind of expect things to turn on at some point, mostly with the restart. So for her to go on a 4-point ride right now, it's not worth it. It's better gambling and waiting for a score of substance, maybe a 6-point and above, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we saw Katie Simmers, Tati, as well as, of course, Vahine Fierro go way up into some range with a 9.33. So, you know, if you're studying the previous heats for your heat, you know already the bar's been set. There's excellent scores out there when a set comes through.
100%. And I even think Carissa's heat was a little bit on the slower side of the scores, even though they're still with solid scores. But there's waves that they ended up missing on the West Bow that had good potential. So there are waves out there. It's just a matter of time and the matter of you having the guts to pull the trigger at the right time and be patient. And patience is key at this moment right now.
Let's go back out into the water for Strider Wazalewski. What do you got for us, Strider?
I just want to do a little reef hit. I mean, look at this reef. This reef will just, you know, you leave fish food down here. You touch that, you're going to leave some skin on the reef, and the fish are going to be having a little fiesta. But there's, you know, one fall, you're going to bounce right off it. Here goes a set right now. Sam, look at this thing. Beautiful wave grinding through. So if you don't make it out of those tubes, you're going to get straight to the bottom, and you're going to find yourself right on that reef, and it's not a fun place to be. I've been there. I've left a lot of skin on this reef, and let me tell you, you can see those little pieces down there. They just, you don't feel them when they hit you, and then all of a sudden, a little whiteness, and then it's bloody, and it's just not a good time. So there are some heavy consequences to be paid out here on the bottom.
Yeah, and some important work that we also do with the reef here in WSO1 Ocean, coral gardeners. Of course, the reef and the coral produce oxygen. Actually, the coral doesn't produce oxygen. The coral polyp is actually an animal that builds the coral colonies, but the coral polyp lives in a symbiotic relation with the zooxanthia, which is actually an algae that lives with the coral polyp. And that algae produces oxygen through the process of photosynthesis. So when we talk about ocean health, it all starts with the coral reef and that symbiotic relationship between the coral polyp and the algae that lives with the coral polyp in there. And so that's why it's so important for us to take care of the reefs. And sometimes you see reefs in distress get bright with colors, and then they turn white. And that reef bleaching is what, you know, we're really trying to avoid, because those are, that's when the reef's struggling. So yeah, I love the reef talk.
It is awesome. There's so much, and we depend on them so much. Mostly us, I mean, everyone in the world, but us surfers as well. So we got to live better than what we got. So
yeah, exactly. Ocean health is Earth's health. 18 minutes, 30 seconds on the countdown. Sawyer Lindblad with priority and patient. You can see her sitting a little further out, and Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks there on the move, paddling towards that west bowl that you were talking about, Jesse, and paddle there for Picklum. No harm, no foul. She had third priority, and barrel spins off that one.
And this is the problem, that I think it's a big mistake for Molly. Why was she sitting in third priority? Why wasn't she wider than everyone, waiting for that wave? And we see Caroline on a nug.
Oh, Caroline slips through that drop, gets into a beautiful barrel, maintains a difficult takeoff. There was a little bit of cavitation on the bottom for Caroline Marks. She was able to straighten herself out, set the rail, and shoot through the tube. Molly Picklum here goes down and over on that one on some very, very shallow reef.
That was almost like the third wave of the set right there. Just kind of had so much water underneath.
Look at her
and
still
doubled up.
Here we go. Sawyer Lindblad drops into this one. Gets in the barrel, spin out for Sawyer Lindblad. That's what she was waiting for.
Are you kidding me?
That's what she was waiting for.
Once again, as coming from backdoor, that was impressive.
Strider.
Oh!
On the paddle back out, and you can see an energized rookie. Also, Tahitian Water Patrol grabbing Molly Picklum, who took quite a wipeout and was underwater for quite a while too. So we'll get her out into the channel right now with the Tahitian Water Patrol. Yeah, that was a radical one for Molly to recover from. See the technique with the driver and the grabber working together to rescue the surfer from that inside shallow reef section. She's gonna have a talk with Glenn Michael Hall right now, her coach out in the water. Kind of a reset.
And we're talking about at some point it's gonna have to turn on, and how many waves came in that set? The first one that they missed, second one that Caroline got, third one that Molly got, and even the best one
was a fourth wave.
That was crazy.
Look at replay here.
Start here, intensity on the takeoff, deep, coming out with open arms, just as wide as a wave get, that tall. Beautiful surfing right there from her. And you're thinking like, wow, now she's sitting on the front. beautiful technique. See her arms guiding her, strider frothing on the channel.
But this is interesting. This was a difficult, she got a little cavitation right there on the takeoff, was able to push through.
Yeah, that wave just came with a lot of energy, and it held just enough to hit just the right part of the bank.
This is a beating here.
And this one even more because it was a third wave, so it came inside even closer to the reef, so it just kind of bottomed out under her, and she went over the handlebars, which was an incredible wave as well. As you see right there, if she made that drop, she would probably be looking into a very good score.
And then this, Jesse.
Even more intensity, taller wave, going through the foam right there with the spit. I mean, that wave has to be close to Vahini's score because the intensity of that drop had, starting with the spit already, getting very deep and coming out. That was beautiful.
Actually, that score coming out there eclipses Vahine Fierro. Sawyer Lindblad with an excellent 9.43. Strider, your vision on that?
My vision on that was absolutely incredible. I want to talk about the facial expression of Sawyer Lindblad after she rode through the foam out of the spit and was still standing there, and she looked out at me and she could not believe that she was still standing on her surfboard. You're basically surfing just with the force at that moment where all you can feel is the board underneath you, you're riding over foam balls, and you literally can't see a thing because the spit is so intense. And then as it clears, you get the vision of the entire channel and people screaming, and she just kicked out of that wave, and her tongue just flew out of her mouth. She was so excited, but the look on her face was so amazing, and that's what we come here to Tahiti for. That was a pure moment of joy from surfing.
Well, that puts Sawyer Lindblad in the running on this replay for the Mofi Charger of Event. You can see her in that survival stance really at the bottom there and survived a big pit, Jesse.
Yes, and that elevator drop that we call on surfing, which drags you up on the lip, and she somehow was able to still keep her weight on the front foot and drive through that barrel. And as you're going to see right here, look at her front foot. It's completely on the inside part of the board, like in the inside rail. So that means how critical her takeoff was. She had to move her foot to the inside in order to cut short that bottom turn and get under the lip. So the intensity of that wave was impressive. Like, that was amazing. Well done from Sawyer.
We also have to pay off the score for Caroline Marks. She went excellent with that 8-point ride previous to Sawyer's wave. So Caroline still hangs on to the top position. Sawyer Lindblad, can she take that off of Caroline's marks? We'll find out when we return to the final heat of the opening round, women's here at the Tahiti Pro.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Hilton Hotel Tahiti, for the stay. And by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Let's open up the WSL vault, looking at 1999, the debut of women's professional surfing here at the end of the road. Judges had to judge out from the channel. Kate Scarrett went through, beat Lane Beachley in the quarterfinals, then Megan Abubo in the semifinals. That was setting up for an all-Australian final. Kate Scarrett on the forehand in the final, where she met up against fellow Aussie Melanie Redmond-Carr, but it was all Skaza in the final, taking out a win with a heat total of 21.5 points. Brilliant effort by Melanie Redmond-Carr, but it was the Goofy Foot's day, where she says she loved the bigger conditions and a chance to charge it here at the end of the road. Ratings after, Lane Beachley took the lead after Tahiti in 1999, but it was a hula for Kate Scarrett and her victory here at Teahupo'o. What were you doing in 1999, Jesse?
Starting to surf, probably. That was a while ago. I was at home, yeah, just starting to surf, I guess, first few years.
Yeah, people were worried about their computers crashing in 1999. There was a millennium panic at the time. And 1999 was also the first time that we saw the women here at Teahupo'o. Hey, 8 minutes and 55 seconds right now, and one of the stars of today has been Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie, but the rookie still needs a backup score for that 9.43. There she is with the white helmet.
And if you look, like this 3.24 anywhere else in the world, you can do in your sleep. But here, you still have to find that wave that's going to give you the bear, and you have to go through that. Like other places, this 3.24 feels way lighter than what we have right now. Because let's say you get another good set, a good wave comes, but it's just very throaty. You're just a touch behind.
You're not going to get it.
You're not going to get it.
And it'd be hard to go to turns to get that number as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I hardly see right now someone getting a 3.24 going into turns. Mostly looking at Caroline's 4.67, which was a great tube ride, overhead wave. You know, it's like you have to focus into the barrel 100%, and barrels are not easy, man.
Let's get some intel from the channel with Strider Wasilewski. Strider.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, I just paddled over to talk to Glenn Micro Hall, Molly Picklin's coach, and I was watching the exchange as they were talking after the wipeout. She got, you know, the water patrol went, picked her up, dropped her off, and she got off the back of the ski and her head was down. And I thought, oh no, did she get hurt? You know, what's going on? And it was more of an emotional damage. She was really upset about not making that drop, not sticking it and pulling it up and getting into that barrel. She has such high expectations of herself. And Glenn just told her, wipe it off, get back out there, get a bomb, prove it, let's go. And just shook her back into, you know, go mode. So, you know, these waves definitely rattled her, but she's emotionally back on the board and ready to go.
All right, well, we can see a little channel shot there of Glenn Micro Hall, who's coaching Molly Picklam. He was sitting next to Mike Parsons, who's in the corner of Caroline Marks. Interesting perspective here also that your coaches, they can talk to you mid-heat on the paddle back out.
Yeah, it's great. And then they can actually talk to you even when you're in the lineup. They're not far away. And you could change the game, you know, a little thing that the coach says and makes you think a little bit different, gives you confidence, and it could turn it on. But Molly right now, like, impressively, as far as how good she's been and how consistent she's been on all the days before the previous day's training, she just sits a little bit behind right now. Like, it seems like every decision she's making, it's taxing her, and people are being able to capitalize on top of that. Obviously, she had the opportunity on her wave fall, that wipeout. That wave was great. She was just a little bit too on top of the wave. And right now, she sits in a tough spot with less priority, and the girls have big scores.
Yeah. A couple of excellent scores on the board. 8-point ride for Caroline Marks and 9.43 for Sawyer Lindblad. So with that being said, Molly Picklam in a situation where she'd really have to get to fast work right about now to even have a chance of winning this heat. It really is, to me, a battle between Sawyer and Caroline here at the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, in my opinion, it is. Obviously, we're talking about a lineup that is very small, so you can basically get 2 waves in a very short period of time. But with less priority, you know, that's not going to be easy. So.
Yep, sometimes it's glory out here if you make a wave, but it's a beating if you are unable to do so. Here we go with the replay again by Molly Picklum.
Yeah, and that all started with the paddle before. As you see it, Sawyer on the left hand of the screen. So Sawyer was obviously having a look at that wave, but she was too far out. But in my opinion, obviously Molly had to wait for her to decide if she was going or not. So that puts you a split second just a little bit too late. And that's what happened on that wave. That's the problem of sometimes being under priority. You have to wait for the other opponent to make the decision in order to go.
Yeah, you really want to be paddling full strength and a little bit of a head start out here, right?
Definitely a head start. So right there, it was just how the heat was playing. She had second priority. She had to wait for Sawyer to have a look first, and that just put her slightly behind, and she went over the falls and ended up with third priority as well because she ended up getting caught by the wave behind.
And to echo what Strider took from the conversation between Molly and her coach, Glenn Hall, in that frustration because Molly's really been one of the standouts here building up to this event in all the free surf sessions.
She definitely has. Mostly when it was big, she was a standout together with a few other names, obviously on the women's side, but she knows the lineup well, and she's very good at manufacturing scores, which is very important if you're on a tube riding wave. You see the guys that really stand out on the men's side. They're very good at turning average waves into big scores, and that's what makes the difference in between the best of the best. Everyone's good at tube riding, but some of them can really step up when the wave is tricky or is a hard wave to produce a good score out of it. And she, on the woman's side, she's definitely one to look for that.
Yeah. Well, really now what we have to look at is the clock. In 3 minutes and 15 seconds, and Sawyer Lindblad with a near perfect ride of a 9.43, still in second place, still searching for a small score. Will she go out of this heat sitting on a 9.43 and still go into elimination round? We're under 3 minutes right now. I feel it's a stressful time right now for Sawyer Lindblad. Just need that 3.24.
100%. I would much rather be in Caroline Mark's spot right now, sitting with priority. And as much as there's a good gap in between their first best score, the pressure's built, you know. Adriano told me once when he was coaching me, don't leave for the last 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes, you want to be ahead on the heat because it makes you more capable of committing less mistakes if you're in front, and there's less pressure on top of you, so you make smarter decisions and tend to surf more freely. So for Caroline right now, she's in the front and with priority.
Yeah, she's playing it smart right now because she knows the clock's ticking down, and at some point, and what actually is the number, Jesse, where she can just play enough defense to take this win?
Yes, 100%. That's what she's thinking right now. As you see it, as soon as Sawyer had a little move, she went straight into it. Obviously, you don't have to be so aggressive because he got priority. It's not like the old days that he really had to sit on someone, but she's not giving too much room to Sawyer right now. She wants to make sure that any wave that pops up, she's just in the same capable position of getting into a wave that Sawyer is, so she can block her.
90 seconds, and we're just enjoying the crystal clear water of Tahiti and relaxing for every viewer here with this crystal clear water. The only people stressed out right now are the 3 women out on the water, seeing who's going to take first out of this heat and go straight into the quarterfinal. Got some movement on the reef and some waves hitting the reef. Down to a minute. Caroline's doing her work right now.
See, that's why you sit underneath.
Yeah.
Right there was the perfect example of it. That was a good wave, but Sawyer, I mean, not the best wave, but definitely a 3.24. but Sawyer didn't show interest. So Caroline didn't even have to pull the plug on that, like pull the trigger, sorry. So that was just kind of like a walkthrough right there for her. That was perfect scenario for Caroline.
Yeah, so is that maybe a rookie mistake for Sawyer Lindblad as we really look into this heat, and that 9.43 that's just glaring at me, highest single score of the day, and she's not going to get a backup for that. We're down to 20 seconds, and we're at a point right now that there's no way Caroline's going to let her get a wave or the score. This is how you close out a heat right here. Shoulder to shoulder. And there goes Caroline with the block. 5 seconds, likely not enough time for another wave to hit the reef and give Sawyer even a chance. Molly Picklum at the buzzer, way too deep on that one. And so it will be Caroline Marks, our defending event champ, coming through this opening round. And Caroline's already into the quarterfinals. Smart heat, great surfing by Caroline Marks. And a bright, bright future, though, for Sawyer Lindblad with that 9.43. Unfortunately, didn't get the backup. We're going to be back. Men's opening round, we'll bring in Joe, Felicity, and Michelle Borez when we return.
All together, please.
Would like to formally acknowledge that we are here on Teahupo'o and Whare Mahora land, and we acknowledge the Teahupo'o and Whare Mahora people, the owners of the land and waterways, and pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Thanks for being with us. What a time to kick off the contest here on a beautiful Saturday. And look who we have with us, the legend himself representing Tahiti, the world tour for many years, Michelle Borez. Michelle, man, it's so good to see you. We miss you so much on tour.
Yorona, thank you for having me here. It's been amazing just to come and watch everyone's ripping.
Yeah, geez, just wanted to catch up with you about everything in pro surfing, your lifestyle these days. I saw you at Papara the other day pushing in your young son into waves. What's it been like kind of turning things around and getting your boys in the water?
It's pretty much like doing whatever I missed, you know, during the time that I was on tour. Like I'm pushing my kids and bring them to school and just do whatever dads used to do, you know. So yeah, that's my goal now.
We're gonna have Michelle joining us for the call for this event, and excited for the men's round to just kick off now with Ethan Ewing, Seth Moniz, and Connor O'Leary. Felicity, a great matchup here, as we know. Ethan last year breaking his back in the warm-up. coming back in an incredible way to finish runner-up in the world, and happy to see him at 100% to get a good shot at this contest.
Yeah, I think you just took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, last year he came here and obviously suffered that really bad back injury, and we were all kind of, you know, thinking when wondering, is he going to make it to this final 5, and is he going to be able to have a crack at a world title? So to see him bounce back was incredible. But he's coming up against Seth Moniz, who is off an amazing performance, probably one of his better ones in most recent years in Margaret River, and then Connor O'Leary, who absolutely charges. He's on his front side here. I think this is going to be a great heat and great first heat for this opening round of the men.
Yeah, fun one to break down, Michelle. I think there was a Challenger Series in France. You might have spent some time with Connor O'Leary a few years back. He mentioned your name a few times on how important that event was for himself. What do you think about him as an athlete and what he's accomplished in his time on tour?
You know, like knowing the guy himself, he's incredible. He's such a good human being, and like traveling with those guys, you know, like it's you kind of learn from them as well. And you know, he's a special human. We made a final together in France, as you said. He won the event and he requalified. I got second and I didn't requalify. But it is what it is.
Yeah, he said there was something really cool that he shared with you in that journey, understanding what Connor's been through, falling off tour, and he said how much it meant to have the final with you that day on his comeback. And it was interesting for this year specifically, Flick, where he started off the year better than he's ever started at Pipe on finals day, starting off with a 3rd. And I think me included, I'm going, okay, mid-season cut, let's just move on. And it came down to the wire for Connor, almost falling off tour at Margaret River.
Yeah, I feel like in the last few years we haven't ever seen Connor around that sort of situation of fighting for his life. He's been pretty solid and he's been super consistent, and he's so all-round, such an all-rounded surfer, right? So to sort of see him there in that position was like, okay, wow. And especially like you said, the performance that he put in at Pipe and Backdoor on that bigger day, I think one of those barrels that he pulled into on his backhand was just insane. And I was thinking, okay, wow, he's like in great form this year. Everything's looking connected. Yeah, and then the wheels sort of fell off as the year kept going on. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, like you're really going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. And I mean, came right down to the wire at Margaret River. Nervous times for him, waiting to see if he's going to keep his spot. And yeah, I think he got that second last spot ahead of Yago. So yeah, just super nervous times for him. But I'm glad to see him in this back half of the year, because I think of the waves that are on tour. I think of obviously here in Tahiti. I think of Fiji, where he's done so well before. He's got a second place. I feel like his surfing and the brand of surfing he brings really suits these sort of bigger, more powerful, consequential waves.
So many memories are just flooding through my mind with you sitting here, Michelle. When you mentioned Fiji, I think of your creative effort to stall in the tube that one year. Thinking of your memories here in Tahiti, surfing with one of your best friends, Jeremy Flores, the Code Red year.
Yeah.
When it was thought to be maybe even not a paddle size. It was absolutely frightening. I mean, for me, that heat with yourself and Jeremy would have to go down as one of the craziest, wildest heats of all time.
Oh yeah, to me it was like one of my best memories on tour so far, just because I got almost like 19 points in total and I was comboed by a good friend too, you know, by Jeremy, and he got like 2 10s in the heat, and I was super excited. Like I didn't feel like losing. I just felt like it was one of those days where it could have gone like either way, and that was just his day, and I was just happy to be here.
Our producer's got a treat for you. You want to watch it? This
Let's
is
go.
2011. Take us through step by step. I mean, this was coming off an incredible tow session. Harry Williams went over the falls. This was one of the heaviest wipeouts, Michelle, to kick off the day.
It was the first heat, yeah. Harry was ready for it, but I don't feel like he was that ready, you know? It was huge.
Jeremy put his head down, and he was unbelievable. The recipient of the Andy Irons Award for his ability to charge, going perfect, and draws a heat with his best friend, Michelle. and it was maxed out. I mean, what were you guys thinking? I mean, there was dark ones off the reef. It was absolutely frightening that day.
It was good. Like, you know, whoever had the priority when he comes, you know, like whoever goes, you know, he's gonna go. So to us, it was like, okay, Jeremy got the first 10, and I was like, okay, whatever comes behind it, I'm just gonna go. But he got a 10, and I got like a 9 something after that wave, and I remember him like being so like positive and happy, and like he pushed the limit that day.
That was a really cool moment. I remember you telling me before how you saw Jeremy just put his head down, took a deep breath, and went, and then it just sparked something, and you were like, okay, I guess we're going on anything that comes through.
Exactly. Jeremy, like I just said, like he was ready for anything. To him, like that day was the day to show the world that, you know, he's one of the best out there.
What a moment. That heat will stand the test of time. You guys absolutely charged in the best possible way as we watch this one. Scooping out, pulling in, puffing him to the exit. Seth Moniz coming off a huge result at Margaret River, and kind of the talk of the town in the surfing world has been about his just incredible coach, Doug Silva, with one of the coolest fashion styles in the game, the coolest vision on pro surfing, and Seth's going, hey, he brought the best out of me in Margaret River. You've got a full-time job with me. Doug Silva staying on tour, and they laugh a lot, but they obviously have the same goal of getting the best out of Seth Moniz.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the coolest stories to come out of Margaret River. Obviously, Doug's been around for a long time. He was before my time. But everything that I've heard and everything I've read about him is that he liked to have a good time and just brings a lot of charisma, a lot of energy, a lot of speed. And yeah, it's evident. Obviously, something's working for Seth because, okay, let's break down this one. He was obviously put a bit of space between himself, between Ethan and Connor, and found this absolute little nugget on the inside. You could see how much space was between, Ethan and Connor, and he did really well here. He did well too to stall, really kind of just maximize the tube time there. So yeah, great little opening start for Seth.
And a great start for the defending event champ, reigning world champ, Caroline Marks is hanging out with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Caroline, coming into this event as the reigning champion from here in Tahiti, as well as the reigning world champion, is there any kind of different mental preparation that you come to Tahiti with, knowing that you have a great resume out here?
I think when I come to Tahiti, I just have really good memories here. I spent my 18th birthday here for the first time, and I won out here last year, and yeah, I just have really good memories out here, and it's one of my favorite waves in the world, and it's also one of the most challenging waves in the world for me. So, and now it's an Olympic venue, so it's yeah, there's just a lot of good memories here and a lot of things to look forward to. But I guess with winning here last year, it just gave me a ton of confidence, and we have a lot better waves this year though, so that's really exciting.
I've seen plenty of video of you out here getting barrel after barrel after barrel, but it's a different story when you have to compete in the confines of 35 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. It's really tricky. Like, you know, there's deep waves, there's waves that are like wide, and a lot of times when you're taking off on a good one, it looks like a closeout, which is really weird mentally. You're kind of like, you're looking at this huge wall of water, like, am I really going on this wave? But that usually means you're in a good spot. So, yeah, you know, the thing about Teahupo'o is the wave is so amazing. If you choose the right one, the wave does a lot of the work. You just have to really commit, which is the tough part, and really paddle and position yourself in the right place. But it's just such a magical wave, and it was really fun to just get some fun waves.
And lastly, you won the heat, but you got to give credit to Sawyer Lindblad getting the wave of her life right in front of you out there. Did that fire you up?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Sawyer. That wave was insane. I got a fun one, and I turned around, and she was on an insane wave, and so it's really cool. Yeah, she got the wave of her life and our heat, and yeah, I'm sure that'll give her a lot of confidence for the next round. But yeah, it was really cool to see, and shout out to her. That was an insane wave.
Well, shout out to you. Straight to the quarterfinals. Caroline Marks moves on.
Good man, Chris, and great job to our reigning event champ and reigning world champ. She's trying to go back-to-back for Florida, but you know, living in San Clemente for a long time now, as we've got some waves to ride here, pulling straight in under the hood and getting a nice clean exit is the Hawaiian Seth Moniz with a cannonball. Looks like he's still feeling the magic from his rhythm at Margaret River. A 5.5 on his start. Now Connor O'Leary getting going. A giddy up to really cover some ground. O'Leary super deep.
Whoa.
Foam ball scoops him up and will shut him down from the exit. But absolutely charging, like the effort there, Flick.
Oh, the effort was great, but that thing got real ugly on the inside there. Just all that foam, all that, you could see all the whitewash in the face of the wave, and you just, okay, he's committing here. He looked super committed. And I was just wondering, okay, how's the rest of this wave going to pan out for him? And he just couldn't find that exit. But yeah, I mean, commitment level for sure. But yeah, that thing was looking ugly.
It's interesting when you look at some competitors and where they can find good scores on this reef. Michelle, with your relationship with this wave, did that feel like it was an instant connection, or did it take over time where you realized where you can kind of move around this lineup?
Oh, it's actually easier than you think. Huh? The lineup is super small, and the wave is super short as well. But you have to commit. You have to take off as Seth did, you know, just right behind the peak, little backdoor, and stay as long as you can in a barrel, like stall. Even when you think like you're going to come out, just like stall as much as you can, you know, to make every second count.
How was your reaction to Seth Moniz finding himself again at the last event of the season at Margaret River?
Crazy, like I never doubt about him. You know, he's one of the best Hawaiian that ever lived, and I still feel like there's so much to learn from him, so much to show, and I hope one day to see him in the top 5 for sure.
We remember some great memories of himself at this event as we look at Connor, how deep he was there, Flick.
Yeah, he just got absolutely blasted. You could sort of see a little from that angle there. But yeah, just getting that little bit too deep, that foam ball just absolutely gobbled him up. He got stuck and he couldn't propel forward over it. But yeah, that thing getting really ugly.
Things are getting exciting. Connor O'Leary incomplete, but Seth building on his total off front strider. There's a lot of good energy. I just can't wait to see where Doug Silva is.
Yeah, you know what? The energy's flying from Doug Silva to Seth to the waves. I feel like, you know, right before the heat, they were talking about these waves that are kind of coming wide and on the paddle back out to make sure that you're keeping your eyes on those things. And Seth has just been clocked right in, and he's been last in the rotation there on that last wave, but he was in the spot, and the other two guys kind of hassling each other too deep, so he found himself in an epic position. Doug Silva in the channel, literally vibing through and looking at him and talking about the tube and like doing body movements. Here we go. Looks like Ethan's gonna pull up on this one. Ethan Ewing driving through it. Can he come out? That thing ate him alive. Man, let me tell you, there is a lot going on out here in the channel, and we are far from done. The conditions have just cleaned up, Joey. It's gone back offshore. The waves are super smooth, and we're going to see some incredible rides. Wish you were out here, Michelle.
Me too.
No, we're enjoying this sauna of a host set at the moment. It's good for you. No, but Strider always in the best seat of the house, watching these guys pack some barrels right in front of him. But he talked about the energy as well of Ethan Ewing at this event. Has that same style, whether he's laying down a big carb or pulling into barrels. You know what it's like, Michelle, to have an injury out here and have to come back to this wave. Ethan's been doing a bit of that to prepare for this event.
Yeah, when you get injured, it takes you some time, and you have to be strong in the mind. And we can see right there, like he went way like high to keep the speed and try to push through the foam ball, but he couldn't make it. But after an injury, you have to focus on yourself first, and you have to like believe in yourself and coming back stronger. And because you know, it's a long road, and yeah, Ethan can do it for sure.
There was that session that you had with Owen Wright when you guys were on tour. It was a strike mission in between events. You guys looked at each other and it was like, okay, it's getting to the point where it's getting pretty gnarly. We've got an event coming up right after this. What are we doing? You guys both sent it, obviously. And is that where you hurt your back, maybe? Or yeah, was that the time? And you had to recover from that, like while you were competing.
Yeah. That day was crazy. It was big and messy and perfect. But I remember like going on the first set, wave of the sets, and coming out. And the next thing I know, I can see, like, I remember seeing Owen going on the second one, a little bit bigger, and then making out as well. You know, after 2 waves, I was like, okay, I need to get the second one now. You know, and then after that, like, I remember like telling myself, okay, whatever comes on the next one, I'm just gonna go. So that's what I did. I saw Owen turning around that wave, and I was like, no, I'm going. You know? So I was like, I got hurt because of that.
Oh, no. So fun looking back, but I'm glad you're feeling solid these days as we look at another attempt from Seth Moniz. Foam ball showing itself on the face without the Hawaiian, but he's still out in front. Remember, he was way behind the cut mark at Margaret River. Had to be above 22. He actually moved up 11 spots, up to number 13 in the world, outside the top 10, and with 10,000 points on the line for a win. A lot of things can change, and you know, the WSL Final 5 is now a real possibility for Seth.
For sure. I think as far as we're concerned, I'm pretty sure everyone's still well and truly in with a shot. So, you know, even if you are at the back end of the ratings coming into this back half of the year, I mean, you can still, there's still the opportunity to, you know, get a few wins and get right back up there in the spot of, hey, I'm in contention for a world title. So it's kind of like almost a fresh slate as we see a wave sort of rolling through. It looks like Ethan's having a look, but
it will be Connor O'Leary pulling up and under. Nice room to move here. Gets the completion after packing that one that stretched out on him. His best number so far. Remember, second doesn't matter after the cut. It's all about winning these heats now. A heat win goes straight to the round of 16. Second and third reseeded in the elimination round. So Seth in the right position. But Michelle, I've been wanting to really get your reaction of Ethan Ewing, you know, in the last couple of seasons on tour, finishing runner-up in the world last year. How have you been enjoying the Australian and his approach on tour?
Oh, he has one of the biggest career from an Australian already, being second, and he was surfing such a with an incredible level at lowers. You know, like he was one of my favorite by far, like the whole year, and he just like kind of turned into that surfer that can surf any kind of waves and be good in the barrels as well. So that's why he can go in the top 5 and battle for the crown. And to me, like to be able to watch him and since a young age and see him like succeed and improving every year, it's crazy.
It's cool to see how the tour has evolved to what we have today. What year was your rookie year on tour?
Man, it was in 2009.
2009. Some of the names on tour back in 2009. Do you remember vividly who was in that on tour when you first qualified?
Yeah, Kelly Slater. He was still there. You know?
And amazing to see that he's still going this year as a wild card in this event. We'll continue that conversation with Michelle, but we did have a rookie just step up in that previous heat, getting the barrel of her career so far. 9.43 from Sawyer Lindblad on the boat with Cote.
Sawyer, as a little kid surfing around San Clemente, could you have ever imagined that you were just going to do a late drop and get shot like a cannon out of a huge pit here in Tahiti, right into the channel in front of all these people?
Yeah, that was a moment I've dreamed about forever, honestly. Like, this is my first time to Tahiti, and I was really intimidated by this wave, but I just knew, like, I would hate myself if I let the fear consume me, so I just saw that wave coming, and I'm just head down, just gotta go. Even if I fall, I knew that I had to do it for myself.
Feeling that energy, that's amazing. Well, second place finish, but currently winning the barrel contest. What does that do for your confidence moving on?
Yeah, it does a lot. I just really want to keep surfing out here, honestly. The waves are so good today, and yeah, I just wanted one more in my heat. Unfortunately, I didn't get one, but I'm excited for my next heat. I think I'm with my best friend Katie, so it'll be sick.
Awesome. More to come from Sawyer Lindblad.
Can't wait for that one, Chris. Katie Simmers, Sawyer Lindblad in elimination round, heat number 1 later on today. And as she said, best friend Sawyer from San Clemente, Katie from Oceanside. That's just about 20 minutes away as we just travel through this tunnel. Still in the pit is Connor O'Leary, and he does get the exit.
Wow, I feel like he just did exactly what you were talking about, Michelle, where you just want to maximize that barrel time as long as possible. And that was just like the perfect demonstration of that. You could clearly see he was stalling, had his arms in the way, in the wave face there, just trying to maximize it. Almost lost it there at the end, but you can see how shallow it is. Like, that was such a long barrel then. It was a small wave, but technically done.
Exactly, especially when you don't have the priority, you just want to go on and then try to get a backup wave, and you can see right there, like, he's super deep, stays there like for the whole wave pretty much, and right there, as you said before, it's super dry as well, so I'm happy that he didn't get hurt after that.
Oh, that was just so sick. Just technically, And just being able to stall like that and play with it, because you could see he did come out. You could see the nose of the board for a second, and then he went back in fully, like, covered up by the lip of the wave there. So really well done by Connor.
There's a lot of different looks of waves out here. Like the one Connor had, you look like you might be on an Indo boat trip. And then you're on a wave like Vahine got earlier today, and it's a big slab wave that she came from deep on the right angle, the right side of the reef where you take off. You can actually get a different feeling out here, Michelle.
Exactly. That's how you see someone that has that spent a lot of time in Tahiti. You're gonna have to put your some times in there. That's why when I see Vahine, she knows the spot very well. She lives right here. She's spent so much time whenever it's good or bad, like windy or perfect, and that's the reason why she got a 9.3. You know, she's just the kind of the person like that. Put some times and get rewarded from it.
We've seen a lot of things change over the years. Talking about your rookie year, 2009, but you were getting familiar with this wave well before that. How much has the lineup changed with all the attention coming up for obviously this event, but also the Olympic Games?
The locals kind of stand up more nowadays. They know the potential of the wave. They know that they can get, you know, like all the media guys and all the, from all around the world. So from the sponsor point of view, it's a good way for them to get some new contracts and stuff. So that's why whenever it gets big, they know like they're gonna charge, they're gonna get deeper. We saw Emil got one of the best wave ever here. It was huge. Like to me, I wasn't even thinking about paddling that wave, but he just turned around and just went, and we could see that he was deeper, but he couldn't make it. But like, I don't know if somebody can make that thing. It's just incredible that they're pushing the limits every single time.
Wow, it has changed a lot, and you guys are definitely pushing it harder than ever. Emio got that crazy one. If you haven't seen it yet, find it on his Instagram. We've got 12:10 on the clock here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Hawaii's Seth Moniz out in front, 6.83 and a 5.5. Let's dive into the pulse for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Women's opening round was solid for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Her best number to date here at Teahupo'o, 7.67, as she takes the jump into the quarterfinals, sending Brisa and Gabby Bryan into the elimination round. That was a great way to kick off the day. Then world number one was absolutely charging. Katie Simmers put her head down, got nice and barreled, 7.67. Took a wild wipeout, kept on swinging, looked comfortable in that yellow jersey. And then the wild card, 9.33. Vahine was so incredibly deep. Her best number in the jersey here as a wild card at the end of the road and showing off for the locals there. Looked so comfortable. Vahine getting the big win. Jeremy was happy with that. She goes straight to the quarterfinals. And then how about a heat restart for the defending event champion. And then things really switched on. Caroline turning in an 8-point ride. Super hollow, great positioning. Backed it up with a 4.67. But Sawyer getting the wave of her life. The rookie on tour, hands to the sky. That was so real and genuine as she got one of the best waves, not just of her life, but of her career, 9.43. She couldn't back it up, so she actually has to go to the elimination round, but she'll have a ton of confidence after facing her fears and absolutely going for it. Molly Picklum left out of that one, and she will be in the elimination round later on today as well. That's what you love about this event. It's always a moment, just some surfer could get the wave of their life, especially with a building swell like this, and anticipating giant surf next week on Wednesday. Michelle Perez is with us. Your take on the big swell that we are just can't wait for next week. What are you thinking? Is it going to be just under that toe size? What are you expecting?
Well, I guess it's going to be really big. It's going to be interesting to see like what's like the limit the surfers on tour is going to do. Like, especially when there's going to be some toe waves for sure. And especially when you see somebody that's going to have to need a big score, if he's going to go or not. You know? We're going to see some difficult moments for sure for a lot of surfers. And I'm pretty sure like a lot of them will think about like the time that they didn't go on a wave for the rest of their life, you know? So it's gonna impact a lot of surfers for sure.
And it kind of speaks to what Sawyer was saying. The last thing she wanted was to let her fear overcome her and have to leave this place knowing that she didn't get the wave, she didn't go, even if it was a fall. And we're going to see a lot more of that as the energy increases next week, Flick.
Yeah, I was super pumped to hear that from her. And we saw this similar sort of thing. Obviously, it wasn't as big at backdoor or pipe at the beginning of the year, but she hadn't really put much time in at backdoor. And then in the heat, got that absolute drainer on her backhand. And yeah, really impressed there. And then done it again here in Tahiti. And on an absolute nugget. I mean, that thing was one of the biggest waves of the morning, and I just love the commitment level from the rookie on tour, first time here. And yeah, it's exciting. I mean, when we look through to that elimination round, matching up against Katie, world #1. I mean, Sawyer's got all the confidence in the world. Katie's an amazing backhand barrel rider. It's going to be a cracker of a heat.
I always love seeing the scenes of Waterworld, you know, just reminding us how beautiful this place is and the culture of spending time on the ocean, as we have an opportunity popping up for the man with priority. Ethan Ewing locks in world #4. Nice lunge to get some speed, an easy make for the Australian. Nice snap there, kicks out. His best wave so far. Remember Ewing working with Jake the Snake Patterson for the first half of the season, now really focused with Beat Durbridge, one of Michelle's longtime rivals, longtime friends, who's been working with the Australian Olympic team for many years. Gosh, just thinking of Beat, man, he turned in some crazy years out here as well. Remember semi-final 2014 to 2015, he made round 5, but absolute charger in Beat Durbridge. How'd you like this one, Flick?
Yeah, I loved it. I thought that it was such a stylish pump to get through this section. It was just like how he surfs on an open face wave carving. He takes that same sort of style to barrel riding, and it was just beautiful to watch. I mean, that little last section there was tricky to navigate. You can see the fins really got released there, but that one big pump there, I mean, he was super crucial that moment for him to make it through this second section. If he hadn't have done that, probably would have got clipped. And yeah, it was just a great read and really crucial at this point in the heat. I mean, with, you know, probably took off on that wave with 6 minutes left. I mean, he needed to put a score on the board. So yeah, beautiful wave.
Best wave so far for Ethan in the matchup, comparing it to Seth's 5.5 and 6.83. Step in the right direction. Ewing up again. Solid positioning again. It gives him a bonus section, and he will do the pin drop to get out of there, Michelle.
Wow, that was crazy. For the last 2 minutes, he's just got 2 scores. So it's that's what brings like that's the reason why you see like the top 5 surfers making hits. They can turn the hits so fast, and Ethan, you cannot say any bad things about him. We just saw that he got a good wave before, and then right after that he just like bring another score back. Like you can see, he's really deep. That thing is legit.
Solid one, and way to punch out of there quickly, Flick.
Yeah, this wave was different too to the second wave, the last wave. Sorry, before that. Wow, you can really see how deep he was. I mean, from that angle, he's right on the foam ball there. Really had to muscle with it to stay through this section here. But this wave, to me, just looked like it was a lot more open. It really threw a lot more. It was more of a rounder shape, whereas that first barrel sort of had a couple of sections. It was a bit harder, whereas this was just hit that inside ledge and was just so hollow. I mean, I didn't really realize until we saw that other angle just how hard it was for him to hold on there. So really technical once again, and backed it up really quickly.
He certainly did. Strider, Wazalewski, best seat in the house. Anything you've picked up about Ethan Ewing's equipment for this event?
Dry-fin's out for, he's on a 4-fin today. He said he's fallen in love with the speed and the agility of the 4-fin in the barrel, and using his body to kind of temper the speed on the wall. But then you let go and the board has so much to give. It's like hitting afterburners, he said, and he said it rides over the foam balls incredibly well. Look at this thing.
Thank you, Strider. Opted for the 4-fin for Ethan Ewing, putting the head down, locking in over the foam ball. Seth Moniz gets the exit, but doesn't have control. And these are those situations in these barrel riding events where you're wondering how the judges are going to react to that as he got just shoved out of the barrel. They always want to see you ride away with the completion, Flick.
Yeah, I had a look at the judging notes that got sent out this morning, and it said, you know, obviously you need to ride out with control. And to me, that wasn't control. I mean, all the hard work was done. It was a tricky section to navigate here. You can see it was just chandeliering, stayed open. He did all, he just had so much speed that when he hit that lump on the way out, it just totally caught him off guard. Oh my goodness. And they're the kind of ones that really take the wind out of your sails. And yeah, you just get that feeling like all the wind's knocked out of you. Look how much speed he hits that water with. I mean, yeah, I feel for him because hard work was already done.
Close one, Michelle.
That's a close one. I'm happy not to be a judge right now.
Because you're so ready to give it to him. What an effort he had, how technical his approach was, putting his head down. But when you get launched out straight to a fall, the judge has already shown us it's going to be a throwaway for Seth. And he hears it now, knowing that that was the turning point where he could have got the lead back off of Ethan Ewing. Ewing, meanwhile, 6.63, 6.5. And Connor O'Leary's down to third, needing an 8.9. It's all for the win. Remember, it's just first place to the round of 16. Quick recovery wave for Seth Moniz just to lock in some tube time. He'll be incomplete on the inside again. And now Ethan Ewing on the next opportunity. Small, tight, compact style, but another exit for world number 4. And a quad. Nice choice there. It's always up to the individual surfer, which I always think is such a cool point in our world. You know, not everybody, even if they have the same height and weight, are not going to ride the same thing necessarily. They are always looking for something different. And with a 4-fin, the amount of speed that you can get on those in the barrel, Ethan's loving that choice. How's it looking for you, Michelle?
I'm still old school. I'm that guy that, you know, stick to his game plan till the end.
Love that. And there's some great theories there for some surfers, and maybe like yourself, I don't know what your thought is on this. Sometimes the quad can be too fast when you're trying to show the judges that you can get nice and deep, where you actually, this wave is so powerful, you don't need to go faster. You actually want to have something helping you slow down a little bit. Is that your theory out here, or?
Oh, fully. You can see, like, you need whenever you need to go fast. Sometimes you go way too fast. So you have to find the right way and put the brake stop on. You know.
That's awesome. Loving spending our time with Michel Perez. The story about how he got nicknamed the Spartan will be coming up next. After this heat, Ethan Ewing getting the jump into the round of 16, and Seth and Connor will be reseeded into the elimination round. John's coming up next. We'll be right back.
from Hawaii, John Florence. From Indonesia in blue, Rio Waida, and from Brazil in white, Yagodora. And for the previous 8, I just remind you, first place in wave, Italy wave, advancing to round 3. Seth Muniz and Conor Leary will be in the elimination round. Voilà, donc à l'instant de la série qui vient de se terminer, c'est l'Australien Teahupo'o en rouge qui se qualifie pour le round 3. Le Hawaïen Seth Muniz et le Japonais Conor Leary passeront par le round d'élimination. Et à l'instant, au début de la deuxième série de ce round d'ouverture des hommes, en rouge le Hawaïen John Florence, opposé à l'Indonésien Rio Waida en bleu, et Yagodora est en blanc, le Brésilien. Et voilà la première vague de cette série, surfée par le Hawaïen.
You're watching the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Stop number 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Two-time world champ headlines the matchup. In heat number 2, current world number 3, John Florence. He's a dad now. Congratulations to John and his beautiful wife Lauren on this beautiful chapter of their life. As John takes on Rio Waida and Yagodora. John already getting this wave during the break, Michelle.
Wow. It's a good start. It's not a big wave, so that's the reason why he got a 5.17. But it's a good start. Like, there's not many coming, so to start with a 5 is a good backup. And we know John what John is capable of, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go out there and then get another 5 or 6, and then just wait for the bomb to come.
Another angle here below sea level. Look at this one, Flick.
Yeah, the first thought is I just love how he approaches this wave and the takeoff, where he doesn't grab the rail straight away. He kind of does that bottom turn up under the lip, then sets the rail, which is pretty cool. And I think that's really unique to John's sort of style and approach out here. And yeah, I love to see that. And I think we were talking about it before, Michelle, but you were saying, you know, as that tide gets higher, right? It's going to get a little bit more challenging, a little bit more inconsistent. So I like this approach of John, just trying to get a few scores on the board, because yeah, there were a few waves and a few nuggets that came through in the last heat, but overall it was pretty slow. So I like the approach.
I like it too. For John, I like where he's at the moment in his life and his career, and it's kind of interesting because he hasn't won an event in a while for him. You know, he's won 2 world titles. His last win was over Gabriel Medina at Pipeline, you know, going back to the start of what was the 2021 season, even though that one was held in December. So for him, it's probably feeling like a long time since he's held that trophy on the podium, and he's never won this event before, Michelle.
That's incredible, knowing that John never won this event before. He's like in the top 2 or 3 surfers in the world, and out there, and I feel like the reason why it's because Medina and Kelly are still around. So I'm pretty sure John's gonna come back stronger, you know, in a couple days when the sweat comes.
Certainly. It seems like Tahiti's always been a happy place for John, where he knows he can do his best surfing. The famous heat in the 2014 semifinal, a tiebreak decision with John and Kelly, still considered one of the best heats of all time. I talked to one judge the other day. He said he threw a 10 on both waves to start, and I was like, hey, that was totally fair. Just, I mean, it was hard to separate those two that day, Flick.
Oh, completely. I mean, we watched that vault piece that WSL put together in the morning show prior to this event starting, and I mean, I was just reminded, there was absolutely not a drop of water out of place that day. It was crystal clear. It was just begging for 10-point rides, and yeah, for me, it's splitting hairs. I mean, I'm glad I'm not a judge, and I wasn't judging that day because, yeah, it was unbelievable.
John with a 5.17. Strider, are you picking up anything about John's demeanor? Is he happy at the moment? We'll find Strider in a second. Sometimes Strider will go snorkeling right when I throw to him. You know, he'll check out the reef. It's so beautiful out there, and he can't help himself. But we'll talk to him in a moment. The Waz is also in his happy place here in Tahiti, doing the live reporting from the channel. It's pretty cool. You know, you have his giant backpack on. He's got his water mic, and he has to make sure there's not water in it when we throw to him. But then there's waves, and we've all seen it when Strider gets caught inside. Everyone loves that. We're going to try to get cameras on that more often. You know,
we should have a highlight.
Yes, exactly, like a little highlight, blooper reel, you know? Be amazing. We'll chat with him in a moment. But Rio Waida, I feel like you could relate to Rio a bit. He's the only Indonesian on tour. You know, Michelle, you're carrying your country and your island on your shoulders. You know, what does that feel like when it's not like a crew or a storm or a pack from San Clemente? It's like it's all about you on tour.
Yeah, you kind of feel lonely, yeah, somehow, because you don't really know everyone else, and the language barrier is different too, because we speak French in Tahiti, and he speaks like Indonesian, and he kind of speak English at the same time, and just to travel like around the world with people that only speak English, it's a different. They have a different culture too. It kind of like make you like makes you that you have to open your mind as well. So you have to be open-minded, and it's pretty good, you know. So you learn more from like the country you go to, and from the people you get around to, and that shows like you can find yourself like in a different person like the year after.
It's such a great point. I mean, imagine someone asking a question in a foreign language and saying, "How do you feel? You know, how was your heat?" And you're just going, "Really? Like, where do we begin?" It's a great topic, as we'll have Ethan Ewing now with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joe. Ethan, other than the 2 minutes out there where you were catching waves, that was a pretty quiet, creepy heat in the lineup.
For sure, yeah. It was. I took that first wave and I thought it was a good one, and it ended up like pinching and falling, and so it wasn't the way I wanted to start my heat. And then there was a huge lull, so yeah, there's a lot of thoughts going through my head at that moment. But yeah, I was really happy to, I don't know, come back right towards the end. Wow. Oh, yeah.
And just as we speak, somebody way deep in the pit out there. All right, Ethan, I saw you come in. You met up with the pit crew. What was the debrief after that heat?
It was just, I mean, yeah, kind of the mistake at the start. These 3-mans are always pretty challenging with how you should start the heat, if you should fight for the inside or not. But yeah, there's a lot of positives too. So yeah, just rewatch it and yeah, see how we go.
Well, you missed this event last year due to injury, so what are your goals for 2024 here in Tahiti?
Hopefully just make the finals, I guess. I really want to just get as many heats as I can, and yeah, just try and, I don't know, better my surfing. These sorts of waves are so challenging. So yeah, just try and surf as well as I can and surf a lot of heats.
So far so good for Ethan Ewing. Moving on.
Thank you, Chris. Ethan Ewing looking for his first win of the season. Had a final in Portugal this year, and very consistent, so currently in that top 5 picture. Waves on the way here. We'll have Iago Dora pull up and under. Stepping on the gas a little bit to drive through for the completion. And a wrap just to finish it off. His best so far. Dora had a little bit of pressure on him this year after some tough results to kick off the season. It was very, very close for him surviving the cut. He finished in that last spot to continue on this year. And I feel like it's coming off expectations after last year. He was basically a spot out from making the world title event at Lowers.
Yeah, very different story from this event this year to the previous, right? I mean, we came here last year and he still had a shot at making that final 5 situation, which, I mean, you fast forward to now, and I mean, he literally got that last spot to stay alive on tour and surf the back half of the year. So I mean, it's pretty interesting just to see, like, obviously he had great momentum last year and was really on a roll, but that can so easily change. And once that changes, it can be so hard to find that momentum again and click back into gear. But maybe now that, you know, obviously he's made the cut, maybe a little bit of pressure is obviously alleviated, and it'll be interesting to see how the back half of the year pans out for him.
Yeah, Michelle, the title race is always fun. You know, you see how it evolves through a year. We passed the halfway mark, and we can really start seeing how the Final Five's trying to solidify itself. And we've got some great stories from Jack Robinson, 2 wins this season. You know, and now, you know, obviously with the absence of Toledo taking the year off, it's kind of opening up some conversations of is John gonna have his 3rd world title? Can Medina come back from 19th in the back end? And you're like, gosh, he's done that before. What's your take on it, where we stand now at the halfway point?
Everything is still wide open. You know, like John and Medina are the best at choke, so we're gonna have, like, I hope to see one of them in the final for sure, and there's still a chance for both of them just to make the top 5. It's that easy, you know, because you cannot count them out. They made the top 5, they won both of them like world titles, and they really want to go big this year, and I feel like just to have them knowing that Felipe is not doing the contest at the end of the year, that's changed everything. Just because Felipe is like, he could be the best over there at lowers, in my mind. So to not have the best over there is a big chance for them to win the world title.
Pretty exciting season. Cloudbreak back on the calendar as well, which is incredibly exciting in August, and that'll be the focus for the Final Five, the last chance to fight for a world title. For John, it would be a 3rd world title if he can accomplish it. His whole story has been the injuries that he's had to deal with over the years. Last year, surfed a complete season, which was promising. He's learned so much about how his body works physically. I was chatting to Pat O'Connell the other day, and he's like, I don't think people really understand how hard John works. Keeping it fun, but he's not just cruising along. He might show that in his demeanor, but he is working just as hard as anybody, physically preparing himself with equipment to be the best he can be at all times.
I think there's the misconception, because a lot of only what we see from John is in a contest jersey or on social media. And he's pretty reserved, and he keeps to himself a lot. Like, he keeps his cards close to his chest, but you can't be sitting out there with 2 world titles and not be dedicated and not be competitive and not be committed. I mean, it goes hand in hand with competitive surfing. That's what you're out here doing. Anyone that's trying to give off the idea that they're not competitive is just lying to themselves, because you're here competing on tour. I mean, this is what you want to do. This is your dream. And yeah, I mean, for me, watching John, I'm just excited this year. He looks like he's in good nick. He's activated dad mode. And we all know, I mean, activated dad mode gives you a new sort of lease on what you're competing for. So let's go.
Let's go. We were able to sit down with John to get into his headspace on what the world title means to him these days.
My whole life, the dream had been to be on tour, and then I got on tour, and then it was like, had to go through the stage of like learning how to believe that I could beat Mick and Kelly and all these guys, and winning a world title is the goal, right? Like, and that's my life goal. If I win a world title, like, it's all done, I'll be happy, it'll be good. And then it's just funny, you know, you win a world title and you wake up the next day and you're like, holy shit, it's over. Okay, like, and then another day goes by and you're like, wow, like, I'm one more day separated from that kind of like accomplish that feeling. And then another day goes by and another day goes by. And then all of a sudden you're starting the tour back up again and everything resets at 0. I had so much fun learning. I had so much fun working with Ross and just my team, and looking at it and learning that, like, hey, that process was really it. That was like the thing that made that whole thing so special.
Cool talking to John and seeing how much growth he's had in his career. I'll never forget when he won his first event in Brazil over Joel Parkinson. Just being a young Grom with all this hype around him, just always a cool class act. Back-to-back world titles, and the face of like elation, realizing he has actually accomplished that goal. He's always known to be the best free surfer in the world, but then he balanced that in competition as well.
Yeah, it's incredible. John and he's been like just traveling around the world. Like, he knows pipe more than anyone, and he can do like big airs and big barrels and big turns. Like his surfing improved so much the years before he qualified, and got even better when he got on tour. So like working with Ross has a lot of things to do with, you know, like his accomplishment and winning world titles, and the fact that he's traveled with his brothers and his family are super close, and his close friends as well. You know, it's pretty crazy to see like he still have the same people that surround him when he was a kid till now. You know, so that shows how good a person he is, and he's really loyal to his friends and family.
I love that. And let's back that up with some stats and accomplishments for John Florence. Back-to-back world titles from 2016 to 2017. In 2016, he clinched early in Portugal with a final over Connor Coffin. 2017, he was able to win right at home at Pipeline. 8 championship tour event wins, his last at Pipe over Medina. Runner-up in this event in 2016, that was to Kelly Slater, and also qualified for the Olympics once again for Paris 2024. Already represented the USA in Tokyo 2020, just like Michel Perez did. And John was actually kind of beat up heading into that event. He was dealing with injuries, but it was the first ever Olympic Games for surfing, and anyone had a shot to be in it. You weren't going to miss it. I mean, for you, Michel, what was that experience like, being in the first Olympic Games?
It was just another comp for me. It's weird because, you know, like we used to do like all the tour events, and the hype around it was already huge. So when we got to the Olympics, it was just another comp because we surfed against the same guys, and we have the same goal, and to win the Olympics was just another one. But Tokyo is different than Tahiti, obviously, right? Like the waves will be way better here, and the hype will be more and more into like the worldwide. So to me, just to have John, what's his name, Gabriel Medina, and a few other guys that are on tour already in the event for the Olympics will be, you know, just crazy to watch, and I can't wait for that.
Yeah, the list is unbelievable, and checking out all the teams and the energy. You know, Jack Robinson, he'll be surfing for Australia, is talking about, yeah, but this is Teahupo'o. It's a big one, and if you want to win gold anywhere, I mean, this is going to be the spot.
Oh, it's just, in my eyes, it's the most awe-inspiring wave in the world. It is the most perfect like barrel, from, you know, 2 foot to 15 foot to even bigger, and I just can't wait for people to see, you know, hopefully the ocean provides, and I'm sure it will, but all these eyes on the sport in such a beautiful arena. And I mean, it's a beautiful arena, but it's a scary arena. There's consequence, and the boundaries are, I mean, boundaries are going to be always pushed out here. Personal boundaries, surfing boundaries, history will be made. It's going to be super exciting to watch.
So many incredible things happening in pro surfing, but especially here in Tahiti, as the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown continues. John's having a blast. He has a 517, but can't help but celebrate clean conditions with just a couple guys out. We'll be right back.
Donc la première vague du bleu et la deuxième du rouge, alors que le blanc démarre derrière aussi. Voilà, un bel échange entre les trois surfeurs. On va attendre les scores alors qu'il reste un petit peu plus de 15 minutes. First priority blue, second priority white. 15 minutes remaining.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Conrad Bora Bora Nui, stay inspired. And SHISEIDO, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. What a nice day to kick off this event competitively after a couple of lay days, and we've got some action dropping in and pulling under the hood. Indonesian Rio Waida getting a nice completion and a kick out to start playing ball with these guys. His opener, he was very patient. Now John takes off late and pulls up and under. Florence going even deeper and will come out. There's that cool style into the channel from a two-time world champ, a runner-up at this event. Starting to have a lot of fun. Iago Dora slipped on the foamy part of that wave, just a short up and out. But Rio doing a great job to put his head down and get his start. And now John finding another score to go with his 5.17. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Michelle Perez, a man who's had some huge accomplishments in his career. Pipeline, huge win. One of the greatest contests you could ever win in the sport of surfing. Margaret River, Brazil. That was the season you went. Brazil, Margaret River, finished in the top 5 in the world.
Yeah, somehow, yeah, I did.
So, of course you did. That was a great season. That was also the year this event absolutely fired. When you look back at all those accomplishments, does one stand out as the best, or do they kind of all have as much?
I feel like the first event you win, the first city event you win, is pretty much the one. Yeah, because you put so much on the board, and you feel like your whole career you have goals, and this one was one of the best goals to reach. And after that, I won another one, as you said before. But we can see now, like, wow, that's a good run.
Rio Waida, nice clean read on that one.
Yeah, this was the first wave of that set, so super clean face wave here. That one stayed super open for him as well, and just great technique there. And I mean, yeah, here we go. We get to compare with John. So this is the next wave behind. He tucks up underneath the lip. This wave a bit bigger. You can see the lip was a little bit thicker. So I'm thinking that John's probably going to get the edge here. But yeah, beautifully read there by John, and comes flying out. And I feel like, you know, when he starts doing those kind of little claims, the tongue got stuck out as well. I feel like he's feeling it. He's excited by it. So it's good. It's a good sign. Johnny's in good nick.
A lot of different waves to backside barrel ride. What makes John so unique, Michelle?
That's a good question. If I knew the answer, I would have been like John. But I feel like just the time he spent at Pipe, like being the kid that everybody, all the uncles from Pipe, like pushing, used to push when he was a young grommet, and his mom, especially his mom, like telling him to go out there and just like to grow really fast and to spend like the whole day out there. You know, there's not many people that want to see their kids in 12-foot pipe when he was like 12 years old.
So true. John Florence is starting to really pick up the pace out here. His second scoring ride that we saw after the break, 7.67, and John still heating up, Strider.
First priority white.
Good time right now. Amazing to watch his tempo and his feeling out here. Ever since he paddled out and got into the lineup, on his way back out after his first wave, he threw up his hand and watched his perfect wave tube right by him. And you could just see that it was a pure surfer's moment. And you can see him just in a cycle, like just catching anything that moves, everything that, even if he's under priority, he's like, yeah, I'll take this. It's a perfect wave. Why not? And he's just stacking up his momentum, and you can just see him building. And he just paddled by, and he just said, I'm having so much fun, you know, and that's what it's all about right now. I think that's a kind of a difference between you know, something that John's got is he doesn't put too much pressure on himself, and he just enjoys the moments. And he just paddled by and enjoying one with me, and I was like, that was incredible, just pure surf moment. So John is really feeling the flow. He's got a good tempo, and you can see that grin and that kind of face after he comes out of the tube. He's really loving it.
Good man, Strider. Yeah, the pure joy of being a pro surfer and loving your job today. That's John's special rhythm that he has with barrel riding. Once he gets barreled once, he can repeat it throughout the matchup. How about that technique, Flick?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was speaking about earlier. I just love that ability he has to take off and not grab the rail straight away. He just does that one big pump, and it's such a great read. We'll get back to that Iago. Oh, just that little bit too deep on that one. Could have see that wave had a funny little bend in it. But yeah, John just has this amazing technique for that. I mean, I think back to that vault footage of the heat he had with Kelly in 2014, and I mean, he was just, you know, taking off and no grab rail and threading these barrels. Like the ability to be able to do that just speaks to so much experience, so much knowledge, and just like a great connection with the ocean.
As we look at this approach from Iago Dora, what'd you see, Michelle?
Yeah, it was a good wave selection, but it was just a little bit too deep. I don't think he would have made it. John was at the perfect spot, but it's a good call that he went. Otherwise, John would have get another high 8 or 9.
Yeah, solid. Great insight competitively with strategy and making sure you're not letting John run away with it, because it's not about first and second. It's about just first place to move into the round of 16. So Iago doesn't want John to put that out of reach, and the goat has shown up. Usually gets a late flight here. The waiting period starts, you're like, uh-oh, when's Kelly going to arrive? And next thing you know, he's coming in for a landing on Air Tahiti Nui Airlines. The best of all time, looking for a 6th event title here at Teahupo'o. Taking on Ramsey and Jack Robinson.
Wow.
We've seen a lot of Jack. We've seen a lifetime of Kelly. I think the world's going to be excited to see Ramsey with the jersey on here in Tahiti. I know you've seen Ramsey for a long time, and he's about to show the world what he can do in the barrel as well.
Yeah, Ramsey is one of the best tube rider on tour. So like for him to just to be in the same hit with Kelly and Jack is incredible. He comes from like a big injury, and he came back strong, and he qualified on the first year again. He stayed under the cut, and like right now he's just staying with another good friend of mine named Teahupo'o Smith. He's like one of the best out here. He's from Orea, and they just like stay together. Teahupo'o is pretty much like coaching him, and you know, like showing him around and bringing the mana to him, you know. So I saw Ramsey just before, and he was psyched. I love it.
Super psyched. We've seen a lot of great things from Teahupo'o at this event in the past as well. Riding Infinity surfboards and getting incredibly barreled out here. Really cool when you really dive into that story of staying with families and really close friends. And that makes this event so unique. You know, Flick and myself, we get to stay with Hinatea, just an incredible woman that's so welcoming. It literally brings us into her home and make sure we're having a good time and well taken care of, as we see a hollow pit on the inside for the goofy footer out there. Iago Dora trying to make something out of that smaller one, still chasing a 994 to catch up with John Florence.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big job ahead of him right now, because John's slowly inching his way up to sitting out there with that #1 priority. Obviously, Rio's holding that at the moment, but I mean, it's going to be hard because, and like you said earlier, Michelle, to me, I mean, it's going to get more challenging. It's going to get a bit slower until later this afternoon when we do really see that swell sort of kick. But I've just loved John's approach of, let's just get busy early, let's hunt around, let's get a couple of scores on the board. And he did kind of exactly what you said he was going to do. Just wait for that bomb, and he's got it. And I think he's kind of got this on lock at the moment.
He's doing a great job. Solid heat total out front. Looking for his first win of the year, and his first win in, well, several years, but he looks really comfortable, confident. Some of the events you expect him to win, like Margaret River, a wave that Michelle loves as well. You know, he came close now a couple times. Jack Robinson's been keeping him honest there. So that's another fun rivalry that we have on tour, Michelle.
Yeah, that's amazing. You know, just to have like Jack and going for the world title, like I bet I actually bet with Ramsey a couple years ago. Like I could see Jack become a world champ for the next 5 years. You know, so there's like 4 to go.
I think that's a fair call as we look at a nice funneling left-hand two for Dora. A nice silky looking carve, combos it up.
Wow.
And gets out of there. He's looking for excellence. Judges always want to see on sets and really big, impactful sections. But gosh, you can tell he's surfing really well, Flick.
Oh, he just looks, the flow's completely there. I mean, to come straight out of that barrel and go into those 2 turns is exciting. But when he comes out of the barrel and he's looking for that end section, I'm always like, okay, is he going to go for a massive air? Because we've seen him do that here. Like, he'll come flying out of the barrel and then you're like, oh, don't do it, don't do it. It's so shallow and he just hits this massive section. So, I mean, even though I said John's got this heat on lock, I mean, it's still doable in one wave for either Iago or Rio. So, I mean, it is, the opportunity is there, and knowing just what Iago's capable of on the big airs, we've seen him and guys like Italo go to on that end section. I mean, it's open. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's cool to see 2 9s already today. You know, when you have waves like this where you can turn it with a 10 when someone's not comboed, you're holding your breath till the end of the heat. You know, the caliber of talent on tour these days. We were looking at a list of threats just moments ago in this event, and that number has significantly increased over the years. You know, back from the early stages of this event as a CT in '99 and 2000, there might have been a handful that could win. Now it's pretty stretched out on the whole tour as we look at Rio Waida. Nice pace there, cool style off the bottom. Kicks out of his second scoring ride. 4.93 on his first. Needing an 8.84 to take John's spot out in front, Michelle. We've seen now 2 looks of his backside technique. What are you liking about his approach?
He's from an island where there's barrels everywhere. So he do have the perfect style in left barrels. And I just felt like he was not deep enough on that one. He could have maybe take off deeper, like behind the peak, and just stole the whole wave to get enough, you can see right there, like, boom. To me, when I look at that wave, he could have been like a 7. And like, I'm pretty sure he's going to get less than that. But, just to come back stronger and get a lower score for the backup. But you never know with John. John has a priority now, and he's not going to let something like more than a 7 goes.
The art of slowing down when this wave is trying to shove you to the channel and missing that opportunity to get nice and deep. Learning that technique and putting your body in the wave and really slamming on the brakes when you want to balance getting really deep, but also making the ride so you get the score.
Yeah, I think sort of to say what you were talking about, Michelle, is I think a lot of what happened there was positioning from before he even got to his feet, right? Like, I mean, yeah, he could stall once he got up, but I think because of the speed, there was no way he was ever going to be able to do that. He needed to be like another couple of meters deep, right? And I think that's sort of going to be, it's sort of, that is the, basically it comes down to that moment of positioning before you even stand up, because as long as you stand up, you're confident once you're up on your feet. I mean, look, yes, sometimes you're going to have to weave and you're going to have to muscle your way through, but generally the wave's going to do the work for you. I feel like a lot of it is the positioning from the very beginning and how early you can allow yourself to get in there. And it's sort of similar story to waves like Pipe. These consequential waves, it's all about that like opening, that beginning part before you even get to your feet.
It's a good point. Also, when you're burning off speed and the judges see you and you try to get back in the barrel, it's a lot harder to get something in the exit range. Instead, they love that knifing the takeoff, really critical, free falling. I mean, they're watching the best surfers in the world, so having that drama, that air under your board and getting swallowed up immediately on the takeoff, those are the waves that you always remember.
Oh, of course, it's like, you can see like any waves, even Vahini's wave this morning, I was freaking out here. I was like, oh, that's a 10. In my head was a 10 because she took off behind the peak and she was so deep. She was on the fumble the whole time and she came out after the spit. So to me, that's exactly what you're looking for during the free surf and during the event.
Great example there and a reference that we will be running with throughout this event. Vahine putting on a show, Sawyer Lindblad into the 9s. We're into the men's opening round, and John Florence enjoyed his time. He got a lot of fun barrels. 7.67, 6.10 as the top 2. Still holding priority, looking to shut this one down. Dora has second priority. And John will look to take this one with 10 seconds. Slams on the brakes. Beautiful stalling technique. Staying in the hollow pit the entire ride. The two-time world champ wanting more, and he will just let go of the open face. And that is just a clinic on backhand tube riding, on how to manage your speed, where you want to be inside the pit at Teahupo'o. Well done for Florence. Dad strength into the round of 16. Rio Waida and Yago Dora will be reseeded in the elimination round. Men's ER not today. Women's will be later on this afternoon. John talked about the rivalry with Jack. Jack's coming up next. Robinson taking on Ramsey Bochaim, and also the GOAT, Kelly Slater. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Jesse Mendez for the call right after this.
Okay, last of red is a 5.53. Okay, for the next 8, get ready. Three, two, one. Okay, we just had the E3, and I just want to tell you, surfer in blue, Ramsey Bochaim, go to third priority because you catch a wave before the start of the heat. Ramsey, tu as directement la troisième priorité en démarrant la série, car tu as pris une vague avant le début de la série. Voilà donc début de cette série qui oppose en rouge l'Australien Jack Robinson, au Marocain Ramsey Bochaim en bleu et l'Américain Kelly Slater est en blanc. We just had the E3 of the opening round for the men in red from Australia. Jack Robinson, blue from Morocco, Ramsey Bochaim, and white from the United States, Kelly Slater. Just remind you, 35 minutes.
WSL Vault presented by Outerknown. We're opening up and pulling out the 2005 file where Kelly Slater matched up with Damien Hobgood in the final out here at Teahupo'o. And Slater went perfect. Started off with a couple 9-point rides. Kelly Slater, white wetsuit. He's got the uniform on like Superman, and he did use his superpowers to get not one, but 2 10-point rides in the final against Damien Hobgood. Slater, Jesse, went perfect here.
I mean, this guy knows this wave better than anyone. Like the way he approaches, how comfortable he feels. And that was a great heat, man. That was impressive. And Damien, right there, just driving through. That was so close.
Yeah, Hobgood dislocated his shoulder, had to top out of the final. Slater already had 19.5 on the board, and he said, why not make it perfect with another 10-point ride? Kelly Slater, dominant performance back in 2005, where he shows why he is the most talented surfer out here. A little beer on the shoulder, in the barrel, celebrating the win. Slater, clearly the man at the end of the road. And Slater has gone on to win 5 titles here in Teahupo'o. As we look at Ramsey Bochaim out in the heat with Kelly Slater, along with Jack Robinson, opening round, heat number 3. And thank you for joining us, Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez. This is a great heat. This is a really, really good heat.
Yeah, that might be, if not the most stacked heat of the first round. It's close because you have specialist tube riders. Obviously, Jack Robinson in the best part of his career. Just so confident, always making smart decisions and know this wave as good as anyone. And then you have the goat out here, and then you have Ramsey, which is amazing tube rider as well, an amazing competitor. So
yeah, Ramsey caught a quick one, so he's in third priority right now. So we'll wait for the priority rotation to continue. With that, let's check in with John Florence out on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. That was just John doing John things. How much fun is it to start an event with a heat like that?
It's so much fun. It's fun size right now too. It's kind of playful, and there's just the barrels are really perfect. It was a little slow in that heat, but yeah, I don't know. I loved it.
Now, I know you love this place. Tahiti has a special place in your heart, no doubt. What's it mean for you to come here year after year and get to do what you do best out in this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most special places on earth. You know, from everywhere, from the place we're at, the people, everything. It's such a beautiful place, and I love coming back here and being able to surf this amazing wave. And yeah, I feel very fortunate.
Well, we're all fortunate to watch you do what you do out there. What are your goals for 2024 here in Tahiti?
To win. I think the goal is always to win. Yeah, and it looks like we have a lot of good swell coming, so super excited for that. Hopefully it's like it was a few years back when it was like 10 foot nonstop.
All right, let's hope it rises to John levels out there. Congrats, moving through.
Yeah, John Florence making it look easy. And another guy that makes the surfing look easy out here is Jack Robinson, our defending champ here in Tahiti. 26 years old, 7 CT wins to his credit, 4 years on tour. So he got to those 7 CT wins in fast orders in just 4 years on the championship tour. Talk about Jack Robinson, a heat winning percentage here. Giant, 86% for Jack Robinson. Start off here with Ramsey. Oh, stands straight up in that one. And just speed control at the end. Doesn't matter, just a flying kick out there. So nice in and out of the barrel, Jesse.
Looks like Kelly up and riding right now.
Slater pulling in, gets a couple of pumps on the backhand, travels through there, takes the high line out. Kelly Slater, big roundo to the kick out there for the 5-time Tahitian champ, 11-time world champ Kelly Slater. So nice start for Slater.
Yeah, and it was pretty impressive. Like, if I would predict the beginning of the heat, I would never expect Kelly to fight for the inside. And he started right there, and he paid off right away. That's an amazing ride he found. Just deep, drove through it, very long. So impressive from Kelly right there.
So we'll be waiting for scores. Ramsey as well as Kelly Slater. Strider, what did it look like from the water?
You know what? I was just laughing because Kelly Slater just got to Tahiti last night. Air Tahiti Nui upgraded him. You know, business class, the comfort. That was his first wave in Tahiti at Chopu on this trip. And I mean, I'm just so impressed with the comfort and the level of you know, skill and just how well he knows this wave. To come out here and do that on his first wave was just incredible to me. Huge smile, hats off, beautiful work for Kelly. I mean, just no-handed, driving through the barrel, read it perfectly. Now he's going to get another one right now. He's identified these perfect inside ones before the heat. So Kelly Slater, he's here to party.
Second wave for Slater, in and out of the barrel, making quick work of it. The familiarity for Kelly Slater, not a mystery, however. 19 events he's surfed in here in his career. He's made 7 finals. He's won 5 of those finals. He has an average heat score of 16.24 here in Tahiti, which is the highest of any competitor in the draw. So the numbers add up. It's just muscle memory for this guy, Jesse.
Totally, and that's exactly what Strider mentioned. He flew in last night, first wave, straight into a great score. Beautiful technique, just knows exactly what the wave is going to do when it hits the shallow part of the reef, and too much knowledge, man. And when you go up and against a guy that has an average over 19 events of 16.20 something, you expect you're going to have to step it up.
Yeah, it's insane math, right? When you think about to be able to maintain that high scoring average consistently over that many years. Take another look from the water here of the barrel.
That's the second wave, just as a Strider mentioned, paddling back out, getting a backup score. Just knows the reef way too well. obviously you have some fierce competitors still, and they're probably most likely going to step it up. But a great start for Kelly right there, and it was cool to see him fight for the inside.
What I'd like right now is what this is setting up for is for some pressure to perform from Jack Robinson, and we know how magic the surfer is from Western Australia. Speaking of Robbo, here he goes, looking down the line, backstores this one, through the foam ball, fights for the exit. Jack Robinson, what we expected from our defending champ there. So I like the fact that Jack, knowing that Kelly got some waves, know that he's got some score, and had to respond, and that he did.
And tricky wave also for Jack to ride. When you see the wave coming up, he took off actually more of a south angle of a wave, kind of deeper in the beginning, so he had an easy takeoff, as you see right here, almost a roll in, but the west bow was just growing down the line, and its chandelier, it was almost in between the inside ledge and outside ledge. It's like that awkward size, so it makes it very tricky for you to ride. We're probably going to have a better angle right here. As you see him eyeing it down, he's going to move his foot forward, a back foot, put his knee on the deck of the board to make it very stable. And see right there, it's kind of clampy. That's because it's hitting the in-between of the inside ledge and the outside ledge. And great work for Jack right there, just solid on his foot and a good start.
Ramsey answering back to Goofy Foot out of Morocco, finds a cone and comes out of that thing. So back and forth. Kelly Slater finds his inside trainer. It runs down the line over the reef. Slater gets caught up. No exit for Kelly Slater on that occasion.
Did not expect that fall, to tell you the truth. You expect Kelly to make out of every barrel he pulls in.
Yes. So Magician looks still paddling out with a smile on his face. He opened up with a 7.67 Slater, followed up with a 4-point backup. We're still waiting for scores for Ramsey as well as Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson with priority right now, Jesse. And given that there was a 7.67 already put down by that man right there, Kelly Slater, Robinson's reply, what do you think about the wave of Jack Robinson in reply to Kelly Slater?
In reply, if you compare both of the waves, in my opinion, obviously Kelly had a better angle, not a better angle, but just a better size wave for a day like today. I guess we'll get back to that after Ramsey's wave.
Ramsey, sneaky one, comes through, comes in and out. Buchanan being very consistent on his barrel riding. Opened up with a 4.5. 2 wave scores now owed to us by the judges to set the heat for the rockin' Moroccan Ramsey Buchanan paddling back.
But back to what we were saying, Kelly's wave had a better size for today. So he hit the bank a little better. He ran off. It was a little bit cleaner. And we're seeing here Ramsey's wave. That was a beautiful, look how deep he got, how wide that wave was. Came out just after the spit, so the judges are going to take notice of that. But right here, 1, 2, 3 pumps, setting up into that foam boat going through. That was a strong foam boat. He just had to muscle through it. That felt good. That's why he was frothing. Look at foot. The back foot is in front of the pad right there. That just show how much foot control and how much the surfers like to move their foot forward when they're riding the barrel to give that extra stability when they're going right there through the foam boat. You have more foam in the middle and towards the second half of the board, so moving your foot forward just gives you that stability and makes it a little bit easier for you to go through that tough sections of foam boat.
Yeah, the planing area of the board. Here we go. This is the ocean view of Kelly Slater in the barrel.
Yeah, look how perfect that wave is. Maybe he got a little too greedy right there. Put his leg, stalls a little too much, and the wave kind of gets, like the barrel gets very high and tight halfway through it, and it just launched at him upwards, and he ended up falling over the handlebars. Sometimes that happens. You're seeing the front angle, and it looks everything like it's perfect, but inside the foam boat eats itself up, and it like launches you up high, and it's just, you don't really have an angle to knife the board. And yeah, he should have been a little bit ahead of that, but sometimes it happens even with the best.
Slater still in the lead right now. And just to update you on scores, as Kelly does have a 4-point backup for that 7.67 that you see on his first wave. Score has checked in for Jack Robinson on his opening wave as a 6.67. We're waiting for 2 scores for Ramsey Bukhayam. And Ramsey, we saw that replay of him going through the foam ball that you talked about in that wide square barrel, and he goes excellent. 8.33, Ramsey takes the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at those waves, the difference between Ramsey and Kelly, he was able to get deeper. The wave was very hollow. And the judges also take notice of how much you're going through the foam balls, because that shows how deep you are in the barrel. The barrel starts to disappear, and it turns into foam, and he was behind it, going through it, driving through it, and that makes it very technical and critical. So the judges identified and gave it an excellent wave. That was an excellent ride. Beautiful wave for Ramsey.
And that's enough for Ramsey to go out into the lead here. Jack Robinson with priority, Ramsey under priority. He's just going to pencil dive off of that one. Robinson with priority, Robinson with the 6.67. Jack needs a 6.17 to go into the lead. Kelly needs a 5.17 to go into the lead. Jack, and that one just ran away. So Jack Robinson throws away his priority on that occasion. And hopefully the board survives right there. Kelly Slater right now. Kelly with priority. And we'll do a little comparison here. Kelly Slater, this was a 7.67.
Yeah, as you see it right there, look at the difference right here. You're going to see it, Ramsey going through that fumble right there, exact moment. That just shows how deep you are and how much energy there was inside that barrel, and that's very hard to do. So the judges gave that point of difference, even though Kelly's barrel was a little bit longer, but not as technical and not as critical as Ramsey's.
So the replay was comparing a 7.67 to an 8.33 to clarify. Slater with the lead. Slater needs a 5.17. Kelly does have a backup score of a 4-point ride to note for that 11.67 two-wave total. 19 minutes, 25 seconds on the countdown.
And a 4.5. Second place, White. White with a 5.17 to take the lead.
Taking a breather right now. That was some action to start off this heat.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone with solid scores under the board, and kind of everyone had a mistake. Yeah, you remember Ramsey went with second priority on that very small wave after the 8.33. Kelly felt, and Jack just felt right now. So everyone's giving each other a chance, but now Kelly's sitting with priority.
How about this guy? Yellow leader's jersey. Going on, getting ready. Griffin Colapinto, he's going to be up against Italo Ferreira and the trials winner, Mihimana Bray, in the next heat.
That's another stacked heat. Stoked for us. We're going to be seeing some good action.
Yeah, good stuff. And looks like Griffin's just been having a good time over here, so we'll see if his good positive attitude translate into some excellent wave scores in his matchup. Taking a look at Kelly Slater, the 11-time world champ, 5 titles here in Tahiti. The numbers are just always astounding when we look at Kelly Slater. 5 event wins out of 7 finals, 19 appearances here for Kelly Slater. Talked about that huge average heat score, and you top on all of that 2 perfect 20-point heats here in Tahiti.
I mean, if you think about it, 19 events here, so he most likely has about 100 heats, because he's usually surfing into the finals. Yeah. So he surfs a lot of heats usually out here.
So the odds would be for a low-scoring heat, but it does not, did not affect Kelly Slater. And when we look at the entire men's draw, he's the only surfer in the men's draw with an average heat total over 16 points. Jack Robinson, pretty decent. Jack Robinson has an average heat score here in Tahiti of 15.75. I feel that's why this makes it such an exciting heat. But you know what we didn't talk enough about in this heat, Jesse, is Ramsey Bukhayam, the rockin' Moroccan, because he's the guy out in the lead right now.
100% of that 4.5 that both of the other surfers let that wave go. I don't know if you recall it, but it was a short wave, but the takeoff was so underneath. He had to knife it, just show how much ability he has. And he's just an all-around surfer, amazing tube rider. And I mean, sitting in the first spot right now at an 8.33.
Yeah, Ramsey, technically his second season on the championship tour, but that's a technicality because on his first year, 2023, when he qualified, he injured himself at Pipeline before the start of the season. So that was a tragic start for someone who took 10 years on the qualifying series and the Challenger series to finally get up into the big leagues. But now that he's up in the big leagues, I feel like he's really fulfilling his place on the championship tour, Ramsey Buchanan.
100%, and just maturing as well. The way he competes, you know, he used to get very stressed, kind of easy when things weren't going his way, but now you can see that he's just like, he broke that barrier of like, hey, am I going to qualify or not? And he did qualify, and it seems like he's more of a free man.
Let's hear from Ramsey.
My mom, she works at a hotel in Biarritz right now, but she worked for Quicksilver for many years too. And before that, in Morocco, before we moved to France, she was a touristic guide for many years. She did everything for her two sons, you know. So yeah, solid. When we lost my dad, you know, when I lost my dad, she had to take care of everything, and you know, it's difficult. You know, you have a life for 25 years in Morocco, and then all of a sudden, you have to pack and go to France and do everything you can for your kids to come. You know, she's a rock, man. She's so solid. If I could be this, just she gave me a little bit of her toughness, I would be, wow, somebody else. It's crazy how much she had, you know. I don't know if I could have done that, you know. It was hard for her, and that's why we are so tight, you know. Me, my mom, and brother, it's pretty much us three now.
Hearing some words from Ramsey during that interview. By the way, Ramsey, 52 on his jersey. He's honoring his dad's birthday right there. He talked a little bit about family. Utilizing priority, however, we saw that on the small screen. Kelly Slater, again, was able to thread through yet another end-of-the-road barrel.
Yeah, I mean, he already had maybe one little mistake with that 1.5. He's not going to let that happen again, and that was a beautiful ride for Kelly, just clean. Identified a very good wave, pulled the trigger at the right time, and as we're going to see right here, taking off. The wave just growing down the line. Beautiful first pump right there, and this is what is so impressive about Kelly. That was as critical as it gets as well, but see it right here. He's going to do a pump without a hand, but then he's going to put on the brakes and slow himself down so much. So that just maximized the opportunity of the barrel right there, maximized time, deepness, and just perfectly read. Look, first pump, now it slows himself up, gets into the fumble, hides it for as long as he can, and then comes out perfectly. If he would have finished that, he would have added probably a good point, because that turn was very critical.
Just need a mid-range score as we look at the slow motion replay here. Jesse, just a 5.17 will give him the lead. Feels like he got that.
Oh, no doubt about it. This is a great ride for Kelly. Obviously, not as intense as some of the rides we had in this heat, but as far as technical skills and how deep you can get in a wave, that was very good. That was well done for Kelly, and straight to the bottom turn into a big crack.
Pulling up, pulling in, coming out, dragging the body. Jack Robinson looking for a backup score for his 6.67. The math's going to change right now. We're still waiting for the score for Kelly Slater. The feeling is that he's going to take the lead off of Ramsey Buchanan at that point, and then we'll have the new requirements for both Jack and Ramsey once that score drops for Slater. So we're still waiting. Judges reviewing a couple of waves out of the judges' tower.
And also, Kelly pelling back out, seeing that Jack got the wave not right after, but a little bit after, and lost priority, and most likely won't capitalize. That wave was a bit short. He did as much as he could, but the wave didn't have the quality for him to maximize as much as he was hoping for. So he's back in second priority. Most likely going to take first place right now, and you know, like, he's just waiting on Ramsey to pull the trigger, and then he's back again.
Yeah, let Ramsey pull it and then regain heat control, right? So, but we're still, nothing is official yet. We're still waiting for scores. Slater and Jack Robbo. 12 minutes on the countdown here, and a bit of a lull out in the ocean. Longer period swell has really shown us some of these lulls, as it's, I feel today, as it's shortening up, Jesse, that we are going to see a little bit more consistency as we make our way through the afternoon.
For sure, and we already seen that improvement. As you see in this heat right now, like we're looking at about 5 good waves that were ridden. You know, you had Jack's best, Ramsey's best, Kelly's 2 best, and maybe a few opportunities that they missed halfway through. So
scores coming in, and Slater will for sure take the lead. The question is by how much? Waiting for judge number 2. There you go, 6.83. Kelly goes to the top, and Ramsey now needing a 6.17. Jack needs a 7.83. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Ehoi mai mato. We'll be right back after this break.
Last of red is a 4.5, so situation is white. Is leader with a 7.67 and a 6.83. Second place blue. Blue needs a 6.17. Third place red. Red needs a 7.83. Just under 10 minutes remaining. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority red. Voilà donc dans la série à l'eau actuellement c'est le blanc qui est en tête avec un 7.67 et un 6.83. Deuxième place le bleu qui a besoin d'une vague à 6.17 et troisième place le rouge qui a besoin d'une vague à 7.83. La première priorité pour le bleu, deuxième priorité.
It's not just any Olympics, it's at Teahupo'o too. So it's, you know, it's a special one. And so I signed with Samsung. I'm really pumped to be on the team and representing my country, and, you know, being alongside all the other amazing athletes is super inspiring. So they have an amazing documentary actually that we were filming that in Hawaii this year. It'll kind of give like a broader look, and just, I feel like for the people who don't watch surfing all the time, you know, they'll be able to understand it a lot more, because there's so many other people that we reach in the Olympics, and you know, we want them to understand it and be drawn into what we feel, and I feel like that's going to, you know, really showcase that. It's not just riding the wave, it's these waves come from thousands and thousands of miles away, and you have to really be connected to it, and kind of a thing you can't explain, but I feel like if they can capture it visually and piece it together like that, then that's the things that you can't always define so well. You know, I think they're going to do a really good job of that.
Yeah, you can check out Jack Robinson in a new film with Samsung and the WSL. It's called The Next Wave. Scan the QR code to check it out. As we come back into action, high-scoring heat here at Teahupo'o with a star-studded lineup in the way of Kelly Slater, a 5-time champ out here, as well as our defending Jack Robinson, and the rockin' Moroccan Ramsey Bukhayam, who has already gone excellent in this heat. He has an 8.33 Ramsey in his scoreline. Kaipo Girl along with Jesse Mendez on the call. And Jack Robinson on the wave here. Funnels through that section, no problem. Stalls for a second section, wants a little bit more of a pit ride there for Robinson. And he kicks out right before the reef goes absolutely dry. Jack needs a big number, needs a 7.83 to turn this heat.
Yeah, he does, and his surfing has been on point. Like, his technique, obviously, it's impeccable as far as backside tube riding. Just on the wrong side of the rotation, you know, every time he has priority. Obviously, that first 667 was a nice bigger wave. Didn't get as throaty as he was probably hoping for, but all the other ones kind of smaller side. But look at this technique right here, slowing himself down, matching the speed of the wave, and yeah, beautiful surfing, but I don't see that coming into close into an excellent wave.
You brought up a good point, Jesse, and I wanted to have your take on it. How much harder is it in a 3-surfer heat to get on the right side of the priority rotation versus a man-on-man heat?
I mean, you have less opportunity, right? So if you see it right there, he's coming back out. He has third priority, so he needs actually 2 waves to come in order for him to get, priority to be selective. So it takes quite some time. It just takes longer, so it's harder for you to keep that patient, and also time runs down a bit quicker because you have less opportunities. So it's like, hey, I'm really gonna pull the anchor here and wait, I don't know how long until those surfers catch the wave, or should I just keep riding? You know, it's tricky. Sometimes it works in your favor, but most likely it won't.
Yeah, it's a hard ditch to dig your way out of. It's about time right now for a SHISEIDO water report, and for that, I'm going out to the channel with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, I just wanted to check in from the channel and really kind of get into this end of this heat here. We got Ramsey. I feel like he's still the danger man, sitting on that excellent score. I mean, he's put himself in a great position. He's got priority, and all he needs is a 6.1, I believe. So I feel like he's actually the one to worry about in this heat. Even though Kelly Slater's out in front right now, I think he's feeling vulnerable a little bit. And, you know, paddling back out, he knew that. He understood that. So it's going to be fun to watch this thing play out. But Ramsey been solid all week leading up to this, getting killer barrels, you know, tapping into the mana, as we've heard from the locals, and hanging out with Tiki Nui Smith. So he's really feeling the energy here. All he needs is a pretty small score. We'll see if he can pull it off.
Strider, 5 minutes on the clock. Is that enough time for Ramsey to acquire that wave?
Oh, 100%. There's plenty of time. I feel like we're going to get another set, but we're also going to have to deal with Kelly Slater trying to get his backup score after that. So there's a lot can happen. Mother Nature will dictate that all, though, to us.
Thank you so much, Strider Wazalewski, staying well protected out in the channel with SHISEIDO, who's our, he's got some great stuff, you know, 50 plus SPF. SHISEIDO stays on for 2 hours, waterproofness on the channel, under 5 minutes, and Ramsey patiently holding on to that priority, Jesse, and coiled to strike right at the end of this heat.
I mean, if he plays a smart heat right now and be patient enough, like obviously he's going to have good chances of getting the 6.17. Most likely it's been a bit slow the last 5 minutes, so it seems like there's going to be a post before the hit finish. But the problem is, like, we've seen so many 2-wave sets, and a lot of times second wave being even a little better. So, like, how do you pull the trigger, you know? Like, if you see there's a 2-wave set coming, like, do you go and pull the trigger and what are you seeing, or you kind of gamble and go for the wave behind and let Kelly go on the first one?
Yeah,
it's a hard decision.
Not to mention you have Kelly Slater just sitting right next to you with that energy that we know that Slater has, and that aura is kind of bouncing off of you right now, maybe making you a little bit nervous. You know what I mean? I don't know if Kelly's going to talk to him or just sit next to him, but you know, anxious times between these two as we're under the 4-minute mark.
100%, and it's kind of nerve-wracking in those conditions when you have a guy that good paddling for a wave, because it makes you doubt, like, is he trying to sell me because it's kind of a bad wave, or is that really a good wave? And it's hard to pull the trigger right now. Being in Ramsey's spots, you just got to have nerves of steel and make sure you do the right call, because also Jack Robinson doesn't even need the best wave of the heat, so he's 100% capable of doing that.
Yeah, well, Kelly Slater, I mean, we went through the numbers here, and it's just incredible of what he's able to produce onto our 56 CT wins. Here's a history right here at the past 10 years in Tahiti for Kelly Slater, and you can see the win, a couple of finals, semifinals. He's been brilliant, and remember, 2016, you know, he came through, finishing the event, winning the event, also scoring a perfect heat on his way to that win. So the guy's broken all the records out here, and he's still in the lead. Amazing.
It's so impressive, man. And if you look at his heat total right now, 14.5, if you look back at his heat, he had an amazing heat just now, but still falls almost 2 points shorter than his average.
Well, the bar's set pretty high for the GOAT. And now we're at the 2-minute mark. And this is when just the Pacific needs to give the Rockin' Moroccan, Ramsey Bokhayam, a gift, because it would be an absolute gift at this point. Needs over a mid-range score, so 6.17. That's not that easy to get on a medium-sized wave right now.
It's not. Like, mostly if you look back at the 6.67 that Jack Robinson had, it was quite a tall wave. It was pretty deep, hard to manage through, very technical. Kelly's 6.83 as well, so it's kind of what he's going to be looking for. And man, they're not easy waves to make, you know.
Radical to think that even with an excellent score, Ramsey is looking down the hall of a appearance in the elimination round for the men. We've got a minute 10 to tail the tale. Maybe a little bit of wave action here. Cedric on the tower, our on-site announcer, letting the surfers know there's 1 minute remaining. No movement in the lineup. And it looks like Griffin's already in the next heat in the yellow jersey, already starting to inch his way, getting ready for it in anticipation of his heat.
30 seconds, 1 second.
Look at the smile. Look at this. Look at the smile. And now he gets talkative. Kelly talking to Ramsey. And Ramsey paddling for the channel, realizing that he's on his way to the elimination round, even though he had that excellent score.
A little bit of battle action for the next heat already. You see that?
Already starting.
2, 1.
Well, there you go. Kelly Slater continues in winning form at Teahupo'o. 14.5s, enough to get Slater into the round of 16. We'll see Ramsey Bukhayam and defending champ Jack Robinson in the elimination round. Back with more action from the end of the road after this.
Avec en jaune le numéro 1 mondial, Griffin Colapinto, opposé en bleu au Brésilien premier champion olympique Italo Ferreira, et en blanc le vainqueur des trials la semaine dernière sur le spot Neiman Abraï, série de 35 minutes. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Kelly Slater qui passe directement au 3e tour. Ramsey et Jack passeront par le tour d'élimination. So we just start the heat 4 of the opening round for the men with yellow Griffin Colapinto, blue Italo Ferreira, and white Neiman Abraï. And for the previous heat, congratulations to Kelly Slater advancing to round 3. Ramsey and Jack will be in the elimination round.
Maeva, welcome to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Men's opening round action out in the water where we have an exciting field. We got an exciting set right here, Kaipo Girl, along with Lito, Jesse Mendez, and the Spartan, Michelle Perez. Thanks for joining. You know what? I've been so excited to have you part of the crew here at home, and it's been just every year. It's so special. We talk about mana in a place. And it's real here in Tahiti. And every year, man, it fills up my love cup here. Michel. So thanks for having us here.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure to have everyone here in Tahiti. Especially like this year, we're going to have incredible forecast, and today is amazing. We saw the girls like getting deep barrels and a couple tens in my head, but like right now we have a good friend of mine, Mihimana Brai, who's surfing against two of the best surfers in the world, and I'm super psyched just to watch him like, competing in the in the highest level of surfing.
Yeah, Mihimana last year surfed his way into the quarterfinals of this event, and he had a quick start right here. Here's the replay, Jesse.
Yeah, just a nice runner right there from Mihi. Culminated up with a beautiful cutback. Just a good, whoa, maybe even one more. That was very nice, just on rail, aggressive. He usually is a very aggressive surfer, but see right here, kind of a tight barrel, but he was able to get a few pumps and slow himself down. Not a big score, but a very good wave to start a heat.
Yeah, it's a 5.83 for the opener for the trials winner, Mihimana, 28 years old. Mihimana, I'm going to ask you, Michel, he's not originally from this side of the island, but he moved over. He spends a lot of time now surfing this wave, right?
Yeah. He just bought a land here at Teahupo'o. He's from Papara and Ta'apuna at the same time. So yeah, he just understood that moving here to Teahupo'o is a way to learn the wave better and just to spend time here, get to know all the locals, and you know, like just to bring his family here and being out there like in whatever all kinds of situations, all the climate and stuff, you know, if it's windy or not. But just to spend time here for him, it's great. Wow.
Here he goes again. Quick start. You can see the strategy here. This one's winding down the line and almost coming out of that one. You can see the shadow of Mihimana nearly finding an exit. But Michel, oh, here we go with Griffin Colapinto. Cautiously grabs the rail, controls his speed here. In and out of the barrel for Colapinto. A couple of carves on the backhand before he punches out in very shallow water. So Griffin Colapinto, yellow leaders jersey. He's #1 in the rankings coming into this event. Had that big win in Portugal and then followed up with a runner-up finish at Bells Beach. Griff, he's been spending some time here, Jesse.
I mean, he charges. Griff is one that's not scared to swing and just go on anything that comes in front of him. Obviously, this is not the case today. It's a little bit on the small side, but it's still a crucial wave. Nice wave selection right here for him. Just a very long, got pretty deep right there. Slow himself down, came out, combo it up. Good surfing, man. It's very smart for Griff.
Yeah, he's the only regular footer in this heat. Yeah, Italo footer, also goofy footer out in this heat. Michel, you ever wish somebody would drag their back leg in a backhand barrel out here? You know what I'm referring to.
Yeah. The one at Fiji for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a good way to stop, you know, to put a brake on when you go too fast.
So the back-end explanation, you can probably look it up. Michel Borez, who's joining us here, also has he had a unique backhand. I call it, we call it the Allen wrench sometimes, or I call it the pig dog +1, whatever it is. Pretty cool. Many ways to stall into a backhand barrel. Really entertaining. Speaking of entertaining, this guy's been an entertainer for over 30 years in professional surfing. He continues to entertain us. Chris Cote's with the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
I fully agree with you there, Kaipo. Well, Kelly Slater, wild card. We're not used to hearing that. But Kelly Slater, heat win. We are used to hearing that. So congrats on the first win of the year here in Tahiti.
Yeah, well, we're not used to hearing Kelly Slater heat win, are we? It's been a while. No, I mean, like I saw Jeremy in the water, and he goes, but the people forget you know how to tube ride. And it's just, I said, well, I can still go straight, you know, like riding a bike. So, yeah, but there's a lot of technical aspect to the waves right now. There's some south in it. You can actually take off a little bit deeper than I think a lot of people have been today. It kind of gives you like a sort of one pump earlier than if you take off and stall. So there's a little bit of technical stuff, but also whoever good waves in the heat's going to win. There's not a lot of, no one's getting third and fourth scores, you know. You saw Ethan's heat before. He only had two scoring waves pretty much, and won his heat. And so it's yeah, whoever gets on those good ones, and it seems to be the second waves in the sets.
You talk about technical tube riding. Is this something that you just feel you lock into, muscle memory, or do you have to think about it every time you see a wave coming your way?
I mean, you see a wave, and I guess it's like a guy in the outfield trying to catch a ball. You're kind of registering where do I need to be and how deep, how far out, you know, wide or deep or whatever, and then you're trying to look down the line to see how much cupping it has on the reef. Does it have a lot of west in it? Today's like a touch of west, but it's really more south and open. So what you don't want to do is get one that doesn't have any end on it, because those kind of just get almondy. And but the ones that are super west that are way down the end, you tend to not be able to get as deep or very long in the barrel. So it's you can only do with what comes to you. And you know, I only had 3 good waves that came to me in that heat. Luckily, I didn't fall in one of the other ones, but the one I fell on was probably going to be right there in kind of the same ballpark. But yeah, it was just we just ran out of time, and Ramsey couldn't find a 6. So.
I know you got a lot of reasons why you want to win this contest, but let's do a little foreshadowing into the rest of this week. What do you think is going to happen here in Tahiti in the next few days?
Next few days, a lot of baguettes, jambon, and look, midweek, that swell looks nice. That looks real good. I could see them, they're going to run some of the women's heats later today. I guess they'll be down to the quarters, right? And then they can kind of pick the eyes out of it for those heats for the girls, and find some nice clean conditions. If for some reason the wind goes funky or whatever during the big days, the couple big days, we might just have to battle through it. You know, the girls are only going to be down to the quarterfinals, so that's only 7 heats left for them. There's even a chance I could run again tomorrow. So we'll see. I think tomorrow morning's going to be fun. A little shorter interval, a little more playful. Because the interval shortens up, it might still have the size, but more waves in the sets. But yeah, I'm looking forward to a couple days off, getting in the groove in Tahiti, and then just send it midweek.
Yeah, and we're in a pretty small community here at the end of the road. News travels fast. What goes through your mind when you hear things like swell event and pretty much towable?
Somebody trying to sell ads on their surf forecasting website.
All right, well, beyond the baguettes and the jamon, hopefully we'll be seeing this guy in some big, giant barrels. Let's do it.
A lot to really analyze from a Slater interview. We got the outfielder analogy, which makes so much sense. You're moving and with the wave. You got the swell analogy of the swell direction, a little bit more south here this year. He also also an explanation of what the better wave in the set was. Jesse, I mean, that was kind of textbook stuff right there. That's why he's the GOAT.
100%, and if you're an athlete watching that and you have a heat coming up, take some notes, you know?
Yeah. What have you learned, Michelle, from Kelly Slater with your years on tour with him? Some of the lessons that you may have learned from Kelly.
The biggest lesson I learned from Kelly was never to listen to Kelly. It's crazy, man. Like, this guy can get into your head so easy, you know? So, like, I talked to Mick Fanning a lot of times, and I remember, like, back in the day, I was like, oh, you heard what Kelly said? And stuff. He was like, dude, what are you talking about, man? Never listen to that guy, you know?
I love it. Yeah. I mean, hey, it's an art of war thing. First of all, like, let's just say, he's incredibly talented through just a freak of surfing. But in addition to that, I think that's what makes him the GOAT, is the mind power that Kelly Slater has. And the little bit of Sun Tzu that he has sometimes with the art of war, where he can, like, dispose of rivals even before the heat starts, Michelle.
Oh, that's his goal. You know, he's done that to me before. I remember that. You know, when you become a threat, he just comes and starts to talk to you. You know, and you're like, you're so happy to, at the same time, you feel like, oh, you know, like he wants to teach you something or whatever, but he's not. He's fully not. He just wants to play with you and see how you react with it, you know? So that's the game. That's a part of it. I love it. And that's the reason why he's the GOAT. And, you know, that's the main reason why he's still here, you know?
100%. Griffin Colapinto, he's the man with the focus on him right now. Jesse, he is #1. He's got that yellow leader's jersey. That jersey comes with, you know, some baggage too, because there's a lot of expectation right now on Griffin.
100%, mostly with the Final 5 being his home break. Obviously, you have the home court advantage. You're sleeping in your own bed. You surf that wave your whole life. You know, expectations get high, and let's see how he's gonna tune up into that, because he's looking good to make the top 5 right now.
Yeah, this is the sprint for the Final 5 at this moment. No throwaways in the back half of the season. After Fiji, we're going to take those top 5 men, top 5 women, and they're going to be set up for the WSL finals. And a world title will be earned that day. Here we go. Here's the results for Griffin Colapinto here in Tahiti, and they're not spectacular, Michelle.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, learning from him. It's a learning experience every year he comes, and during the last well, he just got one of the biggest wave he ever paddled on. So he's learning, and we can see that, like from last year being in the top 5, and this year having the yellow jersey here at Chopes. And you know, he's still young, and I feel like he has so much to improve and to show the world, and he's going to stay here for a while.
Yeah. Another guy I want to talk about in this heat is Italo Ferreira, 2019 world champ, Jesse. He's coming in here, Italo, number 16 on the rankings. That's very, very unusual for that man to be that low on the rankings this time of the year.
100%, and that's just how the game rolls sometimes. It's you just kind of sometimes having bad luck, maybe some back-to-back heats with not much opportunities, and you ended up getting the short end of the stick. But I know he started working with Reynolds as well in the beginning of the year, and that sometimes having a new coach takes a little bit for both of them to get attached and get in an agreement and everything start flowing. So there's a lot of probably changes that Reynolds is starting to bring to the plate that down the line it's going to have some good outcomes out of it.
Yeah, Reynolds Hayes, coach out of Hawaii. One thing that Reynolds brings with him to the surfers he works with is really, you know, we talk about aloha, like a comforting person to be in your corner that's like has a nice soft voice and a comforting nature to him, and you know that helps your mental aspect. But right now, 20 minutes on the clock prior to Ferreira, and he does not have a meaningful score. Michelle, I'm asking you, like, how do you keep focused and being ready to really pull the trigger when the opportunity comes? Because your mind can wander, I would imagine, out there.
Of course, it's difficult, but there's still 20 minutes to go, and when you have the priority, anything can happen. We saw Ethan get 2 scores in 2 minutes, so not even 1 minute. So anything can happen, and we can see a set coming. Italo is going, brother.
Here he goes. Ferreira ducks in, long section in front of him. It opens up a little bit for the 2019 world champ and tugs on the rail. Nice top turn for Italo Ferreira. Now he's straight into the game, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a good ride for him. He had to pull the trigger. That wave had a good shape. The beginning of the barrel is a little bit tight, so he had to get very high. And then once it opened up, all that energy on that west bow, he passed through pretty quick. It was very hard to slow himself down, but then comboed it up with probably the best turn of the day so far. That was very impressive from him. Nice rail gouge.
And how much does that add? Well, you talk us through this replay, Michelle.
Yeah, you know, he slowed down. He tried to slow down, and it's really hard because the wave wasn't barreling as much. Like that section was the best in the wave, during the wave. But he did whatever it takes to stay as long as he could in the barrel, and you know, he's probably gonna get a low 5 or something, but that's good because nobody has a high score. So that's just gonna put him in a battle situation, and of course, like whatever comes towards him, he's gonna go and get a high score.
Taking a look at this in the replay, and you can really appreciate, Jesse, this turn right here, just tugging on the rail.
Yeah, that was so impressive, and the amount of speed that he was coming out of the barrel and the amount of energy that west bow has is so hard for you to cut through the rail, through the water with the rail, and he did so well to pull that off.
So we're waiting for the number for on the paddle back out here. Looking sharp on the Timmy Patterson surfboards, Italo Ferreira. Priority now with the Griffin Colapinto. Heat lead with Mihimana Bray. The mix-up is going to be a little bit more mix-up when the next score comes through for Ferreira, and he'll get right back into the game.
Okay, second of blue is a
4.77 for Italo Ferreira. So you did pretty well to guess that score, Michelle. Like, every time you look at a wave, do you put a number to it?
You have to. As a competitor, you have to know how to judge a wave. Like, as soon as you paddle, you know what scores you're gonna get. Like, Italo right now has the best Wow, he's so good in stalling, man. He knows what to do when you don't have priority. You need to stay away from the other surfers, so that's what he does. He stays on the west pole, and he should wait there until like one wave comes. And like as a competitor, you know what to do when a wave comes. You know which one is good too. And the first start of the wave of Italo, you could see wasn't really barreling because the wind was kind of blowing into that wave. But he did whatever it takes to get the 4.77. But you know, there's a set coming. We'll see Griffin going maybe.
Colapinto with priority. Wave coming through here, hitting the reef. Looks like he's interested in this one. On the inside of him is Mihimano's going to keep him honest, make him go. Here we go. Uses his priority, tugs up on the rail there. Drain through that section, has to deal with a big foam ball, and the foam ball eats up the surfer from San Clemente. And that will just be an incomplete ride, handing over priority to Mihimana Bray, who now has heat control. Mihimana with priority as well as the lead in this heat. Can Mihimana hang on to that lead? We'll answer that. We'll return with the conclusion of opening round, heat number 4, right after this.
Last of yellow is a 1.1, waiting for last of blue. White still leader with a 5.83 and a 4.33. Blue need a 5.89 and yellow need a 4.97. Fifteen minutes remaining.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of WSL. Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Asia Pacific. And Tahiti Government, strategic partner to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. It's opening round, heat number 4. Griffin Colapinto, Italo Ferreira, Mihimana Bray out in the water. Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, Michelle Perez on the set, talking you through all of today's action. And action it has been. Here's a replay. This happened during the break, Jesse.
That was a beautiful west pole, deep. The wave was very throaty. He had a lot of energy, so it was very critical. And he was basically paddling by himself, two-hand arm stall going through, just through the fumble right there. I mean, beautiful way to take advantage of second priority right there.
Coming through here on the replay and checking in with a 6.83. So Ferreira goes into the lead. Now Mihimana, Michelle, with priority, needs to answer back in the way of a 5.78.
Yeah, Italo did the right job just to stay away from those guys and try to get the west one coming, and that's exactly what he did. Right now there's a wave coming. Mihi could be like pretty deep, maybe too deep. Oh, that's good.
Or
there you go.
Maybe not. Here he goes, Mihimana Bray. Let's see, 5.78, and gets the slash onto basically dry reef there.
Whoa.
Italo's going to continue to surf through this heat, surf through the barrel section after section for Ferreira, and he kicks out. And you know he's going to sprint to the channel to get priority over Mihimana in the final 12 minutes of this heat. There he goes. Great strategy there by Italo Ferreira, likely knowing that Mihimana might have got the score. What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, you're right. He had a great barrel. He was coming from very deep in the shelf, like Michelle mentioned, but the wave just pulled back enough and he was able to drive through and combo it up with 2 great turns, 1 down the line carve and finish it off. Very critical. But Italo might even better as well. Like, he got a 4.5 on his last wave. He still didn't better his second wave, which is a 4.77, but I personally think that might have been better.
We'll take another look at it, Michelle.
Mihimana started really deep. I wish he stalled earlier and tried to stay as much as he could. Like, he could have stayed in the barrel right there, too, right at the end. But that's still a good one. It could be better than his first one. So that's going to put him right there where Italo is right now. Italo just improved in his last 2 waves, so you never count out this guy. And he could be like even more dangerous when you don't have the priority.
Yeah, looking good there. Mihimana Bray on the drone replay on Chile surfboards. Mihimana, Faded 2.0 is his board of choice here for the wave at Teahupo'o. Waiting for the number for both Italo and Mihimana. Here goes Italo again, just super busy in the lineup and just threads the barrel yet again. So Italo Ferreira picking up momentum as the heat presents itself, Jesse. Just building throughout this heat and looking more and more comfortable with Griffin Colapinto in the barrel over the foam ball. And Colapinto gets right back in there. So gosh, Jesse, this heat's going to really, really tighten up.
Yeah, they're like mostly after Griffin's wave, like everything's going to get so stacked. It's even hard to call it right now. Oh, it looks like maybe Griffin hit his face.
Just checking it out. So maybe a little bit rock there for Griffin Colapinto. And continues to check himself. And scores needed for all 3 surfers in this heat. So we're kind of in a mystery zone right now, Michelle. We don't know the situation because we're waiting for a number of scores to come through.
Exactly. Anybody can win right now. We can see Mihimana has the priority, or that thing was legit too. Wow. It's super like interesting to see the point of view from the judges' tower, and when you look at like what the different angle from what we have from the from the drone and stuff, so that changes the score pretty much.
I like the explanation there as we look at Griffin Colapinto again. Of course, we have the luxury on the broadcast of multiple angles, including the drone angle, but the judges, they'll just see the front-on angle. But I love the channel angle just for pure viewing pleasure there, Jesse.
100%, and mostly the water angle, you can see so much of the technique and how much to the fumble they went through. So that's critical to play a factor in the scoring situation.
Let's get an update from the water. Strider, what happened with Griffin Colapinto?
He was paddling by and he was holding his face. I guess he face planted on his board. He got a quick bang on it. So, it was just a little wake-up call. And I feel like, when you kind of eyes water when you hit your nose and get hit in the nose, and that's what happened. So he's shook it off. He said, I'm fine, and he's going to go back out and try and find those double-ups, he said. He's like looking at those inside double-ups.
Thank you for the reporting, Strider Wazalewski. Scores are in for Mihimana, 5.83. Italo Ferreira did improve on the previous wave, a 6.43. Italo goes to the lead, still waiting for score for Griffin Colapinto right now. Griffin needs a 7.56 to take the lead over Italo Ferreira. We're at the 8-minute mark. And Italo started slow, but has been building through the back half of this heat.
Yeah, and his last 2 waves are very similar, kind of the similar type of wave underneath everyone. Ran out almost into a closeout, so he was able to drive through the barrel pretty quick, and he got a 6.43, still 1 wave to come. Most likely it was going to be on the preliminary score.
Yeah, he slightly improves on a on his 6.43 with a 6.47. So Italo does inch up a little bit further away from both Mihimana and Griffin Colapinto. We're waiting for an important score for Griffin Colapinto, Michelle. He did get a really nice throaty backhand barrel.
Yeah, Griffin is that kind of guy that can, you know, turn a wave, turn a 4 to a 6 easy. So he only need right now just 2 waves to come because he has, actually 3 waves to come because he has the 3rd priority. But he kind of stayed deeper, like on the south swell direction wave. And I feel like Mihimana knows it, and he doesn't really mind it because I feel like right now he's focusing more on the west bowl because he knows he needs a high score, and that's where Italo got the wave previously. So it's 2 different situations that is going to happen now, and whatever Mother Nature will bring, we'll see a new champ.
So there you go, 5.77 for Griffin, and it's almost like he heard you, Michelle, and he moved away from that south part of the reef and to join the guys way more kind of in that westerly direction. Now, is that the west bowl that they're at, or is it kind of a little south from the west bowl?
Exactly. I thought they were like like more on the inside, but yeah, as you said, yeah, they're pretty deep still, and maybe Mihi is waiting for the wave of the day. I hope it's going to come for him, and I hope there be 3 waves to come and to see like everyone getting a chance to win the heat.
Yeah, one last exchange. One thing you did talk about, Michelle, is that Mihimana surfs this wave in a variety of conditions, and you can see with a little bit of ruffle and stuff. I think that knowledge is going to be paying off for him. He won the trials. It wasn't perfect out here, but he knew how to manufacture those scores. He needs to manufacture right now a 7.47, but he does have priority on his side, Jesse.
Definitely, and I mean, it's tough when you're in first priority, right, Michelle? That you sit on the west bowl or go very deep because you know supposedly that very good wave might come in that main peak, and it's just kind of a gamble right now for him. Like, you have to just be patient and hey, trust your instincts and pull the trigger at the right time and make the most of it, because in this heat, the best score of the heat, or the second best score of the heat so far, was a completely west bowl wave. But what do you do now, you know?
You're gonna have to pick an option.
Yeah, you can't be in the middle, right?
You cannot be in the middle.
Yeah.
Ferreira, look at him. He's resting on his board right now. Rightly so. He's been the busiest in this heat. 8 waves to his credit. Just kept on catching waves. He's out in the lead. He's got 2nd priority. Take a look at the entire heat right here, the unabridged version, in which we have all the wave scores for each surfer and the highlighted top 2 scores. Griffin Colapinto, Jesse, being the most selective out of all of them.
Yes.
Which is odd. You talked about the priority rotation. Griffin's the most selective. He only has 3 waves, but yet he's in 3rd priority.
Man, it's crazy how just the game rolls. Sometimes it's hard to even explain. You're just dealing with something so unpredictable that you just got to roll with, but still open. Both surfers needing a mid-range 7 and still got 4 minutes left. Hopefully they get opportunities so we can see a show.
Exactly. With priority and where he's sitting in the lineup, do you like the positioning right now, Michelle, of Mihimana Bre?
I like what I see. I feel like the best option for him is just to move to the west bowl because, you know, the barrel is just more square.
Yeah.
And it's more like something that the judges want to see. And it's a proper chopo on the west bowl. And I just feel like that's exactly where Griffin should be sitting right now. He should not be in the south swell direction. He should go back on the inside. But you know, you never know. Anything can happen in 3 minutes.
Yeah. It is an interesting reef, and it's almost counterintuitive where you think, like in most reefs, you think the deeper you go on the reef, that's the gnarlier part of the wave. But it's not such the case here, where the deeper you go on the reef is actually less gnarly than on the edge of the reef, if you would, Michelle.
Yeah, it's super interesting when you're out there and you feel like you're in the right spot, but you're not. You know?
Yeah.
You can get injured pretty easy on the west pole compared to when you start deeper where Griffin is, because there's just more water and it's so much more shallow right where the west pole is, and that's where everyone gets hurt pretty much, because he breaks right on the dry reef, and if you get if you get a wipeout there, you're pretty much going to end up on the reef, and you're going to stand up on the reef, and the next thing you know is either paddle back to the beach, or just get a ski, or just jump back on the ocean, like on the water, and paddle like as fast as you can to go back out there.
Yeah, it would seem that if you wiped out further up on the reef, and getting lagooned is probably a better option than if you wipe out anywhere near the edge of the reef.
That's exactly right.
Because of what you just described.
Yeah.
It's a radical place. It's so interesting to try to understand it, and it makes you to really, you know, feel that this is one of the miracles of the surfing world, Jesse. I mean, there's no other place like this particular wave in the entire world.
I mean, you don't see a slab that is that throaty, that has no steps on it. It's just a perfect, clean wave.
Michelle actually Michelle might know of some waves just like this somewhere around here, but I'm sure you're not going to tell us. But there might be some other waves kind of similar.
No, there's not.
Okay. In all the islands, there's not?
There's no waves around, man.
There's still it is such a wave-rich region, but not easy to get to all the waves. It takes both knowledge and some either good ski skills or good boatman skills.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's more important here, Michelle, a good ski or a good car?
Wow, a good ski by far.
I always thought that. She was like, man, it's more important to have a boat here than a car.
It feels that way. Yeah. All right, we're down to a minute. Italo Ferrara's holding off Mihimana as well as Griffin. Mihimana there in the white jersey, looking at his watch, realizes that he only has 50 seconds to use his priority. He needs a pretty chunky number of a 7.47, but this lull that has overtaken the lineup continues, and not a lot of opportunity as we near the 30-second mark here. Italo being so casual as he's not even on his board anymore. 20 seconds away from Ferrara going into the round of 16, and not a lot on the horizon. There we see Italo Ferrara.
Thank you. Thanks, Marlon.
Forsha painted on his board. Did I say that right?
Yes, with all the things that are happening in Brazil right now on the south part of the country with the floods. So, little support, I guess.
Well, there you go. Ferrara into the round of 16. We're going to see Mihimana and rankings leader Griffin Colapinto in the elimination round. We're going to have more of Michel Perez. We're going to bring in Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier to join him when we return.
So we just start the 8-5 with Johnny Smith in red, Crosby Colapinto blue, and Matthew McGillivray white. Just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous 8, congratulations to Italo Ferreira advancing to round 3. Mihimana and Griffin will be in the elimination round. Voilà donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations au Brésilien Italo Ferreira qui se qualifie directement pour le prochain tour. Mihimana Roy et Griffin Colapinto seront dans le round d'élimination.
Dreamy conditions continue here at the end of the road for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and a man they call the Spartan, Michelle Perez. Please, can I have the Spartan story? How did you get that nickname?
Oh, it's nothing special, man.
It's an amazing story.
No, that's just when that movie came out, the 300 movie came out, and we were just like, you know, freaking out about it, because that was the first time we could see like a, let's say, like a man movie, you know, like everybody was ripped and they were going for, you know, for a war that they know they're not going to survive, and that's exactly what was going on here at Chopes. Because whenever it was big, we were like screaming like Spartan and on the closeouts and stuff, and after that, it just stayed on me.
It stayed on you. That is a beautiful story. Absolute warrior type performance. We gave you a lot of confidence. Thanks for joining us for the call once again. We've got Jordy Smith coming up in this next heat, a guy that you know incredibly well. He's turned into the veteran of the tour. You know, Kelly's a wild card now, so we go to Jordy as the oldest guy on tour. It's crazy how time flies. Some of your favorite Jordy memories coming to mind of traveling with him around the world?
There's so many good memories from Jordy. You know, like that year that he got second, he was going for the world title, and he was really into it. And the best memories I had from him is, you know, the year we did the QS together and stuff, and he qualified before I did, and I was really impressed. And you know, like that time too, where he was. You can compare him to Dane Reynolds, and they were battling together, the same as John and Medina has, Kelly and Andy, you know. So there was a lot of stories that we can talk about.
I love it, as he's wearing the number 23. Jordan Michael Smith, his full name there. You think of Michael Jordan with that number 23 on his back. What a competitor he is. Jordy finishing runner-up in the world back in his third year on tour, and surfing incredibly well this year so far. He's taken on a guy that's actually been getting some early comparisons to like a young Jordy Smith. I think it's because of Crosby's size and also his ability with power and some big airs above the lip, and that's exactly what Jordy brought when he was a rookie on tour way back when.
Yeah, definitely. I think, of course, Crosby's getting, I think, a lot of similarities in a lot of different surfers I see in Crosby. But yeah, I've been impressed with his performance this year, rookie on tour, obviously. But yeah, I mean, for me, obviously the biggest performance comes from Portugal. Just getting that third there was super special to see. And, you know, he was only that one heat away from surfing the final against his brother, which would have been really cool. But yeah, I mean, this is a great heat, obviously coming up against Matt McGillivray too, who we know absolutely loves to send it in any form of sport that involves adrenaline, basically. So yeah, this is a really good stacked heat, and I'm excited to see Crosby out here, obviously in his rookie year.
We talked about what it's like to represent a country on your own, like with yourself, Michelle, like Rio has. You know, Jordy's done that for a while, and then when it seems he gets back up, like with a McGillivray or like a Mikey February, they always get matchups together. It happens all the time. They're in the opening round together right now, as we see Crosby getting set. He is now focusing on Rookie of the Year. He's got one guy to try to beat. It's one of his good friends he's grown up with, Cole Houshmand. The two rookies left standing. That's going to be a pretty exciting one to follow.
That's pretty crazy when you know that you grew up with a good friend of yours, and like both of you qualified and battled for the Rookie of the Year. Cole obviously already won one event. You know, it's really special knowing that it's your first year and beating Medina and a lot of big names. And, you know, his backhand is legit. And I know Crosby wants it really bad, and knowing his brother is leading with a yellow jersey right now, so that pushes him way too much.
And he's enjoying his first trip to Tahiti. How cool is that? I mean, he's been obviously watching this event for a long time, rooting on his brother over the years, but he's had some memorable waves in a short period of time. When you look at the last weeks of his social media, he's jumping right into form at a wave like this.
Yeah, he's definitely not holding back, that's for sure. I mean, you just jump exactly what you said. Have a look on Crosby's Instagram. He's posted a couple of great clips there, but what a perfect start to roll into. I mean, really nice big warm-up swell as we see someone taking off here. Looks like Matt.
Setting it up inside the barrel. McGillivray going the distance, coming out with some speed. and now kicks out. Matthew McGillivray from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, has shown us that he has no weaknesses, absolutely charges, great in the barrel, front side, back side, will throw down like airs when you least expect it. Michelle used to do that. It was something that you just save for certain moments, and when you do, everyone's like, oh my gosh, you do airs too. I remember reacting to that with you so many times, Michelle, and you're like, oh yeah, I don't do them all the time, but I'll save them for the judges to get them excited, you know?
Never comes a lot, yeah.
But when Matthew does it, I think it really focuses on his stance. Like, he's not telling you ahead of time that he's going to do an air. He can just flow from a turn. He's coming off the bottom, and he'll do a big air reverse when you kind of think he's just going to hit the lip as we look at his start.
Yeah, this wave was a nice little starting wave. I mean, got a bit of travel time there, comes out, gets a little carve. So great first opener. I think, you know, obviously he's going to want more, but just knowing that these heats have been that little bit slower, I think it's a good start, like just to get your feet in the wax.
Goofy foot access only on the boat right now. Cote is with Italo.
Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Well, Italo, you had to get out there and get relentless. Was that the plan, to paddle out there and just catch as many waves as possible?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying, you know. I had like fall off in my first wave and I was like, oh no, that was like terrible. And then I started to like moving and like catching a wave and try to stay busy. And then we didn't have like those crazy ones, just like a couple like long inside ones, and that I wasn't looking for. And yeah, it was pretty fun.
Now, after making the cut in Australia, I know that was a big relief. You get here to Tahiti, this is a wave you love. How important is it for you to get a big result here this year?
Yeah, I love this wave, and I didn't have like a great result here. And I don't know, let's see. I'm good like right now, like feeling better, you know, after the cut. I hate those type of pressure, but it's part of the game, you know. And yeah, I'm really stoked to be back here. And last year I had injury, so I missed this event.
I see on your board, Forsha. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, this is for the in memory of one of those like people in Brazil has been dying because it rained too much, you know, and it's kind of like I'm sending like good vibe for all those people that have been like on a Rio Grande do Sul on the last couple of days with all the team and try to help the people, and then yeah, and it's kind of like just like sending love for those people.
Sending love back home. You got words for your friends and family?
Oh yeah, for sure. I just want to say thank you, my family and friend, and you guys watching right now and trying to send me like good energy. And yeah, let's go for the next one. Thank you.
A man on a mission. Italo Ferreira moves on.
What a legend, a world champion in 2019, a world title decided in a final at Pipeline against Medina. The stage was set. We were getting nervous with our paperwork up in the booth going, this is it. Looking at all these scenarios, the waves are firing. Whoever wins the world title. I mean, that is as crazy as it gets. Format change, WSL Final 5. Now we see the world title decided on the day. But that was just such a great example of the energy going into an event for Italo, who had never wanted pipe before. Going against Medina, who already had a reputation on that wave, reaching finals. That was probably one of the most radical ways to accomplish your first world championship.
Yeah, I think if you think of ways that you want it to go down, and if you can envision the perfect way to win a world title, I mean, that's almost as good as it gets, right? To finish the year at that time, we'd finished at Pipe in Hawaii, matched up against Gabriel Medina in a final on that day. I mean, and the pressure's on, and you've got to really rise to that occasion, and he did. So super impressive performance from Italo, and just interesting to hear him talk about you know, his performance here in the past and how he hasn't really had one yet, and he loves this wave so much. So, I mean, that last heat was great. It was a great performance. So hopefully, obviously, he's through now to that next round and click into gear.
Those performances we reflect on, just so you guys know, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, go to the heat analyzer, look up the schedule, click on years that have come and gone, and check out those major moments in surfing history. It's all there for you on worldsurfleague.com. You could type in Michel Perez, go to all of his major wins and accomplishments, including his domination through the Triple Crown. As we see a scene like this, Michelle, it's so unique and special to Tahiti, where sometimes, even on the other islands, it's actually more common to travel by boat than it is by car.
Yeah, absolutely. Like like even to me, when I go to see my friends sometimes in Ore, I just take my ski from home. You know, so it takes me like 45 minutes to get there.
45 minutes?
Yeah.
You don't even need the ferry.
You don't even need it.
It's better than getting stuck in that traffic on the way down.
That is the local knowledge right there.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Taking your ski to Outer Islands, seeing some friends, and coming home. The coolest thing I heard when I first started coming here was I saw a boat going by, and it was filled with kids with backpacks on. They're like, oh, they're going to school. And I was like, oh, yeah, I mean, the road ends, and traveling by boat, I mean, from not coming from this area, you're like, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's like the kids here at the end of the road just getting picked up. Someone's got an outboard. It's time for class. It's the coolest thing ever. So we look at 22 minutes on the clock. The paddling culture is huge in Tahiti, the va'a, the canoes that go by. Michelle, was that something that you grew up with along with surfing as well? Were you paddling as well, or were you kind of more focused on surfing?
I was doing a lot of paddling when I was a kid, just because my dad was really into it. He was in a paddle club like close to here, like 20 minutes away. So every Wednesday and Friday, we like after school we were coming and train and stuff. But I had to stop it because I loved surfing way too much, and it was a hard decision for me to tell my dad because he was like so into it. And at 14 years old, I had to stop. Yeah.
It seems like the resources for young kids from Tahiti that want to be pro surfers have changed drastically from when you were a kid coming up. It seems like there's more and more kids ripping every single day up and down the coastline. As we look at a nice hollow pit, and just going over the falls was McGillivray. Opened up with a 6.0 early, and that would have gave him 2 solid scores over Jordy and Kraz. But just lost the handle. That'll be incomplete for the South African.
Yeah, he was definitely on his way to backing up that 6 really beautifully. It just, a smaller inside wave, he obviously didn't have priority, and he swung, and that thing just stayed so open. I mean, all the hard work was done. He was coming out and couldn't quite really see what just happened, so we'll have to wait and until we can break it down. But yeah, I mean, that's a little bit unfortunate for sure. So let's have a look here. So waves down the line. It's nice and deep there. You can see he stalled. It kind of was like him stalling to get a little bit deeper in that last section, kind of threw him off balance. And then, yeah, try to regain there and just got bucked off. So maybe a little mistake.
Michelle, give us a little insight on just preparing for a heat like this. Like, you're grabbing your jersey, you know how the waves are, you know the inconsistency between sets. What would be in your mind paddling out on a day like today in the opening round with 3 guys up?
It's super difficult because when there's not many waves, you don't know if you, like, sometimes when you don't have priority, that's where magic happens, because you can move around and catch a 4, 5, and sometimes when they wait too long, the current kind of push them, like, you know, pretty deep, and you just sit at the right spot for the west one, and then you get a 7 or an 8, you know, so that push so much pressure to the other guys, and to me right now, I'm just gonna try to start like deep and maybe try to push one of the guys to go on one little one to get a 3 or 4, and then push them back up and try to get a priority until one good wave comes.
I like the game plan from the Spartan as we look at just a quick little ride in the pocket for the Cross. The rookie from San Clemente, younger brother, but taller than his big brother Griff, as we see up and under from Jordy Smith. Wave spits, good timing for the big man. Laying down that rail, now hopping out of a completed ride once again for Jordy. He's had some crazy moments out here. At one time of his career, he actually said he had the scariest wipeout of his entire life in competition here. 2014, standing on dry reef and seeing basically a toe set land right on top of him. Beautiful work on this one, Flick.
Yeah, it was really well done, and definitely the biggest wave that we've seen come through in this heat ridden. And he did a really good job. You can see him there just really pumping on the brakes. You can see he's just jamming the whole side of his body, his whole leg in that face of the wave just to slow down. So really nice drop there. He's grabbing the rail right from the beginning, and as he grabs that rail, he actually does a little pump there just to get through that first section, and yeah, does really well. So in my, yeah, it was a great wave from Jordy, great read.
Love his willingness to improve on this wave throughout his entire career. And I truly do feel his best surfing in big hollow lefts is happening right now. All the work he's put in pipeline, his approach out there has just gotten better and better and better. And I think that says a lot. As, you know, Jordy's gotten older, he graduates from the 20s to the 30s, you know, 40s around the corner, but you're still improving. I mean, for an athlete at this level to still be able to say that, I think that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, that's incredible. Just knowing that Jordy still have the fire in himself to be able to search for that improvement. You know, it's crazy. And being a dad and a family guy, you know, it's so much different when you have to think about your family, the kid and stuff, and just you. And then at the same time, you have to focus on yourself. You have to be selfish. You know, it's like the opposite at the same time. And Jordy knows how to balance in between. And we could see like the 7.17 was definitely the best way of the heat so far. And Jordy's backhand is legit.
A couple of big
oh,
hammers for Jordy Smith. And for him, he's just doing that just without even thinking. Just two big backhand swipes to back up the 7.17. That's just a really smart headspace from a veteran. Knows it's a little bit slow. Might as well throw a little back up to the 7.17. Now priorities with McGillivray.
Wow.
And he will take this wave, drop straight in, air drop, but does not control it.
No.
And loses the opportunity. And that thing will just drain on without him.
That was unfortunate, wasn't it? Out the back, though. It looks like Crosby.
Crosby Colapinto setting his rail, his first start here in Tahiti, and he gets a nice hollow section to enjoy. And he'll kick out on the end section of the closeout. Cros with a 2 before that, so working on building his numbers. Jordy Smith will get a number to take the lead off McGillivray. And Matty with an unfortunate fall. Jordy now will take the lead and control the heat with first priority. As we know, Matty McGillivray has done some incredible things in his career, from just requalifying a few times, just digging deep to bring out the best in him, even getting points as a wild card. But it's hard to go past the 10-point ride that he got out here. It was one of the most magical moments. The water was glassy. It was incredibly critical. And he was able to earn himself a perfect 10 along with everybody screaming his name in the channel. Michelle, what'd you see on that?
That's insane, man. That takeoff was legit. I couldn't believe he made that drop on a 8, 10 to 10 foot wave, and then the last one he couldn't make, you know? Like that barrel right there, that 10-point was incredible. That's one of the best technique I've ever seen. So it's just like you can see like the technique has changed, and he tried to do the same thing on a small wave, but he just couldn't have enough speed to make the drop.
Yeah, that was insane. I think exactly what you just hit the nail on the head. That was exactly the same takeoff that he did on that small wave, but he wasn't able to replicate it, which was just insane, because you'd think smaller, easier.
Yeah.
He's probably feeling it. He's like, that's not how it's supposed to go. He'll have more time to fight back as Crosby kicks out of his third ride. He's been improving a 2 and then to a 4.33. Matthew now needs a 4.18, so it's still a really close heat for that first place position. Last heat won by Italo, world #1 on both sides now, women and men, dealing with the elimination round, Flick.
Yeah, that is big, and having another paddle, looks like Matt.
Now controlling the takeoff and trying to hold his position in the pocket. Didn't really get ultra deep there. And he'll try to make it happen on the next opportunity, but he'll have to watch this one. Jordy Smith gets a nice pump in, good travel time, and kicks out quickly for the race for priority. See the veteran approach. It's looking good, Michelle.
Exactly, as you said. Just like the time he spent here, coming to Tahiti every year for the past, what, like almost 20 years?
Yeah.
Like, he knows which one is good, and he doesn't go to anything unless it's more than a 5. And we can see Jordy like paddling back out, and he's going to get the second priority after getting that wave. So it's like he knows what he's doing at the same time. And Colapinto, I hope that he's going to wait for a set to come, and at least that he can have like the opportunity to show us how the level of surfing on his backhand is.
Very true. 12:30 on the clock. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Jordy Smith leading at the moment with a big 7.17, but a lot of room to move. We'll be right back.
Surfers in the water for this situation time for 11 minutes remaining this heat. Last wave of white, that delivery 3.73. That one goes into top 2. Last wave of tropical blue.
Great time to check in with the Pulse. Focusing on the major highlights of the day, the women came out charging, led by the local Vahine Fierro, 9.33, and the win 10 to the quarters. Jeremy Flores, incredibly proud. Caroline Marks into the excellent range with an 8-point ride, her best number that she's had, and she's the defending event champ. And then how about Sawyer Lindblad? Hands to the sky, we all had our hands up. Standing room only. Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie on tour, 9.43. Believe it or not, she didn't get a backup score, so she's got the elimination round matchup with Katie Simmers later on today. And then John just stole the show, 7.67. Was his best work, but he got a lot of barrels. He even starts saluting empty waves. And as John put it, he's having fun. Simply as that. Nice, cool John quote. Keep having fun, keep winning, keep getting barreled. World number 3 moving on. And then the GOAT showed up. He was late for the waiting period, but didn't want to miss this heat. Super deep, 7.67, just like John. Ramsey in the matchup had the 8.33, but it was all about Kelly understanding the reef so well. Provided a solid backup, a 6.83. 52 years young, the greatest of all time. Has 56 CT wins in his career. His 55th was right here in Tahiti in 2016 with a final over John. Let's now get caught up in this heat. Matthew McGillivray on the replay here, Flick.
Yeah, Matt just taking off on this smaller inside one. He's just trying to improve on that 3.73 that he's got. So he's kind of made a couple of little mistakes after that 6, and I feel like he's just wanting to clean that up. And sort of a little bit uncharacteristic for him. So yeah, just trying to get rid of that 3.73 and try and take that lead off Jordy.
Whenever we're at events around the world and we have a local join us, we usually like to ask, okay, when was the first time you got to show up at this event, whether it be Bells or Pipeline, and the impact it made on you and your career? What about this event for you, Michelle? Do you have vivid memories of getting out in the channel when you're really young and watching those early events unfold?
Yeah, well, of course. Like the reason why I try to qualify on tour is just to be in the event, to serve that event. But it's been like the hardest event for me ever. Like I've never done a good result here. I just tried too much, I think, and I want too much. But I feel like it's kind of happened to all the locals at their home break. It's super hard, but there's a few guys that can make it, like Jordi at home, John at home. Obviously, John is the best over there, and you know, it's Jeremy actually did it in France, you know, and he won it here too. So to me, there's a few examples that people that can, you know, do better at their home break.
Yeah, and then there's a story of the opposite where that pressure is really tough because you want it so badly. As we look at a wave popping up now, just getting a little bit of board speed up. McGillivray trying to get through some foam as he's straight down, searching for a 6.78. Priority with Crosby, need an 8.44, and Jordy's still way out in front. McGillivray working hard to get back out into the lineup. It's a beautiful channel right here where all the boats are watching these guys pull inside under the hood right now. Jordy Smith controls the line, pulls up and under once again. Bonus section there, and Jordy's building some speed for the kick out. Looks really comfortable today, doesn't he, Flick?
Yeah, he hasn't really put a foot wrong. He had second priority then, so I mean, obviously Crosby wasn't going to go, and I think he's obviously just trying to improve on that 5.6, but he hasn't put a foot wrong. He's started off with that 7.17, best wave of the heat so far, and he's kind of sort of been pretty dominant. I'm interested to see, though, what happens if we get another set in this heat and where Crosby is in and where he positions himself, because I mean, I'm not a complete expert out here, but from what I've seen is that he has been a little bit wide of where he could have been, and I feel like if, you know, he's so experienced, you know, he's been competing for so long. Everyone who gets to this level kind of can notice when they're making their own mistakes. So I'm wondering when this next opportunity comes through, if he's going to be like, okay, yep, I've got to position a little bit deeper. I know that I wasn't deep enough on those ones that I had before. So I know another nice set would be good.
Rolling in now, McGillivray slamming on the brakes aggressively, completely disappears now for the second time. So well executed backhand tube riding. And I like that real aggressive slam on the brakes on the open face to get the most out of that first section, Michel.
Yeah, he has such a unique technique to take off and get in the barrel really deep, and he stole like right away. I just feel like both of the South African did mistakes right there, you know, like from Jordy catching that wave before and not improving his score, and to Matt Gillivray like going on that wave right there, like he didn't improve to. So to me, that was a shot for Matt to get the opportunity to get a higher score and just sit out there and just wait till it comes. But no, the ball is just going towards Crosby. Like I hope like another wave comes to Crosby, and we'll see what he can brings on the table.
Crosby, one of those guys that was able to serve with his brother at waves like backdoor and pipeline, and not just get waves, but sometimes get the best waves of sessions. There's certain types of surfers that can kind of sit under everyone's priority and just be in the right spot. They'll go on waves that look like closeouts and they end up putting them in their movie parts. As we look at a nice hollow section for the Cross. Comes out clean and goes for a hammer of a turn, but lets go of it. Building on his fours, and now chasing this one is Jordy Smith, putting his head down on that first pump, trying to burn off some speed, but that wave wants him out of there.
Interesting. I think it was a good choice by Crosby to go, because I mean, only 4 minutes on the clock. Look, he can kind of do it in one wave if he wants. He can get this 8.44, but I feel like he's looking down the barrel of 2 waves at the moment, just with the quality of wave that's coming through the heat, so he had to pull the trigger on that one. And in my eyes, I feel like it's better than the 4 he's got, so probably going to improve on his situation. Let's have a look here. Yeah, for me, this was his best wave, I think, by far.
But you can see like the way he comes out of the barrel. There's 2 different techniques. What I'm saying is like you can see Kelly when he comes out, he just go back down like right away. It's more like more technical, and he puts the judges into like that perspective that it's wow, it's hard. It comes out of the barrel fast. It doesn't hold the rail anymore. So that shows the technique that Kelly's has, and comparing to like most of the guys on tour, and they're still grabbing when they come out, and that means they don't really know where they are on the wave compared to where Kelly is, you know, so that's a different approach.
Great insight there. 3 minutes on the clock with so many great local surfers putting their name out there for their ability to charge, but also ride waves
with technical excellence on this wave. Who are some of your favorite local names that everyone should really look out for when it comes to performing on this wave?
I've always been a big fan of Matt Hydroli. Since his young age, I've been friends with his family my whole life, pretty much. And like knowing Matt Hayes, he's super young, and seeing what he became till he started, like it's incredible. And he can surf the same as when it's 2 foot chopes than when it's like 20 foot. You know, he's one of the best out there, and I'm glad to see him where he's at right now.
So calm as well. It seems like he could just play a guitar in the barrel out here. He's on a foil some days. The way he can read the waves out here, it's unbelievable. As we watch the takeoff and the read from Crosby, he will almost completely disappear for a moment there as he had his whole body in the wall. He'll get hung up again, thrown down the backside snap. And we'll stand by for numbers for all 3 athletes with 1:50 to go. Kras doing some great work in Portugal. Got himself nice and safe from the mid-season cut. He himself and Cole got to sit next to each other in Margaret River and just be like, wow, we are so lucky we're not going through the stress of all their good friends in that rookie class. There's a lot of emotions being let go, and they just realized how lucky they were they got to actually enjoy that event, knowing that they had a lot to look forward to. So Cole Pinto having a ton of gratitude on tour this year. How'd you like this one, Flick?
You could just see he was just trying to slow it down so much. It's like he just took off and he knew he was like, oh, I'm too wide. I've just really got to stick my whole side of my body and my arm, wrench it in this wave face and just really try and slow down. Look, now he's, you know, his last wave's locked in and he's still chasing a 6.85, and I don't know, I don't think it's it.
So score slowly coming through for Crosby, 5.93. Hanging on to third still. McGillivray still second, and Jordy putting on a bit of a veteran schooling here from the younger guard, and looking like he could be in a solid position to move to the round of 16 with the lead and priority at this stage. He seemed a bit quiet for me as far as movie parts or social media in that really long off season. But when we saw him in Hawaii, he's like, well, all I've been doing is training, you know, and he put more into it than ever. He's not one to film his workouts as much as some other competitors on tour, so it was kind of this quiet little assassin that showed up, this veteran named Jordy Smith. You're kind of wondering where his head would be at, and it's so cool to see that he's fitter than ever and still with his goal of winning a world title. Jordy Smith getting a big win, moving on to the round of 16. Matthew and Kras will be reseeded into the elimination round. Michelle Perez, always incredible to be in your company. First of all, thanks for having us, but I can't wait to chat with you more about pro surfing as this event continues.
Thank you for having me, and good luck to everyone out there.
Very cool day still with a lot in it. Opening round continues. Heat 6 coming up next. Jake Marshall, Imai Kalani DeVault, and one of the best ever at shows, Gabriel Medina. We'll be right back.
So we just start the heat 6 of the opening round for the men. SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. In red from the United States, Jake Marshall. From Hawaii in blue, Imai Kalani DeVault. And in white from Brazil, Gabriel Medina, just the 1935 minutes. And for the pregnancy, congratulations to the kids. I don't think the round 3. Matthew and Crosby will be in the elimination round. Voilà, donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer l'histoire de temps ici, c'était une qualification pour le troisième tour. Mathieu McGillivray et Crosby se par la élimination. Et on vient de démarrer la série numéro 6 de votre ouverture avec en rouge l'américain Jake Marshall, opposé au Hawaïen
Flashing back to last year, Gabriel Medina was on an absolute mission. He wanted to put himself with a victory that could have put him in the WSL Final 5 at the time of qualifying for the Olympic Games. As we know, he's already made that happen in a different route. Ended up falling short to Jack Robinson in the final. An emotional loss there, but he moved on, went straight to training. But look at the highlight reel. Got past surfers like Seth Moniz, Baron Mamiya. He can take off anywhere he wants on this reef. And the wildest part of Medina, he rarely ever falls. It's just that you're not seeing him with broken boards out here, picking the wrong waves, packing closeouts, using unnecessary energy. He picks a wave and more often than not executes.
Yeah, his ability to dissect and work out a wave, I mean, any stop on tour has been incredible. When we were doing the morning show, we're obviously picking apart like who's the best performers out here, and straight away Kelly comes to mind, but it's actually Gabby, because when you look at the stats, we'll get back to that point in a sec. Oh, looks like Imai just in and out there quickly, but yeah, when you look at the on paper, I mean, Gabriel, he's come here for like less years than Kelly, and just the stats don't lie. It's absolutely incredible.
Yes, especially with just showing up and making finals. When you go to Gabriel's last 7 starts, he's made 6 finals. Last 7 starts, 6 finals, 2 wins. As we know, Kelly has the most wins of all time, but as far as almost catching up to Kelly's all-time final appearances, I mean, Gabe's got 1 more final and he's there. And Kelly's done that in 19 events, where Gabe's done it in 9 events.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it just speaks to, like I was saying before, his ability to and read on this wave and this reef, and the comfortability level, and just being able to figure out, you know, where the best waves are, and to create space in a lineup too, where it's actually quite a small lineup. Because I mean, I even think back to last year, and we were calling heats, and he was so he was just really like aggressive, not aggressive, but assertive in heats, and just like paddling around, sharking around the lineup, constantly catching waves. And yeah, it was just really interesting. I mean, even in free surf, sometimes you'll see him paddle like way up the reef, and you're like, hang on, what are you doing up there? Do you know something I don't know? And then all of a sudden you'll see him just take off on this one from way up deep on the reef. And yeah, I feel like his stats speak to his just innate ability to understand the ocean and the connection he has with it.
Just a rare specimen of a human being and an athlete and a competitor, where he didn't have the story of coming here as a young kid on sponsored trips and getting barreled everywhere around the world. He was coming to events for the first time in his career, and his will to win was beyond. He could figure out a lineup on demand. He could learn how to, you know, channel his fear into a strength. Tahiti quickly became his favorite event on the calendar, and I think it really became his favorite once he became an absolute rock star. You know, he's followed by more people than anyone else on tour by millions, and sometimes it's hard to walk around at home. You know, everybody knows who he is. You know, being the first Brazilian world champion, now 3 times over, he comes to a place like Tahiti, and there's some peace here. There's some quiet, and it might, you know, be the reason why he's never won a CT in Brazil. He is one of the most popular humans to talk to there. He's got obligations that he has to handle. He has people sleeping at his doorstep, literally, before he goes to compete. And here he's just on a cool little reef pass, a surf trip, and he's been able to find the most unbelievable consistency that he's had.
Yeah, I think it is because of that very reason, like you just said, Joe. I mean, it'd be incredibly hard to reach. I mean, you know, he is incredibly famous in Brazil. I mean, you think about how many passionate Brazilian surf fans there are, and they're all just backing, you know, all the Brazilians at the moment on tour, and of course him being that first world champ, I mean, he's basically carrying all of Brazil on his shoulders all the time. And I mean, it's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of expectation, but yeah, like what you said, I feel like the end of the road does good things for Gabby. It's peace is full here, it's got a great energy. You know, it's so quiet here, and I think we were talking about it before. You walk around at night here, and it's just, there's no car noise, there's no noise pollution. It's just, yeah, it really is heaven on earth here.
So what an opportunity for Imai and Jake to battle against one of the best at this wave. The challenge is there. It's their opportunity to step up. Setting up the backhand tube ride is Imai, pulling into a stretched out section, and it will shut down on that dry reef. You can almost see the reef popping up right there. It's almost impossible not to touch it when you're on that section. Imai did some cool work though on the way to that end section. The cool stalls, he got himself in a better position to get a score. He just kind of ran out of room there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if he can push through this little set here. You can obviously see he's angling out towards the channel, but it's incredibly shallow right there, and it's even scarier when you go to duck dive right there. You're kind of in two minds because you're like, I don't really want to duck dive too deep because then the bottom of my fingers are going to end up on this reef. But you can see he's just getting, I mean, there's so much water and energy moving, and you can just see how fast he's moving across the screen. So he's going to probably push out, end up, oh, he's going to bail here. Yep, it's definitely dry. You can see that. Let's have a look here. So yeah, it was a bit of a different takeoff this wave compared to most waves we've seen today. Got a bit of time to think about it. Grabs the rail and then really kicks on the brakes here. But by this time, he's traveled a lot of distance over the water, and just look how shallow that reef was. And right here, I mean, he's having a bit of a hard time. Just getting out over that little section. Looks like he's going to be okay now, though. But yeah, definitely tricky.
Great opportunity for Chris Cote to catch up with his friend Jordy Smith.
Yeah, thanks, team. Jordy, you're just cruising here at the end of the road. You came in feeling nice and relaxed, but maybe a little bit of a different story, waiting and waiting and waiting in that heat.
Yeah, I mean, it was yin-yang for me. I had a melt on the way out here, pretty much. Tied a knot on the back of my ski, too tight. Couldn't get the thing off, was wigging out, couldn't get the thing off, and then yeah, I didn't finish my Cub Scouts. So cut the thing. Anyway, Terry brought me out here, got out here, and then it was a lot of waiting. And I was just lucky that I think it was like 50 minutes in the heat till I got my wave. Crosby kind of got antsy, took the wave just before that. Matty started good with a 6. But it's really inconsistent. And there's a lot of 4s and 5s, but you really need to get that one bomb to like kind of get ahead.
I think a lot of people often wonder, you know, you're sitting out there with one of your homies. I know Matty's a good friend. I know you know Crosby forever. Are you chatting out there? Are you guys talking? What are you guys thinking out there?
Yeah, I do when I'm ahead, and I don't when I'm not. But yeah, you know, I thought we were going to have Apple Watches at this event, but we don't have them. So I was kind of just asking Crosby for a bit of time, and it's pretty self-explained. You know, maybe at the beginning of the heat where the guys, you know, everyone's kind of trying to fight and hustle for the inside, but once the heat gets going, if you've got priority, it's your turn, and you sit where you want to sit and go on the wave you want to go.
Are you cheering for your friends out there, even if you're in the heat with them?
No, absolutely not.
It's good. Don't cheer for them yet. Jordy Smith, moving on. Great performance out there, my guy.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jordy. Gosh, love the form that Jordy's in a great place in his life. This is his 14th start at this event in Tahiti, filled with so many memories. The only one with more starts than him is the wild card Kelly. So he's seen a lot through all the different eras. Jordy got to be on tour with the late Andy Irons, a 3-time world champ. He got to feel that energy in the water with Andy, and it was a different feeling in warm-up sessions when Andy was on tour. There was definitely this pecking order around, especially in waves like this. And it was based on obviously accomplishment, but also skill over the ledge. You know, Andy and Bruce were looked at the guys that were doing the impossible, you know, and they're pushing each other. And Jordy got to kick off his career surrounded by that incredible energy.
Oh, I mean, those two brothers, that continually, time and time again, to every event. I mean, I wasn't really in that surf industry by that point. I was super young, but I'd always tune in and watch the events. And I actually super lucky. I was actually here in 2010 when Andy won out here, and I think that was his last championship tour event win. And just to witness, yeah, that energy and that personality and that character was really cool in person. It was something I'll never forget. And yeah, I mean, it was smaller conditions, sort of like this, but just his read on the wave, the connection he has to this place are super, super special.
And it meant so much, I think, to everybody, because he hadn't won in a while at that point. It was kind of that comeback moment for Andy Yeah, to win again. As we look at that cool little stalling technique for Imai, has the lip kind of landing on his back, so just kind of working hard to get a number so far. He's been the only one really putting up any attempts, and that's always interesting when Gabriel Medina's in the water. He's usually got a couple 8s by now.
Well, I think that just speaks to the inconsistency for sure, and I think it also, yeah, I mean, obviously Imai's sort of sharking around trying to make something happen here, but I feel like there just hasn't been a good quality wave, because, you know, if a good quality wave's coming through that lineup, Gabriel Medina is going to do his best to get onto that wave. As, you know, sort of a similar start to all of Imai's waves. He's kind of had a bit of a roll in, time to think about it, and squeezing in these really tiny barrels and just ending up on that such a shallow section there at the end. He's travelled a distance, but, I mean, nothing's really sticking.
Imai is an incredible surfer from Maui, real powerful, great in the air, absolute charger coming from the island of Maui. Had some tough heats with Ian Gentile, you know, post or pre-cut. They had a wild one together at Pipeline, an emotional one at Margaret River on a very close decision. And also when you add Eli Hanneman to the mix, it was just Maui came with just contenders this year. You throw in Jackson Bunch at the start of the year as a wild card. It was awesome to see the fire coming off of Maui when, you know, all the big events are on the North Shore of Oahu. It's really fun to celebrate the outer islands when they have a lot of success on tour.
Yeah, it is. I think we were speaking about it before in the previous heat, but it's always a shame when, you know, I mean, have 3 guys from Maui is incredible on the tour at the same time, but then when you're matching up against them in the same heat, I mean, you're like, oh, really? Like, does this have to go down that way? But, I mean, I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Imai so far on tour, and I think he's such a well-rounded surfer, but he definitely brings that element of, you know, surprise to his surfing, which is something that's really exciting. And I mean, right now he's just sharking around. He's trying to get a couple little scores on the board, but I just fear as soon as one big set's come through, you know, I feel like Gabriel Medina is going to do his best to get on it.
Yeah, he understands this reef so incredibly well. Like Michelle was breaking down, he's like, it's pretty self-explanatory. When you're one of the best surfers in the world, you see it through their eyes. Medina knows how to create moments for himself with or without priority. He's had so many massive numbers, 18 excellent heats. That's 16 plus totals. Yeah, the only one with more excellent heats is John with 19. So they're right in that same range. Then you had Kelly as a wild card. His numbers are psycho. And we'll see when Gabriel is going to get started here. Hasn't won since last year. I'm talking events-wise, since Margaret River. So when you talk over 10 CT events that he's been involved in and he hasn't won, that's a very long time for Gabriel Medina standards. For him, it probably feels like a lifetime since he was last on the podium.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. I think so. But something, to me, I feel like he's in good form this year. I feel like his results haven't reflected how well he is performing, how good his surfing is, and I feel like we speak about it all the time, but people just get on these rolls and you just find this momentum and things start clicking, you know. And I think maybe not necessarily has things changed, that, you know, his approach to surfing. I just feel that, yeah, sometimes just things are clicking. People are in the good juju, and I feel like things could be, you know, now that the pressure's off. I mean, came into Margaret River basically looking down the barrel of maybe potentially not making that cut, and that, I mean, that's unfamiliar territory for Gabby. So now that he's made the cut, I feel that maybe, you know, a bit of a reset, a bit of a refresh, and I mean, the back half of the tour looks good for him. I mean, Fiji as well. I mean, how incredible is that going to be?
Gosh, yeah, and he's dominated that venue as well. One of the most successful athletes of all time in professional surfing, changing everything for the Brazilian Storm. He put the belief in everyone on tour that they could win as well. And Gabriel Medina won in 2014, then De Souza won his first the following season, and it just kept going. John got his 2 in between there, but then it was celebrating Italo, you know, celebrating Felipe going back to back. The era of Brazilian dominance, you know, we're still living it. Our reigning world champ took the year off, and we'll see if Medina could move closer to the top 10 at the moment, because right now He's 19th in the world coming into stop number 6. He had some years, though, Flick, where something would fire him up at the halfway mark. It was in a different formatted season where we didn't have a cut. But there used to be a similar type of script where, like, oh, we'll see when he gets going. And there's a few years in a row where the halfway mark was J-Bay, and that's where he would just turn on and all of a sudden feature in every final, concluding Tahiti all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I think that just speaks to what I was saying. I think it's a momentum thing. And maybe it just takes a little bit to get the cogs turning, you know? We've had this off season. Okay, we've had a bit of fun. We've had a good time. Like, let's ease our way into this. And I like his chances coming here, obviously. I mean, we look at the stats, and as history shows, it'd be odd if he doesn't make a final. And I mean, it's almost like you're guaranteeing that he's a sure bet to be in final stage. That's absolutely incredible. But yeah, I think, you know, I'd love to see him click into gear, and I think it's very possible.
There's been 4 wins for Brazil here in Tahiti in the history of this event. And we've got Medina's name up there a couple of times. Bruno Santos, a wild card back in 2008. That's when it was an all wild card final with Manoa Drolet, Matahi's older brother. More recently, Miguel Pupo getting his win in an absolute tube shootout with a local boy named Kauli Vost. But yeah, Bruno was the first really to put his name on the map for Brazil as far as a free surfer, a hard charging athlete, a guy that would spend months on end out here when it was pumping, an absolute specialist when it came to competing and just free surfing here at Teahupo'o.
Oh, I think that just speaks to also these sort of events when you're getting just people who dedicate their life to a certain wave. You can get those sort of big upsets, and we've seen it happen at Pipeline with wildcards. I mean, we've seen Moana Jones get a win there, and it's because she's literally dedicated her whole life to this certain wave, and it happens here too. I mean, obviously Cowley that has gone all the way to the final. He's dedicated his life to this wave, and that's what happens when you put so much time into a certain reef. You know everything about it. It works on different directions, where to sit, when, you know, all the moving pieces you understand, and it just speaks to that. And people build careers on certain waves as well. And we sort of spoke about it a little bit before with Michelle, but yeah, it's definitely starting to happen here. And I feel like the local community are clicking in and realizing that hey, we can really build a career based off of this wave and surfing it really well.
It's cool. I think that's why this wave is always compared to Pipeline, you know, and Pipeline for decades was just that spot where you could surf pipe and have a career, a great career as a pro surfer. And if you got one crazy wave in the winter, that could fire up your career for many seasons and extend contracts and your photo incentive back in the magazines back in the day. And this wave as well, there's all these like groundbreaking moments in surfing history as we see Jake Marshall pick himself back up after his first attempt to get started in this heat. When you think about the Laird Hamilton, oh my God wave, that's what it said on the cover of Surfer magazine. The wave still doesn't look real. That was a defining moment on what was to come for many years. The old trips here from watermen like Mike Stewart bodyboarding out here, and that was groundbreaking. The trip with Kelly and Tom Carroll and the crew back in '96. So many fun memories at the early stages of really before the CT was showing up here full time.
Yeah, you know, there'd have been a lot of people coming in surfing here before that, and bodyboarders as well. But I mean, it's just incredible when you think about the evolution and the approach to this wave and how it's changed over the years, and things that back then that the guys that were surfing it at that point probably didn't even think were possible now. I mean, my brain goes to Matahi and just his approach out there now, and just the comfortability level, and you're thinking, he's for serious? Like, really? Like, it's crazy just how much the sport keeps growing over the years, and it's cool to have, you know, this World Tour event here because it obviously pushes performance and gives people opportunity, you know, to surf out here with no one else in the lineup, you know, only 2 other guys or 2 other women. And it just pushes the performance. And I mean, that's why we're rubbing our hands together for the rest of the week. We look at the forecast and it's going to be amazing. And it's just going to push that level again.
Yeah, it provides the most amazing moments in your career and some of the heaviest. I mean, for Strider, one time he couldn't even put back on the same pair of shorts. He had to pick them up off the reef. Remember that was?
I do, my friend, I do. I think there's still some fabric there somewhere. Oh man, so but amazingly, this tide has moved in and it's made it even shallower somehow. I mean, they literally Sammy, our cameraman's fins are touching the bottom out here. It's been kind of crazy how much you can, the consequences have just kind of get higher as the waves move in over the reef. We got Jake looking at this little nugget, a little tube time, grabs the wall. A little greedy there, so he's going to get taken out by the lip. But the many faces of Teahupo'o, we've seen so many different sides of it. It's unbelievable. I mean, from this morning when, we saw those tall walls, and now it's kind of moved in and it's doubling up on the inside reef a lot. So, you see so many different sides of it. You have to be prepared for them all.
Fun looking at all the different moods of this wave, and for you, Strider, probably all the different eras that you came here to surf. Those early trips for you, who are you with?
Early trips, I was with Hank Photo, Braden Diaz, and a whole slew of Maui guys, and I mean Peter Mel, the Quicksilver Cruise. I mean, there's been so many people that we've come through here with, and to be honest, it's always been amazing. It's been welcoming. The mana of the land and the people has been always, inviting, and the place, its beauty has just never ceases to amaze you when you get here. I mean, it never gets old. I mean, it's one of the most incredible phenomenons, Beauty's kind of, you think it's skin deep, but this place has so much depth and in its beauty that you just never get tired of it, and it's so cool.
I guess those early trips, Strider, you're trying to figure out, I mean, how big of a board do you bring, to this wave, and obviously not too big at certain sizes. This wave is just an absolute slab. That must have been fun on those early trips to see, well, what was working and what wouldn't work.
It's really funny, the evolution of the board out here and what people were riding back in the day, 7.2s, even 7.6s. And then, now they're riding 6.4s and 6.2s and just more foam up front, and how much everything has changed. And obviously with the tow boards and all of that stuff was just incredible to be a part of. And, the evolution of it has been so fun to watch. And now, you've got Kelly, who's been through the whole thing time and time again. And I think he was probably the leader of changing boards and the guy who's given back to the sport the most within equipment talk and trying to push those limits of getting shorter boards and fitting them in the curve.
Sometimes I just look at your feet, Strider, and I'm like, gosh, those toe boards must have been uncomfortable. If those feet could talk, my friend. Wow.
Oh, I love you, Joey.
Love you, brother. Sounding good out there. 11 minutes on the clock. Great talking shop with the Waz. Imai out in front. Jake Marshall in second, and Gabriel Medina still scoreless. But we're only talking about ones for Jake and Imai. So he's scoreless for a reason. He's not paddling for anything that he knows is not going to help him win this heat.
Honestly, there hasn't been much good come through. Yeah, this has been a really tricky heat as we see Jake having another look here.
Jake wanted to pull up and under, but it was just the wave that let him down, really. It just shut down quickly. You could see him thinking he was ready to grab and pull the rail and get nice and barreled, but it's keeping him honest at the moment. Imai out front with some small numbers as Bear Mamiya is waiting with his good friend Matahi Drole. He's coming up next. 2014 rainbows, big barrels, and a young athlete named Gabriel Medina wearing bright yellow, showing he was world #1, and it was day to shine, getting puffed out of cannons all day. Believe it or not, his first fall came in the final. He was perfect with picking waves, taking down the world's best, including the GOAT in the final. Kelly hadn't fallen either. They pushed each other at the end of that day. They both had wipeouts for the first time in that contest, and that's one of the most prestigious trophies of all time because it went with one of the best forecasts ever in history of the event. Medina up now live on his first wave as we hit the 8-minute mark. Right into a beautiful grab rail carve. Spanks the lip and steps off. Gabriel doing what he does best. He can run the clock out and just turn in the best number on demand. Imai chasing now. Sets his rail, looking totally comfortable as he comes out. And Imai will lay down a rail. We're seeing the 2 best numbers of the matchup back to back.
100%. That they were the 2 best waves that had come through. In my opinion, Gabriel's is a bit bigger. His read was really good and up and riding again on the inside.
There we go. Gabriel Medina has turned it on, and he's got a ramp. Almost thought about something crazy there, but smart decision to step out with dry reef heading his way. So after a long wait, in about just a minute, he's got 2 waves ridden, and his first score in. 6-3-3 straight to the lead for Gabe.
And then he's going to back it up. That was really, really well done, and just speaks to his level of self-belief that he has in himself, his comfortability level, the experience, and backing himself. I mean, he surfed a heat in about 1 minute, and I guess that's the beauty of this wave too. You know that you can never count yourself out if you still only need 1 score. This wave here, beautiful wave selection. It's the best wave we've seen all this heat. And this one just really hit the reef properly. It really stayed open. The other waves we've seen, you know, by Jake and Imai, they've just been a bit crumbly, a bit chandeliery, but this one just really went top to bottom here. You could see he just shifted his weight further up his board there, shifted his feet. He had his both hands in the face of the wave there. But yeah, really well done. And then just, you know, that veteran experience of paddling straight back out and straight to a 2nd score, back up. I mean, he's going to the lead.
Gosh, even the carves look unreal with the blue Tahitian water, and then Imai getting his best.
Yeah, this was Imai's best for sure. Good read on this one too. You could really see though that you could just see how fast he was going, because look at how much he's just dragging the whole side of his body, that whole thigh, his hand, everything. Really trying to slow himself down. This is Gabe's on the way back out, straight away, quick fire into this wave. Super well done. I mean, yeah, you could see he was like, oh, do I go for an hour? Like, maybe don't. But yeah, this one on the inside, I mean, from this angle, you can really see when they hit that inside section, that west bowl, just how much they throw over and how hollow they are. I mean, they move through in a different part of the peak on the lineup, and you know, you might think it is a smaller wave, but when you see it side on, I mean, it really throws. So great 2 scores there for Gabriel. He's literally surfed this heat in 1 minute.
So impressive after a long wait. That's what we were hoping to see from Gabriel Medina. Strider, how was your view?
Yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, the intent, the tube time, those techniques to stall and stay behind it as long as he could. And, you know, he took off with a big pump on the first one, but then realized he was going to be too far in front. So while he was undercover, he put his whole body and his arms into the wall, slowed himself down. After the first wave, the intent and intensity out of his paddle was insane. He looked like a motorboat going by. Then identified that nugget on the inside, little double up on the west bowl, swung it, got that barrel, and after that, he paddled out nice and slow. So you could see that he had like let his hair down, so to speak, and it was nice to see him back in kind of a flow mode, which is dangerous when Gabby's in his flow mode.
Gosh, certainly. His flow mode is unbelievable because it's a bit of beast mode too, where he can just see right through people, pick the right waves at the right time. One of the all-time greats in pro surfing, 3-time world champion. That was always his goal, even before he qualified. Really looking up to Tommy Curran and Mick Fanning specifically, wanted to join them with a legacy. That win at Margaret River last year was his 17th championship tour victory. He's on page 1 of the all-time win list, winning this event twice, and what a rad run to qualify for Paris 2024. We had some time to worry that maybe Medina would not be able to fight for gold, and he got it done in Puerto Rico this year.
Yeah, that's the point I would want to touch on here the most. So obviously, three-time world champ, incredible, but the fact that he surfed his way into a spot for the Olympics is incredible, right? And I mean, you just look at the picture in the background here and what he's capable of, the stats, everything. I mean, we're all just, you know, hands to the head thinking, are you kidding me? Is he really not going to have a spot? But yeah, the performance he put on to actually grab that last, you know, that spot and make it happen is so deadly. I mean, he's automatically one of my people that I'm thinking, okay, he's going to do some damage out here, especially if it gets bigger. I mean, his comfortability level is just so high.
It's funny, we saw him just blitz that event in Puerto Rico. Coming into Portugal at the CT, we're like, oh, good luck, everybody. This guy is on fire. And his first heat, he just kept falling. And when I saw him, he's like, I just need to go to bed, man. Like, he had been traveling, surfing through 1 million heats in the ISA, winning everything, and getting on a flight, surfing his next heat the next day. And so there was a lay day, and he said he slept for, like, it felt like 20 hours. And he woke up, and he's like, okay, let's do this. Had a great result after that, a semifinal. But it's amazing what these athletes go through in these Olympic qualification years. You know, they end up just needing to go underwater and forgetting about the world. He's been doing that a little bit in heats this year.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. There's just, as soon as he gets in the flow, like Strider said, it's just like a little bit of silliness, and I'm here for that. I like it. But back to what you're saying, I feel like all the surfers needed a really good sleeper for the beginning of the year because it was full on. A lot of the guys and women hadn't gone home for months. We're talking like three months, you know, like Hawaii to Puerto Rico to Portugal and then to Australia. I mean, that's a really big leg. And then add on, if you're not making the cut, then you're staying on for the first 2 Challenger Series events. It's a big commitment.
Oh, massive. It'll be fun to see Medina go for gold at Paris 2024. Carissa Moore is going to try to go for 2 in a row as she won in Tokyo. Also the wild card in this event who, gosh, surfed so great today. Looked really comfortable. She's already in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see it. I've loved that she's got this wild card spot. And what I really love is just the dedication that she's put into really learning to master this wave and just how open she's been that, hey, you know, this isn't necessarily the wave that I feel most comfortable at, and therefore I am going to dedicate all my time to this wave. You know, got this wildcard spot, and I think it's evident, you know, and I love that vulnerability from her. It's something that we're always guaranteed to get, which is awesome.
Speaking of Carissa, she's going to be joining us very soon. Always fantastic to catch up with a 5-time world champ, and we get so used to talking to her, but since she stepped away from competition after pipe, you're seeing her and you're like, oh my gosh, this is awesome, let's do this. And she's in such a great place in her life here with her husband Luke and her support crew. With 30 seconds on the clock, trying to find a little moment on the inside was Gabe, and he'll go down, but he's looking pretty comfortable for a heat win. Jake is comboed for the win, so he's not going to be able to get 2 waves in time, and Imai is the closest, but he's chasing a 6.9. Should have to be the best wave of the heat with 3 seconds to go. Imai will get this one in time, pulls up and under, and that one's going to shut down on him, and we will see Gabriel get the jump straight into the round of 16. Looking for a 3rd event title here at the end of the road. Imai and Jake reseeded in the elimination round here at stop 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Baron Mamiya coming up next against Liam O'Brien and Ryan Cownan. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, and Chris Moore. We'll be right back.
Fall is here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Maeva, and welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Men's opening round out in the water, and on the set, five-time world champ Chris Amore, gold medalist, Queen of Kiwalos, so many lists right here, Kai Guerrero, Jesse Mendez to bring us some expert analysts. Carissa, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to see you in quarterfinal number 1 already.
I know, it's...
You got the job done today already. You're off the clock. Well, on it for a little bit with us, but yeah, you're off the clock.
I'm super excited to be into the quarters. A little bit jealous of the girls who get to surf again this afternoon,
Oh, that's true, yeah. So we will be going, after this men's opening round, we will be going into the women's elimination round where it goes head-to-head. Your experience this morning out there at the end of the road?
It was actually kind of tricky. It was a little bit slow. Hard to identify the best waves out there sometimes, and especially without all the people, having to use the landmarks and the buoys and a lot of energy. I'm nervous energy for myself just because my last heat was pipe, and we all know how that went. So it was nice to get a decent heat under my belt and kind of clean the slate.
Yeah, and you know, really a preview, not just a chance of winning here in Tahiti, but also a preview to the Olympics. We're going to have some Olympic talk a little bit later. We'll set the heat right now, Jesse. We got Baron Mamiya out along with Liam O'Brien and Ryan Calnan. Again, winner goes into the round of 16 for the men, second and third into the elimination round for the men.
Man, this is a stacked heat. Obviously, Baron already won pipe before, so you know he's a good tube rider, and you have Ryan, which is an amazing tube rider, and Liam, in my opinion, one of the most underground tube riders and chargers that we have. The barrels I've been seeing him, I think he might have got one of the best barrels I've saw the whole last swell last week, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien on the camera there, 25 years old from Burleigh Heads, Australia. He's been a guy that is gaining a reputation as a charger. He's been wearing a helmet all of his sessions out here, but been turning heads with the bravado that he's provided, especially on the big days, Carissa. We're going to get back to more Liam O'Brien, talking to the rest of these crew, but we got to check in with one of the most celebrated surfers here at Teahupo'o. That's Gabe Medina. He's on to the round of 16, Chris.
That's right, Kaipa, one of the best to ever do it. Gabriel, you left your house in January to start the 2024 season. You hadn't been home since just a couple weeks ago. What did you do while you're at home to prepare yourself for Tahiti?
I was just trying to enjoy home after leaving in January, and then after Australia we could go home. Yeah, home was nice.
So you come here to Tahiti 6 out of 7 times in the last events that we've had here. You've made the finals. I know this is a big event for you. Do you feel like this is kind of a way to skyrocket yourself into the end of the season?
Yeah, that's my favorite stop on the tour. I'm blessed that we're here again, and feels good to make another one.
Now, I mentioned the swell forecast to you before this interview, and you had a look in your eye that was very telling. What do you want the waves to be like for the next few days?
Yeah, I mean, the forecast looks good. Today is kind of slow, and the heat was pretty slow, actually. In the beginning, I felt like we lost a lot of opportunities just paddling around, and it's kind of hard to surf against two really good friends. You know, I feel like they were teaming up a little bit. But yeah, I'm stoked that I made it, and it's looked good for the next week. Yeah.
And I know you got a ton of friends and family watching from all over the world. Give them a shout.
Obrigado a todos que assistiram. Sei que tá tarde aí. Queria mandar um abraço para Rio Grande do Sul. Tá passando uma situação difícil, mas é isso, o Brasil todo está com vocês, sintam-se abraçados e as coisas vão melhorar, tá? Boas energias, todo mundo fica com Deus. Obrigado pela torcida.
Parabéns, Gabriel Medina.
Gabe Medina, you talk about the best to do it. Gabe Medina is certainly there. 3 career 10s in Tahiti. We look at his heat win percentage out here. Just under 80%, 79% for Medina. Average heat score for Medina at this location, 15 points for his average heat score. So by the numbers, Gabe Medina is the one to watch. Well, we got a slow start to this heat right here. And I want to have, Carissa, your analysis of Baron Mamiya, someone that you know, you surf with, the local boy out here. He got 3rd here last year, so it seems like he would be kind of one of the stronger picks in this heat. What do you think?
This is a really tough heat. You know, we spoke about Liam, and I got to see him charge last week during the swell. It was super impressive. And Ryan, the last couple of days warming up, has, I think, gotten the best wave every morning. So, and then, of course, you have Baron. I don't get to surf with him that often, but getting to see how he obviously rides the tube at Pipeline and Teahupo'o, he feels super comfortable in these types of waves. So I'm very interested to see how this all falls into place.
You know, with someone like Ryan, have you ever experienced or seen kind of like you use up all the juju early, where like all your warm-up sessions are really good and stuff, but then when you get into when you get actually the jersey on, you've used up all your credits? Does that ever happen?
Yes, it's definitely happened. But Ryan is such a good guy that I think that karma is on his side.
It certainly is. Ryan Callahan, you can see him there, Arcal Novocastrian, 6 years on the championship tour. Just an overall, just really, really nice character. Actually, Liam and Ryan, like ultra nice when you talk about pro surfers. I mean, Baron, you're nice too, but I had to really highlight the personalities right there. It's been slow. I mean, we've watched these last couple of heats, Jesse, and Gabe talked about that. What's the play in in lully heats in an important situation?
Man, it's hard. It's hard to define. Like, I guess people have different opinions in it. Let's get back to that after this wave from Ryan.
Here we go. Arcal fades to takeoff, drags the arm, nicely pitted. An easy exit for Ryan Callahan. Beautiful rail work on that. JS Industries kicks out, and so that's good. It should be the first meaningful score in this matchup. So early advantage over to Ryan Callahan, Jesse.
I mean, I guess he's doing a good rhythm, right? Like, perfect wave selection, clean wave, kind of a second wave. So the wall was very smooth. Offshores were blowing. The wave got pretty hollow, and it comboed up with a beautiful carve. That's going to be a decent start for him.
On the paddle by there, a little couple of ones sneak in underneath. And we'll be waiting for the score on this replay. Talk us through this, Carissa.
Well, he timed that so beautifully. He knew it was gonna run off, so he stalled a little bit and got just deep enough, and then came out and did a extra little cut back to leave a nice feeling in the judges' eyes, I think.
And slow motion, you can really break this down, Jesse, on, got pretty deep right there.
Super deep. As much as it was kind of a short barrel, mostly for today, we had a lot of south, more angled waves that ran down the point. But seen from the side angle, almost straight into it, he disappeared for quite a good time. So the judges are going to take notice of that. And just combing it up. He has such a clean, beautiful style, and always on rails. You see it right there, driving through just one of the side fins and the middle fin, keeping all that rail engaged, bringing it all the way around. Just classic surfing from Ryan. Beautiful.
Great surfing for Ryan. We're waiting for this score. Back to live action here on the paddle. It's Baron Mamiya. Mamiya up, dragging the body, has to hit the gas pedal here through this second section. Driving through that section, is still driving pretty parallel stance on the inside there. Mamiya able to magically just adjust the speed through that wave. Right behind him, Liam O'Brien. O'Brien on a little bit of a bigger, wider wave. And Liam also completes himself. So now this is really, really going to tighten up the heat. Your thoughts on what you just saw, Carissa?
That was awesome. I love just getting to watch the replays and how all of these guys are approaching. It looks like Ryan's up again.
Arcal deep on this one. He's gonzo. Where is he? He is eaten up by the foam ball. And I saw a little frustration from you, Jesse Mendez, on looked like it could have been a make, but there was a lot of white water in that barrel.
Hey, and that's what happens sometimes here at Teahupo'o. Like the foam ball monster, it can eat you alive. Like, look, he's bummed. Because as he took off, it was a perfect wave growing down the line, probably one of the hollowest barrels we had all morning. So it seemed like he was gonna just run through it, but the wave just caught him really quick and caught him off guard.
Strider, what did you see?
I saw the foam ball monster come and get him, and it was unfortunate because he was in this wave that had a small, like, back to it, but the thing was just growing in size as it was coiling down the reef, and it was just incredible the position that he was in. And once the foam caught him up, we got a wave on. Sorry, boys. Here we go, Liam dragging. Nice little tube time with a quick whip on the inside there. He'll be jumping out of that on the inside. But back to Ryan Callanan. That wave was incredibly hollow. And what happened is that when that foam on the lip would hit the outside, it started to push in. And as it pushed in, his board was just on top of it, and he started to push forward. And I mean, in my experience in that situation, sometimes the back fin of a thruster can get caught on it, and that's what it looked like. It kind of tipped the board over and down. Maybe the forefin med rode through that. I don't know. I know that certain surfers like Kelly Slater and even Ethan Ewing picking up on the forefin being a better board for the foam and the tube monster and that whole foam ball trying to make it through that. But wow, that would have been a massive number for Ryan.
Yeah, you're right, Strider. Came in at 1.43 for Arcal. He did open up with a 6.5. This happened also. This is Liam O'Brien, and so O'Brien in and out of the barrel, no problem. Take another look at this, Jess.
Yeah, just a smaller wave, beautiful technique. Got very tight and high right there. He was able to squeeze through it, and nice carve. I expect that wave maybe not to play in factor in the end of this heat, and this was the 517 from Barron, which is a very long barrel, but most of the part, like, you could see him, and that's why the judges probably penalized and didn't go higher, because it was a beautiful wave, but he was just a bit in front. Right here, he's nice and deep, but as the barrel gets a little bigger and the side angle, it seems like he was right there enjoying a lot, that's for sure. But he was just a little bit in front of it, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, the dragging and the technique on the backhand, and you've been working clearly on that. I mean, you displayed it this morning, and you've been putting a lot of time in here in Tahiti. Talk to me about the advantage and some of the disadvantages, Carissa, of having your back to the wall here at Teahupo'o.
Well, it can be very intimidating seeing a giant wall of water build over your shoulder. It's a little different than seeing something while you're facing a wave. I'm learning how to just trust what the water is going to do in the wave. I think, well, actually, let's see what Liam's doing. See what Liam's got on the backhand, grabbing the rail. You could see his head right there got pinched, and he's going to go incomplete there. But you've been having, Carissa, you've been actually having some good coaching. You've had both Shane Dorian as well as some local knowledge, too, when you first got here. Yeah, I feel super fortunate for the time I got to spend with Tahude. He is one of the best local guys out here, and he was kind enough to share his local wisdom and expertise. His friendship, most of all, means a lot to me. And so between him and now getting to spend some time with Shane Dorian, who will also be the Olympic coach for the USA team, it's been an invaluable experience. Great subject. You already got a gold medal. How much did that change your life? And that's question number one. Question number two is the desire for a second one. Oh, well, gosh, yeah, winning the first gold medal was better than I could have ever dreamed up. I mean, it wasn't ever a possibility when I was a little girl. So to see it, you know, surfing a part of the Olympic stage and then to be a part of it and to have it all work out exceeded any expectations I ever had. And it's been really special to share that with my home and my community in Hawaii. And to be able to have another Olympic experience and to just be a part of it again is super cool. I'm excited. Yeah, we're excited for you, you know. Well, I'm speaking as a citizen of Hawaii. We're excited for you. Yeah, you earned yourself a whole side of a building over there off of King Street. You get to see all the time. If you don't know, there's a beautiful
giant mural in Honolulu of Carissa Moore and Duke Kahanamoku that is just on the side of an entire building. Who did that? The
Kamehameha
Hadar. Yeah, did Kamehameha Hadar did the mural, and so, gosh, I called you the Queen of Kiwalas. I think I'm just going to call you the Queen of Oahu at this point with that giant mural. All right, do we have all the numbers in? We sure do. A 5.17 for Baron Mamiya. That's a keeper. 6.67 and 4.93 keeps Liam O'Brien in the lead. Here comes from Arkal coming back. Got a long wall in front of him, and it comes out. That was magic. Wow. That's when you lose words on the commentary right there, Carissa. That was absolutely, that was a long section. Completely disappeared, and Arkal shot out, and he's going to get shot into first place. Strider.
That was incredible. He said that was redemption from the other one. You know, coming through that foam ball and watching him arc through it as he came over the foam ball, as he came through it, you could see the smile on his face as he saw the light, and it was a beautiful moment for him in this heat for sure. And he does feel like he erased that one that he didn't make. So feeling good. Ryan Callahan back at it.
That is incredible. We're going to take another couple looks at this, Carissa.
Oh, that was just incredible. I think those are obviously the highest scores is when we're all surprised.
Just came through the foam ball. Jesse, we're going to take another look from the water angle.
Yeah, some guy's having a look, and he just snuck that one under. And just as Strider mentioned, like, the wave previous, it was just as good, if not better than this one, and he kind of got caught. But look at the tube monster right there. He's completely disengaged the fins right there. He was like sliding sideways and somehow engaged the rail again and came out. He was like shocked that he made it. That's how deep he was, and just making sure he was paddled to the metal the whole time. Huge pump right there. As deep as you can get. This is, yeah, massive, massive for Brian.
Massive scores. Two vaults into the lead with a 9.1. One judge goes 9.5. Throw away the 9.5, the 9-point ride. Average the 9.3 and the 2 9s. You get that 9.1 and a big lead for Arkal. Those are the moments that we love here at the end of the road.
How many 9s have we seen today? We saw 2 from the ladies, which were very impressive.
Yeah, the 9.33 and the 9.43. Vahine was incredible.
So impressed. It's been so cool to watch. You know, when we came here 2 years ago, her progression, and just you can really tell she's been putting in the time here. And then obviously working with Jeremy Flores, who's one of the best to ever do it. I think that combo is quite deadly for the rest of the field.
Yeah. Well, this is actually the first 9 for the men's today, this 9.1. We had Ramsey, I believe, with an 8.83, but things are definitely heating up here, and Ryan Callahan is making the afternoon exciting for all of us watching. 15 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Arkal really comfortable right now, and it seems like it's an appropriate time to take a Bon Soy brew break. We're going to fuel up. We'll be back with more action, more Carissa Moore, and more barrels from Tahiti right after this.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of WSL. Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Asia Pacific. And Tahiti Government, strategic partner to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Thank you for joining us at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. We're in heat number 7 of the men's opening round. Kaipo girl, along with 5-time world champ and gold medalist Carissa Moore in Lito, former C tier, as well as former Triple Crown champ Jessie Mendez. Jessie, we saw the goofy foots coming out swinging in this one with Brian Callahan. If you're just catching up with us, Arcal just scored a 9.1.
Yeah, that was so impressive from him. I think that was the best full mode riding we had at all event. Like, when you're seeing side angle, he was just completely disappeared. The spit came out. Once he popped up again, he was still in the foam bowl. And his fins were kind of disengaged for a little while. As you see it right here, he's so behind those 1-2 big pumps. Completely disappears, disengages right there. That angle is kind of a bit tricky to see, but so much control in chaos. It's pretty impressive. Right there, you're going to see it. It's all about feel right there. He can't see anything. You see his nose kind of went upwards. That means his tail is kind of sliding it down. And somehow he found clear water again, engaged the rail, and came out shocked, obviously, because you can't see anything. You're just feeling.
Radical. Absolutely radical. What's it feel like in a barrel, a misty, foamy barrel out here at the end of the road, Carissa? Just describe it for the people.
Describe it for the people.
No pressure.
No, but what Jessie was saying is there's something so magical about using your other senses rather than sight, just feeling and moving, and that's when you know you're in the zone. And that's something I think that we all try as athletes and just as people to try to find, is that flow zone. And Brian Callahan that was a beautiful display of it.
It's like using the force, right? Because there's times in the barrel out here with all the mist and all the foam that you can't really see where you're going. Not only that, Jesse, the wave oftentimes, especially if it's a west one, is bending at the same time, trying to pull you up the face and over the falls.
100%. And you kind of got to do a turn inside the barrel here, because if you bend so much towards the beach that you really have to match that curve of the wave, which is pretty unique. Not many waves do that. Even hollow waves like Pipeline doesn't do that as much. Like, this wave really bends. And talking about feeling that wave, I would say 30% of that barrel he wasn't seeing anything.
Yeah.
Like, he was just like completely blind, feeling what was under his foot and trying to make sure he was calm enough to, when he felt like he was engaging again, he was going to drive through it. And man, well deserved for a 9.1.
Yeah, and that's the special thing about this venue, and that's why we keep on coming back, because it's competition, of course, but it brings excitement. And there's a certain amount of, I mean, honestly, spirituality. Like, mana here is real, don't you think?
Oh, it's one of the most special, powerful places I've ever been, especially on the championship tour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just looking back at the mountains and the raw nature, and then obviously the people, and they have that aloha spirit that we have at home in Hawaii, and just the warmth and unconditional hospitality. And I mean, I was even going to comment on all of the drone footage. You can see a rainbow in the wave, and that in itself is a symbol of the universe and the powers above working, you know?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you get into, here's the flotilla out here, and there's the beautiful Mauna there, and the mountains, the Whenua, the entire land of Tahiti Iti section of this Tahiti island. It's just incredible, and it's so full of life because it's so lush. There's a lot of fresh water, which equals a lot of life. And so it's like animal life, plant life, sea life, everything all going on at the same time here. Really, really special place. Down to 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Brian Callahan right now has a headlock on this one. 8.94 is what Liam O'Brien needs, and Baron Mamiya holding on to priority right now. It needs to just break the combo that he's in. He's in a two-wave combo, 15.6. Tips for breaking a combo, Carissa?
I don't like being in combo, but what's been so cool about watching the heats more closely and really, like, you know, just observing what the guys are doing, it can only take 2 minutes. So I'm not counting Barron out for 1 second. Like, all he needs is a set and then to paddle back out and get something on the West Bowl. So yes, he's in combo right now, but still got 8 minutes and a half left.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes. There's been a lot of brilliant performances here at Teahupo'o, and it's been going on for about 24 years now of competition, and we can unlock a lot of those moments with our WSL vault. Let's take a look at. Let's open it up. Let's open it up to 2001, and a young Shane Dorian disappears. Then he reappears for a 10-point ride. Shano faced up against Kieran Perot this year in this round 4 heat. And Shano shows us how to score a 10 at the end of the road, Carissa. That's your coach.
That's my coach. Yeah, that was insane.
Hasn't aged a bit at all. Shane Dorian back in 2001. The guy's still ripping, so that's a inspiration for surfers of every age and every level. Be like Shane. 7 minutes remaining here. Ryan Calnan in the lead, and Barron Mamiya now. At what point? I mean, Jesse, you know, do you change your position, or do you just stick on that more westerly bowl that he's sitting on and just, you know?
I mean, I think Barron has to kind of just set anchor right now. Like you kind of, because even though you break through, you get a 5.6, you're still gonna need a 10-point ride. So you're most likely looking at an 8-point ride or above. You know, you want to break through the combination, but get actually substantially close to Ryan, because Ryan has a pretty big, almost an excellent heat total right there. So he needs to wait for a big set and do as best as he can.
Yeah. At any rate, the next round, and from this round on, the opening round, the next rounds are all going to be head-to-head matchups, man-on-man situation. The situation is strategy-wise, Carissa, going from, you know, you had your opening round heat, 3 surfers in the water. Next time you face up in quarterfinal number 1, it's going to be one-on-one. What changes?
Well, there's one less person in the water, so you're only worried about that one person for that first exchange, which is nice. And then you're pretty much surfing against yourself and Mother Teahupo'o. You're just hoping for that wave to come, and when it comes, you're going to go and you're going to make that takeoff and have a good line. I think, of course, there's that little bit of cat and mouse in the beginning, but you're really surfing against yourself and nature out there.
Yeah, and that's comfortable when you just have to, is that what you put in your mind? Is just, hey, I'm not even, whatever that person is doing is that person doing. I'm just worried about my surfing.
Yes and no. I mean, you definitely have to know what your opponent's doing and what they're capable of, but they're out of your control at the end of the day. So I just try to keep it as simple as possible and focus on, you know, my wave selection, how I want to ride, my headspace, and that's it.
You know, you in the history of professional surfing, you have the second most event wins, 28 championship tour wins. There's not a Tahiti tile in there. How important would a win be over here for you?
It would definitely be, I would be lying if I said it wasn't on not the bucket list, but the dream list.
Yeah.
So it would be a dream come true to win out here, but I definitely have my work cut out for me. There's, like I said, the progression of the women surfing, just in wave of consequence in general, has really risen to a new level this year in particular. I mean, we saw what happened at Pipe. It was incredible. And so I've been super inspired and empowered to want to try to get out there and give it a shot too. But yeah, it's going to be an incredible rest of the event. I can't just wait to see what happens.
Being a wild card, is that releasing some pressure for you?
Yeah.
Or is there still pressure?
I love coming in as the wild card. I mean, there's still pressure that I'm putting on myself because I just said, you know, it would be a dream to win out here, and I care, and I've been here for 3 weeks and trying to put in the time. But yeah, it is nice not to have the rest of the season to have to worry about season points, a world title. It's just a singular focus and trying to do my best here and have fun.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you're having fun and you know, you got some good energy right now. Energy in the Pacific is what Baron Mamiya is looking for, and even more so Liam O'Brien. Jesse, I mean, he can do it in one wave. He got second priority. He needs nearly excellent, actually 8.94. But just, you know, in second priority, puts it tough. He is in a tough position right now because of that second priority.
Yeah, 100%. It's like mostly being in second priority right now. He's gonna need to let Baron go on something probably pretty decent, and then he's gonna have to find almost a 9-point ride, which is not easy. And that just shows what Riz was saying. All in the training, past few days, Ryan has been a standout and always finding the best waves. And if you look back on this heat, he had a 6.5, and then he had a 1.43 that was probably a 9-point ride, and then another 9.1. So his wave selection and his sync with the ocean right now, it's on point. If he carries through it, he can do damage in this event.
Yeah, Riz. I guess I said earlier in the heat where, hey, do you use up all your juju in the free surf sessions for Ryan Callahan, who's been getting all the good ones, you know, in the free surf sessions? Clearly, that's not the case with our Cal right now.
Yeah, no, he's doing all right.
And you know what? When you're able to come through something like that, that barrel, that 9.1, and muscle your way through, we talked about the force, and we talked about everything that's involved in making a hectic wave like that. You're actually, I feel like you're building confidence every single wave you ride.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that confidence and that joy and that love and like positive energy is the frequency that the universe really jives with. So he's just going to continue to attract more of that.
Yeah. How much of it is luck? How much of it is sport? How much of it is energy, really, you know?
I think that's what makes our sport of surfing so, I think it's the best sport in the whole world because of that combination of, obviously, you have the mental game and then the physical game and the training and the understanding of the spot, but then the surrender as well, and then having to be in rhythm with the ocean and nature. And so it's truly remarkable.
I agree. I mean, I think on a football field, on a soccer field, you have a field. On a hockey rink, you have a rink. These are not really as animate as the ocean, which is a living thing that's changing all the time. And that's why it's not just a sport. It's much more than a sport, especially when you come to a heavy place like this.
100%, and I love what Riz mentioned. It's a combination of things. There's no answer. It's not just luck or, I don't know, just feeling, just training. It's all combined. And that's what makes all those surfers so special, you know? Like, they have a different feeling because you see them in the lineup with other people that are not professional athletes. There's a difference. People knows what it's going to predict a little better what's going to happen even in such an unpredictable environment.
Yeah, it is. Putting things together. Well, thank you all for joining us. We're 35 seconds away from Ryan Callahan waltzing into the round of 16. We're enjoying our conversation here with Carissa Moore and, of course, the analyst of Jesse Mendez. And here we go with Baron Mamiya. This one's for love, fun, and a nice little barrel for the North Shore native. Baron Mamiya maybe getting out of combo right there, but the clock's going to run out on Mamiya. We're going to see him in the elimination round along with Liam O'Brien. We will see Ryan Callahan vault himself via a 9.1 into the round of 16. Thank you, Carissa Moore, for your time here. Good luck. We'll see quarterfinal number 1 for the women. And with that, we are going to a break. We'll be back with more action here from the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Heat 8 opening round on the way after this.
And for the previous congratulations to Ryan Callahan. Advancing to round 3, Liam O'Brien and Baron Mamiya will be in the elimination round. Voilà donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer, victoire de l'Australien Ryan Callahan qui passe directement au 3e tour. série de 35 minutes, bien sûr. Et juste après cette série-là, nous attaquerons le round d'élimination des filles. 4 séries avec la première série qui opposera Cathy Stevens à Sawyer Williams. So for the next 8 girls, she's the first elimination round in one with Cathy Stevens and Sawyer Williams. Can you go?
Taking a look at stop number 4 on the championship tour. Bells Beach, Australia. The big unit, Cole the Hammer Hausman, hammered it on the backhand, repeatedly on the hammer right there. And Cole Hausman, as a rookie, takes out a win on the championship tour, Jesse.
Yeah, that was impressive from him. And just those bottom turns look so on point, perfectly timed. Not playing around, just perfect surfing for him right there. Nice approach for Cole.
No fooling around for Cole Hausman. The rookie's up against a couple of young veterans in the way of Kanoa Igarashi and Leonardo Fioravanti in this heat. And I call Kanoa and Leonardo young rookies because they're only 26 years old, Leo and Kanoa. But Kanoa's been on the championship tour for 8 years. Leo's been on the championship tour for 6 years. They're so young, but with so much experience just because they came up in the surf world at such a young age. And look at the Italian and the paddle battle that's ensuing right here with all 3 surfers chasing down a West Peak.
That's interesting to see. It looks like Kanoa way on the west pole is going to get a nug.
Oh, a nug it is, and he comes flying out with the spit, Kanoa Igarashi. So a nice start for Kanoa coming into this event number 8. I'm sorry, Kanoa coming into this event number 9 on the rankings. So he's racing towards a possible Final 5 appearance. He's going to have a great back half of the year, and it all starts right now. Actually, man, with that wave.
And that's crazy to think. Like, you have other sports that it's pretty straightforward, you know, like, hey, a run, for an example, you just got to be faster than the other guy. But then this heat starts, the wider guy with no priority just sneaks in a perfect west bow barrel coming out with the spit. And what do you say? Like, it's just different. It's a different sport. Look at that nice bump going into the fumble, just that perfect timing just in front of it, where it lifts your tail and it brings the speed downwards. And that was amazing ride from Kanoa. It's going to start with the right foot forward.
Yeah, I like your take on that. As we see in slow motion, you know, one of the most beautiful but complicated playing fields in all sport. Just the wave, the championship tour.
How do you explain those things? It's just surfing. It's amazing. Beautiful carve from him right there, just going down line, engaging those fins and that rail. Just to get a little bit of exclamation point. Look at that watercolor. It's just a beautiful Tahitian wall, and we're having an amazing waves in front of us.
Yeah, let's go to the channel with Strider Wazalewski. Strider.
Yeah, I just want to set up how Kanoa Igarashi ended up on that wave. The other 2 athletes, Leonardo and Cole, had paddled themselves, were kicking and battling and just scrapping all the way up the reef to try to gain, you know, the inside position to have priority for a wave like that. And Kanoa, he was kind of looking back and snickering a little bit and kind of had a smile on his face as he watched them battle themselves out of position. And he just was in the perfect spot as that wave came. So really fun to see a guy letting everybody else do their thing and letting them get away from him and then just finding perfection. So it was beautiful.
Yeah, sly, fox-like approach by Kanoa Igarashi, and it pays off in dividends. An 8.17. So not only was he able to acquire the wave, he was able to perform on the wave, and an excellent start for Igarashi.
And then the good thing that is playing on Kanoa's side right now, he has the freedom of being wide again, and both of other surfers have no priority, so they're going to still keep battling up the top. As you see right here, they had a look, Kanoa also as well. But just the point that I'm trying to get, Kanoa open up to be more free, and the guys are actually even more stuck because they don't want to let another good wave go by, and they still have no priority, so they can kind of push each other up the point. So yeah, that's amazing for Kanoa, and he's going for a backup.
You called it, Jesse. Here's the backup for Igarashi. Easily comes in and out of the barrel. He's going to back up that excellent score. So he's breaking away from the pack right now as Cole and Leo kind of have their own competition going. As we catch to live action, we'll catch back up with that on the replay. But you're right, the other two, you know, both Cole is a scrappy rookie, and then we know the tenacity and the competitiveness of Leo Fioravanti. Those two just wanted to play for positioning at first, but that did not pay off for them. That was Cole Hauschman on the incomplete ride. So now we have priority set to Leo Fioravanti, waiting for the backup score for Kanoa Igarashi as he paddles back out.
Yeah, most likely both athletes are going to be in a small combination because Kanoa is going to get his backup, which was a nice wave, nothing special, but went through the barrel, got deep, short barrel, smaller wave, but nice, nicely done. That was an amazing takeoff from Cole. Cat reflexes, as soon as he hit the bottom part of the wave, he did a big pump, but the wave kind of just ran away from him and got a bit high.
And he's way on the South Peak as well as Leo, so they're really deep on the reef. What do you think about the positioning there?
I guess let's get back after this.
We're going to find out. Here we go with Cole Hauschman in the barrel. Stalls the big body there for in and out. Gaffs a huge turn. So that should get Cole out of any potential combination when the scores come through. 4.67 last for Kanoa Igarashi for his backup. Cole Hauschman on the paddle back out. It will easily get out of the combination that he's currently in. We'll take another replay.
Yeah, nice, good positioning on the barrel, but this is buckets right here. Look at both arms kind of supporting him on the back and also giving some style that just shows how comfortable and confident he is. But look at that, both arms behind the back, just bringing the board all the way around. Touring buckets, which is expected from a guy that is 220 pounds.
Yeah.
Mostly with the offshore winds, but that was a very powerful turn.
Yeah, nearly 220 pounds, 6'3". Cole Hauschman, one of the larger surfers on the championship tour, and has been an exciting rookie to watch as well. Always shows up with some type of colorful hairstyle.
But back to what you asked me about the positioning, I think Kelly said that there's a lot of waves that you could actually be even deeper. Obviously, you're going to end up missing the west bow, but it's a gamble. Like, you got to pick one or the other. You just can't be in the middle.
Yeah, I agree. 25 minutes, just under 26 minutes actually, and it's time to catch up with a guy who just scored the highest single wave score for the day for the men, Chris, Ryan Calnan.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually a tale of two waves. Let's talk about the first wave you got. You got dragged nearly all the way to Moorea. What's it like to take a wipeout here in the opening minutes of that heat?
Yeah, I got smoked, but I was more just kind of kicking myself that I didn't make it because I had a 6.5 and I felt like that would have been a pretty good backup. It was just thick and just trying to push it as far as you can, but that one was I was just too deep, or I got to be greedy. But yeah, it was, you know, to have that wave and then to try and go, all right, like, they're the ones I'm looking for. Try and get another one. Yeah.
Well, then you had the good part of it. The 9.1, that's the highest men's single wave score of the day so far. Can you describe to us what it's like in a barrel out here at Teahupo'o? Not a lot of people have experienced that.
Yeah, that one was like came in really west, so like some waves hit the reef up the top and kind of have more of like an angle towards the boats, and then this one almost comes away from the boats. And Barron looked at it and he had priority and he turned it up, which it would have been a really hard backside wave to make because I kind of had to pump a lot. And I pulled in, I went, oh, it's not as open as I'd like, and then it kind of just kept getting more open. I hit the foam ball and felt it spin, and I was like, oh, I'm too deep, and then it just felt like I was just like, oh, I'm still going, and then it kind of, the fog cleared, it was super open, and I was so pumped to be just still standing on my board. But yeah, I've had some nice waves out here, but just to get one in a heat, it's pretty special.
Well, I got you on my fantasy team right here, okay? And I know you got a lot of friends and family out there, and a lot of people picked you for their teams. What do you have to say to those people rooting for you this week?
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully I can get some more bombs. The forecast looks amazing, so I'm stoked to be here and really excited for the next round.
Let's go, Goofy.
The Goofy Union out there. All right. Well, we got a couple Goofy footers over here on the set too. The heat in the water had 23 minutes and 40 seconds. Kanoe Igarashi did the dash to the West Peak at the beginning of this heat for that 8.17, which has really set up Kanoe well into this heat, but we still got a lot of surfing going on with 23 minutes on the clock.
Definitely. I like that score from Cole. If you look back, that was a small barrel. Mostly if you compare to Kanoe's 4.67, but that combo with that huge hack, you got rewarded pretty nicely, probably about 2 points right there. So I like to see that because it's very hard for you to actually do a maneuver that good and that powerful in this sort of conditions that is just so much water moving and very hollow and shallow.
Yeah, there he is, Cole Hausman, 91 on his back, drawing inspiration from none other than the Worm, Dennis Rodman, NBA basketball legend, and a guy that Cole Hausman gets, you know, some inspiration from. Here we go with priority. Leo Fioravanti has yet to ride a wave. We'll see if this is going to be his choice. It sure is. Here we go with the Italian, dragging the body, still tube seeking here. Lines up for this section, drives through this section, still in the barrel, and at some point he is underwater. Incomplete for Leo Fioravanti. There he is, popping back up.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake for him right there. Maybe got a little bit too greedy and stalled too much because that wave had a good potential. Probably not in an excellent range, but you put him back in the heat, and it looks like someone's paddling and Kanoe up and riding.
Here we go with Kanoe Igarashi. Things are going his way in this heat, and he continues to thread through barrels. A little bit bigger wave than his backup of 4.67. Comboed up with a turn, and he should be pulling further away from Cole Hausman and Leo Fioravanti. Speaking of Hausman, he finds a barrel. It's a grinder down the line. Big yank on the rail. And the powerful surfer from San Clemente tries to keep within reach of Kanoe Igarashi. Now a paddle back out for priority for Cole Hausman, motoring out into the lineup. So you can see that Cole recognized his position, kicked out early, and wants to gain priority over Kanoe Igarashi, who's likely going to maintain the lead right now, Jesse, but Cole Hausman pulling him in, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? That wave that Cole caught, he was kind of pressuring Igarashi into his wave, and he had to make a decision to either wait or go, and he made the decision to go. And Igarashi's wave was good. It had a nice line on it. He had a nice clean tube, but it didn't have that grower section on it. And then, you know, right behind it was Cole's wave, which was bigger, had a nice taller section and a big open tube. And when he flew out of that and he grabbed that rail, he sunk every 220 bit a pound onto that thing, and it just grabbed, and it was almost 3/4 of the board looked like it was underwater, tracking across the face of the wave. He held that rail so incredibly well. So beautiful tube as he came out of that barrel, or turn as he came out of that barrel for Cole Hausman. Nice work.
Yeah, great work. We're waiting for those scores to come through to set the situation in the heat at 20 minutes and 25 seconds. And the Strider echoing what you were analyzing earlier, Jesse, and that Cole Hausman able to add a little bit more, not just the tube ride, but some vicious turns out here.
For sure, and just better wave selection right there. Actually, Kanoe's wave from the screen looked like it was going to be good, but he went a little bit too underneath, so he got short and compact. And all of a sudden, he kicks out and see Cole's, and probably one of the best waves of the heat so far. In my opinion, is going to fall under that Kanoe's 8.17, but that was a great ride from Cole, and nice exchange for him. Is going to build in some confidence after that one.
Well, leading the heat right now is Kanoe Igarashi. Let's hear more from his own words and what Kanoe says about some of his rivals on tour.
Everyone in my generation like really fires me up to compete against. These are the people that I grew up with my whole life, and people don't realize, but you know, Imai, Griffin, Jack, Leo. I would go to Australia to do a junior event. I would compete against Jack. I would go over to Europe and I'd compete in a Europe event. I'd compete against Leo. And then at nationals, at lowers, I'd compete against Imai and Griffin. All I wanted to do was beat Griffin and Imai and Ian Gentile. We wanted to rip each other's head off more at the time when we were 13, 14. but we still have that really strong rivalry, and I definitely want to, yeah, whenever I have those people in my heat, I feel like I step up a bit.
Yeah, we talked about at the beginning of this heat. I mean, these guys have been at it for a while, and I call Kanoa Igarashi, you know, a young veteran just because he's been at it for so long. He's been on the surf radar for so long throughout his amateur career, into his pro junior career, into qualifying very early on the championship tour, and now all the success that he's had. Wants another appearance in that Final Five. He's been there before. He wants to get back to that Final Five.
Yes, and he's going to be very dangerous. He's a very good surfer, and he's clutch. He's very good with his back against the wall, so that could play into a big factor into the top 5 in the finals day. It only takes that one day for you to be in a row and clinch the title. So, yeah, he's looking forward to that.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi, he's experienced the Olympics. He's going to be in the Olympics again this year. He wants to do one better than he did in the Tokyo Olympics. He was a silver medalist there. He's qualified for the Paris 2024 Olympics. We'll see him back in Tahiti. He's got one championship tour event win. But mind you, in Tahiti, Kanoa Igarashi, he's already scored a 9.7 in competition, so he knows how to go. He's gone nearly perfect out here at the end of the road in the past.
For sure, he has he had that clutch qualification wave to the Olympics a few years back. In like a minute left, he got an amazing ride.
Yeah, I think that's the wave. Maybe right now we're watching on the graphic right here.
There's big chances that that was the wave, and that was a beautiful wave. He was back against the wall, a minute left, just fell into a bomb and just made it happen.
Yeah, Kanoa is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and already has so many accolades for himself at just 26 years old. Kanoa Igarashi still in the lead in this heat. And we can take a look. I mean, we talked about that 9.17 that Kanoa got. Let's take a look at it, flashing back to it.
Yeah, you see right there, Jadin wanting a snick of that wave, winning the heat, and Kanoa just, it's like, no, I got priority, it's my turn, and just such a beautiful wave. Perfect, kind of up the point into the west pole. Look how wide he gets right there coming out. Can only imagine what he was feeling once he came out of that, you know? That was such a big moment for him.
That was round of 16 in 2022. Kanoa Igarashi went on to an equal 5th finish in 2022 out of Tahiti over here, qualifying for the Final Five. And that is exactly what the goal is for every single surfer here in Tahiti, is to end the year giving themselves a chance for a world title and be in that Final Five situation.
Yes, and I mean, as far as first heat's looking, he's looking good. His coal's still pretty tight on him, but he looks in a good rhythm, you know? No mistakes whatsoever until this point of the heat, just maximizing every opportunity he had.
Yeah, Cole Hauschman did reel him in quite a bit. Let's pay off that score last for Cole Hauschman, a 6.5, so that's enough to get the San Clemente surfer right here within arm's reach of Kanoa Igarashi. Hauschman needs a 6.61. And what he did also was very wise in that he kicked out early on that wave, Cole did, to get ahead of Kanoa so that he's in the priority order ahead of Kanoa as well. So Cole Hauschman is going to give himself every chance at stealing that lead in the back half of this heat, Jesse, once Leo Fioravanti catches a wave.
Yeah, there's still so much time. Even Leo, he's such a fierce competitor, never gives up, and he's one of the best tube riders on tour. So that mistake on that first wave is costing him a little bit. He's like 2 steps ahead of everyone because he's in a combo situation right now behind Ko and Kanoa. But he does have priority, so he has to put a trigger in the right direction now. And yeah, there's been a lot of good waves in the last few minutes, so let's see what happens.
Well, we're in about halfway through this heat, and we will see what happens when we return back to competition here. And we got much, much more today. Women's elimination round coming up. There's going to be a couple of best friends facing off when we get to there. It's going to be Sawyer Lindblad coming up against Katie Simmers. Let's catch you up with some of the highlights from the opening round for the women. Katie Simmers was in control in her opening round heat. Simmers with a 7.67. Looks like it was the Simmers show. Oh, Katie grabbing the rail right into the backhand barrel. But then the Tahitian, the wild card, came in, disappeared, reappeared. A 9.33 for Vahine Fierro. Vahine wins the opening round heat, sends Katie Simmers on to the elimination round. The rookie, Sawyer Lindblad, coming up against the defending event champ and world champ, Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks, beautifully done. 8-point ride here for Caroline, and control of this opening round heat. But then, Sawyer drops from the sky into the survival stance and survives the storm. A 9.43 for Sawyer Lindblad. And the unfortunate part about this is the beautiful, highest scoring single wave of the day, but Lindblad cannot find a backup. So we will see Sawyer Lindblad up against her best friend, Katie Simmers, when we get into the women's elimination round. Women's elimination round kicking off right after this last heat of the men's opening round. There's Katie Simmers with Tommy Whitaker, her coach, out in the challenge, Jesse.
But that was such a stacked heat. That was so fun to watch. Everyone was ripping, and we're glad enough to be commentating on that one because those barrels were amazing.
It is the level we continue, you know, that's almost a theme of 2024, is the level of barrel riding by the women throughout the championship tour. Kicked off at Pipeline, and the barriers continue to be broken. There's no ceiling that I see at all, and I have so much anticipation as we're looking towards another swell. Here we go with our heat leader, and just a quick up and out there for Kanoa Igarashi. No harm, no foul. Igarashi will stay in the lead with an 8.17 and a 4.93 backup. He was in third priority. Nothing gained, nothing lost.
I mean, you kind of have to have a look on those underneath ones because sometimes they grow down the line and you can only kind of tell once you take off on them because they're way far ahead and with less priority, and he only needs to better a 4.93. Smart of him.
Cole Hausman uses his priority, finds a little runner, runs with it. Perfect timing there. Drags the hand, layback gaff, bends the fins on that cutback right into the dry reef. Hausman wanted to milk a 6.61. Great performance, a little bit small of a wave. Your thoughts on that score?
Yeah, that's going to fall short. I don't see that being his best wave of the heat. The previous wave he had as a 6.5. The wave was much bigger. He was deeper in the barrel. As much as it was a kind of a down carve grab rail, it wasn't fully committed all the way around like this one was, but the damage was done before and you got a 6.5. So yeah, this is going to fall short in my opinion.
Well, we will anticipate the score for Cole Hausman. Did he show a little bit of impatience on pulling that into that wave? Only time will tell once we get the number. We'll take another look at it, however, right here, Jesse.
Yeah, look at that. Just the barrel started very small, and he didn't have that big west bow in front of him. As soon as he got to the west bow, he was already faster than the wave was running, so you could see his body out. But just good technique so far as you see it going to that chandelier. Like Kanoa made a little bit of that chandelier for him, making it a little tougher, but double arm drag right there to try and slow himself down. As you see it once again, a little bit of a chandelier there, and he pumps through it. But just the wave didn't help. The scoring wasn't there for him to go up and grab it. But nice, beautiful carve. Lost it a little bit right there, but then engaged again and pull it back around, as you're going to see at that little 10% extra right there.
Yeah, just giving everything he could, and you may be seeing a little bit of frustration on the exit of that wave too. At 5.2 checks in, so it was not enough. Cole Hausman still seeking a 6.61, but now he has the challenge of being under the priority of Kanoa Igarashi. So maybe a little bit of impatience there. Your thoughts?
Yes, in my opinion, yes. Obviously, it's easy from seeing it from here.
Yeah.
And after everything happened and he saw the wave, but yeah, he could have waited. He still had 9 times when he took off on that wave. Sorry, 9 minutes left when he took off on that wave. So most likely there's going to be another set, and him sitting with second priority, big chances of having 2 waves and him capitalizing. So now he just gave the chance to Kanoa to capitalize mostly on a 4.93, which is a very low score.
Yeah, Cole Hausman, he put himself in the back of the line right now, so we'll see. But, you know, we've seen it also before where it's unpredictable with this larger period swell and these big lulls. There have been flurries of sets. We've seen them throughout the day. If that happens, that could change the whole complexity of this heat. If we had one of those 4-wave sets that we've seen earlier, 4 really good wave sets, but that's the mystery of the ocean.
And it comes kind of in waves, you know. You see a period of time of 20 minutes that a few sets would come, and then it goes slow. So right there, they started off pretty well. Right off the bat, pretty much the first few minutes, Kanoa got the 817. So, I mean, the chances of another wave coming until the heat finishes is solid.
6.5 minutes. Leo Fioravanti still holding the pole position, if you would. Fioravanti just with a 1.17. Fioravanti there with number 46 on the white jersey representing Italy. Leo with priority, and he's just going to play the patient game at this moment. Like I said, 6 years on the championship tour, and so he has a lot of heat knowledge, the high heat IQ. Last year, Leo surfed his way all the way to a semi-final finish here in Tahiti, his best showing in Tahiti. So he's got that taste of a finals day, but he, you know, really wants to get things going here. And again, in the context of this opening round, not all is lost, right? I mean, the worst that can happen, you have a shocker opening round, you can redeem yourself in the elimination round for the men.
And for most guys, or all of these guys, like, you rarely see him having a big shocker like Leo's having right now, only a 1 wave of a 1.17. And that being said, Leo itself, it's one of the best competitors since he got on tour. Like, it's his nature. He didn't really have to work for that. He's just that competitive, smart, calm, and uses that passion that he has into his favor. So even if he has a shocker in this heat, he still has time to bounce back. But I doubt seeing him doing this twice in a row, you know?
Yeah, no. Talk about passion. I mean, when the year that he did get cut from the championship tour, and he took that passion, focused it on the Challenger Series, and came back on the top of the heat of the Challenger Series to reclaim his spot on the championship tour. That was in 2022. Cole Hausman just taking that, pretty much a scrap of a wave right there just to stay busy. 4.5 minutes on the clock. And now with third priority, Cole, you know, he pretty much is in a position where he's just going to have to feed off of the scraps right now left by Igarashi as well as Leo Fioravanti. Wind kicking up a little bit too. Went from offshore to a little bit more side offshore this afternoon.
Yes, 100%. As you can see on the screen, it's perfect. So we're kind of in a nuck right here. The reef's coming straight for a long time, and then it turns around right before into the pass. And so the wave gets offshore, but if you see out the back, you see white caps. So the wind is actually side shore to the ocean, to this side of the island. But because this wave has such a bend, it becomes offshore. And you're going to see that as that wave breaks, still side offshore. But as soon as it hits that west pole, the wave bends so much and it starts to clean up. So the more the west right now, the better and cleaner the wave will be.
Yeah, see some wind indicators out there in the channel, and the flotilla, which is another unique feature of this stop. All the action actually happens out in the channel. Red Bull athlete zones out there, the officials boats out there, the interview boats out there, all floating there along with the Red Bull jet skis piloted by the Tahitian Water Patrol. That's basically our contest area right there.
It is. It's the most amazing contest area. And the coolest thing about it is, if you're just a normal surfer, recreational surfer, you can just pull up here and paddle and watch it from the channel. It's amazing. It's so cool to watch. You can feel the energy. You can see the barrel like you're almost in it. So it's pretty fun. It's a special place for sure.
Yeah. make your way to the end of the road and grab a stand-up paddle board. You can paddle back out there and have a front row seat of all the action looking straight into the barrel.
And as you can see, this shot's great. You can actually have a look of the wind factor. See those side chops coming down. So this is basically a little swell being produced by the wind that is very strong. And that will clean up as the wave kind of bends around. So you're going to take off. You've been seeing a lot of crumbly waves in the beginning, and all of a sudden they open up. And it's just the magic that Teahupo'o has.
Yeah, it really is. It's the refraction of the wave and the swell as it wraps around the reef. We use the term grower often at different places, like the super bankhead snapper and stuff. But also, this is a reef pass in which the wave will grow on a certain swell angle as it goes down the line, and the tube, which you might squeeze into in the initial points of entry into the barrel, will actually grow and widen as that wave refracts around the reef. It truly is an impressive wave and a unique wave to master. And you can tell the guys who have it wired clearly have it wired. The illustration today really would have been the performances by both Gabe Medina and Kelly Slater on two surfers that have the unique aspects of this wave and the performance and the barrel awareness. Those guys just, they showed it in their performances in the opening round. Both Slater and Medina into the round of 16 with heat wins this morning.
For sure, Kaipo. They're masters of that. And to tell you the truth, like for the West Bow, this is a great wind. You almost want that to be kind of howling because it really opens up and it holds. So if you have that bigger wave that it's in between the ledges, you would actually hold and just get very thick and kind of look like Ryan Kahneman's wave that he ended up falling. But right now, so far up the top, it's a bit crumbly.
Yeah, well, Fioravanti's going to go out of this heat sitting with priority, it looks like, and into the elimination round. Cole Hausman has not been able to scratch into anything near what he needs for that 6.61. So it was the early decision by Kanoa Igarashi to sit a little bit wide, let his other two competitors paddle themselves up the reef, where he scored that West Bowl. He scored that 8.17. That was the first wave ridden in this heat, and that set the entire personality of this heat down to 5 seconds. And a nice barrel here traveling through. It's got to feel good there for Leo Fioravanti, but that's going to just be a nice ride into the channel, because we're going to see Leo in the elimination round along with Cole Hausman. Kanoa Igarashi will be into the round of 16 holding that excellent 8.17 in his 2-wave heat total. We're going to come back after this break with more action. Women's elimination round is going to be a battle of best friends. Katie Simmers up against Sawyer Lindblad in the water when we return.
First heat of the elimination round for the girls. In yellow, Kathleen Simmers. In blue, Sawyer Lindblad. Just remind you, 35 minutes. And for congratulations to Kanoa Igarashi, advancing to round 3. Cole Hausman and Leo Fioravanti will be in the elimination round. Opposé à une compatriote américaine,
Great Saturday continues here for competition for professional surfing at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Unfortunately, it's now time to send people home. The elimination round, and believe it or not, the entire top 5 are in this elimination round today, so it's a big one for the world title race. I'm Joe, this is Flick, Felicity Palmatier. Got to compete on the championship tour, loves big waves. This is your favorite event on the calendar, and it's been a massive day. The fun story for this next heat, though, is best friends, Katie Simmers, Sawyer Lindblad. One happens to be world #1, and one happened to have the highest score of the day, a 9.43 for Sawyer.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a cracker of a heat, and yeah, it's crazy. We're already going to be sending people home. I mean, we've had an amazing first day so far. I feel like we've had really fun, contestable waves. But, you know, the fact that these two are best friends also makes me think that they have a level of respect for each other where I feel like they might go harder than if they weren't such good friends, you know? And so this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And right now, I mean, it's Sawyer, the rookie, with the inside position. So Katie's letting her have it right now. And it's just interesting, the dynamic.
I love where you're going with that, because there is something about someone who's known you your whole life, you know, and everything that Katie's earned is incredible, and she absolutely deserves the hype, the run that she's on, major sponsors, the movies. But when it's your best friend with you, they're like, I know you know, and sometimes it just lets them just kind of forget about all the major highlights and all the surf fans and fandom that's around Katie. I feel like Sawyer is looking this as a great opportunity to try to really battle with her best friend on tour.
Yeah, and I'm sure that over the years that these two have known each other, probably since they've been like micrograms, they've competed against each other hundreds of times, right? And I'm sure there's been times when Sawyer's had one over Katie and vice versa, and it's just been this seesawing battle. Obviously, like you said, Katie has just absolutely been in the limelight, and deservedly so, as we see one just slip underneath the girls there. That one just rifling down the reef. Kind of looked like a little bit of a tricky exit, but that looks like they were a little bit too far out there.
It looked like they were kind of battling with each other too. Just positioning is such a fun one to watch right now. Sawyer sitting a little bit deeper, and that's showing us that she wants to try to control the start without priority. Katie's starting to paddle, so Sawyer will start paddling as well. She will not give Katie an inch out there.
Yeah, and I think as well, obviously, since that opening round heat, Sawyer's she's got a lot of confidence, right? I mean, look how close they're paddling next to each other. I feel like they both wanted it. They just kind of paddled each other out of position a little bit. But yeah, you can see that they're both super hungry, and Katie obviously had all the limelight, but now Sawyer, after this morning's performance, is just like, no way, like, I've got this. It's well within my wheelhouse.
We really enjoying get to know Sawyer as a competitor, and in surfing in waves that she's never surfed in before. You know, she did try to get some warm-ups at backdoor and pipe before it started, but her very first barrel she got at backdoor was with the jersey on. And she had a similar look, but probably a better look on her face when she got her 9.43 today. Never been to Tahiti, and she can just put herself in the right position and absolutely go for it. That says a lot when an 18-year-old is going to these crazy, challenging spots for the first time and turning in brilliance.
I think sometimes people just have it and sometimes they don't, and they need to really grow into that sort of commitment and that sort of bullet a gate mentality where if the opportunity presents itself, you're going to take it. And I feel for Sawyer, it's right there. She has it. I mean, demonstrated it twice already this year. I mean, to be able to do that in a jersey is insane. And this is her first time here to Tahiti. I mean, that's probably going to be her best wave of her life, I'd say. Like, that was an incredible nugget and so committed. It was amazing.
And it's been a big day, so that was a while back. I was in the morning, and she's had to feed off the adrenaline, probably still coming down from that and still staying focused on a big draw. These two have had one previous matchup. Katie won that. It was in the elimination round at Sunset Beach. It was an incredibly close decision. They both had 7-point combined totals, and just Katie got the edge on the day. So it was basically one of those heats where it was hard to separate them. Totally different venue. They're going left, hopefully looking for barrels. And we'll see if Sawyer can change things around in the world title race. As I mentioned, the entire top 5 picture in this round Even looking at Molly Picklum in the next heat, she's world number 3, dealing with Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. We've got Joanne Defay dealing with this round. She's world number 2, adding Brisa Hennessy, Gabriella Bryan to that list, all trying to avoid an early round loss. All points count towards the final 5. As it's time for an update with our Oakberry surf conditions. Looking at this really fun swell from the south-southwest. Winds are moderate. Tide right now is dropping. It's been a stellar day of competition after a couple of days off. And we've had some scores into the excellent range. Sawyer Lindblad, 9.43, but couldn't find a backup. And that's why she's here to compete again in the ER with plenty of time to go.
Yeah, I think already, I mean, we spoke about, you know, the mindset from getting such a massive score in a heat, an excellent ride, and one of the best of her career so far, and having to, you know, process that and the emotion associated with it, and then having to reframe and be like, okay, you've got another heat. The job's not done yet. Like, you can't be celebrating too much because you still got a heat to make, right? But what I'm seeing already, early signs are, is that she is still really hungry. She's still really focused. I mean, she's holding that inside position. There is sort of a little bit of a difference, right? Like, now we've gone from three-person heats to two-person heats. You can afford to be a little bit more selective. That priority rotation is going to come around a lot sooner, you think, providing those waves come through. So there is a different tactic to surfing, you know, person-on-person heat.
Definitely, it's a lot more intimate. When we look at previous matchups, we really just focus on the one-on-one heats, because that's when you really get to tell the story of a rivalry. And when you're wearing yellow, the entire tour becomes your rival. Everyone's chasing you to be world number 1. Katie is just in her 2nd year on tour. Last year, featuring in the WSL Final 5, had an opportunity to become the youngest world champion in history if she would have gone all the way last September. Holding that record is Carissa Moore, who won her first title at 18 years of age. But she's accomplished so much quickly, winning 2 events last year in the beach breaks. She's already won 2 events this season. This time, kicking off the season, world number 1 at Pipeline. And then the way she won bells was wild. It looked like it was Joanne Defay's day. Joanne took a wave in a smart way with priority, and we turned around and Katie Simmers just created the opportunity for herself to steal the big bell off Joanne.
Yeah, it was clutch is the word that comes to mind. I mean, it was literally with about 10 seconds left on the clock, and she needed a score, and she pulled the rabbit out of the hat, and she did it. And I mean, I love to see that from Katie, because we've already spoken about it today, but I just feel in those moments, like, you know, when heat strategy comes into it, and having to make the right decision under pressure, I feel like she's really buttoned a few things up this year, and yeah, to tighten the screws, and things are looking really good for her. So, I mean, the results speak for themselves. She's already won 2 events.
Flick, I love when you talk about your heroes, and especially in waves like this. Who's really coming to your mind right now and at the top of the list?
Oh, well, I can't go past, you know, the KK, really. Kiala comes to mind, first of all. I think she's just done a lot for women's surfing in not just waves here at Teahupo'o, but also, you know, Pipeline, Backdoor. I mean, you got to think about her in really big waves like Jaws, and here in, you know, when it's been code red, when it's been massive. I mean, she's just put on incredible performances. I think back to even when the tour was here in the early days. I think back to Melanie Redmond-Carr from Western Australia as well. She got a win out here. Kate Scarrett, or Will Combs now. And then in more recent years, you know, Justine Dupont has put in some really good time here and put in a lot of effort towing out here on the backhand, which is not an easy thing to do. And yeah, it's been really impressive to watch.
Yeah, I think everyone remembers or knows Justine Dupont as a big wave surfer, but she qualified for the championship tour. She was just an incredible competitor, not just in giant waves, but in just really rippable conditions, incredibly well-rounded. And I love where her career's gone ever since, taking on some of the biggest waves on the planet. 23:15 on the clock, some missed waves throughout this heat. Paddling just to play some positioning tactics to start. as Katie Simmers is now in her 3rd appearance this season on the elimination round. This is what Katie said about the ER.
Kind of in the beginning of the event, I'm always like really I feel like the first heat for everyone, but the first heat for me is always like such a big thing, I guess. And I didn't even make it out of the first, like I went to the elimination round in every single event, I think. Or maybe not one, but definitely for the majority of them. So I guess that was like my signature move last year, but well, I feel like that maybe helped me be a little less scared in the elimination round, for me to just like kind of be like, okay, I've been here before, I can make it out of it.
Katie Simmers talking about her rookie season where she had a lot of appearances in this elimination round, and when she finally wins one, she always mentions that how nice that feels to get a post-heat interview on the glass, to be able to move on and skip around. It's interesting what gets these surfers going, and sometimes that extra surfer in the water can kind of be confusing at times. Sometimes it's hard to feel the intensity in a heat when no one's eliminated. It's different for all athletes, but for Katie, she's tightening things up a bit this year in that round, but still 3 appearances out of 6 dealing with the ER, and she's still world #1.
I know. I mean, you know what? Maybe it also speaks to she's the kind of surfer that likes to surf a little bit into rhythm. And also, we already did touch on it earlier as soon as this round begun, but there's differences between surfing against one person as opposed to 2. Obviously, you've got an extra person in the lineup, more to contend with as we look at maybe our first ride getting underway. Ooh.
And a paddle, and just out of position is Katie and Sawyer, and that one's just going to drain through the inside shelf. We talk about the dangers and the fear factor of this wave when we're talking about tow sessions, but maybe one of the gnarliest wipeouts I ever saw was Keala Kennedy on a smaller wave where she hit her face on the reef. And just like KK, she laughed it off, went to the hospital, shared photos with everybody on Instagram. It was before Instagram had the warning of like, you might not want to look, you know?
Oh, yeah, I won't ever forget those images. They're sort of burned into my brain. And that's when I sort of really started to realize that injuries can happen at any size. It doesn't just need to be absolutely macking in 20 foot.
Paddling now, will we get things started here? Katie Simmers will get the first wave, and it is a backhand tube ride for the Californian. Nice, clean, rapid cut back to just seal the deal. You know, it's like we talk about the barrel being the most important, but a clean wrap right there, that's just the full package that you want to see at, you know, at chopes this size. That's so fun to watch that combination.
Yeah, that was really good to watch. I actually loved her takeoff as well. She sort of took off and got her first pump in before she grabbed the rail, which I think was really cool. We've seen a lot of the men do that. So this is the moment here. She just gets one little pump and then grabs the rail, readjusts, and finds the exit. But yeah, beautiful, stylish carve down. And yeah, I think when you think of all those best heats out here over the years that we've seen, I mean, it's always the barrel into that big hack. And yeah, I mean, it just shows so much control, and it's so fun to do. I mean, who doesn't love to carve into a big face of the wave with so much speed? I mean, you come out of this barrel with probably the most speed you've ever had in the world surfing a wave. Why not lay a big hack down?
Lay that rail down. Well, we had an exciting heat. Last heat won by Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa's hanging out with Kote.
Thanks, Joe. Kanoa, nice and steady out there. You got a couple sick barrels. Convincing heat 1 win. Did everything go according to plan?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you know, I guess the goal for every heat is to start with an excellent score. So, yeah, me and Snake, we just like those west ones, and that was just the exact one that I was looking for, and it didn't chandelier, so it was really exciting and it's pretty fun.
Oh, we had a paddle there. We're almost going to get Kanoa in commentator mode, but Kanoa, looking forward into the near future. We could be seeing some massive waves out here. I know you've been known to have a dig when it gets pretty threatening. Are you excited for this next big swell?
Oh, I'm so excited. Like, honestly, there's nothing better than to be able to compete and to surf good waves. You know, there's no better time to get the biggest wave of your life or the best wave of your life than in front of, you know, in front of everybody. So I'm just really excited to have the opportunity, and I really wanted to make sure I made that heat so I can guarantee that I'm going to get at least one good day of good waves. So Oh, honestly, I'm so excited. I've spent a lot of time here the last few weeks now, and I just it never gets old. I mean, even if the contest wasn't here, I'd still be here. I'd still want to be here anyway. So, I mean, we're in paradise.
A surfer's going to surf, and this guy is a tried and true surfer. Kanoa, last question here. Looking forward to your goals, not only here, but when the Olympics comes around. What do you think the rest of the year is going to hold for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big year, Olympic year. I'm obviously still in the top 5 race. I just want to keep pushing, and I just want to make sure that I position myself well and get good results and get points. And each heat's so important, I mean, once you make the cut, this first round's so important. I feel like, before the cut, this first round you kind of, sort of warm up, and then you can sort of survive in the elimination round. But now it's like you really have to make sure that you get that heat win, because it makes a ginormous difference. So that was my goal for today, is to get that win, and then I guess on to the next goal, which is to win the next heat. But hopefully that kind of leads into a good result in the Olympics. Get into the top 5, and hopefully in September, October, I can be on vacation and have a couple trophies.
Building momentum, friends and fam back home?
Yeah, so this day, I just want to say hi to all my friends back in Cali. It was nice to see you guys last week. It was a quick one. そうです、みんないつも日本のファンもいろいろいつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。今日も本当にちょっとスローのコンディションでちょっと難しいコンディションの中でもやっぱりその1本目の8点がもうパーフェクトな意味でも本当にクラシックのチョープって感じで、もう本当にいろいろずっとこの3週間4週間ぐらいずっと練習してて、もうこのコンディションももう何百回ぐらいも練習してるコンディションなので、本当にこのまま続いて次のラウンドに集中して頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
Thanks, Kanoa.
Arigato, Chris and Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa raised in Huntington Beach, representing Japan. His parents from Japan moved to Huntington Beach to raise a pro surfer. That was honestly their goal with Kanoa, and they did it. Coming from humble beginnings, they put everything all into Kanoa. He made them incredibly proud, like he continues to make them proud. And a great chat there with Chris Cote. As Kanoa referenced, he got an excellent score, and now his 7th start. That's his 3rd score in the 8+ range. And he's talked about him improving out here in waves of consequence, enjoying the power of this ocean and the reef here at Teahupo'o, and earning a spot on a bigger day to come in the future.
Yeah, I think so many of the guys and women are, looking forward into the forecast. I mean, everyone's talking about it. Every second conversation I have around this contest site is, what do you think Wednesday, Thursday is going to be like? What's it going to be like? Is it going to be big? How big is it going to be? Is it going to be paddleable? And it's something as surfers that I feel like we constantly need to talk about, even though we have zero control over it. But it just gives us some sort of hope that, okay, we've talked about it. Maybe we know a little bit more, even though we don't, because on the day, eventually, we like to forecast as much as we can, and Surfline has been amazing. But it is the ocean, and it is unpredictable. And until you wake up and you really have eyes on it, then we'll really, truly know. But it's going to be exciting.
It's never ending, right? It's the coolest thing in life of a surfer. You're wondering where you're going to score, when's it going to be good. It's our favorite thing to talk about all day until you're in the water and in the barrel here at Teahupo'o. We've got 14:25 to go. World #1, Katie Simmers in the lead over her best friend and rookie Sawyer Lindblad. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Be right back.
My name's Jason McInnes. I run the live broadcast camera department for the WSL. So for the last 10 years, I've been traveling the globe, putting on these surf events. The fact that we are able to do what we do, of how to basically put on a sporting event and broadcast it out to the world, it's amazing, the behind the scenes, it really is. What attracts me to the knife making is definitely being able to use my hands and have a creative outlet. It's just such a rad thing to know that whatever tool I create is going to be used to nourish other people and hopefully, you know, for generations. That's one of the coolest things about my job is there's that challenge, and then when you overcome all the obstacles and you have a win and your broadcast is up and everything's working, that's a great feeling. Yeah, you did your job and you can be proud of what you've done.
We love Jason McInnes. There he is right there on the back of the Red Bull ski. Proud to call him a friend to all of us here behind the scenes on the WSL broadcast crew. A hard-working human, a gentle giant, as he's known as, one of the kindest people that you'll ever meet. If you see him around the world at these contests, say hi to him. And featured here with Yeti for good reason, as we've got 11 minutes on the clock, checking out the boats with a lot of purpose. A lot of these boats, we've got a Red Bull Athlete Zone, we've got media boats, we've got the Water Patrol out there watching the world's best. It's the place to be. So for Jason right there, who you just got to know in that Yeti piece, he's working at the moment. You see him on the back of that Red Bull ski, but there's a lot of things that need to be delivered out to the channel throughout a busy day here on the broadcast. There's camera cards that need to be brought to the editors, batteries that have to be changed, lunches have to be delivered, Shiseido sunscreen has to be passed out throughout a day, apples, oranges, croissants. So yeah, it's full on. It's like it's non-stop, and Big J there is making sure everyone's taken care of out in the elements.
Oh, he does an amazing job. I mean, every single thing that's here, he's basically single-handedly carried in here. And these events are remote. You know, these events are surf events, and a lot of these surf events are in remote locations. It's not an easy job. So shout out to all the crew behind the scenes, because making this thing work and getting all the wheels turning and getting everything into motion is a big job. So yeah.
Oh, it's true. Big shout out to Chad Weber, working on the graphics at the moment. There's a family on tour that travels to all these events, goes through, you know, highs and lows together with life, picking each other back up, and they all have the same goal of bringing pro surfing live to everybody's living rooms around the world. It's been rad watching the evolution of the broadcast and talking to guys like Sterling Howland back in the early days of broadcasting this event in Tahiti. I mean, people come out here and there's nothing here. How are we going to do this? And they worked hard first to just get live scoring done in the early days. Then with the first couple of cameras that would capture it to what we see today. It's an incredible progression of just broadcasting here on this reef pass, as we've got Sawyer Lindblad checking out a beautiful section to connect on. Gets out in front again, rips into it. 2 great turns, she'll step off. So she's adjusting, looking for maneuvers there to see if that's enough to get the lead off Katie Simmers.
Yeah, I mean, she's only chasing a 3.5, but I'm not sure if that will get her the 3.5. Obviously, judges are really looking for the barrel today, and I feel like there's still that opportunity out there. I mean, we saw Katie on her opening ride, 6.33, but one thing to note, I think it is a lot trickier than what it's looking like right now. You can even see on this wave, I mean, this one obviously not barreling, but a lot of rivets in the face of the wave, a bit of lump and bump, and, you know, because there'd been such a long lull here, this was that first wave of the set, it's just a bit jumbled, you know. I really feel like right now, as this wind's kicking up and there's a bit of wobble in the face, maybe that second one's going to tend to be a bit better, just a bit more clean and groomed, and maybe a bit more of an open barrel.
Love that. 6.33, 2.83 for Sawyer's start, then to a 3.17 for turns. So still not getting the lead. Judges still wanting to save those bigger numbers for barreling opportunities. Sawyer Lindblad feeding off that San Clemente momentum from last season on the Challengers Series. Blew up with a huge result at Snapper Rocks. She was quick to thank all of her mentors, her peers. It was really cool to see her just be fueled by the accomplishments of guys like Cole Hauschman, Crosby Colapinto, and the rest of that San Clemente story. But you could tell that she's a hard-working athlete, incredibly competitive, and really cool that she called up Jake the Snake Patterson for the coaching responsibilities in her rookie season on tour.
Yeah, I think that's a great fit. I mean, they worked so well together at Margaret River too. I mean, she had a massive job ahead of her. She basically needed to make that final to keep her dream alive. And yeah, it was incredible to see her and Jake work together. And obviously Jake, you know, from Western Australia and just an incredible surfer himself, and so many accolades with so many great event wins. But you know, he's an incredible strategist and a coach, and I feel like, yeah, they're obviously gelling. And I mean, he's going to be stoked with that opening that ride of Sawyer's this morning. I mean, that thing was just absolutely incredible, and just the commitment to, you know, that speaks volumes to the kind of person she is if she gets an opportunity.
As we look at 6:25 to go in elimination round, heat number 1. Sawyer does not have priority. She needs a 3.17. Katie just out front with her 6.33, so a solid start there, being very selective with her priority, working with one of the most selective surfers of all time, Tommy Whitaker, a man that understood the ocean so well, still does, and just didn't really overthink things. He would never be lost at sea typically. He'd usually sit where he wanted to sit, wait for the waves he was planning to wait for, and he'd turn in heat draws that were just 2 waves ridden, 3 waves ridden. He never seemed to overexpend himself. As he's chatting things over with Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa getting the jump on Cole Hauschman and Leo Fioravanti in the last heat. And with Kanoa and Leo being lifetime rivals and childhood friends, that must have felt great for Kanoa to get the win off his good buddy.
For sure. I mean, 100%. They've competed against each other for years and years and years, back to, you know, micro Grom days when they'd be going to France for Quicksilver King of the Groms, and they'd be about 12 years old. Them and Jack Robinson, I mean, all these guys and women on tour who are of, you know, they're getting older. I mean, they've been competing against each other since they were little Groms, and they're familiar against competing against each other. And I think that's one thing that you start to notice too over all these years, is you start to know how your competitor competes as well, and you pick up on those certain trademarks. And do they like to start on the inside at the beginning of a heat? How do they like to structure their heat? And the more time you spend on tour with people, the more you can sort of figure them out. And yeah, so it's just super interesting to, you know, obviously that win would mean just as much to him now as what it would have meant when he was probably 12 years old.
Totally. As we look at Sawyer sitting there, both Sawyer and Katie growing up in Southern California, and both of them have brothers that surf incredibly well. And oftentimes you'll see one of them, maybe both of them at events supporting their sisters, as we often talk about, you know, brother combos on the championship tour, but there's been some great brother-sister ones that have popped up full-time. You know, the big one, Tyler Wright, with Mikey and Owen, all getting to enjoy the same championship tour event. I don't know if we'll ever see a big family showing like that, but we've had Mason Ho as a wild card in the same event that Coco was involved with, and it's cool to see how brothers and sisters push each other a lot. Sawyer talks about how cool it is to be surfing with Taj, and how much Taj Lindblad pushes her in the water, reminds her how good she is and what she can accomplish. And I love how it starts at a young age and they turn into world-class athletes.
Yeah, I think they're just always keeping you honest, you know, and they're always going to be honest with you. I think that's something you get from a sibling, is that brutal honesty, and sometimes you don't maybe want to hear it, but it's always, I think it's actually beneficial. And I feel like it's really important to have that super consistent sort of sparring partner. And I feel like if you don't have a sibling and you're in sport, I feel like it's really valuable to try and find someone like that, so it's someone that's always pushing you.
Katie Simmers in the lead using priority, pulls in super deep. That yellow jersey still bright through the lip line, and the foam ball and lip will take her down. She had gone the distance, and that would have been a massive score. Simmers heartbroken on the exit after a lengthy tube ride here at Teahupo'o. That'll be an incomplete score, but a great effort as she has her lead. 2:30 on the clock. Sawyer now with priority. What happened here, Flick?
This is just really technical. It was a small little barrel, and the ability here to change speed and change gears was really impressive. You could see she hit the foam ball, and all that hard work was done. She was coming out, and the lip just clocked her in the head. And I mentioned this before, but if you're wearing a helmet, obviously they're great, but somehow it just, the lip clocks you in the head. It just takes that momentum. You can see it. She just went a little bit low. It's kind of like she needed to pull a little bit higher there, and she would have come out. But wow, that was super, super close and really technical. It just shows how great it. We'll get back to that. Sawyer
getting an exit. Perfect shootout for Lindblad, the rookie on tour, chasing the lead off Katie, and with Katie falling, you could tell Simmers was surfing for an excellent score. Oh, we've got Katie up again. Simmers locks in really deep, and this wave spits without world number 1. But she's putting herself on the foam ball on demand. I'm loving her positioning and approach, coming close to big scores.
Same. I love how deep she's putting herself on the takeoff here. But then on the other hand, her making those 2 mistakes has really opened up the door for Sawyer. Sawyer getting that make on that barrel, I think things are going to tighten up, and now Sawyer's paddling back out the back. 1 minute to go. She's going to get priority. She's hopefully going to get another opportunity.
Pressure on world number 1. If you are in that top 5 picture, you're hoping Lindblad changes things around with the yellow jersey. As we see that clean shootout she just had.
Yeah, that was a really nice, clean barrel. This one stayed really open the whole way. You can see that this one was a much bigger barrel as opposed to the one that Katie just pulled into. The one that Katie pulled into was really tight, almondy barrel, but this one just really stood up and threw on the reef. And yeah, you could just see how open it was when she came out of that wave. It just looks really beautiful. So this is really, the door's open right now, 30 seconds. Going to see if there's another opportunity and see what this score is.
Sawyer up again, still chasing the 5-6. That wave previous hasn't locked in. She'll lay down a super clean forehand carve. Second hook looks dynamic, and she'll step off. But remember, all about the barrel out here. And Sawyer did get barreled on her wave before. 2 numbers dropping in for the rookie, and to see if she can upset world number 1. Simmers had 2 really close ones back-to-back, but left the door open. Sawyer getting a make. And chasing the 5.6. We've run out of time. The judges will take a moment to check the replay.
Wow, it's going to be, I think it's going to be close. Sawyer's wave was bigger, it was more open, but it was a shorter barrel compared to Katie's 6.33. What's going to happen right now is, Sawyer's backup is stronger than Katie's. So obviously she's chasing only a 5.6, but yeah, this is going to be super interesting, and really came down to the wire here at those last basically couple of minutes of this heat.
Katie Simmers last year was runner-up in the final and was hoping to go 1 step further this year to take out a win. Getting sent to the elimination round, that's been something that's been tough for her to skip it, but she's been surviving them throughout the year. This time, it ends up differently. Last score for Sawyer Lindblad is enough. A 5.83 to take the win at the end. Simmers down to second and now knocked out of the contest in the elimination round.
Wow, and you know what? Sawyer going to turns on those 2 turns on that one wave was just super important there. If she hadn't even taken off on that wave or even had gone to turns or noticed it was going to do that, she wouldn't have got that 3.17. So super impressive.
Looks like they're still waiting for the numbers to come through, or just staying real calm in that victory. Sawyer backing herself, probably felt that was enough, so she probably felt the win before the number even came through. Her last score for the turn wave, 3.23, ended up using that as her backup. Sawyer even things out 1-1 in one-on-one heats against her best friend, who happens to be number 1 in the world. What a heat. Sawyer moves on to the quarterfinals. And now Molly Picklum seeing a little bit of daylight on the top of the rankings as she has a rematch with one of her rivals, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, coming up next.
And we just started number 2 appearing in San for the girls. In red, Molly Pickham. In blue, Betty Sakura Johnson. Adjusting by 35 minutes. On a donc un instant au début de la deuxième série du monde d'élimination des filles avec l'Australienne Molly Pickham en rouge opposée à la Hawaïenne Betty Sakura Johnson en bleu. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, Sawyer Lindblad en bleu. Derrière la série sur ces deux dernières vagues. La numéro mondiale Kathleen Simmons.
We've got a great matchup. It's Molly Pickham taking on Betty Lou. Molly and Betty have grown up sparring against each other their whole lives. They bring this intensity together, which I think is going to be amplified in this heat.
She's a great competitor. She's hard to beat. She's got some little tricks up her sleeve.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the calls out.
She's like a spicy one. She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then.
Me and Molly love to compete against each other. We have a great understanding of where we're coming from and how bad we want to get there, and whatever it is, we're gonna fight for it.
You're watching the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and what a matchup. Molly Pickham, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We saw this at the semifinals at Pipeline. We saw it in the final at Sunset Beach. Molly comes into this event undefeated against Betty Lou, 4-0. And one of our favorite new school rivalries that we have on tour. Winner of this will move on to the quarterfinals, and what a special time to be in the booth. Joe Turpel with the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, and also the newly announced CEO of Outerknown, Firewire, and Slater Designs, Dylan Slater. Good to see you, Dylan, and congratulations.
My boss.
Your boss.
Yeah.
How often
I was going to say the same thing about
you're
him.
about to point to each other. Yeah, who is the boss, actually?
Hey, I've been given a job, and I'm happy to be here, but thank you, Joe. Really appreciate it.
You absolutely deserve it. How many times do people ask you if Kelly's your brother, your cousin?
I think it was the first time that we met or for lunch when we were talking about this. I'm like, there's been 2 words spoken to me more than any other 2 words in my entire life, and that's any relation. Right? And, yeah, so anyway, it's been a long-standing question, but yeah, it's just coincidence.
Aki used to think that Evan was my brother.
Really?
He actually told me, I saw your brother after I won the world title. It's like, yeah, that was Evan.
So yeah, so no relation. Dylan's
you,
older
Aki.
brother, Evan, longtime editor, great surfer. This is a really cool time in your career, Dylan, to take this job. Well-deserved. You've worked hard in your career. You're an incredible surfer. How did this all come into your lap here as far as running all the brands?
Well, I think, you know, it was a little over a year ago we started talking about the opportunity at Slater Designs and Firewire, and, you know, was given that responsibility, and we've had a lot of fun over the last year. I think, you know, we've come out with some new models and, you know, made a lot of progress, and started sort of building that out, and then, you know, it's just like, hey, let's throw one more thing, and here we are. So yeah, pretty excited to have that opportunity, and really excited about what the future holds.
Can we talk about the difference too between Firewire and Slater Designs and how you guys kind of split those apart? You want to take this one, Kelly?
Well, when we bought Firewire, I just wanted to have my own kind of design area, and Tomo was there, and as you've seen, obviously we have Dan Mann, Rob's come into the company over the years, and so it's kind of like we have our own little satellite brands within Firewire.
What'd you ride today?
I rode a board. It's actually funny because Dylan and I were talking about this is a board we're working on a model with Mike Wu, who made the Great White, the board that we just released. Mike made this one for me a couple years ago, and I shaped a bunch of boards with him about 3.5 years ago. I was in Bali for a few months, and we worked on about a dozen or more boards. So this is kind of the offshoot of that, and I've posted a couple clips on his boards recently.
I love the whole idea of using so many different shapers, you know, under one label. You know, I mean, it's really limitless of where you guys could go, Dylan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's something that definitely differentiates us, right? And yeah, the ability to not just tap into new design ideas and different collaborations, but, you know, bring new shapers and designers on the platform. I mean, Mike Wu came across, they've been working on something for a while now, but, you know, the launch of the Great White Twin was a perfect example. You know, Kelly started that collaboration, and next thing you know, we have a new model live.
Thanks for joining us for the call. Dylan Slater, the CEO of Outerknown, Slater Designs and Firewire, and Kelly doing a great job earlier getting a nice heat win over Jack Robinson and Ramsey Bukayan. Molly Picklum is in the red jersey, world number 3, little outside. Betty Lou is going to let this one go through, and that thing's going to open wide.
I don't know. I would have taken a chance there, I think, Betty. She was a little deep, though. I think she was a little deep. She was in a weird position there to get a good kind of run, like speed pump off the bottom. So, I don't know.
How do you like this rivalry, Kelly? I mean, for Betty Lou and Molly, the women's tour, I mean, this is one of the matchups that we really look forward to, especially in waves like this.
Yeah, did I hear that Molly's undefeated against her? Yeah, so it's a big one for Betty. And it's kind of interesting to see that Molly's taking the inside position. Betty's kind of slightly giving that up. They're probably sitting a little deep on the lineup, and you know, you can sometimes see even just a few yards away from the other surfer, you can find one of those west ones on the inside.
So still enjoying our time with Dylan and Kelly, Molly and Betty Lou just trying to position themselves to start. Let's hear from Sawyer Lindblad, who just eliminated world number 1. She's with Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. You know, Ice Cube said it best. Today was a good day, especially if you're Sawyer Lindblad. Started off your day with a 9-point ride, your best wave ever here in Tahiti, and you just took out world number 1. A little bittersweet because it's your best friend, but how good has today been to you?
Yeah, it's been a really good day. That last heat was a little stressful. Coming up against Katie, I knew it was going to be a good battle. She's one of my really good friends, and yeah, unfortunately we're a little out of positioning for some of those sets, but happy I squeaked through at the end. It was a close one.
Now, what's your belief in yourself that you can win this entire contest after 2 big heats like that?
Yeah, I feel like after that 9.4, I just felt like, wow, I can do this. You just got to put yourself in the scary position and go for it. And yeah, I think that I'm just going to take that moto into the next couple heats and hopefully surf smart and be on those good ones.
Now, I know you got a million friends and family and fans out there cheering for you. You probably got a million more after that wave you got earlier today. What do you have to say to everybody supporting you?
Yeah, thanks to my family who's watching and everyone in San Clemente. Love you guys.
Awesome. Well, good luck moving on, and I want to go back to the Slaters and Joe. What's up, guys?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, this is a great opportunity to hang out with these guys. Great time for the brands as well. And we talk about surfboards a lot with the Slater Designs and Firewire. But what was the idea of actually bringing that together with Outerknown, like the clothing entity? Why did that unfold, and where you guys see that going?
Well, let's watch if somebody gets this one. I think the idea, well, I'll let Dylan take that one, but it's efficient. You know, we all work cohesively together.
Yeah, and I think when we took a look at it, there's so many commonalities between the brands, right? Like we really prioritize building the highest performing, most quality, and sustainably driven products. So from there, not only does that, you know, sort of the foundation of it, but obviously Kelly's connection to them all just posed an opportunity for us to, like you said, bring it together and look at how we can leverage, you know, the group together to grow.
Where are you surfing mostly these days, Dylan? Ponto still? Is that the
Yeah, you know, pretty much, yes, this time of year, yes. But
don't blow it out.
Exactly.
Oh, is that what you
anywhere in North County, San Diego. Yeah, no, I live in Cardiff, so anywhere along there, I'm definitely, you can see me most mornings.
That's awesome. And
Well,
now
we got
getting a fresh
movement in the
quiver.
lineup.
Here we go, Kelly.
Might have somebody going here.
What do you think?
Molly, a little bit deeper, like I said. Got a pretty good line. Actually, could have got deeper there. I think, you know, after you've waited 11 minutes, and 35-minute heats? So
yes.
11 minutes of waiting, you don't want to mess that first one up, especially if there haven't been sets and you're the one in the position. But you can also get a little bit greedy and really put some distance between you and the other person to start the heat and sort of set the parameters.
It's kind of interesting. Sometimes you ask a surfer about a rival, and they don't want to talk about it, or they pretend it's not there. I remember asking Molly about Betty Lou specifically, and she's like, yep, it is on. You know, and Betty Lou's the same way. And then you get to really look forward to it, because they'll say there's anything goes in the water with them. You know, they could paddle over each other's shoulders, they could get in each other's way, they could say the wrong thing, and then they could just be professionals on land. What'd you see on this one, Dylan?
Yeah, it looks like Molly took the high line there, really tried to slow down and was a little bit in front of it, but she's still got a nice little cover up there. And yeah, just beautiful looking wave.
Betty
right?
kept her honest there, you know, had to make sure she fully committed, used that priority, or gave Betty first priority. But yeah, I mean, that was probably just a little bit of nerves outrunning it, you know what I mean? Like, they're not settled in the heat because neither of them's had a ride yet, so you can't start kind of pushing and getting too greedy in these barrels straight away. So, but when there could only be, if you saw that last heat, it looked like Sawyer only had a 3 for her backup, and it doesn't sound like there's a ton of good waves out there right now. It's a little slow.
That was crazy. The last heat, Katie Simmers in the 6 range, sat forever, and tried to get the most out of a wave. She probably could have got out early and got like a 4 or 5, but she was going for an 8, got clipped at the end, and that was the difference because Sawyer got the make.
But that's kind of why everyone loves Katie so much. She just sends it, you know. She's always going for it, and she never holds back when she sees a section. You know, she's definitely like the most exciting young girl to come along in a long time, and because I hear so many people talking about her all over the place.
It's cool. Molly Picklum working with micro like yourself, Kelly and Betty Lou working with one of your best friends, Ross Williams. Ross has had a busy day with his competitors, Tatiana Weston Webb, John Florence, and now he's hoping to get Betty Lou out of this round. It's cool when you ask Ross about his athletes. He's always so honest about what he loves about them. He loves the aggressive nature of Betty Lou. He loves how she knows she belongs here. She's not afraid of a world champion. She'll go straight at him. And that is what everyone's got to love about her, you know, last couple of years on tour, Dylan.
Yeah, she's got such an exciting brand of surfing. You know, she's got that flair. Obviously, she's proved herself what she did at Pipeline earlier this year, but then also just, you know, the high performance aspect of her surfing and the turns she throws, I guess the way she can kick out her tail, it's super impressive. So big fan of Betty Lou.
Did you always see Ross becoming a coach one day, or is it more of a surprise?
No, I'm a little surprised by it when it started happening. When I first kind of caught wind, I knew he's working with some of the young guys, but then I caught wind he's working with John, and he was really like gearing his life towards a coaching thing. It kind of caught me by surprise. I thought Ross was gonna just cruise and live off his rentals.
He's got a great thing
but
going.
You know, he's got all that experience and knowledge, and I think it's really fun for Ross to be able to share that. And that's the thing about all the guys from our generation coaching now, Micro and Witz and Jake and Ross, this whole group of guys. Luke's been out on tour for a few years now. Snips is here again. I haven't seen him at a couple of events, but there's just so much knowledge in all those brains and all those years of experience. So it's cool to see it. It's in a way it's not cool because everyone knows how to surf a heat now. And there used to be a lot of guys who didn't know how to surf heats, and you can take advantage of that.
It's so true, because there used to be the stories of how you need to warm up as a rookie, you need to figure things out, and guys like Snake, guys like, you know, Shane Doran's in the channel with Carissa, they're just going, here you go. this is everything we learned on our own and with our peers, and gets them off and running, Dylan. It's pretty rad.
Yeah, it's a great gift, and certainly when you see that the caliber of surfers that have moved on to that sort of stage in their career and how they're sharing that wisdom, and everyone's benefiting from it. You know, you're seeing that even though you got some stiffer competition, it's made for some good matchups, that's for sure.
Kelly, where have you been since Margaret River? Obviously, we snapper. We got to really enjoy the World Champs. See, that was insane.
That was fun.
That meant a lot to all of us watching you guys out there together. And then where'd you go from there? A lot of celebrations with friends and
no, so
baby showers?
I milked my time on the Gold Coast as far as I could, and then I had to fly. Oh, I got to go to Fiji. So Kalani and I went on a baby moon.
I love that.
And had 3 days at a resort, and it actually worked out so good because the wind was terrible, the surf was small, and then she really wanted to go to Tavarua after anyway, so we did 3 days in Tavarua as well and got some nice surf. And then I flew straight through to New York, had 2 days of work in New York, and then flew back to Surf Ranch and had a day with a bunch of friends.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was great. And then Kalani had 2 baby showers. So the Friday was Surf Ranch. Wednesday, Thursday was New York. Friday was Surf Ranch. Saturday, Sunday were baby showers. And then I just had a couple days to kind of rest.
I was thinking about this when we were hanging out in Margaret River and we had a lunch. And I was going, you could have like 50 of those around the world, and probably with baby showers as well, with your life of being global.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people that want to celebrate these milestones in your life.
It's really, it's been really nice. It's been great. It's sometimes a little overwhelming, and I was telling somebody how Kalani, the girls, her friends in Australia threw a baby shower, and then her friends in San Clemente, well, like sort of Southern California, and then we got like this whole other group of friends that live up in Santa Barbara. So if we did one, there would be too many people, you know, and it'd be too hard for everyone to get there. So we travel so much, it really makes it fun to see all the faces, but never quite get enough time in any place.
I've been seeing some hats. You already have a name for the baby?
So I threw it out to all my friends on our text with like 30 friends. That's with you know, Ross and Shane and all the guys. And I said, I need some names, guys. So let's work with something here. Kalani and I have a list of names, but the first name that stuck was Gator Slater.
Nice.
And so
does that have a little Florida connection?
So it's kind of stuck in a way. It's stuck. It's his nickname. It's already his nickname.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gator Slater. I gotta keep my redneck roots and be proud of it, you know.
I like it. I don't know a gator, do you?
It's got a great ring. I mean, you're destined for greatness if your name's Gator Slater. Are you kidding me?
Guaranteed.
You're destined for something. I mean, yeah. But no, it was fun. So then Kalani's goddaughter drew Gator Slater in letters. And then another friend of ours from New York drew an alligator, like an artsy alligator. So they made me these hats. We went to Surf Ranch and they showed up with like all this baby gear and trunks and hats and stuff that had Gator Slater all over it. So it's been kind of a fun thing. I might have to rock the logo on my boards.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. We can make that happen.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard not to.
The next model might be the Gator Slater.
Gosh, Dylan, is that approved?
It's approved right here on the spot.
You're the boss.
This is like we're eating up some time talking here, but this is an interesting heat because we're almost 20 minutes in. Betty doesn't have a ride, not a single ride, and Molly's got a wave. It was the best wave probably that came, but it wasn't a great score. So it's really like this next wave from Betty is so important. She could really take command of the heat, or if she didn't better Molly's score and then Molly's got priority, with this lully of a condition, you could almost say the heat's over, you know? So it's important for her to pick the right thing. Ross is probably throwing some hand signals out in the channel there.
Ross has a really cool sense of humor. How would you describe it?
Layered. Yeah. Devious.
Sometimes he can just make
Funny.
it sound like a huh.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh boy, he got me again.
Sarcastic.
Yeah.
And gross and funny and all. It's all. Just when he goes, Ross is a classic.
And a great coach. He's loving giving all of his knowledge to surfers like Betty Lou. And for Betty Lou, the last thing she needs is this to go 5-0 in this rivalry with Molly Picklum. The heat at Pipe, semifinal. Dylan, your reaction to these two that day to kick off the season?
I thought it was a game changer, honestly. It's one of those days that you actually remember standing to the test of time, even though it was this season, right? It was like that day is going to like be sort of cemented into surfing history, in my opinion. And watching what they did in that specific heat, I mean, that was one of the most memorable heats I've ever seen, either male or female.
Yeah, as Molly had a 10 in that heat. Betty Lou had excellent scores. One of those heats that we are still rewinding in our minds, and that kicked off our whole season. You know, for Molly, she ended up second to Katie Simmers, Betty Lou with an equal third to kick off the year. Since then, Betty Lou's dropped to number 7 in the world. As we mentioned before, number 1 in the world out. Katie Simmers knocked out in the first heat. Molly's now number 3 in the world, so that's important for her positioning as we head close to the WSL Final 5.
Huge heat for Final 5 implications right here. Huge.
All 5
could almost,
in the top 5 are in this round.
You could say that Molly could basically solidify her place, but with a win here and you know, a loss for Betty would make it really tough to kind of get that momentum going into the last couple of events.
Let's see if we can get some more waves to come through. Critical for Betty Lou with priority. Looking out the back, we see Betty Lou kind of holding her position. Molly's sitting a bit wide. And potentially something popping up.
I think for the viewers, these kind of heats are boring, but it's also interesting the mindset of thinking about two people in these positions. I think, oh, wow. This is interesting. Molly
just straight down.
I thought they were a little far out, but you know, the mindset when you're out there, the stress that builds up from not catching waves and the unknown of how the heat could go. When you're catching waves and there's plenty of waves, you have control to some degree over your fate. But when you're sitting there waiting, just your fate lies in the ocean and it decides, makes it tough. And just a little late here. Yeah, she would have airdropped and probably got lipped there. But I mean, she could have locked the heat away maybe with that ride.
Molly with a couple falls throughout the day today, putting her in the elimination round. Betty Lou still waiting for a certain type of wave before she paddles in. We will take a quick break, but a special announcement and a sweepstakes from Outerknown Firewire and Slater Designs. We'll let you know after this. Time to crack open the WSL Vault presented by Outerknown. Let's go back to 2016, round 5, heat number 2. Rumor was Kelly didn't want to surf this morning. He wanted to wait for other conditions. I don't know if that fired him up.
Really?
To get 210s. I said it in like a question mark voice.
I don't remember.
Yeah, and then he got 210s. Threw away that 810. Keanu surfed a great heat as well, Kelly.
He did, yeah.
Next thing you know, went on to meet John Florence in the final, but things just kept on picking up throughout that waiting period.
Keanu had an 8.33. Yeah, he had an incredible wave to start, and he took the lead. That jersey's at my house.
Is it really?
Yeah,
That's so right.
It's in my storage.
And then the final, what do you remember about this one?
Well, John got hurt, and it's funny because I said something to John because, you know, he has suffered a few knee injuries, and I said something to him like, don't go and, like, don't push yourself unless you're sure that it's a score to catch me, kind of thing. You know?
No way.
But yeah, I mean, the waves are really good, but I was on the better end of the good waves in this heat, and John did something to his knee. He's trying to come out of a barrel or something. That's twice that I've surfed finals where the other guy got hurt. Damian Hobgood also in 05, was it, or 03?
Shoulder, right?
Yeah, he dislocated his shoulder. And I don't know if we can ever pull that one up, but if Damian, because he was blind, he was in the foam ball and I couldn't see, and I think the last thing he saw was like might be able to doggy door, and he tried to doggy door, and that's where he did his shoulder. But had he kept his line, I think he would have come through and had a 10 on the wave. I think he would have come through the next section, but he was blind because he was so deep in the tube trying to doggy door it.
Crazy.
Here we go.
Love looking back in history with you, Kelly, as we watch Betty Lou Sakura Johnson slowing down, puts her head down a little bit deep, waiting a long time to pick her first wave, and it'll be going down inside the barrel.
It wasn't a bad choice. She had to get a little bit greedy, but the wave didn't open up very hollow. Some of those little ones will move into really shallow water and be, if they're west enough and they push back on the reef, they'll be really hollow and they'll let you kind of get back in there and be dry and clean in the barrel. But there's a little bit of south in it, and it's a little bit almondy. Look at, she missed this one.
So she would have lost priority there.
She would have lost priority, but that wave was actually kind of almondy and didn't stay really hollow. It got slow, and it's kind of, you kind of want one that like you fire out the end of the barrel going really fast, you know. In order to manufacture a score there, she did need to try to get greedy with that tube, and she did the right thing. She's now going to have to kind of skirt along the inside of the reef and try to get a couple of whatever shows up. But yeah, the swell's definitely letting us down this afternoon.
Dylan, you mind talking about the sweepstakes a little bit here? So we've got a lot on the line. You can win a full-day experience at the WSL Surf Ranch, which includes travel arrangements.
It said my favorite wave, so I guess everyone could win a trip to Fiji? Is that what it is?
Did we just add that right now?
No,
I mean, who's the boss here?
I didn't approve that one. Didn't approve that one.
Okay, this is the Surf Ranch. Believe me, it's an incredible wave, right?
Mark Richards' favorite wave.
Is it really?
I can say that, yes.
4-time world champion. Yeah, MR. And that's saying a lot. That guy's surfed a lot of amazing waves around the world. So your travel arrangements are covered. You get 3 Slater designed surfboards with a traction pad and fins, and also a collection of Outerknown clothes valued over $1,000. 2 grand prize winners will receive that. You could enter now on outerknown.com/WSL. The last day to enter is June 1st. I'll get involved quickly. You guys are really nice. That's insane.
I saw this thing, and I unfortunately have to break this news. You can't win this in Florida.
Wait, what?
Do you know this? I think it's Florida and New York. There's something around sweepstakes where within those states it couldn't get passed or something.
Oh my gosh, I'm reading it here.
Yeah.
Well, this just in, because I wasn't aware of that, but
yeah,
good,
and
good
because I had people writing me hate online, just going, "What's the deal?" And I was a little brokenhearted.
Oh no, New York too.
Yeah. Well,
New York and Florida.
You know, you Californians have never liked us East Coasters.
It's time to relocate. You got to move. That's a big prize.
Betty's going to turns here. Interesting. Kind of had to, you know, like I said, skirt the inside of the reef and manufacture, make something happen. It's not what you're looking for. Teahupo'o is it? A barrel, but you could it's how do you compare sort of apples to oranges here, because those were two very different waves. And you could say for what that wave was, maybe that was a better ride than Molly's, but it was a smaller wave, and you're not getting barreled, which is what we're here to do.
And she's still in this thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this will come down to one wave at the end.
So going down to turns, Betty Lou adjusting here.
Smart. It was smart of her to do that. Ross might have sort of coaxed her into, hey, go just get something under your belt, because if that's a 2 or a 3, she gets a 3 there. She's only a point difference on the better ride, so she only has to better Molly's next ride by a point, or her backup ride by a point. She needs a 1.2, a 1.3 right now.
So for Betty Lou, this is actually her first start here at this event. Last year, she made the complete season for the first time, but she had shoulder surgery that she actually had done, missed this event, so she could recover through the off season and be solid by pipeline. She accomplished that. So she's been learning things quickly here at the end of the road.
This is super interesting, because if Betty just gets any kind of score here at all, she's going to probably move in the lead. Molly's got to go on this wave, but I think she's a little deep.
And
she's
she
too
locks
deep.
In, she pulls
so
in,
now,
but yeah, deep.
It's all advantage Betty. She needs a 1.3. The good thing for Molly is it's really quick to get back to the lineup. You can get 2 10s here in 2 minutes, minute and a half. Like 90 seconds is really all you need for your rides, if the waves are coming in. But one of these tense, weird heats, there's a lot on the line for both of them ultimately in terms of the whole year.
I've been enjoying hanging out with Molly and Micro at the same time. It's a really cool relationship that they have. Molly had a cool moment where she's featured on a chocolate candy bar in Australia.
Oh, cool.
And she talks about Micro and the whole story, and how impactful he's been in her life and career. And I've been loving you guys working together this season as well. As we look at Betty Lou, watching Molly Picklum take this wave. Snaps that first section. That was a clean backhand hack, and ends up letting go the second turn.
Interesting here.
Better than a 1.27?
Betty's got the wave to do it if she finds a little tube here.
Betty Lou looking to slow down. We're still seeing her there, and not quite
barreled. Got to come out into a turn. She's got to make that. Oh, wow! This is a nail biter. I don't know, because Molly had the better turn. Betty didn't get the tube. It was a.
I just see Molly improving on her lead. Dylan, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really close. I do think she improved, but I don't know. Betty, that last turn was pretty good too. So
no, they gave it a 1.27.
Okay.
Didn't they? Is that,
there's one more score coming.
Oh,
yeah, that was Molly's previous.
Oh, okay.
So both still yet to be scored on that last exchange with a minute 55. Molly, world number 3.
See, a little bit of patience in paddling up the reef a little further. Betty'd be on this wave right here. You just, yeah. In these situations when you need a small score, it's a lot more stressful than when you need a big score, to be honest. Look at this turn. It's really well placed. And if she had been a little more patient there and hit the closeout, it would have been a really nice, solid score. Betty here, hoping it'll open up, trying to read it, and it's just not slowing down enough for her to get back up in there. And she did well to make that, because her board turned a lot quicker than she, I think, wanted it to. And but if you're comparing those two rides, I think Molly probably better. Yeah, Molly moved up. She needs a 4-5 now. Betty does.
Yeah, it should be tough, right? What a you know, distinct change from some of the other high-scoring heats we've seen today. It's obviously coming down to the, you know, low-scoring affair, but very strategic at this point, right?
Low scoring, when you need low scores, it's honestly so much more stressful. If you need an 8, you know what you got to do.
Right.
You know you just have to get a good wave and surf really good on it, so the decision's made for you. When you only need a 1.4 like she needed, or you only need a mid-range score now, it changes things a lot. But
I think it's the judges would prefer that as well. You know, when they can really open up the scale, when they're just comparing one backside turn and it's a really tight heat, those are the tough ones sometimes to walk away from.
Man, what a bummer. I really wanted to see them have a shootout here with some good waves, because they both love getting barreled, and they're both really good at it.
So losing some really big names when you really focus on this wave itself. From Pipeline, Katie winning, she's out. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, is now eliminated in her first start at this event, and Molly Pickup stays undefeated, moves to 5-0 over Sakura, and moves on into the quarterfinals. And
yeah, those heats are
Molly
just
will get
hard.
some better waves.
Those heats are always hard. A wave-starved heat, you look back at them and go, God, there's that wave I could have caught in the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes that probably would have given me a 4 or a 5. Because Betty, she's just under the mark. Had she hit the closeout, maybe she could have got it, but she's just going to end up about a point short of what she needed.
Tough one for Betty Lou. Wishing her best of luck, best of waves as she moves on for the rest of the season. Molly moving on to potentially serve bigger waves throughout this waiting period. We'll wait to see when the quarters will be run for this event. Dylan, Kelly, thanks for the time. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for sharing us with everything going on. That was really fun.
Absolutely, Joe. Really appreciate you having us, and really stoked to have Outerknown a part of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro here.
Thanks for the clothes. Super comfy.
They look good on you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Kelly, great job. Have fun in the round of 16. That's what you need to know for the sweepstakes. Outerknown.com/WSL and win the dream. Up next, Joanne DeFay and Tyler Wright. Vahine Fierro is coming to the booth. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Women's elimination round out in the water. And special guests on the set, Kaipo Girl, along with 2017 World Junior Champ. And I call you the Queen of Teahupo'o, Vahine Fierro, as well as top performer and one of the best analysts in the surf biz, Jessie Mendez. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Great heat this morning. 9.33 thread in the barrel right into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was so cool to like have such good conditions, like at 7:30 in the morning, two other people in the lineup. It's special, and yeah, it was glassy, good waves, a little slow, but when it comes, it's like perfect. So.
Yeah, seems like you were a wave magnet out there, Vahine. And that was a great way to start off the day, and that's how we started the day. The way we're ending the day is with this women's elimination round, and we got a matchup right here with a couple of veterans in the way of Joanne DeFay coming against Tyler Wright. Winner goes into the quarterfinals. Loser takes an equal ninth, and that is not a finish that you want if you're racing for a Final Five finish. You can see their rankings. Joanne DeFay in a vulnerable position right now because she's number 2 on the rankings coming into this event, Jesse, and we saw number 1, Katie Simmers, just bow out in this elimination round.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to mention, Kaipo. when those guys see the door opening up, they want to take advantage of that. Obviously, you don't expect Caitlin to lose that early in the event, so it's a door open for Joanne to just keep growing into the second half of the tour.
Vahini, I'm going to ask the local. What's the play right now? What, you know, it's there's some lulls right now. There's a little bit of the cross-shore winds on it, and it seems hard to pick the good ones out there. What's the strategy?
Yeah, it's, you know, with that wind, the swell kind of dropping and slow pace. So I feel like those heats are kind of like one barrel, one maneuver wave, and maybe not be too selective and kind of move around the lineup a lot, like South Peak, West Peak, Middle Peak, like kind of move and stay active how much you can. And yeah, it's hard when it's like that because you kind of get lucky too, you know, the wave, this one wave out of nowhere that comes. So yeah, we'll see who identifies the best wave out there.
Yeah, open party right now. I talked about two veterans out there. 10 years on the championship tour for Joanne Defay. 13 years on the championship tour for Tyler Wright. These two have met up with these long careers going all the way back to 2014. They've met up 18 times in CT competition, Jesse. 6 of those went to Joanne. 12 of those have gone to Tyler. So the odds are, you know, when we look at the analytics, the statistics are in Tyler's favor.
100%. That's a lot of wins, 12 wins. That's applies some extra pressure into Joanne because obviously they don't know exactly those numbers because it's been probably so many of them, but they have on the back of their head whoever has the edge on each other. So it plays out into the mind as well. Let's see how it's going to roll into this one.
Yeah, and also another thing that's probably in Joanne's mind, she's never made it past this round in Tahiti. Well, Tyler Wright last year with a 3rd place finish. Here we go. She's going to get the early start. Joanne Defay. Nice little tuck in there and a vicious backhand turn for Defay before she punches out over some shallow reef. Right behind her, Tyler Wright takes a paddle. Tyler decides on holding on to her priority. So it looked like a nice start for Joanne Defay. What do you think, Vahina?
Yeah, that was a good play from her, like little barrel, big turn, like that could, you know, be a backup score, I think, for this heat.
Take another replay look, Jess.
Yes, small barrel to start, just kind of high and tight, but right here, that was damaged. That's probably the best turn we've seen all day as far as criticalness and how steep the wave was at that moment. Great technique right there. The barrel is very low, so she kind of, very high, so she kind of got lipped a bit, but that turn was money right there. That was very critical, a lot of water, and, you know, a nice warm-up. Good way to start.
Well, that backhand turn has been a weapon for Joanne Defay in competition, something that she can rely on, developing that in her, you know, development as a surfer, getting raised on Reunion Island. Got 6 CT wins to her credit, Joanne, and most of those wins were on left, so she really leaned into that ability on the backhand to have that leverage off the top. 4.17 checks in for Joanne Defay. Early lead to Joanne with the 27 minutes, 20 seconds on the countdown. Your experience, Vahini, I want to get into your mind a little bit. This has been a great event for you. You've gone back-to-back semifinals in the past 2 years here.
Yeah, it's true. Like in the last 2 years, the conditions were not even that good. It was more like, it was small. So that's good too, because my favorite is Teahupo'o when it's bigger, and made it to the semis when it was not that good. So yeah, it's just good experience. And for this year, like having the wild card and with the Olympics coming up, like it's such a good you know, situation and mimic for the Olympics, like for where we're staying, the boats, the staff, the, you know, the coaches, like. So it's nice to be with the French team. I'm actually staying with Joanne, like further, like 5 minutes away from the wave. We're sleeping in the same house, eating the same food, the same boats, and so it's nice, like yeah, to kind of have that vibe.
Yeah, so you have a lot of support from the French government as a team here.
Well, you know, Tahiti is part of France, so. Yeah, the French Federation is taking care of us and for all the organization and stuff.
So you're kind of doing double duty. You get to work on practice for the Olympics, but also you can win a title here in Tahiti. There we go with Tyler Wright. Gets a little bit of a shack there to begin with. So maybe a similar score for Tyler. And that is going to be her answer back against Joanne Defay. Here goes JoJo. Wave number 2 for Joanne. Stalls to the pocket there. Now she's going to set up a turn on the backhand again. Just vicious the way she's able to put the board through his paces. Make it 2 turns for Joanne Defay before she kicks out, Jess.
Yeah, that was great surfing for her once again. Obviously, the last 2 heats have been a little bit on the slow side, but I mean, I'm hoping that they're going to get some opportunities to get some barrels. As you see it right there, Tyler was just kind of looking straight for a barrel right there, and she did a good job. Probably the best barrel of the heat so far, and great footwork right there in order to get into position for the barrel ride. So nice start for Tyler as well. Good warm up.
Let you talk through this replay, Vahine.
I feel like it was a clean barrel. She maybe could have stalled right away, but it was a hard wave, like small to go in it. And then Joanne in the back, hard. It was short barrel and then 2 big turns. So I think she's gonna have another backup.
Back to live action, and a drag there. Has to manage through some whitewater before diving off the board. Tyler Wright, so Tyler will get 2 waves in her scoreline. So the scoreline will be complete for both of the surfers to set the situation here in this heat. So we're waiting for 3 scores from our judges. Can you tell me, Vahine, what do you see out there right now as far as swell direction? I know you know this reef really well. What do you see out there right now?
Well, I feel like the swell is definitely, you know, dropping a little. It's like slower, and compared to this morning, the waves are half the size or even smaller. So definitely on the dropping side. And then for tomorrow, I think that it's gonna be even smaller than today. So, but in a couple of days, there's good swell coming. So I hope they wait for those 2 days and put us in those conditions. For the women's, at least on the on the increasing swell or on the decreasing swell, like it would be perfect for us.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you out there. Let's check in with Molly Picklum. She just made it through the elimination round. We'll see her in the quarterfinals, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Well, that was a weird heat, but a win is a win. Describe that situation when you're just sitting out there waiting for those opportunities. Sometimes you guys were kind of in and out of the right spot. But again, at the end of the day, a win is a win. But you tell us what that 35 minutes was like.
Yeah, I think it was a slow 35 minutes. Obviously, being in Tahiti, chopes, it's like you want to get the wave of your life. You want to get barreled to get a win. So that was unfortunate for sure. And obviously, we know what Betty Lou and I can do. And when there's waves, we fire each other up. But unfortunately, there was literally no waves, and she had to go to turns to try and make it through. But yeah, it kind of just came down to competitive smarts. And I felt like we both played it smart. It was just I got the better end of the stick on that one.
Well, the good news is usually when you have a heat like that early on, the rest of your heats are going to be absolutely incredible. Are you looking forward to what's potentially going to come through for the rest of the week?
Yeah, hopefully I've gotten my shockers out of the way, 2 for 2. So yeah, no, I think the forecast looks fun, and hopefully we get some waves. And I don't know, I mean, you come here and you definitely want to try and put your barrel skills to the test, and hopefully that happens with these waves coming.
Okay, well, my phone was about to die. I was going to show you some of my clips from out here, which I don't have any, but I got this Mophie Charger, so let's watch a couple of your last waves from that heat. We'll just go through it. I'm no coach, but we can take a look.
Glenn's going to grill me. Yeah. No, we're going to have a little look, for sure. Let's do it.
All right. Well, thankfully, the Mophie Charger's out here to keep us charged up for the rest of the afternoon. Good luck in your next one. It's not going to be a shocker. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's pray for waves.
I think we're hoping that those prayers will be fulfilled. I have a feeling, given the Surfline forecast, that they will. Another note, too, out there on the interview boat, the athlete boat, we have Mophie Chargers. So your phone runs out of juice in the middle of the channel, you can get more juice, get those bars back, keep up with all your messages in between heats, I guess. You take a cell phone out there in the channel?
Yeah, but I put it away because if not, it's, yeah, I have to focus on the wave.
Here's a replay, Jess, Tyler Wright in the third wave.
Yeah, great stall technique right there for her, getting underneath and getting a backup score. Try to go for turns right there, but ended up getting caught on that bottom turn a little bit, but she has no priority, so you gotta kind of go to swing, and I like the positioning that she was on the wave. She looked good, solid. stalled very well, and the positioning on the lineup without priority as well, maybe looking for the west bow and capitalize with Joanne seating a little bit deeper as we see it right now.
Joanne gets a pump in there, pulling up on the rail, gets through that section, and that is going to change the complex of this entire heat. That's going to be the breakaway wave and the breakaway score for Joanne Defay. First impression, Vahine, of that wave.
Wow, she was so deep, and we couldn't see her the whole entire wave, and her technique was amazing. So the wave was clean, and she got the one that stood out.
Look at this, Jess. Check out this pump into them.
That's exactly, like you nailed. That first pump is what set up. Like, as you saw, that wave was kind of underneath and very west, so it kind of kept running all the way into a closeout. So she barely had any time to doggy door. But that first pump, she brought her board all the way up, brought the front knee into her chest, giving that leverage. She got that good drive and going through the fumble right there, just in front of it, and right here, the wave was closing out. Just snicked the perfect timing, perfect read on that wave. That looks excellent in my eyes.
This was an extremely technical barrel ride where we see this on the replay, and Joanne having to change her angles of the board throughout that barrel and then sneak out a doggy door. Vahine, talk to us about this.
Yeah, her progression the last 3 years has been insane. Like, every year she comes back and better, and the way she read that wave, like how she timed, you know, when she got out before it closed out was perfect. And the little claim with the smile is her signature move too. So I think she was happy with that one, and the score reflects it.
It sure does. We felt that it was an excellent score, and it came through as an excellent score. An 8.83 for Joanne Defay. She goes way out in the lead against Tyler Wright. Tyler's hearing the news right now that she needs a 9.23, but Joanne going absolutely excellent and well rewarded, nearly a 9-point ride.
And that's what we're hoping for this heat, you know, like she started kind of going for turns, and you expect them to get barreled, and right there just providing, and that was awesome.
Priority with Tyler Wright. Here she goes. She uses that priority, gets to the bottom, yanks up on the rail of her own, right in the barrel. Tyler comes through with the spin, and she answers straight back. And feeling good with that barrel completion into kicking out the channel. 9.23 though is the mark. I'm going to go to my analyst first on that one. 9.23. What do you think, Jess?
I don't know if it's going to be at a 9.23, but that takeoff was very critical. It was one of those waves that had the tallness in it, but he held enough to go to the inside ledge and just be very throaty, which once you're paddling for it's, you know, like it takes your breath away a little bit. Like there's a lot of intensity. As you see it right there, it's like doubling up under her. She almost airdrops, pull up high, gets deep and comes out with the speed. That was so technical, very hard to do. Maybe not as deep as Joanne got on her wave, but definitely a taller wave. And I mean, both were pretty amazing rides.
Yeah, that was very technical. She went higher and came out with the spit. And looked stoked too, so.
Love the water angles that we're getting here to round out our replays, as well as our slow motion angles, and just the giggles in the channel once you get through. Here's a slow motion look at it.
Look at, she gets very high after that bottom turn because there's so much water pushing her up, and then as soon as she gets high, she almost starts to catch her body into it. She starts to go and adjust a little bit lower and just squeeze through it. That was amazing technique for Tyler.
Back to live action with Joanne Defay. And Joanne again looking to ditch that backup of 4.6. Tyler Wright right behind her. Tyler in the barrel has to get through the foam ball, and the foam ball wins this time against Tyler Wright. So waiting for 2 scores for Tyler Wright.
I was talking with Tyler in the water during our free surfs, and she was asking me a little bit about the lineups and which waves, and I told her, I say, Owen won that event a couple of years ago. Did you ask him? And she said, yeah, but he told me figure it out too, like you need to feel it. So I think she's feeling it right now, and it's good to see her riding waves and showing her barrel skills.
Yeah, big brother Owen Wright winning in 2019 out here against Gabe Medina. I called it poetic retribution because in that final, Owen turned the heat right at the end And that's exactly what Gabe Medina did to him in 2018 in the previous year. So he had the payback right there. So that was a beautiful wave. Beautiful performance by Owen Wright. That was a beautiful wave by Tyler Wright. Here we go at 8.6. So we got a heat on our hands now, Jesse. Right back in. Now Tyler, all she needs is a 4.84. Things are going back and forth here.
Totally. And she has priority right now, even though she got that last wave of the set. She was able to kind of just muscle through that turbulence underwater and get out back pretty quick. So that's an advantage at this point of the heat. With 15 minutes left, the next exchange is going to really put some pressure in either of the opponents, and she has the edge right now with having priority and only needing a 4.84.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of talk about Paris 2024. We're anticipating surfing second showing in the Olympics. Here's the WSL qualified surfers, and I got sitting right next to me one of the qualified surfers with a chance at a gold medal. I mean, I know that's a lot of pressure. I know that's a lot to think about, Vahine, but you got a chance to gold medal, and you, throughout consistency, have been putting on the best performances at this wave. So it's almost like you're going to be playing at the Olympics on your home court.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I was talking with my parents about it, and qualifying for the first time for the Olympics at my home break, like, I couldn't dream of a better scenario, and winning a gold medal here would be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, yeah, I know it would be a dream come true, right? Yeah. And is it hard to keep the pressure off of yourself? Because I feel like you have all of Tahiti really in your corner and want you to win so badly.
Yeah, it's true. I have so much support, and from Tahiti, France, like all over the world. And actually, like, I kind of feel like the dark horse because I'm not on tour. Those girls, most of the girls have already done an Olympic at Tokyo, so I don't have that experience either. And so it's kind of new for me, and I kind of take it as like a good opportunity to just, you know, let go and enjoy my time at my first Olympics at home.
I feel like you should be on tour. I mean, after you won your World Junior title, I'm like, hey, this girl's going to be on tour. And then you came so close. I remember you got 9th in the Challenger Series rankings, back-to-back 10th in the Challenger Series rankings. I mean, you've been so close year after year. Right now, you're sitting at, I think, number 7, right? So could this be the breakout year? We're going to find out. But you had a great start over there in Australia. How are you feeling on your CS season so far?
Yeah, this season is crazy. Like, I have the Challenger Series, the Olympics, the CT venue here, so I'm, you know, kind of busy, but it's nice. It's nice to get through heats, get experience, and well, being against the best in the world. Like this morning, I was against Tyler, 2-time world champs, #1, Caitlin Simmers. So I couldn't dream of a better, you know, contest to train at.
Yeah, and just give you confidence because you do it here, you do it once, you just get that same feeling, you do it again, and there you go. Well, we got another ride here. That was Tyler on that last ride. She needs a 5.17. We'll take a look at the replay, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a nice wave for her once again. Nice takeoff. She's like being very critical on those, like kind of late, but making sure she has the drive as she hits the bottom turn. And good way to stall right there. Great technique. Got up and high, and then came out pretty clean. And combo it up with a nice scuddy. So yeah, she's looking good. She's probably going to take the lead on this heat, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe turning the heat at this moment at the 12-minute mark. We're waiting for that score to come through for Tyler Wright. A reminder, you can see in the needs column, she just needs a 5.17 to take the lead over Joanne Defay. Both surfers going into the excellent range in this heat. So it's been a great matchup with the 2 tour vets.
Yeah, I feel like Tyler is so comfortable. Like, looks like she's sitting on a couch. Like, she looks really, really comfortable in her technique and can slow down and speed up whenever she needs to. So that's good surfing from her. And it feels like with the tide dropping, there's a little bit more waves coming through. So this heat has a little bit more sets.
Well, can't wait to see how this turns out. We're waiting for a score for Tyler Wright. We're going to sip it up, froth it up. We're taking a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat and the score for Tyler Wright when we return.
Last of blue is a sweep. for blue is a 6, so blue will shoot first with an 8.6 and a 6. Now red with a 5.77. 11 minutes remaining, first priority red. La dernière base de la surfeuse en bleu a été notée 6 points. Ajouté à son 8.6, ça l'a fait passer en tête. Joanne de Fer au rouge qui a la priorité et qui a besoin d'un 5.77. 5.77. Il reste 10 minutes et 40 secondes.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Mophie, stay powerful. Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And Bank of Tahiti, official banking partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Oh, coming back in with the reggae soundtrack to live action here. We promised you a score for Tyler Wright, and there it is, a 6-point ride. Tyler turns the heat with her last ride. She needed 5.17, did better than that, 6-point ride. Tyler Wright now on top. Joanne DeFay chasing a 5.77. Joanne with priorities, Kuiper girl, Vahine Fierro, and Jessie Mendez on the call in this third heat of the women's elimination round. No surprise, Tyler turned the heat with that last wave. Jessie, now it's Joanne's turn, and she doesn't need a big number, 5.77, just above mid-range.
I totally agree with the judges in that situation. If you look back into the 4-point rides we had in this heat so far, as far as the tube riding, she had a little bit more length. The wave was a little bit taller. She was deeper. And she comboed up with a nice cutback, which it doesn't add too much, but it does add a little bit to the scoring. So 6-point ride was pretty fair. And I mean, still wide open heat, 8 minutes, 5.77. I mean, Joanne with priority totally capable of. She's already got almost a 9-point ride, an 8.83 on this heat. So let's see how it rolls out.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a breaking the action right now before the next exchange. It gives me a chance to ask Vahine Fierro, the local, more questions. So free surfs, you're out here with the other women. You said Tyler asked you some advice and stuff like that. How much advice do you really give your competitors? Do you keep any secrets?
No, I think they see me moving around, so they know where I like to sit. They know how I move, so I'm not afraid of telling them, yeah, look over there, look at that bump, look at that swell, because, you know, they're all so good that one day they will figure it out. And I'm, you know, if I can help in any ways, like to inspire other girls to learn about the lineup, learn about barrel techniques, well, I'm happy to contribute to that. And it's just a really positive, reinforcing cycle between women's.
Tahitians, so welcoming. You know what's inspiring for the other women is some of your performance here. Let's take a look just to this morning, a 9.33 for Vahine Fierro. Talk us through your own wave here, Vahine.
Well, right there I took off, and it was the first time riding that board, so I didn't know if it was going to hold the first foam ball that I hit, and then I hit the second foam ball, and at that point I was just like, okay, I don't know if I'm going to make it. And all of a sudden I felt my board lifting, and I came out with the spit, so I was super stoked. But I didn't know I was that deep until I saw the wave, that angle of the judges, and yeah, watching it out there, I was like super, super happy.
Wow. Well, great job by you. Great job by Britt Merrick, just giving you a magic board first try.
Well, it's actually my boards for the Olympics that I'm testing out, so I think that one is a keeper.
I would say so. I would say so. Oh, awesome job. Well, we got down to 6 minutes. Joanne Defay chasing a score, holding priority. So Joanne does have, you know, all the opportunity in the world right now, because I feel, and again, I'm going to ask you, Fahine, is this enough time, 6 minutes, for another set to come through?
Yeah, for sure. Like Teahupo'o, in that heat, there was sets every, what, 5-8 minutes. So it's been already 3 minutes that we've been waiting. And with 5 minutes and a half, there's so much time. Gabriel Menina did it. He did it in 1 minute earlier. He caught back-to-back waves in 1 minute. So they can get both, you know, I don't know, 10 waves.
Yeah, no, we saw, to your point, we saw both Gabe Medina and Ethan Ewing really turn their heats in the final 2 minutes of the heat. Here we got the women paddling, some repositioning. Looks like Joanne's interested in this one. A little bit of a cat and mouse game, Jesse.
I mean, always, you know, when it gets to those last 5 minutes, you kind of want to show your opponent that you're right there. Any mistakes he does, or she does in this case, you're just going to try and capitalize on it. So it adds that little pressure. Look how close they are. Like, there's the whole ocean for you to sit, and you're just right there, you know. It's like you just want to make sure the other opponent feels the intensity in the water.
And that is, you know, that's someone, these two, like I said, have met up 18 times in CT competition. They both have super high heat IQs and know how to play the game, because there's surfing, which we've seen excellent surfing by both surfers here in this heat, but there's also the sport of surfing, right? There's also the game in being able to perform, Fahine, in that 30 or 35-minute period.
Yeah, it's, you know, for me, surfing out here, I'm more a free surfer, and then with Jeremy the last year, we kind of been narrowing it down to a 30-minute heat. Like, what would you do in 30 minutes and not in a 3-hour free surf session? So it's very different. It's two complete different games. And with my sparring partner, Kaoli Bast, he's like one of the best out there for me. And I've been sparring with him, and I lost 10 out of 10 heats against him. So I have a really hard opponent, but it's been really cool to just practice and put myself in that mindset of 30 minutes, 2 waves, and, you know, get the job done.
Yeah, and Kauli also being a goofy footer, can you learn some stuff from him as far as technique stuff, but both of you being goofy foots?
Yeah, Kauli, you know, he's so competitive. He's like fiery, competitive, and me, I kind of need that, you know, so it's a really good compliment for me to have him around, and he's always like showing me around, like where to sit. Like, I call one of the peaks Kaoli's Peak, because at first I couldn't see it, and then now I can see it, like where he gets like the waves, and they're everybody's priority. So it's just, well, yeah, it's a good, we just practice and uplift each other, so we have a good team.
Yeah, Kaoli, another Tahitian surfer that I feel belongs on the championship tour. A lot of people know him for his barrel riding and everything. I was surfing another one of these passes a couple of days ago, and Kaoli was doing giant 6-foot full rotation airs. So he's got, I don't know if he gets credit for all that, he gets a lot of credit for the barrel riding, but he's another surfer like yourself, Fahine, that I feel, you know, you guys belong on the championship tour. I can't wait for you guys to get there. 2.5 minutes here, and this is when things get really tense, Jesse.
Yes, because now with less time, it gives you less opportunities. Most likely she would have one opportunity right now to pull the trigger. So she needs to make sure she's going to capitalize on that and get the 5.77. So it just builds up. With 5 minutes, you know, left, you might be sitting there and it's like, okay, if I commit a mistake, maybe I'll have another chance. But now, committing a mistake is going to cost her a lot. Yeah. So make sure you're in the right one and make sure you make it.
It's one wave almost at this point. I mean, I guess the paddle's so short, perhaps it could get 2. Do you have anything that you do, Fahine, just to calm yourself in stressful situations like this that Joanne's in?
I think just, you know, trust that the ocean's gonna send you a wave at some point, and she has prio, so she's, you know, she has all the control in the world, and it's just about the ocean sending her a wave at this point.
Yeah, it's almost like at this point, it's almost faith that you have to have faith that you're going to, and then, you know what, if the ocean doesn't for Joanne, there's absolutely nothing she could have done, right?
Exactly.
Jesse, it's not like there's an inside option or anything.
100%. There's not much you can do. Sometimes it's just not meant to be. She still got time, like, and you know, like sometimes you don't really see sets stacking up here so much because they come from so deep, and all of a sudden they pop up. Mostly in a day like today, that the waves are not so tall, swell decreasing. So let's see. Hopefully they get both of them get an opportunity right now.
Well, down to 45 seconds, and me doing some quick ocean math with the swell period, I would say that's the opportunity for just 3 waves to pass underneath them before the hooter sounds. So this would be wave number 1 right here at the 30-second mark. And let's see if Joanne's interested in this one. That the one doesn't eventuate. So you can see the second wave out there. That's going to hit the reef right about the 18-second mark.
Just a very deep one, yeah? Like, had more energy up the top as you see the wave breaking.
And so that's going to be it. And it will be Tyler Wright. On to the quarterfinals. And Joanne Defay, even though I'm going excellent with the highest single wave score, that was not enough. So Joanne Defay eliminated from competition with an equal ninth. Maruru, mahalo, thank you, Vahine, for your time, and look forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you for having me. See you in a couple of days.
That's right. All right, we're on to a quick break, but we're going to come back with more action. Heat number 4 on the water. It's going to be Brisa Hennessy coming up against Gabriella Bryan when we return.
Qualification de l'Australian Tyler Wright au dépend de Joanne Defay. Et nous allons retrouver la dernière série du round d'élimination des femmes avec en rouge la costaricaine Brisa Hennessy opposée à la hawaïenne Gabriella Bryan en bleu.
Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come do activations with them.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae. It doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Coral reef, it creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. That's my life, really, because I'm a surfer, and I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean, and the ocean always gives to us, and we just have to give back.
Healthy coral, healthy ocean. Shiseido Blue Project contributing to WSL One Ocean and their activation here with the coral gardeners. Love what they're doing. Here we go, final heat of the day. Elimination round for the women. Heat number 4, Brisa Hennessy coming up against Gabriella Bryan, Kaipogura, along with Jessie Mendez on the call. Thoughts on this heat? well, look at the rankings. Number 4 coming against number 5 on this one, Jesse. This is a grudge match.
This is awesome because it adds pressure to it. Looked like Gabby had a wave right here, right on the start. Little airdrop and went straight. Oh, that's almost the worst thing you can do because she was in line to pull it in. Maybe she was a little too deep, but it's the safest way usually for you. Obviously, you can't predict how the wipeout is going to be, but the safest way for you to be is like inside the barrel and not with the lip landing on your back or something because that pushes you down into the coral. But yeah, this is going to be a great match because it's, you know, interference into the top 5 contenders.
Yeah, I mean, someone who's currently in the final 5 will be bounced out of there. Whoever loses this matchup here, because they're meeting early on in this elimination round. They've met 6 times in their career. 4 wins for Brisa Hennessy, 2 wins for Gabby Bryant when they come up against each other. But the one that stings Gabby and that Brisa can lean on is in 2022. In this round, in the elimination round, Brisa was able to take a win over Gabriella Bryant.
And also, I don't think you can discard any results on the second half, correct?
No throwaways. So for these last 4 events on the championship tour, every single result factors into your rankings, and those factor into your chance of being in that final 5. Brisa Hennessy, 24 years old, representing Costa Rica. We will see her as well in the Paris Olympics. She's been a runner-up here in Tahiti before, looking back to 2022, where she shared the final with Courtney Conlogue. Courtney took the win, Brisa, but with a great march through heats all the way into that finals appearance. Brisa this season, she's had 3 semifinals appearances, semifinals at Pipe, at Bells, and at Margaret River. So she's had a very consistent season for Brisa. Gabriella Bryant, kind of a different story where she struggled through and she was looking at potentially getting relegated off of the championship tour onto the Challenger Series, and then she took that big win at Margaret River for Gabby Bryant, and that vaulted her into number 5 on the rankings, saving her spot on tour. In that final, she was outstanding and even was able to ride a wave with the Dolphins there at Margaret River. Shared that final with Sawyer Lindblad, also who had to make the final to keep herself on tour. And that is her maiden championship tour victory over there at Margaret River. So good feelings for Gabriella Bryant. Last time she had a jersey on, she won the event.
And I mean, very fair, because the type of surfing she was doing at Margaret River, her carves are second to none. The amount of power and water that she can throw and how much she can lay, and not just lay but relay on that inside rail is incredible. Like, I don't see any girls with that amount of power that she has on the rail.
Yeah, that's her frontside carve is definitely one of her signature moves, where she powers through that frontside carve, has a little extra push towards the end of that turn, and it really is a signature turn for number 77, Gabriella Bryant, just 22 years old, out of Kilauea on the island of Kauai. And she just has a fractional score, so she basically handed over priority now to Brisa Hennessy as we fly by here on our Shiseido flight cam. And by the way, the flight cam has been doing a tremendous job all day long, tracking surfers in the tube. Thank you to Shiseido and their flight cam. I love the over the reef and in the air action, especially tracking those tube rides for that additional perspective.
Yeah, it's awesome, and even those gives a good idea of how the lineup is. You can see that cross swell produced by the east winds that are blowing pretty strong, and you know, like as you see it right there, it seems more calm and clear. When you see it from the flight cam, you can actually have a better look of how things are looking out there, and it's usually pretty raw here in Tahiti.
Yeah, raw like some delicious poisson cru that I'm looking forward to a little bit later.
That makes 2
for
of
dinner.
us.
So if you don't know, we just fill you in. Poisson cru is a local dish, raw fish with lime and coconut milk, some vegetables in there, and it is absolutely delicious, or as we say in Hawaiian, ono. It's actually my favorite right here.
It is my favorite, and it's fresh coconut milk, which makes a lot of difference.
It's true.
It's amazing. Like, it's incredible. It's a good recipe. Everyone should do it.
Well, these two have to be patient and before firing off. They saw what happened in the last heat, though, with excellent scores being thrown down by both Joanne DeFay and Tyler Wright. So they know those excellent waves are out there. Lots of time on the clock. We've been running 35-minute heats all day today, so we gave that extra 5 minutes for this opening day of competition here. And still a lot on the Rhine. And you know what? Also, this is the last heat of the day, but I just want to remind everyone that we're going to wrap up all of today's action with the Corona Cerro post show that's going to be happening right after this final heat of the day, where we will go through all of today's happenings. We got a bunch of stuff to highlight. We have a bunch of excellent scores. We've got a bunch of big barrels. We have so much stuff that happening, and that's just showing me, Jesse, that this is just the opening day. We're going to have an epic event this year. Everyone's talking about it, but I'm just thinking that we're going to will that to happen. Surfline's telling us it's going to happen. We're feeling that it's going to happen. There's been a swell train of different south swells and southwest swells hitting Tahiti for nearly a month now. And it's something that we're certainly looking forward to as this competition develops. We take a look at our Surfline forecast and a little bit of a read into what could be the future here. And the future in Tahiti looks really bright, just like the mountains. Take a look at these lows coming off of New Zealand, just lining up for a southwest swell.
Yeah, that looks amazing, and it's just being produced. And from what I heard, it's actually not that long of a period like the swell we had last week, which is a pretty solid swell. So we're probably going to see more consistent than what you've seen at the last week. And it's just going to be, I mean, if today was already amazing, imagine the next few days going to be bigger and even better winds probably.
Yeah. There you saw it scooting around New Zealand, developing low down there. Take a look at our long range forecast. Look at Wednesday. 6 to 10 foot faces, growing to 8 to 12 foot faces, and the wind offshore.
You can't ask for a better combo for here, man. It's going to be, I can't wait.
I'm way looking forward to that. But right now, we're present in the moment with these two out on the water. Gabriella Bryant, Brisa Hennessy battling for the last spot in the quarterfinals. And then we'll be seeding those quarterfinals and look forward to that. So things move pretty quickly, especially for the women post-cut back half of the season.
Yes, it does. And right now, we would be looking at a restart in 3.5 minutes if Gabby wouldn't got that 2.43. So, you know, that kind of plays in a little bit into their heads. You know, it's like, oh, mostly Brisa is like, oh, we could have had a restart, had more time here and be more selective. But now they're going to basically have a 23-minute heat. Obviously, Brisa with the advantage right now at having priority, but it's so early in the, and no one had capitalized on anything yet that anything could happen.
.22:45 on the clock, and still the lull in the water, setting up for the last spot in the quarterfinals between these two. And like you said, because that one wave was ridden, although it's been very lully, because that one wave was ridden by Gabriella Bryant, is that there's not going to be a new clock. So this is going to turn into a hustle game, but we've seen it. We were just talking about in the last heat, how a number of the heats today were highlighted really in the last 5 minutes when a flurry of waves came through.
Yes, and that's all it takes. Basically, all day we've been going through some glimpse of consistency throughout the swell, and then it goes slow for a while. So if you look back, even the heat before, we had all the high scores from Tyler and Joanne were basically in a few minutes difference. So kind of like the ocean likes to take a little rest, and then it comes in a flurry, and then a lot of waves are ridden, and then it goes slow again. So we might probably be seeing some waves pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks like some waves are hitting the lineup, hitting the reef right here. We'll see if Gabriella Bryan under priority moves in just to have another swing at it. Quarterfinals coming up, but we can tell you a couple of quarterfinal matchups. Quarterfinal number 2 will feature Caroline Marks and Sawyer Lindblad. Quarterfinal number 3 will be Molly Picklum, Vahine Fierro. Quarterfinal number 4, Tyler Wright and Tatiana Weston Webb. And the winner of this heat will be going up against Carissa Moore in the quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you look as far as heats, that heat number 3 right there looks, I mean, all the heats looks pretty stacked if you ask me, but that's a special one right there. You see Molly with all that she has been doing the last few events as far as tube riding, mostly pipeline, and then you have probably the most knowledgeable, best surfer out here at Teahupo'o, which is Vahine Fierro. It's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Yeah. Caroline Marks up against Sawyer Lindblad. The Goofy Foot shootout is going to be a really, really interesting one. The defending champ coming against the rookie who's been coming into form.
And also, like a little bit of they already matched up a few times. They matched up in Portugal. They matched up in this event in the first round. So a little bit of rivalry building up, and they actually have very similar approaches, in my opinion. They kind of attack the wave similar. Obviously, Caroline is more mature, more polished because she's been on tour for longer, so she knows how the waves work better. But man, Sawyer has been putting it down some amazing turns and amazing barrels.
Well, 1940 on the clock, still no waves ridden, so it's time to check out with our last heat winner. Tyler Wright had to go excellent up against Joanne DeFay. She's in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Tyler, that was a very entertaining, awesome heat to watch, but you had to earn every single point you got. Some of those tube rides looked rowdy, looked absolutely violent.
Yeah, a little bit rowdy in there, but honestly, that was like kind of like my first proper barrels the entire time I've been here, so I've just been like kind of just easing into a little bit, but then like you get one and you kind of like hit the adrenaline and you're like, I could do this all goddamn day. So that was, yeah, the second one I think like bucked me off right at the corner, and I was, that one felt like almost better than the 8, so I was like, when I was in there anyway. But you know, you kind of like, it feels, I feel like they all feel incredible, and then sometimes you get like a 3 and you're like, best 3 I've ever had. But you know, that's Teahupo'o. So I think it's just honestly like to catch a few waves out there right then was, I don't know, I feel lucky for that. I feel, yeah, to have 2 people out, it's pretty nice, and the atmosphere here is beautiful, and yeah, so I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
Yeah, I could almost feel the gratitude and stoke when you jumped on the boat. Yeah. Does it mess with your mind a little bit when the heat before you is pretty much flat for the majority of that heat? Does that kind of try to switch what you have going on and, you know, kind of mess with you before you paddle out?
I try not to take too much stock on what I see sometimes, and more what I feel, the energy-wise in the ocean. Like, so there was 5 waves in that last heat that I felt they missed. So it was kind of like come from under and then go to it, and it was just about kind of positioning myself that way. But like I've kind of, my last heat at Margs, I did that as well, like kind of took too much stock in the heat before and didn't actually go off the energy and the feelings that I was actually picking up on, but was kind of ignoring because the heat before there was no one caught anything. So I try to tune back into the ocean and into me and what we're kind of picking up and working with her, and you know, and like kind of feeling when there's a pulse and when it's gone, kind of done. And so like even the 6, I was like, it wasn't the best looking wave, but I was like, honestly, I don't feel like there's anything else coming. And then there was like a 15-minute lull again. So I try and tune in to the ocean and what she's kind of communicated in the present time, even though you can, like all day, there's been 2 sets.
So you're like, all right, that's a pretty reliable fact. Even the heat before, there was still 2. So you kind of like wager it up.
Yeah. Well, you got quarterfinals coming up. We got a rising swell. What do you do to deal with the anticipation?
Honestly, I'm still learning. Like, I was here for that last swell, and look, I'm scared. Like, I hit my head about a week ago now, and it wasn't really a full concussion, but it was just like it kind of like stirred it up a little bit from my one in January, and so it's one of those ones where I'm working with my team to like get me back on track, but also kind of just like in heats, giving myself permission to go, and then outside of heats, it's just a no. It's just more like, hey, like just kind of do what you need to do. I love this stuff, so as soon as I hit adrenaline, I want to do it over and over again, and so it's just trying to balance that out. And yeah, like the big stuff at the moment is a little bit scary for me, and I haven't, but yeah, it's I love leaning into that at times, and I'm pretty calculated as well, so I don't know, like the fear thing, I swear like anticipation is almost worse than the actual wipeout itself. Like I remember when I was younger, I just send it on the first one sometimes just to get absolutely smoked and be like, oh, that was fine. But as I've matured, I don't really do that anymore. And so it's just, yeah, finding a way to hold both things. Hold the fear as well as like kind of knowing that, hey, I trust myself so much more than that fear. Like I trust, and like leaning into the trust side of it over the emotion, really.
Awesome. Well, we can't wait to see what you do next. Good luck out there in the quarters.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, yeah, Tyler Wright, we will see her in the quarterfinals. Outstanding elimination round, high-scoring elimination round between those two. Tyler, two-wave total of 14.6 over Joanne DeFace, so she's able to get the numbers. This is a low-scoring event, but still, there's a space open in the quarterfinals, and it's going to be Gabby Bryant or Brisa Hennessy as we're down to 14 minutes and 20 seconds here. No big scores on the board. Brisa did get a wave during that interview, and it was just a 1.8. This is it.
Yeah, that was actually a great wave selection for her. Letting that rail go, which is very impressive on the woman's side. That technique is so hard to do. She was impeccable right there. Just the wave started to run a little bit too much and got very small, so she didn't have room to actually drive through those sections. But that first little bit, getting the drive without the hands, that was very technical and hard to do.
Priority now with Gabby Bryant. And no breakaway scores as of yet. The flotilla is still in place. All the action out there. Our officials boat, Red Bull athlete boat, and we're flying away on this Shiseido flight cam straight into a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Who's it going to be? Gabby Bryant, Brisa Hennessy? Find out after this.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Hilton Hotel Tahiti, for the stay. And by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
So we're out here in the lineup at Teahupo'o, and we're here with all of the young girls out of Tahiti, the very best of the best.
We had a bunch of girls from different parts of the island, and half of them were all coming back from the World Juniors in El Salvador, and so they were all fired up, I think, from that contest coming into this one with world champs in the water.
I'm pretty sure like a majority of these girls are charging harder than I am, so I love to see the future of women surfing.
I've been surfing Teahupo'o since I was like 4.5. I think the Rising Tides is really cool, that we can go surf with all the pro girls. It's really inspiring.
Rising Tides is so important to show up and be there for the next generation. It's like a really positive, reinforcing cycle.
It's funner to be surfing with other kids and girls, especially girls, because it's just like, it's funner, you know? You have a bunch of your friends out.
What you kind of see is when you have a group of young women coming up together, they all push each other. Right now we've got a couple of really young, really good young girls coming out of Tahiti, and they're all coming through these competitive pathway together, and it's awesome because I'm going to watch them, you know, really push each other, and that's how you really thrive to get there to the championship tour.
Rising Tides! Another great Rising Tides activation here in Tahiti. Brisa Hennessy pulling into this one, traveling through a nice barrel. And Brisa finds the exit door on that one. Gabby Bryant answering back here. Pulls up, pulls high, pulls in, and gets eaten up. Incomplete for Gabriella Bryant. So waiting for the scores to come through on that last exchange. Score comes through for Gabriella Bryant at 1.43. Still waiting for the score for Brisa Hennessy. Brisa with the only make so far in this heat. So the feeling is that she's going to break away with that wave, and she sure does, Jesse. A 6.83 for Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, that was great wave selection for Brisa right there. Just nice and deep, perfect clean west bow. A little bit on the smaller side, but she was just able to drive through very nicely. And as you see right here, just a little bit underneath. Perfect positioning right there, very deep going through the foam bowl. You see the nose of her board lifting it up a little bit. You're gonna see it better on the side angle right here. Maybe not, but still right there. Look at that. The board just shaking, getting the lift on the nose. That means just the foam bowl is trying to buckle her off, but she was just solid in her stance and came out of that clean and got rewarded.
There's all the digits there. Throughout the high and the low, we end up with a 6.83 in the lead for Brisa Hennessy. Brisa on Town & Country surfboards. We got a cool paint job on those Glen Pang shapes. And I would imagine a lot of the rocker profiles on those boards are similar to the ones that Glen uses for the islands, for the Hawaii Islands too, and the North Shore.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Both very heavy water waves. Usually a lot of wind involved. Obviously right now you can see not white capping so much out the back anymore, so we're getting into the before dark sunset time that the winds do mellow out a bit, but still usually you work with a lot of wind here and a lot of pressure on the wave.
On the paddle, Priority with Gabby Bryant. Gabby looks interested in this one. Good looking wall up in front of her. Drops straight in. And that is just going to be a switch in priority and heat control to Brisa Hennessy. Brisa with lead and now has priority. She recognizes that, maybe just pulling back a bit and wants to control the lineup.
Yes, a missed opportunity there for Gabby because that wave looked very nice, and what it does here a lot of times, the wave stacked up pretty high, but because it's on the smaller side, it's stacked up on the second shelf, but it doesn't have enough power. As you see her right there, she started paddling sideways, but the wave's actually going way underneath her. And what that does, she just delays herself and airdrops it, and that's when you're a bit too late on it because that was a great wave, had great opportunity. Unfortunately there for her because now it's 6 minutes left. You know, Brisa has a 6.83 and the priority, like she's looking in a good spot.
Well, going back to that wave for Gabby Bryant, do you feel like she needed to be further in on that wave to be able to get it?
When she first started paddling, my first notice is she was kind of paddling towards the west bow because that's where it stacks up the most. The wave really grows down the line. as you see right there, even before she was paddling down the line more, but the wave goes underneath you and really ledges up. That's why it gets so hollow here at Teahupo'o. And then because of that first paddle, and she wasn't able to identify the wave was going to double up under her, she got stuck a little bit on the top and kind of missed the opportunity to be underneath. And that's what guys like John, Kelly, on their backhand do it so well. Barham and Mia, if you notice, they're always underneath the ledge, and just able to put themselves just late enough to squeeze through the barrier and get as deep as you can.
Yeah, I guess you know, and maybe we can break it down, Jesse, is that they're not paddling from the outside in. They're already inside underneath and put themselves underneath, which takes a lot of just mental space to put yourself in that position in the first place.
Definitely. It takes guts, and it takes a lot of trust that you've done that before and it worked, because it looks like you're not going to make it, but the wave just gives you, this type of waves usually give you that slight moment. If you're in that good spot, it's going to let you roll in, and basically they're bottom turning, taking off, bottom turning inside the barrel already. That's basically what they're doing. And right there, Gabby paddled kind of sideways towards the right of the screen, and then once she actually noticed, oh, it's going to double up underneath, it was a little bit too late.
So there we talk about heat control with Brisa with that valuable 6.83 in her score line and the lead. Gabby needs a big number, 7.13. Brisa now can just run the lineup, because look at the clock, it's flown by. 4.5 minutes remaining in this final heat of the day.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you most likely think that Brisa's probably going to better that 1.8, so it's even going to put a bigger task for Gabby right now. But still, like, you know, it's too bright in. It could be a 10 or a 0 on the same wave, which other places, if you do a few turns into a good wave, you still get a decent score. So Brisa could, you know, maybe commit a mistake and Gabby could capitalize behind. But as far as you see it right now, you know, you got to give the odds to Brisa in this situation with the by far the best score of the heat and priority right now.
Yeah, giving a wave to the on-site announcer, Cedric. And she's going to get a time update and a situation update, and that's also kind of can be a psych too, because, you know, Gabby will hear that she needs a big number once again from the on-site announcer, and also know that she's only got 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock under the priority of Brisa Hennessy. And we're just enjoying right now. Jesse, you called it. Seems like it happens almost every afternoon, golden hour.
Yeah, this is prime time right now. It's obviously swell lost power a little bit, as Vahini mentioned previously here with us. But there's still some beautiful waves that we saw. That wave from Gabby, and Brisa had one. Brisa had one that she didn't make, so still consistency out there. It's just with this very groomed offshore on the lower side, not so strong right now. It makes things very nice.
240, and we've had a full day of competition here, going through 16 heats, so about 9 hours of competition to start the event for 2024, the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Fourth day of the window here at the end of the road, and the end of the Ava, the Teahupo'o, that is running out here, creating this wave, the channel of this reef pass. But there's more. You thought it was over? No, it is not. Following this final heat, we're going to have the Corona Cerro post-show after this heat, where Joe, Flick, and Strider will go through all of today's highlights and action and look forward to what we have coming down the road as well. Look at that one.
And that's again what happened, you know, the wave stacked up on the back, they started paddling up, and the wave kind of just swinged underneath. With the swell losing a little bit of power, it's going to really come in that first ledge, and Gabby having a chance.
Gabby gets it down, pulls in, and just has to like kind of ride through a bucking wave there. It was nice to make that drop and control that. You saw a bit of a fin drift right there. I don't think that's going to be the 7.13 that she needs, but a valiant effort from the surfer from Kauai.
Yeah, very smart of her. She had to pull the trigger. Obviously, she could probably tell that there wasn't a 7-1-3, but that was critical drop very late. She was able to get a good time inside the barrel right there. And, you know, like, Brisa has a second score of a 1.8, so this is going to narrow the gap a lot for Gabby. As you see it right here, loses priority. The wave goes in that inside ledge, and they're way up on the top a little bit, so they couldn't get underneath enough. That was a beautiful wave. And then this one, Gabby just sneaks in, late drop, knifing it, getting it under the barrel, and she's going to better her situation right now and make the situation a little bit closer.
Yeah, 2.4, so she did lessen her requirement to a 6.24. However, the problem is she's only got 25 seconds on the clock, and Brisa with priority. So Brisa's going to close this one out because it's a pretty elementary play at this point with just a few seconds on the clock to play defense. Lines through the Pacific right now, but they're going to hit the reef too late.
5, 4, 3,
and our final quarterfinalist, it has been decided. It will be Brisa Hennessy. She's going to be coming up in quarterfinal number 1 up against Carissa Moore when we return to competition. Gabrielle Bryant leaving Tahiti with an equal 9th. And the rush of the free surfers we can see from our Shiseido flight cam to enjoy Golden Hour. And you can enjoy Golden Hour with us, because after this break, we're coming back with the Corona Cerro post-show. Stick around for the show.
Welcome to the Corona Cero Post Show. Corona Cero made with all natural ingredients and 0% ABV. The same crisp and refreshing taste, perfectly paired with a lime. What a day of action here at the end of the road for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. And we're going to go through all the major moments, the highlights, the upsets, the drama, with some great friends here on the set. Joe Trepelt, Felicity Palmatier, and Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. You've rinsed off, you dried off.
I've dried.
You're on the set. How was your day out there?
I'm not dry yet. I think I'm soaked all the way through still, but it's okay. The day was amazing. It was beautiful, and the turnout this morning from the waves and the women was next level.
The banter that you get to hear from the coaches to the boats, from the surfers, I mean, does it compare to any other position that you sit in when you're doing your job?
It is so fun, and the feelings that you get, the emotions, you see guys like rising through things and women elated for, I mean, that wave today, that Sawyer Lindblad got, I'm getting chickens in just thinking about her face when she came out of the tube in disbelief that she made it. And she told me on the boat that she felt that, but then I said to her, everybody feels that. And she's like, she was right there with the best guy in the water with that wave. And it was just amazing to see the level that came through today.
What a moment. We just came off that last heat of the day, number 4 and 5 in the world, battling. It was Brisa Hennessy getting the win and moving on, enjoying the sunset on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Huge heat. You had the first heat of the day, the last heat of the day. But something I've been thinking about for the past few events is, who is this 2024 Brisa Hennessy compared to 2023 Brisa Hennessy?
Wow. Yeah, I definitely don't recognize her at times, but I feel like I'm actually almost like unraveling the true essence of who I am. Like, I feel like humans are onions, and we built these walls, and it's about kind of, I don't know, tuning into the core of who we are. So that's the goal.
Well, it's showing in the results. You're having a great year on the championship tour. And of course, being here in Tahiti, this is an event that I think will serve your strengths for sure. I do see some scars on your knees, so you've already paid your dues. What are you looking forward to for the next few days of competition?
Wow, yeah, I'm just in awe of this wave. Like, I came 4 weeks ago to just try to put my time out there, and each time, no matter how big it was, I was so humbled and just completely mesmerized by the beauty and how powerful it is. And I have so much to learn, but yeah, hopefully I'll just keep learning with each heat, and gosh, I just need to send it. I think that's my mentality.
Well, you're giving us a lot of reasons to cheer for you, Brisa. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks, Chris. Really appreciate it. Gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Muy agradecida por todos ustedes. Y vamos por la próxima. Y gracias por todo.
Gracias, Cote and Brisa. And I really like how Chris went there with last year's version to this year's version of Brisa. She has a glow about her. You know, she's been through a lot, and I think she's really ready to shine. And look at her consistency that she's had this year, Flick. It's been phenomenal.
Oh, just thirds across the board. I mean, it's absolutely insane. It's something to be really proud of. And, she's already looking good here. She's had good positive memories here in the past already with that final with Courtney Conologue. So she's just building on that performance. And I think, like she said, she's just got to send it, especially knowing this forecast and what's potentially on the horizon for her. Things are exciting.
I threw her on my fantasy team.
Ah, great call.
Yes.
She
Let's
wants
go, Brisa.
it. Yeah, she's put in the time. And I think it was an idea that she had of actually wanting bigger waves for herself, not because she felt like she had to, because of her job as a pro surfer. She actually decided, I want this. And she's coming in with big cuts and scrapes, hurting herself at cloud break, grabbing broken boards, throwing them, getting other backups and back out there. It's really cool to see her growth in waves like this, and still doing it with humility as well.
Yeah, she has the ability to verbalize exactly how she's feeling, and her experiences onto her really well. Like, one of the best women, I think, and it's always beautiful to hear that. But yeah, I'm really looking for, I love seeing people just push the boundaries, their own personal boundaries, not even just necessarily surfing. So she's definitely doing that. And yeah, I just can't say it enough. I'm excited for the few days to come.
Quarters are seeded. Carissa's a wild card, so now Brisa Hennessy has a chance to surf against Carissa Moore in the quarterfinals, Strider.
Wow. They have both been, I put up a post about the girls and how hard they were charging, and they were both in the post because they were you could just visually see them charging and breaking down barriers and doing things that were next level for them. And they've been putting in all this mental time to get themselves to a place to where they actually felt accomplished, and they did it. And now we get the chance to see them both do it out here against each other in the heats. But I feel like they're not going to really be surfing against each other. They're going to be surfing against themselves and what they are here for, which to me is a beautiful thing.
Pretty crazy day when you really break it down. Our first day of competition here, but our entire top 5 for the women were all in the elimination round. So it had a big impact on the title race. We saw Joanne Defay, world number 2, go down to Tyler Wright this afternoon.
Yeah, this was a pretty crazy heat. I mean, it was super high scoring, both women dropping excellent scores and just really pushing themselves. I mean, there were a couple of big solid sets that came through this heat, and I think what was interesting to me was I listened to Tyler's post-heat interview, and she said, I just really had to tune in to the ocean, knowing that there has been really long lulls right now throughout today, like, you know, even sometimes up to 10 to 15 minutes. So she kind of tuned into that and was like, I don't think there's anything else coming. Backed up her 8.6 with another 6 and got the job done.
As we look at those numbers, like Flick said, excellent numbers. 8.83 from Defay, best score of the heat with the loss for world number 2. Also losing Katie Simmers in that first heat to Sawyer Lindblad. Tyler Wright moving on. Remember, she made the semifinals last year and has been improving. As we check out the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown finals bracket. Already in the quarters, the last round that it's reseeded. We talked about that first heat, then the defending event champ Caroline Marks will get a piece of this fired up rookie Sawyer Lindblad. Molly Picklum, world number 3, seeing some daylight on the top of the rankings, is now the top seed, taking on local wildcard Vahine Fierro and Tyler versus Tati, as Tati still wants to win this event. Strider, a lot of big heats to watch there.
Oh, I'm just cringing at the friendly fire, the Vahine heat. Man, well, it's okay. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch, but these are some amazing heats, and I really like the Sawyer Lindblad, Caroline Marks heat. You know, got a couple of goofy footers that have just showed brilliance this morning, and we're going to see them go up against each other again, and I feel like Sawyer really wants to prove that she can get that backup wave. How important is that backup wave?
Oh, so important. So many topics to talk about as far as wild cards are concerned. It's still getting used to the idea of Kelly being a wild card. I mean, he won out here as one back in 2000 when he took a break. He certainly showed up today against Ramsey and Jack Robinson.
Oh, did he ever? And you know what? This was my pick of heats when I looked at this opening round. I mean, Kelly, 11-time world champ. He's won out here 5 times. He flew in last night, right? I mean, and this is his opening wave here. His opening is an account, just 7.67. Thank you. I'll take that.
You know, Jack, I feel like has a lot of pressure. That's the feeling I get from him. But he's been up against the wall so many times, you feel like he's always going to rise to it. But this was the danger man. I mean, he was so deep in the barrel right there, disappearing, came out. And I told Kelly, I said, you're in a dangerous place right now. You better get some good waves because you got an 8-point ride from Ramsey. So, you know, the ocean laid down in this heat. He got kind of lucky, I'd say, in a sense, because Ramsey was really on a tear in this heat. But, I mean, how beautiful is the surfing of Kelly Slater?
Gosh, just timeless when it comes to waves like Pipeline, waves in Tahiti, waves in Cloudbreak. You know, he will be a favorite to win those for years and years from now. 52 years of age, a wild card in this event, getting a heat win, and moving on to the round of 16. And we've been talking to Kelly a lot. He's like an underdog in some ways, you know. It's for the first time in his life, and he's been kind of saying how different that's been, and how to laugh with Cote on the boat, and Cote's talking about a great career of winning, and Kelly's like, hey, but it hasn't been coming easy. So a round 1 victory for him, it has a whole different story at this point in his career.
Has that happened recently? I mean, obviously not real recently, but haven't seen him win a first-round heat in a while?
Yeah, he just did back at Margaret River, which was great to see. It was, he came out of the elimination round there. Where was that first win? Bells.
Bells
Was that first win.
That's right.
But so it's a little bit rare these days, you know, for the greatest ever who has all the records, and I think he's enjoying people cheering for him in a different way.
For sure. I thought it was funny too. He's like, you know what? Don't count me out. I can go straight really well. And I mean, it's true. I mean, he absolutely is a wizard. I mean, his read on a barrel is incredible. It's the best in the world when you come to these waves, and I feel like that's where his best performances ever in his career have been.
You get off a flight, you have a sleep, you wake up, you go to Teahupo'o, like the heaviest wave ever, and your first wave is in a heat. Yeah. And I said, dude, actually Doug Silva said this to me. He said, he's just going to warm up in the event and then peak in the finals. Wow. And it could be completely true, how well he surfs out here. So let's go, Kelly.
There's going to be a lot of Doug Silva shout-outs throughout this event. Coaching Seth Moniz, but he's like a mascot now of the tour. So great to have him around. Really cool to be watching all the performances here to see who will be the Mophie Charger of the event, a contender today. Easy pick here for Sawyer Lindblad.
Oh, it has to be. I mean, this was a major moment. Both, you know, whether it be men or women, this was insane. It was just such a crazy drop. This was her best wave probably of her life out here today and in competition. I mean, she had a stacked heat too. She didn't get the win because she couldn't back it up, but you can't deny it. 9.43, absolutely incredible. And like what you said, Strider, you could just feel everyone was just so stoked for her. We were stoked for her, Joe, when we were watching it. There was just so much emotion and passion. And yeah, I'm just stoked for her. Rookie on tour, and she's just showing up, and given the opportunity, she will go and she will charge.
It just reminded me so much of that look on her face when she got barreled to back door to start the year. And that's just her talent of being put in a place for the first time and showing up.
The wave was such a gutter that it took so much compression and skill and core strength for her to even compose herself to actually stay over her board on that wave. I mean, that thing was unbelievably heavy, and just watching it and being right there and seeing her come out of that tube and just the elation, it was just, man, that's surfing, and that's what we do this for.
Charlotte Perry's been on hand. It's been fun hanging out with him. Had to surf with him the other day. A classic human being and an incredible forecaster, a senior forecaster these days. He's been with Surfline for over 15 years, giving us these maps, talking about the quality Southwest swell for this weekend, dropping a little bit in energy heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, I had a little look this afternoon myself. Definitely not going to give us good report as what Shola is going to do, but it does look like, you know, obviously we saw beautiful swell today, but trending down overnight. You know, there might be a little bit left over in the morning. I guess it's going to be one of those wake up and see, but you know, further on into the week is what we're really rubbing our hands together for. I mean, you just cast your eyes to Wednesday and Thursday. I mean, if you look at the next 4 days, I mean, what are you seeing, Strider?
Yeah, I think we could have some waves tomorrow morning if we're lucky, but I feel like I would rather see them push to Wednesday, Thursday when we've got some insane surf coming down the pipe that really does. I mean, I know it's risky to hold things. I know it's risky to wait, but what looks like is coming is worth waiting for. Wow. And it's going to grab you by the throat when you show up in the morning on Wednesday, and it's going to just grab you and it's going to choke you, and you're going to have to just pull the hand off and start breathing. That's what the wave is going to do, literally. It's what it feels like when you show up and the waves are 8 to 10 feet and you know you have to perform.
Wow, there's going to be people losing sleep the night before on Wednesday. We're checking it tomorrow, by the way. It will be down here in the morning to take a look. But yeah, all things are showing Wednesday, Thursday. Could be the way to finish things off. We'll find out first thing in the morning on the call. It's time for the top 5 of the day. A lot of action to enjoy. Defending event champ Caroline Marks looked great throughout her competition today, getting a 8-point ride, standing tall here, Flick.
Oh, she did so well in this heat. I was super impressed. I mean, the couple of waves that she really picked the eyes out of it. She found the best 2 waves. She put together a really strong heat, kind of just picking back up where she left off. And I literally said it earlier today, but with every heat, she's just getting more and more experience and getting better and better.
Coming to number 4, the Moroccan makes the top 5. 8.33, best score in the matchup with Jack and Kelly.
Look at this wave. It was a roll-in to a gutter ball, foam ball spitting out, and the Moroccan just chest out after this thing, you know, and why not? Look at how sick that barrel was. He let out a warrior cry after that wave.
Oh, well-deserved. Great approach there, but didn't get the victory. Then number 3, Arcal turned in a 9.10.
Yeah, Ryan's been a standout, I've heard, in the morning surfs, always getting the wave of the morning, and I mean, he found another one, absolute nugget in this heat. I mean, look at the distance that he had to travel in this barrel, and this thing just absolutely got bigger and bigger as it went further down the reef. It was an absolute nugget. 9.10. Good stuff, Arkell.
Absolute class act, this human right there.
Amazing.
Ryan moving on. Number 2 on the top 5. Local knowledge prevails. Vahine, 9.33. Her best in the jersey at the end of the road.
Unbelievable. This thing guttered out. She was way behind the foam ball and just comes over it. And I mean, that was a 10-point ride in my mind. That was just, it was a big, tall, heavy section. And when you're behind those waves, they look so intimidating pulling in.
And winning the day, a rookie from San Clemente in her first start here at Teahupo'o. Took a huge drop, 9.43 to win the day.
Oh, what an amazing day for her. I mean, obviously she's got the hero moment here, this big heaving barrel, but then she had to switch gears in this heat. She came up against good friend Katie Simmers in the next round, that elimination round, best mates, and you know, it was tricky. I mean, the girls were only getting a couple of scores there, and Sawyer really, you know, sort of noticing that, hey, I'm going to have to go to turns here. The wave quality isn't there. There wasn't that much opportunity. And she got the job done. So really impressive because it was 2 very different approaches to those sort of heats there. And yeah, I feel like she's going to draw a lot of confidence from this going into the quarterfinals.
Well done.
I just love the fact that I'm sitting here watching this stuff and I'm thinking, if you're the average guy back home watching, you'd be like, man, I can't do that. This was so heavy what these ladies are doing. It's so awesome to watch.
Yeah, they are truly, undeniably, the best surfers in the world. And when you see a rookie like that step up and do something that she didn't know she could do, that's a statement. Sawyer's into the quarterfinals. That's on deck for tomorrow, but also the men's elimination round. Make a call at 7:15 a.m. local time for a potential 7:30 start. See you bright and early. Take care, you guys.
Nana te poi poi. Good morning from Teahupo'o, the site of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
Super grateful to be back here in Tahiti. It's probably one of my favorite places in the world.
When the wave comes, it's go time. So it's the best feeling ever. And in the heat, it's like, I couldn't ask for better.
I'm super excited to be back. This is a treat. I think this is what we all live for.
I was really intimidated by this wave, but I would hate myself if I let the fear consume me.
The nerves every time I come to Tahiti is extremely heightened. My stomach starts getting butterflies. But at the same time, it's like Beauty and the Beast.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.